Valhalla is one of the top 3 hunter training schools. Every year, countless hunters try to get there for the sake of becoming a part of this prestigious academy. With an enrollment ratio of 500 to 1, even 150 people can't graduate from the academy under the banner of Valhalla. Entrance tests begin immediately after the briefing. The test was supervised by an instructor. The senior instructor's name is Lee Sang-chul. He was approached by the heir of the Yising family, Yu Min-jun. Parenya talked about how there were quite a few of them this time as well. The instructor mentioned that a lot can happen in the process of selecting applicants. He also inquired about the heir coming here to see his niece. Min-jun confirmed it. His family expects a lot from Seo-young. Yu So-young is a genius born into the Yaeshin family, one of the top 5 families in Korea. At the age of 10, she could use mana comparable to that of a high school student. And at the age of 13, she was able to infuse mana into her sword. The girl competed with members of the Yaeshin family, and that's when she took first place. It was written on her personal data form. Sang-chul asked if there was anything else he didn't know. It says she could communicate with the constellation guardian of the Yaeshin family. The man wondered if the instructor could believe it. That's why they expect a lot from her. The reason there are 5 families in Korea is because of the guardian constellations associated with each family. Usually a hunter receives blessings or contracts with a guardian constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the 5 families are different from other constellations. The sword god of the Yaeshin family, the Changsan family's holy spear, King Dao of the Choijin family, king of the Osun family fist fight, the bow god of the Dojin family. The members of the 5 families were blessed by their respective constellations. They were endowed with greater talents and abilities than others. There is a huge difference between simply receiving a blessing and communicating directly. Communicating with the guardian god is a direct contract with him. The instructor recognized that if that was indeed the case, she was definitely a genius. Min-jun inquired how his niece was doing. The instructor remarked that she didn't seem to have started training yet. Come to think of it, she should be here soon. In about 30 seconds. In that case, the heir to the family also wanted to watch the fight. Sang-chul replied that if he really wanted to see it, let him go down there himself. Is it your man suggesting he go through all those scouts and reporters? That's ridiculous. Min-jun asked, just to be shown on the screen. Isn't the instructor his senior? Sang-chul asked if he was only now being considered his senior. But he decided to pitch in on the request, because he was curious too. I think it started. The eldest daughter of the Yesing family, Yu So-eun, 17 years old. Opposing her was a peer named Kim Ju-hyuk. These guys seem perfectly calm. Isn't that why he's like this, because he knows it's Seo-young and just gave up? Her abilities are pretty well known. The boy only yawned. Even so, he doesn't seem to have any fighting spirit at all. This fight will probably end quickly. The countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. The trial has begun. So-young immediately poured mana into the sword, for which she let loose a dissecting blow on her opponent. She has such exquisite ball handling at such a young age. And of course, exceptional mana control. But Ju-hyuk didn't even seem to care much about it. Something happened that no one expected. It was Kim Ju-hyuk who won. Ju-hyuk didn't understand why everyone was so weak. Is it really for the future 300 years from now? 300 years ago. The Tower of Destruction. These two were wearing the aftermath of the battle. The boss of the Tower of Destruction, Barsh, who is the god of destruction, mentioned that it was indeed a wonderful battle. And his opponent was the god of martial arts himself, Kim Hyun-oh. He didn't want to hear about this wonderful fight. Let him shove those words to the back of his mind. Then he was finally able to exhale. He saw a notification stating that the user had defeated the boss of Barsh's Tower of Destruction. The destruction of the world has been stopped, but the tower started to collapse because he killed the boss. And it happened just when he was about to lose momentum. Even as a boy, he was always busy working as a hunter. Just when he was making money and gaining recognition, this damned unpleasant incident happened. He wondered if he was supposed to bring his students after all, but afterward he pushed those thoughts aside. If anything, it was the strength of the bastard he was fighting against. This seems to be the end that awaits him in the end. Then he was crushed by a rock. At that moment he woke up. Kim Hyun-oh reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old. 300 years after the Tower of Destruction fell. In any case, he was quite satisfied when he reincarnated. Although his body was weaker and younger, his knowledge from when he was known as a martial arts god was still intact. He believed he could live in luxury and constant rest when he could adjust to this body. At least until that translucent window appeared. There was a notice that a Tower of Destruction would appear in 5 years, so he should prepare himself. Does that bastard hold some kind of grudge against him? He should have thrown Togo Barch in the dumpster while Mon. There's nothing Kim Hyuno can do anyway, even if he regrets it now. This time he will destroy the tower once and for all. And then he will live in luxury and constant rest. Only then did he see that he had to retrieve his weapon and his memory. On the 3rd floor, the 5th room to the right of Valhalla. He was pretty sure what was meant by weapons, but what a memory. First, the protagonist must find this place called Valhalla. Valhalla, day 4 of the top 10 contest begins now. People who wish to compete must go to the competition area. Ju Hyuk wondered if he should go. Competitors should take their seats. Of course, there were spectators there as well. There are more people today than ever before. That's because the future iconic figures of all 5 families are all here at the same time. And the presence of this newcomer named Kim Ju Hyuk, 30 seconds into the match. His opponent will be the eldest son of the Osun family. Oh, Se-hyuk, 17 years old. It looks like this is the same person who defeated Seo-young on the first day. However, externally, he doesn't stand out in any way. It's even better. If Se-hyuk can defeat him, his reputation will rise. The man turned to his adversary. Speaking of straightening him out at the MO, Ju Hyuk didn't know what a MO was. Perhaps it's an acronym. As it turns out, it means in the blink of an eye. Ju Hyuk answered him the same way, only in different words. The man inquired what that meant. Then the main character kindly explained to the bastard that it meant back off. After that, the match began. Oh, Se-hyuk wasn't very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. However, he still had a talent that surpassed all others, namely his physique. He was able to do things that others wouldn't have the strength to do unless they had mana. And even with a little training, he could get exponentially stronger. He was born with a first-class physique without putting in any effort. For that alone, he could be called a genius. Those words of Ju Hyuk's pissed him off. He wanted to punish the damn bastard. With the body he's reborn in, he's definitely not going to win in a physical confrontation. Pora doesn't know what about everything else, but his strength is something with something. Just because he outclasses the protagonist's physical ceiling doesn't, though, mean he can win. Martial arts should compensate for this difference in strength. He's kicked Se-hyuk's leg. It was noticeable that the guy wasn't expecting it at all. Plus, Ju Hyuk could follow his opponent's movements. Thanks to that, he couldn't win. Se-hyuk fell to the floor. If they don't harmonize with each other, it ends with this. This fight was won by Kim Ju Hyuk. Although this body is weaker than before reincarnation, there shouldn't be any problems with hunting monsters like before. The others couldn't believe whether Oh Se-hyuk had really been thrown to the ground with just one blow. The man didn't even expect Oh Se-hyuk to fall from such a simple attack. Head of the Osun family, the king of hand-to-hand combat. Oh Chul-shin, 48 years old. How can those ignorant bastards call this a simple attack? Even if his son never wanted to learn martial arts and was only improving his physique, he would easily dodge a fist punch from any of his peers. But it was an attack he couldn't dodge. Se-hyuk let his temper take over and just pounced on Ju Hyuk. And he used magic, which he rarely uses, to try to finish off his opponent quickly. But Ju Hyuk tilted his head slightly to dodge. Since he thought that Ju Hyuk would definitely hit, he shifted his center of gravity all the way around. That meant he was moving faster than Se-hyuk's top speed. From the second Se-hyuk entered the arena, Ju Hyuk had already made a plan. That in itself is a monstrous talent. Unfortunately, there are many of these people who also understand the value of such a talented rookie. Not all of them were clueless. Chul-shin would do anything to get this vaporized man into his family by all means. Meanwhile, fans shouted out their love for Choi Arin. He was really pissed off by those crazy bastards. Ju Hyuk didn't understand why the bastards who had already served in the army were calling her 17-year-old Nuna. The final bout has arrived. Ju Hyuk versus Choi Arin. Choi Arin is the second daughter of the Choijin family. The match has begun. However, no one ever moved. Ju Hyuk began to assume that she was waiting for him to attack first. Since she's at least trying to take advantage of the situation, she'll be better than the rest of us. In the end, the protagonist decided to submit to this provocation. Choi Arin decided to use her family's ability, lightning. They were shocked that she had already mastered her family's ability to change elements at the age of 17. All the children from the 5 families in this competition have exceptional talents. After which she decided to attack her opponent. But to the girl's surprise, there was no one in front of Arin anymore. Just then, Ju Hyuk asked if she was showing him with her eyes where she was going to attack. Would it be too easy for him to dodge it? The guy was already standing beside her. Using her sword, she tried to block the main character's blow. That attack knocked her back a bit. Since she chose to block the ball's impact, it was no surprise that there was no sensation of impact on her body. Choi Arin was having a hard time. He touched her ball with his fist. Let him try to dodge that one too. For Choi Arin, it was a loss. whereupon she fell. It seemed to the guy that something was wrong with that attack. Ju Hyuk thought his stance was a little off. In the end, it didn't matter now. It was announced that Kim Ju Hyuk was the winner. Valhalla's top 10 applicants were already ready. First place was Ju Hyuk, second was Choi Aaron, third was Jang Ju-gong. As soon as he stepped out, he was approached by reporters. They all sat down to listen to them. Someone requested that this student join the Chunmyeong. Another, however, began to tell him that his guild had a history of 30 years. Therefore, if the fellow joined them, they would give him the best treatment. He was sick of hearing all these suggestions, so he told them all to just shut up. The hot news was discussing with the one whether Kim Ju Hyuk is a crazy psychopath. Is it true that after he won first place in the entrance competition, he chased away the guides who proposed to him while swearing? Isn't he on the verge of insanity? Somebody even saw this guy, and it was funny to watch him tell all those bastards to go to one place. But if he swears so much, he must be a bad person. No matter how angry he is to swear like that, it's too much. Besides, there might be kids in a public place. This guy was too rude for a rookie, which pissed someone off. Someone was wondering if the bastard who curses the guides has any support. If he's part of Valhalla, he probably has good relationships with a lot of people. But looking at the way he destroyed 5 families, even with his horrible character, he would be accepted by them anywhere. Another person, however, wrote about being stunned when Aaron was beaten. Valhalla. All freshmen were welcome to Valhalla. Valhalla has a year-long centennial history, but for Ju Hyuk it was boring. He noticed someone staring at him from behind. After the protagonist turned back around, that guy averted his gaze like the others. Still, he stood out too much yesterday. But right now he just needs to go in to get his weapon and remember something and then leave, so that's not a problem. And he realized something too. That was the end of the induction ceremony. A room to simulate virtual battles. Former head of the Choi Kin Guild. Valhalla instructor. Kim Lee-gun, 24 years old. The man didn't understand what was wrong with the class distribution. In front is Yu Seo-young from the Yesin family. And next to her is Arin from the Choi-jing family. And the man in the middle is Sehyuk from the Osun family. They did say that the classes were randomly distributed after all. But how could the geniuses of 3 of the 5 families end up in the same class? Even Ju Hyuk is here. Lee Gong didn't understand what that bastard Ju Hyuk was doing in this class. Looks like this year's instructor is completely doomed. But right now, he should calm down. In situations like this, you have to act decisively. He was glad to meet them all. Now he would be in charge of this class and also their instructor. There are some things they have to do first. The students noticed that something was beginning to happen to the room they were in, after which they found themselves in a new space. Of course they were surprised, because just now they were literally in a classroom. After that, the instructor decided to show some blood here. Goblins and orcs appeared around the boys. Sehyuk noticed that there were about 100 or so of these monsters. Suddenly they all wanted to attack the humans. Just then a barrier appeared in front of the man. Thanks to the barrier, the monsters couldn't get in. The barrier is working. Everything is going clearly according to the instructor's plan. Afterward, he called Kim Ju Hyuk over to him. The instructor asked if he could take care of the monsters here alone. The protagonist asked if he was referring to the monsters running around here. Lee Gong confirmed those words. The boy fell silent. Now he's sure that his main character will be a bit more quiet. As for the students, they've mostly only seen monsters in books or something, but never in person. It's only natural that Ju Hyuk is scared. He'd better stop pretending to think about this offer and just say no. The instructor would start the lesson as soon as this guy's temper died down a little, but he only smiled. Lee Gong was annoyed because it was a student just laughing. Seeing him laughing, the man suggested that he could take care of them himself. Ju Hyuk confidently stated that he could indeed do it. He's really amused that the bastard is still bluffing. But since he says so, let him try to do it. But should he do it for nothing? He hadn't heard that they would be doing something like this on the first day. Looking at this instructor giving him a test, Ju Hyuk assumed that there was also a reward. Lee Gong realized that this student wanted the reward, and he would get it if he took care of all the monsters. He was very curious to know what the instructor wanted to bet on. Lee Gongna announced that if this guy takes care of all the monsters, he will do whatever the guy wants, if it is within his power. Though it's not much, he accepts the deal. The instructor thinks that this guy doesn't realize that the monsters that are in this system are no different from the real ones. And the protagonist has demanded that he finally be given a sword. How on earth would he fight here without a weapon? Did the Hun really expect the boy to fight them with his bare hands? Lee Kong handed him his sword. The barrier in front of him began to disappear, letting him out. The instructor's attention, as well as the other students, was focused on him. You could tell from the guy's face that exterminating these things gave him great pleasure. Without much effort, he was just killing them. Behind his back, he was also about to be attacked. But of course, he saw their intentions. Ju Hyuk didn't let them do that. It's been 300 years since he last held a sword in his hands. It's still pretty good. In those days, the world was a mess because of the monsters. They used any tool at hand as a weapon. But the sword had always been something special to him. He also noticed a monster that wanted to attack him again. It took Ju Hyuk a couple seconds to dodge that punch. It happened just as he thought it would. Their pattern of behavior is quite simple. Is it really just NPS? A quality knockoff? Seeing the way this guy fought, the instructor realized that it was really incredible, and he had only borrowed his sword. It doesn't contain any magic or any enhancements. It was interesting to see how this guy was able to chop things up so easily. It's as if this sword itself attracts monsters to itself. She was a little uncomfortable with this sight, and he thought it was just crazy. Except Arin had a completely different reaction. She even seemed impressed with the way he fought. The guy started saying that he wanted to go down to the constellation room. He kept his end of the bargain after all. The boy really hoped that the dear instructor would fulfill his promise. He only remained silent. Thus passed the first day of school. That was all for today. It must have been quite tiring, and since it was their first class, they could go to their rooms and rest properly. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk didn't realize what this class was even about if it lasted this long. He would just take what he needed and get the hell out of here. Come to think of it, he had never thought of teaching anyone. In fact, he never went to school either. Although the lesson was boring, but thanks to it the main character got some information. For example, a story about one of the constellations. In his past life, there was no such thing as constellations. Constellation is the term used to describe the transformation of those who have previously experienced great concentrations of luck into gods. Most constellations are connected to hunters through sacred relics, which grant them special powers. Valhalla in Korea is the third largest academy in the world, and houses a huge number of their relics. Somehow it all comes out that way. Everything else about swordsmanship and monster-slaying tactics is a load of crap. Ju Hyuk should go to the dormitory, seriously take up martial arts. This body is too weak. But the boy noticed that Arin was following him. Meanwhile in the teacher's lounge. Still, Lee Hun got a good one. In fact, it's more ridiculous than hard. One would assume that it doesn't even make sense. Is this guy really just a high school student? This time, in the virtual battle simulation room, with the help of enthusiasm, Li Gong had created an order of 120 monsters. And this guy had just slaughtered them all. Songchul found it hard to believe that a high school student who had never faced monsters before could do this. That's what the goon is trying to say. Based on what he knows about this guy, there's nothing special about Kim Ju Hyuk, and that's even weirder. And there's no notable history in his past either. This guy is an orphan. He came from a small orphanage in a very dangerous neighborhood. At that moment, Li Gong assumed he was just a faker. Sang Chul did his own little investigation, which confirmed all the information available. This guy is definitely not a liar. Besides, does he really think the forger is stupid enough to enter Valhalla and cause such a commotion at the entrance ceremony? In addition, Ju Hyuk asked for access to the constellation room. After the first semester ended, he would have been able to get in without anyone else's permission. If Sang Chul asked the principal, he would probably let this guy go down there. Li Gung was very grateful to him for that. Sang Chul was the one who brought the Li Gong instructor here. Therefore, he has no less responsibility. He doesn't know what it is about the completely enclosed area on the 5th floor, but anyone can get to the 1st floor, so there won't be any problem if Ju Hyuk gets there a little early. Li Gun was a little concerned about what was in store for them next year. The senior instructor suggested that it was because of Kim Ju Hyuk, but he's here too. Sangchul knows that besides him, there are 3 students from famous families in the class. It's not easy to control each and every one of them. Sangchul doesn't try to comfort him, but an exchange student from the Ventric family has been assigned to another class. Li Gung couldn't believe that it was the Ventric family he was talking about. He's directly from the Ventric family, Rockdil Ventric. A man heard about how some pranks got him expelled from a British academy. Now he's starting to feel like things aren't so bad, and it really is. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk asked what's up and why she's following him. Arin asked me to teach her fencing. He clearly hadn't expected such a request from her. She wanted to learn the swordsmanship he had demonstrated then. Hyuk refused. The girl inquired all the reason for his refusal. In response, the protagonist wondered why on earth she was asking him to do it. He doesn't even want to do it. Since she has nothing more to say, he leaves. Arin repeated again that she wanted him to teach her how to wield a sword. I thought he said he didn't want to. I can't believe she's hearing impaired. Let her stop clinging to him. Ju Hyuk has no desire to teach her at all, so just let her get off his back. After that, the guy left. The next day, it was expected. But this body is even worse than he first thought. Martial arts training or whatever you are, he can't do anything, because he doesn't have any magic power. Plus, it's hard to control mana. The problem with magic power can be solved if he finds this thing. And for that, Ju Hyuk will prepare some mana inside him. Suddenly, two men approached him. Ventric's main family, Rockdil Ventric, 17 years old. Rockdil Ventric's maid, Yuria de Felix, 17 years old. Ju Hyuk inquired who he was. That's what you'd expect from an uneducated man. This guy doesn't even know the Ventric family. Rockdil Ventric introduced himself, and he bluntly asked if this guy didn't want to get stronger. In most families, it is more difficult for side branches of the family line to achieve power and wealth than the main family line. However, the Ventric family has a mask with a beak, which is the guardian of the constellation. This distinguishes the Ventrica family from the others. Usually a constellation has a guardian of S-class or higher who protects the family, and they directly choose a member of the constellation and give them protection and strength. But the Ventric family chose to fulfill the contract with a family member outside the constellation. It was a way for the chosen person to fulfill the contract with the constellation without controversy. This unique choice lies in the fact that the Ventrica family holds a great deal of power in Europe. If he was a member of this family, he could have chosen a contractor regardless of his background. Thus, a side branch of the family could have had as much power as the main family line. Rockdil Ventric, who is supported by his family, has become incredibly arrogant. Not long ago, there was a shakeup at a British academy. This guy ended up getting kicked out. It's okay, it's not over yet, because he always gets what he wants. Even though he's been kicked out before, this guy comes from a Ventric family, so they always have a way to get him back on the right track. This man would have loved it. He wanted to bring Kim Ju Hyuk, who is in the spotlight, to his side. If Ju Hyuk obeyed him, he would take him to the Ventric family constellation. The protagonist didn't even give him a chance to finish, as he immediately asked if he was an idiot. This insult made him very angry. Rockdil wondered what he had just said. Did that man really think Ju Hyuk was dumb? He wasn't interested in the main character and just decided to start standing out from the beginning. So now that he says crap like that, he really is an idiot. Or is Ju Hyuk wrong? He didn't want to put up with that filthy brat anymore. Suddenly he heard someone addressing him, saying that he should return to his seat. Rockdil had immediately already asked how dare he say his full name. It was only then that he saw that it was Sang Chul. Men mentioned that this is not a British academy at all, but Valhalla. Regardless of how big the Ventrican family is, he must obey the instructors here. He immediately recognized the senior instructor named Lee Sang-chul, so now he decided to back off. But they will meet Kim Ju-hyuk a little later. Today, the protagonist learned nothing. He didn't learn anything related to the Constellation Room. Instead, this morning he just got involved with another idiot. Now he knows that the guild guides are a bunch of outsiders who come to the school. That's why they use the students and instructors to keep an eye on Ju Hyuk. Wasn't it bad enough of him to speak ill of them? Once again, he was approached by Arin, who asked him to teach her how to wield the ball. Apparently, she didn't get enough of his rejection either. Valhalla Dormitory. The room is top of the line. He broke the lamp. Yuria was by his side as before. How did a pathetic orphan like Kim Ju Hyuk dare to humiliate Rockdil Ventric himself? He ordered Yuri to get Dronzer. He's got someone he needs to deal with. And so he turned to her again. However, Yuria remained silent. He grabbed her by the hair and demanded that the girl respond. Does she really still think she is the eldest daughter of the palace family? Rockdil asked if he should expel her from the Ventric family. Yuria replied that it was not necessary, after which he threw her to the floor. Rockdil ordered to contact Asura again. There is someone who needs to be taken care of now. In addition, the son of the Rice family is in 2nd grade. Yuri should tell him that Rockdil wants to see him. The girl replied that she would do everything. Valhalla Dormitory, Kim Ju-hyuk's room. Once again he was convinced that this body was just trash. He couldn't use mana. He remembered that moment when Aaron had pursued him again. The guy stopped and asked what the hell she was even doing. They're already in front of the dorms, aren't they? How far is she going to follow him? Aaron kept wanting him to teach her the art of sword wielding. Ju-hyuk began to think she was some kind of parrot. That girl is too annoying. He should get rid of her. He quoted a price of 10 million won. That's the cost of one lesson. She probably can't afford it. Aaron only remained silent. That's all. Now Ju-hyuk is leaving. However, he was stopped by Aaron, who told him to give him her phone number. He handed over the phone and asked why she needed it. Aaron wanted to write down his phone number. That way it would be easier for her to send him the money. Now that wasn't the answer he'd expected her to give. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that he had been transferred 100 million won. Aaron wondered if he would teach her now, but Ju Hyuk replied with joy on his face that he wouldn't. After that, he refused the transfer. Still, he was surprised at the time. How could a student even send 100 million won? If Ju Hyuk was going to teach her, he wouldn't have to give away all his secrets. It was a huge amount of money. It didn't matter though. Anyway, it's just money. He needs to find it first. Even if he has very little mana, he's changed his clothes. Now we need to find the secret vault. Before Ju Hyuk entered this academy, he checked it beforehand. But most of the notes that were hidden and 300 years ago were destroyed. According to research, there should be at least 4 notes, but more than likely, there are only 3. And they are most likely in the Valhalla Mountains. All that's left is to find them. Ju Hyuk can find them since they react to his mana. The guy can sense them with the small amount of magic he has. And so he found a place, after which he started digging. Again, he says this body is weak as hell. If Ju Hyuk had known it would be this difficult, he would have buried it in a safer place. If the Tower of Destruction didn't appear, he wouldn't have to do this. The world was on the verge of destruction, and there was no room for his riches. So the protagonist took notes and placed them all here. He just hopes that the contents inside are still safe. The sun was beginning to rise. Finally, he was able to find them. They were the very notes he had hidden, but the guy didn't realize where the keyhole was. Struggling to find the ground, he finally found it. A normal key wouldn't fit through that keyhole. Ju Hyuk is going to make a magic thread and make a key out of it. This key went smoothly into the keyhole. After that, he was able to get in. Ju Hyuk asked his darling children if they were doing well. Now that he didn't have to worry about money, the only thing left to find was this. Suddenly he noticed the storage stones. To preserve the notes, he put some magic into them. But the day would come when he would have to use them. This is what one would expect from storage stones. The magical power simply overflows from his body. First, he would take care of the remaining storage stones. Perhaps he should leave the heavy gold bullion and take the lighter jewelry. And now a new school day has begun. He couldn't even think of using the notes in the future. He must be a crazy bastard. Ju Hyuk's muscles ached just from digging a little. Aaron quickly skipped over to him. She started asking again for him to teach her the art of wielding a sword. She really doesn't seem to be settling down. According to the information he found when he was reborn among the top 5 families, the Choi Jin family, which includes Choi Aaron, is a family that practices swordsmanship. Well, why is it the protagonist who is the one she asks to teach the art of sword wielding? Ju Hyuk wondered why she was so insistent on asking him. She could learn more from her own family after all, but he was the one the girl wanted to learn from. Aaron explained that she'd never seen anyone who could wield a sword better than Ju Hyuk. The boy wondered what she would say about her father. Isn't he the hero of Choi Jin? He's better with a sword than Ju Hyuk. Only Aaron wanted to tell about her father as the instructor, told Ju Hyuk to follow him to the teacher's lounge. Ju Hyuk inquired why he should go to the teacher's lounge. It's about what he asked the instructors for last time. Isn't he curious about that? That's where the conversation should have started. Aaron wanted to ask him for a favor again. But after that, she was silent. Suddenly, the girl heard the words that she had to come to the training ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. She stared after him and didn't even know what she should say to that. Ju Hyuk turned around and asked if she had a problem with that. Aaron shook her head, indicating what was coming. After which, they came to the teacher's lounge. Lee Gong said that he had a class coming up, so he would talk fast. First of all, Ju Hyuk's access to the constellation room is approved. He just needs to go down to the basement floor. The protagonist wondered what kind of basement it was. However, it doesn't matter now. Plus, he's not allowed on any floor but this one. Ju Hyuk replied that he figured himself out. Well, after that, he asked when he could get there. The instructor replied that if he had nothing to do, he could do it tonight. In that case, Ju Hyuk will go tonight. This is really unexpected. Lee Gong thought that this guy would make a fuss because he wasn't allowed to enter the second floor. In that case, they'll go today. After that, Ju Hyuk left. It's evening, and now they're finally here. The treasure of Valhalla Academy, the constellation room. Ju Hyuk noticed that there was a guard standing there, and as soon as he turned his head the other way, he saw the guards as well. There seems to be more guards here than at the main gate. This shows how important the constellation room is. It makes the Valhalla one of the 3 great academies. It's worth paying attention not only to the guards, but also to the outer walls. They are covered with all sorts of magic. It is completely surrounded except for the entrance. Ju Hyuk asked if he could ask a question. The instructors asked what happened. The guy wanted to know how he could get to the second floor, and if he got there, would it be a crime? This guy doesn't have to become a criminal, but he will be expelled. Besides, Ju Hyuk will go crazy before he's even expelled. After all, the magic power on the second floor is not calm. If he touches that magic, his mind will be destroyed, and he will go crazy. He didn't seem to be very upset that he might be going crazy. Why is that brat asking Li Gong about it right before entering? Does he really want to go in there? But that's probably not the point. The top candidate wouldn't do that. The instructor believes this guy knows better than to stay in the academy. Li Gong replied that he had 30 minutes. He should be able to get out in time. The protagonist replied that he would be back soon. He reopened the very notice in which he must retrieve his weapons and memories. On the third floor, the fifth room to the right of Valhalla. Ju Hyuk didn't care about being expelled. He came to Valhalla in the first place because of that. First, he has to get to the third floor. But why are there so many stairs in this building? He can't see the end of them at all. And so he came to an unknown place that looks like a prison of some sort. Ju Hyuk was sure that the room with the limelight was on the second floor. But is this really where she is? In that case, it's not a big deal. Should he go further? A system window appeared in front of him, telling him that all conditions had been met. He would now be moved to a room. After he was moved to a new room, he heard his old name, Kim Hyono. Standing before him was the same Barcha he had fought before his death. It's been 300 years. Is this the long-awaited reunion? As he was about to continue his sentence, he was suddenly punched by the main character. He was very happy to see the bastard. Barcha asked to stop for at least a moment. Here he was struck again by the main character, wishing him dead. Barcha suggested calming down and talking. However, the guy wished he would just die. All of this went on for a couple more minutes. Barcha asked to stop, and the protagonist decided to hit him even harder. And then, they finally finished. He sighed. After all, the protagonist is not the kind of person who uses his fists. But in this case it's different because the bastard has ruined his comfortable future, his wealth, and his honor. All the while he was training his students. Barch asked me to stop. The god of destruction asked if he wasn't curious about what this place was. Only then did Ju Hyuk stop. What kind of place is this anyway, where there is nothing? Then Barche told him that it was an imaginary world. To be precise, it's a relic space. The he that the protagonist sees now is just an incarnation in an imaginary world. His real body ceased to exist 300 years ago. It was only then that Ju Hyuk realized that Barch had always been in this relic. And it really had been. It means only one thing. Kim Ju Hyuk's hunch is correct. Barche has become a constellation. At first, the protagonist remained silent, after which he hit that so-called constellation again without realizing what it even was. Meanwhile, the instructor waited for his student to leave the constellation room. And after a couple seconds, Ju Hyuk came out. He was searched with a scanner. Li Gung asked if he really hadn't done anything strange. Ju Hyuk replied that he had just looked around. He couldn't go any further because he'd go crazy if he did, just like the instructor said. In that case, he understood everything, and now Ju Hyuk should head home. After which the protagonist left. At that moment he remembered the conversation with Barch. Ju Hyuk didn't care about being a constellation. Barch he should just answer. Did he really create that very transparent notification window? And what it is? Barcha, however, replied that he did not know. That's when Ju Hyuk grabbed him by his clothes and was ready to smack him one more time. Constellation started to argue that he was telling the truth. After the protagonist killed him, Barch was inside that thing for 300 years without any power. Ju Hyuk let him go and then asked who had sent the notice in that case. As it turned out, Barcha had also received that notice. He was notified that he could contact the reincarnated Kim Ju Hyuk and get his memory back. That's when that suspicious man appeared. He probably made Barch the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Now the lad was wondering who it was that made him the owner of the tower in the first place. He doesn't know that for sure. All his memory of that part is gone. Birch doesn't think the vanished memories will come back right away. He inquired what was in Kim Ju Hyuk's notice. Ono asked the guy to find weapons and memories. Plus he couldn't read what was below because it was censored by squares. But he doesn't remember losing any memories. He still has memories of the tower. He must not remember not all of his memories. Ju Hyuk has already found the weapon, so the memories will appear naturally. But what kind of weapon are we talking about here? And when he found it, this space is the inner world of the 4 weapons of the village swords that have become sacred relics. Barch became a constellation because he used the village sword as a relic. Suddenly, he noticed Ju Hyuk getting angry again. He called him a fucking bastard again. His village sword has become a relic, and within it is a constellation. What kind of situation is this anyway? He just wanted to destroy it and forget it. But no matter how worn this sword is, it holds back Barch, who was once called the King of Destruction. Can't be helped. The new quest that appeared in the notification is only available with the village sword. Suddenly he heard someone call out to him. It was the guy who won first place at the entrance ceremony, Ju Hyuk. There was a gang, and they had guns with them. Valhalla Academy. Second year. Eldest son of the Sunrise family. Lyric Sunrise. His elders were on a trip. Isn't this guy even going to introduce himself? Ju Hyuk couldn't even believe that a bully like this man had younger ones. That bastard is too fearless. If Ju Hyuk is ranked first in freshman year, it's not enough to just walk up and say hello to the seniors. He wanted to beat the bastard up first. Lyric said to go easy on him. The man was just about to tell the difference between first and second year when a foot hit him. He really didn't like that these bastards had decided to just talk to him. Let them attack already. After which he also punched the man in the face. He flew off right in front of his comrades. After which he landed, but was already unconscious. Lyric was really pissed off by the crazy bastard's antics. It was only then that he noticed the sword in the protagonist's hands. This guy definitely didn't have a sword with him. That nice feeling of a perfect grip. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. Let them attack faster. It'll be quite fun. And if the boys want to stay put, he'll kindly smash their heads in. 3 hours ago. He just needs to do one simple thing. The elders should just take care of one cocky student. And for that, of course, he will be rewarded. And it will be something that will help the Sunrise family. His target is a first-year student, Kim Ju Hyuk. Lyric should just take care of him. It doesn't matter how, you could even use a gun. Rockdale's still going to clean up the mess. Rockdale was sure the older species was going to agree. Lyric replied that he understood. After he left Rockdale's room, he thought about how it didn't matter that this guy was ranked first among the freshmen. He couldn't be a rival for the upperclassmen. Freshmen and seniors are very different. And the reason for that is the contract with the constellations. Valhalla students must go to the constellation room in the second semester of their freshman year and contract with one of them. Students who contract with become contactors. When a student becomes a contactor, then he can extract and utilize the power of his constellation. And Kim Ju Hyuk, who wasn't born into a special family, doesn't have a keeper in his constellation. Therefore, the lyricist believed that he could easily defeat him. That's what he thought at first. But that's not the situation now. This guy was literally able to take out a man in one blow, even with his sword drawn from its sheath. At that moment, the red-haired man drew his weapon as well, ready to join the fight. Well, that's when Ju Hyuk hit him. The main character noticed another person wanting to attack him. It was noticeable that he really wanted to kill his opponent. But it happened that his attack only hit the ground. He was just trying to figure out how come he didn't hit when Ju Hyuk appeared behind him. He then punched the man stubbornly in the face. And here was another man from the gang unconscious. Lyric could only watch this with bewilderment on his face. It's really something. The guy's just beating up sophomores one by one. Before becoming a contactor, sophomores must have higher skills in martial arts or magic than freshmen. But were they really that helpless against a mere freshman? What is this strange art of sword wielding? This guy doesn't even put in the effort, but the people around him get hit hard. Ju Hyuk asked, didn't he say he would smash the heads of those who would just stand there? Lyric noticed that everyone was now trying to decide whether to attack this guy or not. He addressed those bastards and also mentioned that they shouldn't be afraid. It's only a freshman after all. Ju Hyuk was a little relieved that the bully boss even had some spirit. But the lyricist told him to shut up. He was about to attack him himself. But just then the man felt a sword pressed against his stomach. The protagonist warned against standing still. After that, Ju Hyuk attacked him. Lyric didn't even realize when this guy had managed to get that close, after which he lay unconscious for some time. The main character decided to wake him up with a slap. And he succeeded. Ju Hyuk started asking questions along the lines of who he was and why he decided to write. Lyric asked, hadn't he heard about it before? They are Ju Hyuk's seniors who are a year older than him. It turns out that a group of upperclassmen came with guns to beat up a freshman. However, Ju Hyuk had his doubts that this was a very common thing at all. Therefore, let him tell who sent him straight away. It was only to break the nose of the freshman who took first place. Ju Hyuk wondered if that was the bully's custom. He was surprised. After that, the protagonist wanted to leave and also mentioned to the lyricist to clean up the place. But the lyricist tried to stop him. Does Ju Hyuk really think he can go to the academy normally after this? It doesn't matter if he ranks first in his freshman year. If people find out about this incident, he'll be expelled. It doesn't matter to him at all. Does the lyricist want to tell them the story of this fight? A few sophomores came to beat up one freshman, but they beat them up themselves. If this story comes out, they will surely be ashamed to want to go to the academy and look all eyes. So he better act wisely, especially if they want to graduate from the academy, join a guild. Meanwhile, Rockdale was waiting for the phone call that was due any minute now. Finally got a call back from the Sunrise lyricist. Rockdill asked if the older man was able to beat up Kim Ju-hyuk. However, the man gave him extremely unexpected and unwelcome news. Lyric has been informed that he is turning down the job. Rockdill wondered what he was talking about now. Lyric advised him to stay away from anything related to Kim Ju-hyuk, for his own good. Rockdill didn't understand what the man was talking about. The last time the two men had spoken, the lyricist had seemed very confident. That was all the lyricist would say, after which he already wanted to pass out. Rockdill tried to stop him. If the lyricist says it's because Kim Ju-hyuk beat him up, he can report it to the administration. If he has any visible damage, that means they have enough evidence. Can't a lyricist do at least that? If the lyricist just does this, the man will give him the full amount he promised. He will also try to make it so that his family can finance the family of Sunrise. But even if the Ventrica family agrees to fund them, they can't get that honor back. They've lost. After which he hung up. Rockdill was beyond furious, even causing him to smash his phone. He was angry at the lyricist. Afterward, the man turned to Yuria. The man asked if she had been able to get in touch with Dicer. Yuria replied that she had informed him that Rockdill wanted to meet in person, but since he was far away, it would take him some time to get here. Rockdill asked where the hell he even was. Mexico, Academia Aripia. There lay a bunch of battered students. Disera Vetric. He seems to want a man to come to Korea. Come to Korea to take care of a man named Kim Ju-hyuk. That's what Rockdill says. And the reward has already been prepared. These words interested him even more. There was no one he could ask for money after he was kicked out. What a wonderful turn of events now. The next day, Valhalla training room. The protagonist was even surprised that the training hall was so large. Could it be because the academy itself is so big? He even felt like jogging here. Suddenly he heard Barchi's voice inquiring what the lad was doing here. Ju-hyuk didn't even realize where he was filming from, now talking. Barchi explained that he was currently in the sword he was sealed in. Therefore, he didn't understand why Ju-hyuk was so surprised. Ju-hyuk was surprised, since he thought Barch had somehow gotten out. Because then he would have to beat up Barch and drag him back in there again. He immediately replied that he wasn't even thinking of anything like that. Therefore, Ju-hyuk has nothing to worry about. If that's the case, then everything is fine. But the protagonist also asked if he was sure he was okay. Barcha thought he was talking about his condition, but the guy was talking about the ball. The sword had become an artifact and was currently stored in the Valhalla. They left the room constellating with it. There's no need to worry about that since Barch replaced the sword with an exact replica. But that's what Ju-hyuk is worried about. And where did he even learn how to create an exact replica? When Barch regained consciousness, he lost all his powers. But he was able to create an exact replica, though he really doesn't know why he has such an ability. Still, there's a lot he doesn't know. Only then did he notice Aren looking at him. It looked like she was ready for practice. The girl replied that she was. Aren also wondered if he was going to teach her the art of swordsmanship right now, but he won't do that. They'll start by increasing her stamina first. The girl didn't understand why it was necessary. Ju-hyuk replied that she could leave if she didn't want to do it. But Aren replied that she would do it. In that case, she should start by stretching. The higher her stamina, the better she would be able to absorb mana and control it easily. These are the basics of improvement, though. The current method of training is pretty weird. For some reason, they put everything into mana instead of endurance. Even Choi-Arin, although she has a lot of mana, she has stamina like a sword-wielding novice. The girl reported that she had already finished stretching. And now they're ready to start the real training. They were doing push-ups, squats. Now Aren was trying to lift the dumbbells. A little while later, she was completely exhausted. Well, Ju-hyuk reported that they had just started. Aren didn't want to believe those words. She should stop lying down and finally get up. They have another 20 kilometers to run. A little while later, they returned to the classroom. She probably feels fine. Even though they put in more effort than last time, they did pretty well. She's developing a physique. But from Aren's condition, one could assume that she just wanted to die right now. The teacher told everyone to remain silent. Lilia, Valhalla's top-level instructor and spatial monster subject leader. She informed me that there would be a simple written test today. Lilia had briefly explained it on the first day, but advised them to do a little research on their own about spatial monsters. And today, she'll test them on how well they know how to fight each individual monster. Soyeon was busy taking the test. Sehyok scrutinized the questions carefully. Aren's whole body ached, but she too was trying to pass this test. And Jun-hyuk seems to be done. Lilia reported that time is up. Starting at the end, they need to pass these tests forward. Today's test will not be added to their overall grade. However, it will be used to assess their ability for the next class. All the tests have been collected. Next session, they will begin a formal lesson in the virtual combat simulation room. They'll see each other next time. Barcha wondered if the guy was sure he'd written his answers correctly too. Did the jerk see everything too? Of course he saw, since he had no business being inside here. Ju-hyuk asked if he could read his mind too. To be more specific, Barch can only hear what Ju-hyuk thinks of him. He only wrote the answers as he knew them. If that's the case, then Barchi understands. First-year teacher's lounge. Does Kim Ju-hyuk dare to call this nonsense answers? Lee Gong entered the teacher's lounge. Afterward, he noticed Lilia checking the papers. A man approached and asked if the artwork was from his class. Lilia replied that they were. In preparation for the mock battle, she told them to study how to kill monsters. So the woman gave them a simple written test. As expected, in a class with children from famous families, they all excel. I wonder if that's really true. That way, he wouldn't distract her. Suddenly, he heard her angrily say Kim Ju-hyuk's name. The other instructors paid attention to her as well. Meanwhile, Lilia didn't understand how this guy dared to call these the right answers. Lee Kyung asked if Kim Ju-hyuk did poorly on the test. In fact, it wasn't just bad. He's bullying the class at this point. Lilia didn't want at all to leave it that easy. At the next class, she would show him the work and instruct this guy thoroughly, especially about how monsters are not easy to deal with. 1 week later, Valhalla, a simulation of a virtual battle. Lily checked and brought the tests they had written in the last class. Most of them did very well, but she demanded that Kim Ju-hyuk come to her. The protagonist nonchalantly approached the teacher. Afterward, she handed him the test she had made. Ju-hyuk got a grade of 1 on the test. First, he had to indicate the most effective methods of dealing with the spatial monster stone goblin. 10 points were given for this. Next, the test wrote that 8 stone goblins were found throwing stones at him in a straight line. He must write how to fight them. This gives the same number of points as the last one. Lily reported that student Kim Ju-hyuk gets a score of 0. She also asked if he was sure he wrote the test correctly. Ju-hyuk began to claim that they actually spelled it correctly. She decided to ask the first question. What is the best way to deal with stone goblins? The woman then asked what he had written as an answer to that question. I should have stabbed him in the stomach with my sword. Second question. There are 8 stone goblins approaching him. The guy has to think about what should be done in this situation. Starting with the ones that throw themselves at him, he should stab every one of them and send them to hell. He couldn't be serious at all. Even if Ju-hyuk was just acting like he was learning a bit of strategy, Lily was going to leave it at that. Is the best way to kill a stone goblin is to hit it. The stone goblin's defense is B+. That means a normal sword aura won't harm it at all. But Ju-hyuk wants to say that he uses a sword against this type of monster, and he really will. It'll be over in one fell swoop. Even his ego knows no bounds. He's still talking this nonsense. As soon as the Lily said that she understood everything, Ju-hyuk already thought that he was going to get away from him. He was even happy. Since student Kim Ju-hyuk is confident in his answer, she decided to give him the opportunity. And so they were transported to another place again. And there was a monster. If he kills the monsters the same way he wrote in his test, she will recalculate his scores. Now he's got it all figured out. But first, he has to put down his test. Ju-hyuk drew his sword, after which he approached the stone goblin. Lilia had heard that he had killed in all 120 summoned goblins. Of course, she was sure he had talent, but at least with a stone goblin he won't be able to handle any random ball. The goblin moved to attack. The protagonist swung around to hit him as well. Lilia was dumbfounded, for this was not at all the result she had expected. This guy untruthfully thrust his sword into the stone goblin without much effort. After that, the monster disappeared, and the sword that was thrust into the goblin fell to the floor. That's exactly what he wrote about in the test. You just had to punch the goblin in the stomach. So-young couldn't believe that this guy without magic was able to kill a stone goblin with just a sword. Se-hyuk only remained silent. Arin seemed pleased that he was able to prove his words. Lilia asked the student how he did it, but didn't she see him do it? Just stuck a sword in his stomach, that's all. But that's not what she was talking about. If he wants to kill a stone goblin with just a ball, he needs to be at least a Class A contactor. So it makes sense that he could pull it off. But this guy could only handle a sword. Ju-hyuk wondered if his answer was correct. But that was just one question. Now it was time for the next. Does he really have to do it again? Some new tunnel opened up in front of him. Ju-hyuk asked the teacher what it was. Shouldn't he be more careful? Just look in front of him. Goblins began to approach the protagonist. Goblin's problem with anger management. Dealing with them is quite difficult. If he doesn't do it properly, the goblin in front will use the howl skill. And all the other goblins in the area will come out as well. Usually people fought them with magic and killed them all at once, or just ran away, instead of facing them face to face. There are only 3 goblins in front of him now, but 5 goblins would pounce on him as soon as he made a mistake. Even if he's good at swordsmanship, it would be difficult. From what Lily heard, his sword speed works quite slowly, but the protagonist only grinned. The sword went straight into the head of one goblin. After that, he dealt with the second one as well. The other goblin, on the other hand, already wanted to use his skill, but Ju-hyuk wouldn't let him do that. The goblin corpses were gone. Ju-hyuk thought he had answered that question correctly as well, and after that it was time for training. For Aaron, it was difficult. The green scale was already almost full. She can finally rest. She was even having trouble catching her breath. Ju-hyuk only looked at her tired look in silence. Hasn't she ever had a single training session in her clan? Why is she having such a hard time with this level of training? As it turns out, she doesn't usually load herself up like this. Aaron seems to be used to sparing herself. How is she going to fight against monsters then? After all, she could just use magic power by borrowing the power of the constellations. That's to be expected. Instead of training her stamina, she completely favors magical power. Diligent training to borrow the power of the constellation can level out a weak physical condition. However, in such a case, a person exposes himself to great risk. What would she do if she suddenly fell into a magic power-limiting dungeon? Or, for example, when a long battle suddenly runs out of mana. The constellations cannot share physical power. So what's left then? The guy asked Aaron if she thought all the exercises he was giving her would really help her. Aaron stood up, indicating that of course they would help. He did say that learning fencing would start with developing stamina. Ju-hyuk didn't understand, and what kind of answer that was. So she's only doing it because he told her to, but it was noticeable that she didn't have the same motives at all. The protagonist told her to forget about it for now. They'll be done for the day. Tomorrow they have to go to the academy. But isn't he going to get out of here? Ju-hyuk was about to make another approach. Doesn't she want to do it too? Eventually the guy told her to go already, and she said yes. In that case, they'll see each other later. Barcha asked if the girl's name was Choi Aaron. Ju-hyuk replied that that was her name. He just saw that she does every workout and doesn't complain at all. But Barsh still didn't understand why the guy had the idea to train her. The thing was, she was too obsessive about it. Afterward, he asked if the main character had ever demonstrated the swordsmanship skills themselves for her. Of course, he didn't show them to her. But Ju-hyuk is sure she's seen enough in lessons. Busy at only glancing at the technique, she wanted to learn from him. The protagonist recognized that it was really interesting. That's why he wants to teach her some practices. Well, only then did he notice that Sehyuk was also in the training room. And he finished his workout too. Afterward, Sehyuk noticed Ju-hyuk's gaze on himself. Ju-hyuk asked how long he'd been here. The boy replied that he had almost always been here. Before entering the academy, he had been involved in sports all his life. Now he should leave. Jo-hyuk doesn't know. Perhaps that credit goes to physiology, but he's inclined to believe that Sehek's ability to endure such long training sessions is due to his talent. Barsh wondered what was the matter. Is he really interested in this man? But he's clearly a lot smarter than those who are only concerned with developing their magical power. But what do those constellation bastards do anyway? Barch wasn't sure about that. Was that really all he could say? After that, the constellation fell silent. Even though it too is a constellation, it has had to remain isolated from the outside world for the last 300 years. Therefore, it knows nothing about the other constellations. He's sure that Ju-hyuk will get the information he needs when he completes his main quest. Recover your weapon and your memory. In the constellation room. 3rd underground floor, 5th room on the right. And there was an additional condition. Shackle the Halas of the great forest of the House of Madagaya Rona. The additional condition required a celestial ball. He had already heard of the Eye of Valhalla of the Great Forest. They had already visited the place in the first semester. If it weren't for that damned quest, he would have gotten his stuff out of there a long time ago. But by the looks of it, he'd have to be stealthy now. But didn't that guy make a mess of things recently when he got into a fight with those degenerates? Those bastards didn't look like they were going all huggy with Ju-hyuk. Besides, he'd been holding back long enough without Togo. If Ju-hyuk didn't do that, his head would crack like Barch's head. Either way, until he completes this quest soon, he won't be able to leave. The guy also hopes that it will reveal some part of the secrets about reincarnation. United Kingdom, London, Ventric family mansion. On the walls of the castle were hung paintings of a masked beak, the head of the Ventric estate, Adele Ventric, or should I say Vicehead. She demanded to know what happened. The man said they had tackled the maze on the outskirts of the Reading. She complimented them on their excellent work. Maybe there's something else he wants to tell her. In fact, he's thinking of recruiting a few competent people he met on the way here. This time, only one man from Robert's ruined clan survived the maze. This man is quite powerful. The two the man had met recently, they were both A-rank contactors. People of such rank deserve, and the opportunity to come out honored and blessed by the Ventric family. Adelia ordered them to assess their possible potential and send them to her. The chapter then asked if that was all the information for the day. Only then did the man reveal that he had some news regarding Rockdill. I wonder if he's done something wrong again. The man had heard that he had recently personally invited Dicer to Korea. She wasn't happy about Desera at all. Angry, in fact. Desera Ventric. He was the problem child in his own family. Dicer committed many horrible acts using the Ventric family surname. At the age of 19, he killed 5 people in an English academy just because they started arguing with him. And at the age of 20, he was banished from the Ventric family. This guy's been in hiding for years. But why is Desera dating Rockdill? Adelia ordered as she continued to watch Rockdill. And he should also let the head of the family know if this guy does something weird. Because then she would drive him out of the family. He's got it all figured out. His report is also over. After which the man left. All these bastards have power they don't deserve. That kind of power is not reserved for scum. That power should belong to one man only. All for one. After all, it's all for her. Surely the Constellation Keeper thinks the same. If they want to define the word villain, it is made up of the words evil and doer. These words literally mean an evil person. In today's society, the word villain is mostly used to describe people who use the powers of the constellation for evil. Villains usually act alone, but they can form their own organizations. Among these organizations, the most infamous is the One God group. There are even constellations there, though he does feel like he's getting stronger from simple training. This body also has the talent to use mana. It may not be genius level, but it's a lot better than his body before reincarnation. But it's all too weird. It didn't matter how untrained that body was. Why was its condition so bad? The first day he did chi circulation, he could barely finish as he had less mana than a normal person. And the physique was so bad that with just a little digging, Ju Hyuk felt as if he was losing consciousness. But even with a body like this, it shouldn't have turned out this bad. Did something happen to him in the past? Anyway, what's the point of worrying about it now? The protagonist noticed that Yu Seyoung handed him some kind of note. He decided to see what it said. Yu Seyoung just wrote the word hello, what it's all about. They will be allowed to leave the academy this weekend. For students who plan to leave, have them remember to apply. That's all for today. This is a great opportunity to get out of the academy. He had an application in his hand in which he wrote that he wanted to walk outside on Saturday. Barchi asked if he was planning to go outside the walls of the academy. Ju Hyuk thought about going out. Barsh asked where he was planning to go, but the protagonist remained silent. His friend he noticed Yu So-young coming up behind him, who greeted him. Ju Hyuk asked me to tell you what this thing is, and what she wants to get from it. After all, he had even kindly replied to her note, but she had never answered him back. Let him speak quickly, he still has a statement to give. But it was noticeable that the girl couldn't even find the words to express what was on her mind. Such a delay really pissed him off. So he called her crazy, and wished she would just hurry up and say it. But So-young didn't expect to be called abnormal at all. The girl wondered why she was the abnormal one. Ju Hyuk asked if she meant to say that it's okay to make someone angry just for fun. What does she even want to say to him? Let's go back to the day when he proved his answers with actions. Back then, So-young couldn't understand how he was able to defeat a goblin without magic and with a single sword. It's completely different from the books. So-young just wanted to ask him how he killed the stone goblin. But why does her head hurt so much? Just as she was about to ask her question, Lily interrupted her. The teacher also wanted to know how he had killed that stone goblin. Ju Hyuk didn't understand where the hell she'd even popped out from, and why she's suddenly inserting herself into other people's conversations. The protagonist thought she hated him, but it was obvious that Lily was listening for the first time. In fact, she should be, since he had refuted all of her questions. She should have hated him for embarrassing her, but it didn't really bother her at all. Lily believed that there was only one way to kill monsters, but Ju Hyuk showed her that there were many other ways. She put her hand on his shoulder and offered this guy to be her assistant. Ju Hyuk refused right away. He still has to hand in his application. Lilia wanted him to become her assistant, and then they would send the article about monsters. But without even hearing the offer to the end, the guy refused again. So-young wanted to stop them. Lily was willing to personally find anything he just needed. Ju Hyuk asked if she wasn't embarrassed to do that to a student. In response, Lilia asked why she should be embarrassed. It doesn't seem to matter anymore. She doesn't need it. The next day, Joe Hyuk arrived at the market, Valhalla Dormitory. Barch inquired what he was looking for. Ju Hyuk said that he was looking for information about the place he was going to go to. He should find a trading forum where he could sell treasures from his vault. It's a pretty interesting place. He finally found what he was looking for. The article talked about how one can get into the market. From what Ju Hyuk learned about the market after paying the entry fee, it allows people to freely trade anything they want. Since this market can be used by anyone around the world, it is considered a black market because of the criminals who trade in it. The reason why such an unthinkable market is possible is because the person who created the market is the constellation keeper, called the Hidden Ruler. Since it was the Guardian constellation that created and actively maintains the market, high-ranking people use it openly. Even though it is illegal, the government does not fight it. This is also the reason why Ju Hyuk can easily learn how to enter it. He should use it for a while. Today, he will tell readers how to get into a market that is open to everyone. There is nothing special about this method. They need to follow the link in the comments and reserve a spot. They will then be given a location within 50 kilometers of the reader's current location. It is worth it to simply follow them and walk through the door to be at the market. He only wanted to look at the comments when he saw that Choi Aran had sent him a message. It was a bunch of crying bunnies. Aran doesn't think he'll be able to make it to tomorrow's practice. She has to leave. Ju Hyuk has to go somewhere too, so the practice wouldn't have happened anyway. He sent her a message. Aran didn't understand what he meant. Ju Hyuk was just wishing her a good trip. Afterward, she sent him a couple stickers. That made Ju Hyuk stop. Why does that girl keep sending him stuff? It doesn't matter. The post said there was a link in the comments where he could reserve a spot and get the location. He was told to go somewhere here, a place that looks like an old cafe. The building in front of him was in a terrible state of disrepair. Ju Hyuk went inside. He just needs to enter the cafe and head to the right corner. It's got to be there. After which the protagonist came out already in a different place. That must be the market. It's pretty strange after all. Ju Hyuk is sure this is the first time he's come here, but why does this place seem so familiar? Especially that purple sky and the cloudy moon. It all looked too much like the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. He was approached by a man in a leather suit who asked if this was the first time he was here. The rules said to bring 2 million won. Once they enter the market, they will see an employee dressed in a leather suit waiting to pick it up. It can be said that this is the entrance fee. Although the market is useful, they should know that there is a commission of 5% of all the money earned from it. It seems to be the same staff member he read about in the post. Ju Hyuk replied that it was really their first time here. The man asked if he might already know how to use the market. To some extent, he does know about it. A man in a leather suit thanked me for the admission fee. Ju Hyuk had spent almost all the money he had earned by winning first place in the entrance exam. He only has 30,000 won left. But since he can earn money here, he'll be fine. The man inquired if there was anything he wanted to ask him. Ju Hyuk wanted to sell some jewelry he owns, but he doesn't know where he should go. A man in a leather suit asked if he wanted to auction them off. The protagonist replied that he just wanted to sell them quickly. In that case, he should go to the market in the 3rd district. It's full of vendors who buy jewelry and every possible thing he can think of. Ju Hyuk inquired who was the most reliable person there. The man would recommend him Morris, who was known to have the best prices. After which he pointed out where the 3rd neighborhood was located. The guy should just go straight ahead, and when he sees the fork, turn right. There's something else he should mention. He strongly recommends the use of a mask here. Because of the nature of the goods traded in the market, everyone wears masks for the most part. Let her just think of it as a little gift from the man in the leather suit. Ju Hyuk thanked for that. He wished him a good time. 3rd neighborhood, market. The protagonist approached a man named Maurice. He was wearing a white mask. Morris replied that it was indeed him. The protagonist has a few items he wants to sell right now. It depends on the items, but if it's gold or jewelry, Morris will be able to appraise it very quickly. The main character pulled out a bag, talking about wanting to sell this one. Opening the bag, Morris saw that they were rings. But it was only when he got a closer look at the ring that he was already in a stupor. In front of him was an artifact from the Age of Destruction. It doesn't even matter which way you look at it. It's a true artifact of the Age of Destruction. Are the other artifacts really that valuable too? Now the man noticed that they were all from the same era. Ju Hyuk asked how much Morris would be able to offer for all of this. The man asked, waiting for a second. There was a question swirling around in his head. How did this guy have so many artifacts? He sounded like he was in his early 20s. Morris inquired as to where he got all these artifacts. Ju Hyuk heard that such questions aren't asked here. Or maybe he's wrong. The client was right about that. This is Morris's mistake. He was so distracted by the artifact, and that he asked something he shouldn't have asked. The man had nearly tarnished his reputation as her merchant. He then admitted that he could not value them because these artifacts are from the Age of Destruction. Morris doesn't have the funds to buy any of it. The protagonist wondered what era we were talking about now, but he asked where he should go now to get money for it. In fact, he had to pass by such a tall building. It's an auction hall. Ju Hyuk asked how long it would take to sell if he auctioned this off. On average, it takes about 2 weeks. Since there are many people who have made reservations, it will take some time before the auction room opens. Ju Hyuk then asked if he would need to come to the market in person afterward. The man said that he would need to undergo verification to receive payment. What a painful thing to go through. Morris said he couldn't price it all, but was curious how much Ju Hyuk could make from the auction. After that, the man showed the phone with the estimated amount. This amount surprised the protagonist very much. Does it really cost that much? Where did that price come from? Although they were probably expensive in his past life too. So he kept them away. Ju Hyuk inquired if this price is accurate or not, but that wasn't really the case. It was only Morris's personal assessment. If Ju Hyuk had put them up for auction, it would have been a different story. If Morris sold everything he had, he could only buy 3/4 of the total value of these jewels. In that case, that's how much he'll sell to Morris. The man was shocked when he heard those words. The artifacts of the Age of Destruction sold at a high price, not only because of their time period. There was also another reason. It's thanks to the constellations. Constellations that began to appear after the end of that era. The strange thing is that the artifacts that appeared in that era reacted, since an ordinary person was able to make a contract with an S-rank constellation. Thanks to these artifacts. He remembers correctly, then it was called the Alchemist's Zone. He is very active as a contractor. Upon re-examining it again, the man was already certain that it was from that era, judging by the way the mana was flowing. The magic that was unleashed at the end of the Age of Destruction seems to still be active. An artifact from that era must have signs. 8 artifacts from that era. Who knew Morris could get them so cheap? Looks like it's his lucky day. It was only then that he saw that an important man was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the main character came out of the market and took off his mask. It was so uncomfortable that he even thought he was going to die. If he remembers correctly, if he exits through the door he entered through, he will return to the same place. I think it's really that cafe. Now the money problem is solved. Who knew he could make so much money? Even if he runs out of money, there are still plenty of things to sell in the vault. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called back to him. Ju Hyuk picked up the phone. As it turned out, it was Lilia who suggested we grab a bite to eat together. The protagonist wondered how she got his number. No need to be surprised, after all. She is a Valhalla instructor. In any case, it didn't matter anymore because she offered to have lunch together again. Lilia told him to come to the Valhalla fitness gym. She would treat him to lunch there. As if she knew this guy would refuse, she immediately disconnected without waiting for his response. He was a little displeased that she hung up on him before he could even finish. Should he go to get free food, considering he's free right now? Meanwhile, Morris inquired of the man what he was doing here. Is his relationship with Mr. Morris really that bad? Even if they've seen each other a few times, the average merchant can't just talk to the market owner. Market owner, Black Cat. It was because of this appeal to himself that he liked Mr. Morris. Morris wondered why on earth he was here. To tell you the truth, he was just curious. It seemed to the Black Cat that Mr. Morris had bid anonymously at the auction for the first time in a long time. He suggests that an anonymous submission is not really anonymous, since the real owner of the market is not him. It is his constellations. A man can find out any information he wants. He got a window saying that his constellation wanted to get their hands on this ring. And there were a lot of these notifications. The restaurant inside Valhalla. Lilia admitted that the food here is really good. She also noticed that the guy was staring intently somewhere, so she wondered what was wrong and why he wasn't eating. But Ju Hyuk was just wondering why there was such a place in Valhalla. In addition to the school cafeteria and faculty restaurant, there is a faculty restaurant. Valhalla has regular restaurants like this one. I can't believe he didn't know that. Not that he's interested. He even wondered why Lilia had called him here. She again offered to be her assistant. And again the protagonist declined. Lily asked, at least thinking about it, before giving her an answer. If Ju Hyuk became her assistant, he would be given many advantages. When she'd invited him to dinner outside the house and he'd accepted, hadn't he already realized what they were going to talk about? Lily asked him to at least listen to what she had to say. Ju Hyuk inquired about the benefits. First of all, he will be awarded a scholarship. and that's the big blues. He will also have the opportunity to write a thesis with her. If Ju Hyuk writes a thesis, he will be able to break new ground. If that happens, Ju Hyuk's name will become known at the World Monster Research Institute. Wealth and honor will naturally follow. Instead of being allowed to go out once a month, he'll be able to go out more like twice a week. The protagonist wondered what else would happen. This guy will also be able to work with her. Ju Hyuk thinks she's just a crush herself. Lilia started asking again for him to be her assistant. Ju Hyuk doesn't want to do that. If he could get any great benefit out of it, he would consider it. But there's nothing special about it. What's important to him now is to find the eye of the great forest that the notification window sent him. Ju Hyuk will only be able to get there during his freshman year evaluation. In any case, he doesn't plan to be her assistant, and he doesn't plan to write a thesis. Lily has some suggestions. He might want to exchange information. If she gives him information that interests him, in return he will give her information on how to hunt monsters. Ju Hyuk asked what kind of information. Lara said that it was about Choi Arin, who he was in contact with. Isn't she socializing with him because of the training? He was about to say he wasn't interested. Only then did Lilia shout out that she had heard that Aaron was about to be kicked out of the family. In that case, he'll go. Lilia asked where he was going. Since he's finished eating and hasn't heard anything useful, he'll just leave. But Lilia had already given him the information, so he should do the same. But the guy didn't really want to hear that information. However, he listened to it anyway. Ju Hyuk apologized. There's something he's personally interested in. If she acts so childish when fighting, why is she so strict when teaching? This is because she is the most responsible instructor. If Lilia messes around too much while teaching, students may have problems. In fact, monster hunting is directly related to the survival rate of the disciples. If she were to be lenient during training, the disciples would not be able to memorize their target. Simply put, she was just playing with the concept. But the woman replied that she wasn't. She was just doing her job as an instructor. It was noticeable that he didn't believe it. But in any case, she mustn't be discouraged. He should at least repay her for the information she gave him. But Ju Hyuk refused. Sichen, Choijin clan. Guild Jeans. Guild master and patriarch of the Choijin clan. Choi Jong-suk. The reason he called them today is to ask them about their intentions before the selection of the family's heir begins. Hunter of the Kinza Guild. The eldest son of the Choijin family. Choi Zuneon. The second daughter of the Choijin family. Choi Arin. If they pass the selection trials, they will have the opportunity to make contracts using the Sword of the Blue Moon, a sacred relic. It is a sign of recognition as the rightful heir to the family. But if they don't pass this test, according to family tradition, they will be expelled. John Sok inquired if they still wanted to take the test. Zuneon replied that yes, he did. He was determined to do so. Aaron wanted to do it too. Everyone turned their attention to Aaron. In that case, they will begin the selection trial in 3 weeks. They can leave now. Zuneon wondered if she was really that insensitive. Aaron asked what he meant. Didn't she see the look on her father's face when she said she was going to participate in the selection trial? She just couldn't help but see him. It seems like she really won't stop until she has achieved a position in the family. Even though he is an illegitimate child. Those words pissed her off. Zuneon Base noticed the impassive expression on her face. Let them not even expect to be able to win the qualifying process. She, who only has Constellation Defense, is not on par with him, who has a regular contract. As she has given up and sits watching her family's money being squandered, he will make her realize the cost. They'll see each other in 3 weeks, after which the man left. A dying man flashed in her memories and turned to Aaron. The woman talked about being the head of the family. It would be nice if she was in that position and did whatever she wanted to do. Aaron was determined to accomplish this goal. Barch remembered that Ju Hyuk's midterm exams were coming up, and the main character couldn't believe he was worrying about something like that. However, the kid should be more careful. Isn't the class teacher explaining midterm exams right now? Ju Hyuk usually doesn't pay attention to class. They should all know that by now. But in Valhalla, exams are of the utmost importance. In both midterm and final exams, students who score the lowest will be immediately expelled, just because they all have to try harder. Li Gong hoped they will prepare well for the written and practice tests. Let them do their best. The practice test is not as important as the written test. Ju Hyuk is supposed to stay here until he gets to the Eye of the Great Forest, but he doesn't even know how to get there. Then he turned to Barca for advice. He had attended most of those classes after all. Barch asked if he was up to something. Ju Hyuk announced that he would take that test instead. He's just gonna write the test for him. However, Barcha doesn't like this plan, finding it unfair. What's so unfair about that? Ju Hyuk would still write the test and Mr. Constellation would tell him the answers. That concludes today's class. He wished everyone good luck. Aaron approached him. He asked what she wanted. Aaron asked if they would be practicing today. Ju Hyuk wondered why she was asking that. Does she really want to end their training? But that wasn't the point. The protagonist asked if she really wanted to learn the art of sword wielding. Ju Hyuk thinks it's time to talk about it. Since she's training with him, she probably doesn't even know how to use a sword. He told me that it's not really the art of wielding a sword, but he will show you how to wield a sword. Besides, it's about time he practiced with his weapons. He told her to come to the training room. Valhalla, the training room. The protagonist asked how long it had been since she last used her sword. It had only been a day and a half. She hadn't touched him since she'd started training with the guy. It turns out she'd been practicing every day before that. In that case, let him bear his sword. Aaron drew her sword from its sheath. Ju Hyuk said to emphasize the ring finger and pinky finger, then grasped the hilt firmly. She did what the main character told her to do. In fact, the girl didn't even put magic into it, but it seems more secure and stable than holding the blade with both hands. Now let her attack him, with everything she's got. Aaron replied that she would do so. She slipped her sword back into its scabbard and also took a stand. The girl reported that she was ready to attack. Aaron drew her sword from its sheath, performing the technique, but noticed that her foot speed had gotten faster. Ju Hyuk blocked this lunge with his sword. The guy also noticed that she had gotten a lot faster. However, Aaron should not put more magic into her legs than necessary. She will follow that advice, after which the girl put the sword back into its scabbard. And then Aaron rushed to the attack. She drew her sword and executed a dissecting strike. Aaron actually started moving better, but when she stops, you have to turn your body a little more. The impact even made her hand shake. Ju Hyuk said to attack him and not even stop. The girl sighed, but she agreed, after which she went on the attack again. After the clash of swords, she quickly began to execute the next strike. But for the protagonist, it seemed as if it would be too slow, and now Aaron's sword was thrust into the floor. That's to be expected. She moved on to a new attack. This training was not at all in vain. Thanks to Ju Hyuk's training, she's much stronger now. But the truth was that the protagonist could parry all of her attacks with ease, and so their swords clashed again. And now a full hour has passed since they fought. Aaron was clearly exhausted by now. Ju Hyuk suggested ending it there. She agreed and was finally able to exhale. Her sword art was better than ever. It was incomparable to her sword art during the opening ceremony. But still, she couldn't even touch Ju Hyuk. Of course, she herself had asked that he teach her how to fight. Aaron inquired if he would spar with her next time. Ju Hyuk doesn't even know. Of course, sparring with this girl is quite rewarding, and it's more fun to teach her since she has talent. Ju Hyuk sensed this during the opening ceremony. She is familiar with the art of wielding a sword. Choi Aaron uses the breathing technique, but it feels different. In any case, thanks to the training, it even helps him relax. If it was 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worthy of being his student. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that opportunity now. The girl asked if they would be sparring again. Perhaps he should make a little joke. Ju Hyuk replied that he didn't want to, but she took his answer with a calm expression on her face. The protagonist was shocked that she was so quick to give up, all because he's right. If she follows Ju Hyuk's words, it will definitely become even stronger. Meanwhile, the guy didn't realize what the because he's right answer was at all. In that case, that's it for today. They'll see each other next time. In 2 weeks, Valhalla Stadium. Yoo Seo-young was at the stadium for the first time after the induction ceremony. Se-hyuk noticed that all the freshmen were gathered here. He didn't even realize there would be so many of them. The protagonist wondered why on earth they were all gathered here. Borcha reported that the classroom teacher told them about this 2 weeks ago. Lee Sang-chul, Lee Gong and Lily arrived there. Sang-chul said to everyone to be quiet. For now he was going to explain about the midterm exams at Valhalla. Dungeon attack. This time it is the one that will be the intermediate practical assessment. Students will team up and go to a man-made dungeon. Many doors appeared around the group of students. The guys are free to make any team they want. Sang-chul thinks it's best to have 8 people on the team, but they can decide whether to increase or decrease this number. Instructors will only grade students based on their contribution during a dungeon attack. Her disqualification criteria were as follows. If they don't finish in the allotted time, they are out. The difficulty of the dungeon is equal to rank F+. Now it's time to start the exam. Time's up. The students immediately set about getting organized into teams. That's to be expected. The students are excited, but perhaps not everyone falls into this category. Soyeon said that her team's dealer wasn't good enough. Therefore, they need someone else. The man replied that he could do that. She doesn't need to choose someone better than herself. 5 hours is enough time for 8 people in an F+ ranked dungeon. Most importantly, it's a team effort. With a group of 6, they can pull it off. It looks simple, but it's all about showing your skills. It's time to perform. It was expected, though. If it is a child from a powerful family, the essence of the exam is clear to them, and other students enter 20 at a time, or a group of 8. If the team is not balanced enough, there will be fights, and it's a common occurrence. In about 30 minutes, all the students would enter the dungeon. So he suggested getting ready, counting their scores. Do students who enter get points right away? In that case, he needs to move out too. However, it was Aaron who caught the boy's attention. He went up to her and asked her if she hadn't come in yet too. But the girl said no. Almost all the students went. Ju Hyuk asked what she was going to do. Odin was willing to do as Ju Hyuk said. Not at all the answer he had expected. What's wrong with her in the first place? I wonder if she's trying to follow what he said from the last practice. Ju Hyuk said he'll go there by himself, so let her go too. It turns out she's going in there alone too. To the protagonist, it didn't look difficult. She only stared silently at his back. The other students noticed Choi Arin. One of them didn't understand why she was alone. Doesn't she have a team? The man decided to turn to Aaron. If she doesn't have a team, how about she joins them? At the moment there are exactly 7 people, so with her there would be 8 already. Aaron apologized. However, she would go alone. He clearly didn't expect her to want to go in there alone. She better not freak out. That could get her disqualified. But the girl confidently stated that she could do it. Ju Hyuk said it wasn't difficult. Before they could even stop her, Aaron had already entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, the instructors watched the students entering the dungeon through the observation room. However, the team has already faced a monster. 1W Yun Kenshin scored 2 points. 1W Bei Yeji scored 3 points. 1W Yun Jinsu scored 1 point. Even though it is even a rough estimate which makes people think it is too harsh. But they estimate so quickly and accurately without any mistakes. When instructor Lee Sang-chul was a soldier, he was called the Master Sweeper. He is a legendary soldier with an exemplary dungeon sweep of 99%. That's why Lee Gong thinks that the instructor understands the essence in dungeons better than anyone else. That's how he can put such points. And Lee Gong respects the senior instructor. All in all, it's a pretty good year. Sang-chul thinks the kids from the 5 great families are doing pretty well. And there's even a great student among them. It's Yu Seo-young. She was the leader of the group. So-young told the tanks to block the front line, and the archers should kill those attacking from the sides. The man held back a blow from this orc. The front line must not fall. Now it was the turn for the archers. The arrows hit the monsters directly to distract their attention. So-young moved to attack, after which the monster was defeated, and he started disappearing. It's really awesome. They're doing a good job with the dungeon sweep. She has assigned certain roles to her team members, and makes moves that they will undoubtedly bring her points. She also does a great job of guiding her team members to make sure they clear the dungeon. Either way, if she does well in the midterm exam, it's only a matter of time before this girl rises to the top. If it wasn't for Kim Joo-hyuk during the introduction ceremony, her talent wouldn't have been tarnished. As soon as he thought of this guy, he wondered how he was getting through the dungeon there. He wanted to find the main character, but the system gave out that nothing was found. But this search engine can find any information about all students who have entered the dungeon. He had one hunch. Midterm exam, list of artificial dungeons. Ju Hyuk was the first to clear the dungeon in 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The senior instructor couldn't believe his eyes. How could he have cleared the dungeon by himself in 23 minutes? No matter how impressive he was at the opening ceremony, it was not something a 17-year-old high school student could do. Sang-chul wanted to review the tape. Afterward, he found this tape. A pack of monsters was already running at him. Without wasting a moment, he ran at them as well. The monsters looked at each other, after which they decided to defeat the protagonist. But it was like it was what he had been waiting for. With a single punch, he was able to defeat 2 of them. The second opponent, on the other hand, wanted to attack him from above. But Ju Hyuk beat him to it. He also likes to slash stone goblins. Now 2 big men appeared in front of him. They synchronistically decided to attack the guy. But as soon as their weapons hit the empty space, they looked amongst themselves, not realizing where that person had gone. And Ju Hyuk was already almost behind them. And so he effortlessly cut through the orcs. Instructors could only hear words about cutting. A second later, a new stone monster appeared there. This is a special golem that was modeled specifically for the midterm exam. This guy improved his characteristics to fit the required number of 8 people. The golem's hand moved toward Ju Hyuk. The guy also attacked him with his sword. The stone golem's helmet fell, after which the defeated monster began to disappear. Now it's pretty clear who will get first place in this midterm. Kim Joo-hyuk will be the winner. The injured students began to come out of the dungeon. Team So-young did well with the sweep too, just like Seok's team. Choi Arin also came out. Now the midterms are over. Teacher's lounge. The results of the midterm exams. In first place, of course, was Kim Joo Hyuk. Second was Choi Arin. In third place was Yoo Seo Young. Fourth was Oh Se-hyuk. Fifth was Im Ho-jin. Sixth, Lee Hyun. Seventh, Lee Ingen. Eighth, Rockdil Ventrick. The results were published, and they were quite surprising. Kim Joo Hyuk won first place. He thought it was rather unexpected, too. Sang Chul really didn't expect this guy to take first place. But to think that he would go through this dungeon alone, without even a single injury. When she grows up and enters the industry, Korea can reclaim the title of the only one. Lee Gung asked if that wasn't the title given to the strongest contactor in the world. Song Chul replied that it was. Maybe it's because it's been a long time since there have been geniuses. In addition, the surprise of this exam was Choi Arin. Kim Joo Hyuk's passing time is already unbelievable. But they didn't think she would beat Yoo So Young and come in second place. He doesn't know what happened, but Choi Arin challenged the dungeon alone, just like Kim Joo Hyuk, and it took her very little time to deal with him. Sure, it had taken a lot of damage, but she still cleared the dungeon. Lee Sang-chul knew that she was a quiet and hardworking person. But he never thought that she was the kind of person who could clear a dungeon alone. If this exam had focused on teamwork, Yoo Seo Young would definitely have scored higher. But Kim Joo Hyuk and Choi Arin got better scores because it was focused on their level of contribution, but he wouldn't recommend their ways to the rest of the students. It's not something that regular students can successfully replicate. He had definitely seen Choi Arin when he was the leader of the Choijin Guild. She had the aura of an exemplary student who only practiced swordsmanship. But how did she get the idea to go into the dungeon alone? Could it be because of Kim Joo Hyuk? Well, then he dismissed those thoughts, saying that it just couldn't be. What was he even thinking? He needs his rest after all. The next day, students crowded around the list. These were the results of the first-year midterm exams. Rockdil Ventrick was angry when he saw the main character's name. And standing next to him, of course, was Yuri's. Rockdil asked if Desera was in Korea right now. Yuri replied that she was. In that case, she should call him back now. They're on their way. Seoul. The two changed clothes and arrived at the restaurant. There, the brother had already greeted Dicer with a ventricle. Afterward, Rockdil and Desera decided to have dinner. It was as if Dicer had forgotten all table manners. He didn't even follow it. Rockdil was a little embarrassed. After that, Dicer started talking about who the guy named Kim Joo Hyuk is that he has to take care of. There's nothing special about this guy. He's just a brainless freshman. He had greatly disappointed Rockdil because of his humble origins. So he asked that Desera deal with him. The man immediately inquired if he could kill him. That's for the brother to decide. Dicer mentioned that this is different from last time, so he should prepare. Rockdil asked what it was about. Because of that woman Dicer had to deal with a long time ago, he had a big fight with Felix's family. Perhaps it was because Felix's family didn't have many people. But he couldn't kill any more because the rumors had spread too far. But the people in Valhalla are different. No matter how often he does it, it's hard to get in there and make a mess. In that case, he will do his best to prepare the ground for his brother. There's no need to worry about that. He also wanted a good reward prepared for him. After a week, Joo Hyuk wrote his resignation letter again to look around. Borsch asked if this was really an application to go out again. Mentally, the boy answered that yes. But didn't he just come out a little while ago? In fact, he needs to go out again. Barsh heard that for successfully passing the exam, he will be given another permission to go out. Therefore, the protagonist cannot miss such an opportunity. He needs to find his notes. Barcher asked where he thought he was going to go. Suvon. Looks like it should be here. He then heard someone approach him. It was Desera. The man asked how he was doing. Market, Region 7. It was as if the Black Cat was waiting for someone. Meanwhile, Constellation asks when the ring will arrive. The Black Cat has informed Mr. Constellation that it is on its way. The ring will go through the usual procedures and arrive through the portal. Constellation began sending out multiple notifications that the Black Cat had gone mad. What the hell is going on? The man investigated whether this artifact from the Age of Destruction at the request of the former Black Cat. But this is the first time he's seen such a reaction. It was only then that his attention was caught as what he expected arrived. It's finally here. If he gives this ring to them, maybe they'll be quieter. He opened the box containing the ring. The Black Cat informed Mr. Constellation that the ring had arrived. But for some reason, the Constellation didn't answer anything. It was only then that he received many messages that this was it. Suwon. Joo-hyuk inquired who he was. The man asked if he was sure he wanted to know. This man seems to want something from him. That guess is correct. Why else would he look for Ju Hyuk on this remote mountain peak? Ju Hyuk even assumed that the man wanted to get rid of him. This kid's got really good instincts after all. However, the protagonist believed that it wasn't about his gut. Anyone would have realized as soon as they saw this man. Ju Hyuk saw him until a few days ago. For someone who is ranked #1 in Valhalla, this bastard seems like a silly guy. Therefore, Dronzer would really hate to be disappointed in him. The protagonist was able to dodge this blow. His fist swept across the wood, which caused the tree to fall. This guy was lucky he was able to dodge that lunge. If he hadn't, he would have been done for. But what kind of luck are we even talking about here? Ju Hyuk dodged it because his opponent is too slow, but it was noticeable that he was definitely strong. In terms of strength, he was comparable to Sehyenoch, unless of course Dronzer was even stronger. It's still dangerous for Ju Hyuk to stop such a punch with such a fragile body. In this case, the strategy is simple. He decided to run away. Well, of course Dronzer won't let him escape. Still, for someone in that position, it's a pretty good choice, because he would have been beaten to death if he hadn't done anything. However, the man didn't even think of letting him leave. But suddenly Ju Hyuk stopped, turned around, and was ready to counterattack. He even wondered if the man didn't use his brain at all. He didn't realize when this guy had managed to get so close. Dronzer hadn't even noticed his fist until it was right in front of his eyes. Of course, he couldn't dodge or even block a punch from that distance, whereupon the man fell to the ground. It was only then that he noticed that the main character was already thinking of stepping on him with a smile on his face. Luckily for Dronzer, he managed to turn the other way. Look at this! He was lucky he was able to dodge that punch. His own words drove the man out of his mind. Dronzer stood up and asked what the bastard had done. But doesn't he realize it himself? Ju Hyuk thought he already knew, since the protagonist had already won first place in Valhalla. What did that little brat even take to get that strong? The Ventric family members used his talent to elevate their status, even if only a little. This talent lies in an innate aptitude for elixirs. Dronzer could drink any elixir he was given. His parents drank his elixirs worth hundreds of millions of dollars a bottle. At 16, he was stronger than an adult man. His parents wanted to use him to gain acceptance in the Ventric household, but of course, he didn't want to live his entire life under their control. He had overwhelming power, didn't he? Why should he have cared at all about recognizing his family? He was just a pain in the ass for them. Dronzer is kicked out of the family by a woman who considers herself the head of the family, but he didn't care about that. In this dark world, money solved most of his problems. He had grown bolder since his ties to his family had been severed. When Rockdale approached him with a request, he too offered money. However, Dronzer's interest in Kim Ju Hyuk was stronger. This guy took first place in the Valhalla entrance exam. He heard that Ju Hyuk was a crazy person who used profanity to kick out all the guild guides. It was very interesting to see how much fun it would be to play with this guy. Dronzer wanted to have some fun with him. But who the hell is this guy anyway? Dronzer asks what kind of banned substances he took to become so strong. He doesn't think there are any cheap elixirs that could help an orphan like Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk only laughed in response. It was ridiculous to even imagine that he had to take banned substances for the sake of his strength. What the bastard's talking about? I wonder if he's really thinking about those substances. It turns out that Dronzer's power lies only in the abuse of these same substances. So what about Togo? Is Ju Hyuk trying to say that he didn't get stronger with elixirs? Of course he didn't take anything. Ju Hyuk became so strong because of his training. He even wanted to compare this man to Oh Se-hyuk, but now he changed his mind. It would be rude to compare a naturally muscular guy to trash like Dronzer. He really wanted to kill that bastard. Dronzer doesn't have permission to use it here. Well, whatever. He'll do anything to kill that asshole. The protagonist also felt this bubbling magical power. The boy could feel his strength growing. Only then did he turn to Kim Ju Hyuk. Did he really think that Dronzer would let him go so easily after saying that? But he didn't even get to finish his sentence before the protagonist immediately attacked him. Another blow swept across his face, only this time with his foot. This guy's a real asshole. Why do these lunatics always talk a hell of a lot before they attack? As soon as Dronzer got to the tree, Ju Hyuk came at him with his fist. He couldn't dodge it. Dronzer was already asking for the guy to stop, but Ju Hyuk only grabbed him by the hair. For now, the bastard who drinks elixirs all the time can't die here. Ju Hyuk would forgive him if all he did was just pick a fight with him. But Dronzer said he was going to get rid of him, so the protagonist can't let him off that easily. Anyway, there was something he wanted to ask him, so let him grit his teeth. Dormitory, Rockdale's room. Dronzer must have taken care of Kim Ju Hyuk by now. Given his character, that kid is probably dead by now. Cleaning up after Dronzer is excruciating, but at least it's not on the academy grounds. He didn't expect the protagonist to go out at such a great time. This is a real relief. After which, he turned to Yuria. The guy said to get the car ready. Suddenly, Dicer called back to him. Rockdill picked up the phone, and with joy on his face asked if he had taken care of that guy. But he heard nothing in reply. Rockdill wondered why he wasn't saying anything. Could it be that something had happened? It was only then that he heard shouting from the other side. Rockdill heard a very familiar voice say that he must have a clue what was going on here, right? Considering how much his jaw dropped. That voice belonged to Kim Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk decided to even try to translate what Rockdill's brother had just said. If he dies, Rockdill should burn 2 scented sticks for him. So Rockdill Ventric should be waiting for him by now. Rockdill answered him nothing. He just hung up. That's so rude of Ju-hyuk. But now the question is, what is he going to do with this guy? Meanwhile, Yuria served him tea, but the boy was silent. Yuria thought she hadn't heard, so she wanted to repeat about the tea. But he rudely shut her up, and also told her to leave the tea and get out of here. The girl replied only that she understood the order. There was only one name going through his head, Kim Ju-hyuk. Rockdill never thought this guy could beat Dronzer. Well, what's he gonna do now? How does he ever get rid of that bastard? Now Rockdill knows he's behind it all. Asura ruined everything. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches the Ventric family. This situation is out of control. But actually, on the other hand, it might not be so bad. This guy's an orphan, which means he can't get to Rochdale. However, just in case, he shouldn't talk about it for a while. Rochdale is just left to observe. Barch asked if this guy would really just leave him there. Ju-hyuk replied that when the time comes, he will report this guy. In the meantime, he won't do anything. But Ju-hyuk could have killed him there. If it were in the past, the protagonist would actually do so. But at this moment, he would be in trouble. Because he's not Kim Hyuno now, but a high school student named Kim Ju-hyuk. Barchi admitted that this definitely sounds like him. He has something he's really worried about. The protagonist inquired about what it was that he was thinking about. He's talking about the magic that guy released earlier. This magic seems familiar to him. If that guy had released more magic, Barchi could confirm it, but had definitely felt this kind of magic before. So he wondered if Ju-hyuk might have sensed something special too. 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed dogs and cats to use this type of black magic. What Barch thinks is that Ju-hyuk isn't that skilled at distinguishing people by their magic. It's a more subtle skill than one would think. Ju-hyuk just told him to shut up. Ju-hyuk thinks that maybe the hidden side of the blade the guy said is connected to that power. Barch thinks it's possible too. Then Ju-hyuk asked who told him to find him, but he couldn't talk. The main character dislocated his jaw, and he's just remembering it now. The kid said it might hurt a little. Disara screamed in pain, but now he could speak. Ju-hyuk wondered again who had told him to do that. But he didn't say anything back. The protagonist only sighed and mentioned that he corrected his jaw so he could answer the question. Does he really think he can keep quiet? Meanwhile, Dicer didn't understand why this guy was holding his fingers. You don't even have to answer, because he's about to feel it for himself. Disara yelled again, looking at his broken fingers. Ju-hyuk urged him to tell what he knew, or else all his fingers would be broken. That's when Dicer admitted that it was Rockdill Ventric. Ju-hyuk even wondered if it was the guy who had hit on him the last time. The protagonist wondered then who he even was. Did he come here at the request of this brat? He didn't look like a student of Valhalla at all. Is he really asking that now? Ju-hyuk might not like what he hears. Looks like this guy wants the protagonist to break all his fingers after all. He eventually confesses his name is Dicer from the first species. He takes on many errands as a mercenary. Ju-hyuk thought he had heard of the first species somewhere before. It must be fun to be a mercenary. He's just a pathetic hooligan who gets paid. Dicer wondered if they all seemed like scum to this guy. Ju-hyuk is usually a lucky guy. The constellation worshipped by the first species is the hidden side of the blade. Of course, Disara is also someone who is bound by contract to the constellation. Had he had more time to prepare, the outcome of this fight would have been very different. That bastard really likes to talk a lot. Ju-hyuk would leave him alone if he would shut up and tell him who he's related to. But now he simply has no choice. Dicer needs to shut up. A little later, he decided to find out more information about the first species. That's to be expected. Everyone seems to agree that they are an evil group. Anyway, Ju-hyuk is very upset and annoyed that he couldn't find his notes. That bastard named Rockdill keeps giving him trouble. How he should get rid of that annoying asshole. Well, this is the time to use modern methods. First of all, Ju-hyuk recorded all of Disara's confessions. He just needs to upload it somewhere. He decided to call back to the Lily. She immediately picked up the phone and thought that Ju-hyuk had finally agreed to start working as her assistant. But the guy replied that wasn't true. He just asked if she happened to know any news reporters. There was already an article in the news about an attempt on Valhalla students by the Ventric family. Last Thursday, a first-year student at the academy who was on an outing was attacked by a villain. It turns out that this student was able to fight back, beat up the perpetrator, and pass on this information. The student is said to have immediately reported the incident to an instructor and has recorded evidence. After that, of course, there were many other articles about this situation in the academy. Then there was the article that cleared up the confusion about the attack on the student. Firstly, last Thursday, a student at the academy was attacked by a villain who is a member of an evil group. Secondly, the funny thing is that the student who was attacked by the villain beat him up and managed to extract information from him. Third, the student informed the instructor about the incident and also recorded the villain's confession of guilt. The confession stated that Rockdil Ventric instigated the attack on the freshman. Now the Ventric family is struggling to make an official statement. Of course, everyone knew that this student who managed to switch roles and defeat the attacker was Kim Joo-hyuk. That's a hell of a lot of fun, especially when those bastards are being scolded by the students of Valhalla right now. There were even people there who thought Joo-hyuk was awesome. But is this really how the Ventric family does business? It's too sloppy. That bastard is under the protection of his family after all. Of course this job was sloppy. It's foolish to even admit that he actually had a chance to stand a chance against a student. This is what modern warfare looks like. For someone who lived 300 years ago, he adapted very well to her current culture. He really had a hard time after reincarnation. He mainly focused on getting used to everything by watching the news. Because of this, Joo-hyuk was able to become the person he is today. But what a pity. Barshay asked what he meant. Joo-hyuk was only trying to frame Rockdil, but all the reporters rushed to publish it and ruined the reputation of the Ventric family. In any case, the reporter Lily introduced him to seems to be a pretty big deal. Joo-hyuk didn't know the story would resonate so well. Ventric family position statement. First of all, she would like to express her sincerest apologies to the student who was assaulted and to Valhalla Academy. The following statement is the official position of the Ventric family on this matter. First of all, this attack was committed by Dronzer, who was expelled from the Ventric family. Dronzer's confession, which the victim claims was recorded, stated that he said it was Rockdil Ventric who gave the order. However, Dronzer later testified that this was a lie, only an attempt to avoid the predicament he found himself in at the time. Consequently, they believe that the Ventric family played no role in the incident. Though he was banished, he was still once a member of the Ventric family. Consequently, they feel it is their moral obligation to make amends. As the head of the family, she is going to personally visit the victim and apologize to him. Also, what about Rockdil Ventric, who is currently attending Valhalla Academy? Even if he is not involved in the crime, they speculate that this guy might have been otherwise connected to the perpetrator. They will call him home for an intensive internal investigation. An investigation into their family is also planned, so they're going to work hard here to make sure they have no doubts. She then withdrew and didn't even think about answering reporters' questions. It was the statement that Rockdil was listening to, and then his father called him back. The guy picked up the phone, and then he was told to go back to England. It was an order from the family that was not up for discussion. Rockdil replied that he understood. After that, he passed out. His whole body was shaking with anger. All he could do was speak profanities, which Yuria listened to. The next day, Video was asked about whether he would say anything about it. Dronzer only replied that the Ventric family was right. He was the only culprit. Why that bastard suppresses his pride. He just couldn't stand that bastardized Ventric family. Anyway, they said they'd come and apologize to him themselves. That would be kind of awkward. His gaze was drawn to the teacher's lounge. Classes were already over. The protagonist wondered if he should approach this man. Cafe Valhalla. There was a joyous Lily. And he again answered no. Lilia didn't understand why he'd said no again. And did he really know what she was going to say? Joo-hyuk thought she was going to ask to be her assistant again. In that case, why did he call her back? Even though she's such a busy person. Suddenly, she even thought it might be a date. Joo-hyuk advised her to wake up from her dream. He just told her to wake up. And why is this guy talking to her off the record? They've been talking like this for some time now. Lilia had no choice but to accept that fact. In any case, he hadn't just called her because he was bored. He wished he could thank her for introducing him to the reporter. So the guy was willing to give her some information on how to fight monsters. She was very happy as soon as she heard that. Since Joo-hyuk would be telling her this, could she help him leave the academy this weekend? Lily replied that it would be easy. If he would stand in as her assistant, Lilia would let him leave at least every day. The boy refused again. North Pacific, prisoner transporter, Alnulot. cameras on board. He didn't even think he'd be put on a ship and treated like cargo. He wondered if he was being transferred to the prison tower. A prison in the center of the North Pacific, prison tower. The S-class constellation itself created this sanctuary of loss. It's a prison that turns all contractors into regular people. It didn't matter right now. All he has to do is shut up and make sure Rockdill can stay in the Ventrica family. If Dicer does that, they will reduce his sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. 5 years is like nothing. Suddenly he heard the words. What an ugly face. He immediately turned around, for he wanted to see the bastard for saying that. But it was obvious that Desera was scared. However, he didn't have time to do anything with his neck being slit. A tall man with a knife stood in Desera's cell. He wished the bastard dead. The first species doesn't need a guy like him. From those words, one could guess that this stranger also belonged to the first species. After which, Dicer collapsed to the floor, and the stranger started disappearing after the job was done. Ventric family mansion. You could tell from Adelia's face that she was displeased. Rockdill's father, Eden Vetric, and the perpetrator of the event himself appeared before the head of the family. Adela turned to Rockdill. Rockdill was very nervous. Cold sweat ran down his face. The woman asked the guy what he was going to do. Rockdill immediately apologized. Is that really all he's going to do? Is this apology supposed to fix anything? Adela demanded that the guy elaborate on what made him do such an act. After all these explanations, the woman asked if he wanted to take care of Kim Joo-hyuk. Rockdill replied that it was true, but Adelia was even more angry. After all, was this really the explanation she wanted to hear? He acted on his own because he thought this guy had insulted the Ventric family. But it was actually Rockdill's own pride. Furthermore, as a result, it was Rockdill who caused the Ventric family to be defamed. Adela inquired as to what they should do now. He immediately fell on his knees, saying that he would do anything to restore the family's tarnished honor. The woman grudgingly asked what he was talking about now. The only way to restore the family part is to excommunicate him. Eden immediately intervened and asked if that wasn't too harsh a punishment. Adela asked if Iden Ventric wants to be excluded in such a case. Of course, that was something he didn't want to do. She'd rather have this guy killed right now. But then it would be definitively known that Rockdill was the one who had ordered Desera to kill Kim Joo-hyuk. This situation made her very angry. In the end, Adelia informed Rockdill that she wouldn't expel him just yet. He should go back to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. After she meets Kim Joo-hyuk, she'll think it over carefully. He thanked the head of the family for such generosity. After which, the head of the family kicked them out of her office. Eden advised his son to be quiet from now on. He must not do anything rash. Rockdill asked his father if he had heard what the head of the family had said. Sooner or later, he'll be excommunicated. But the media is watching the family closely now, so there's nothing he can do. When things settle down, the guy will do something no one expects. However, right now he needs to finish the rest of his business. This situation is only slowing him down. Rockdill wanted his father to help him. Eden replied that the boy should keep it a secret. Of course, Rockdill realizes it himself. In a few days, Valhalla Academy. Interrogation room. Li Gong said that the head of the Ventric family will be here soon, because she wants to apologize to him. Kim Joo-hyuk felt that he had nothing to do with the head of the family. She even stated that the incident had nothing to do with her family. Yes, she really did. But she still decided to apologize. That's why the woman came to Korea. The Ventric family wants to avoid Rockdill's punishment. She probably wants to meet Joo-hyuk because she has no other choice. It's really annoying. In fact, Lee Gung, as well as senior instructor Lee Sang-chul, are also very upset about this situation. Following the order of events, the Valhalla student was attacked first. The attacker then admitted that he had been ordered to do so by Rockdill, but he can't believe that they're really trying to protect their family's reputation by downplaying Joo-hyuk's recorded confession. Either way, they're busy trying to hide the truth. And to protect his students, Rockdill must be expelled from Valhalla Academy. But not long ago, the Ventric family donated a large sum of money. Li Gong can't believe that most of Valhalla's funding comes from donations from big families. The academy would probably turn a blind eye to this if they were given enough money. Joo-hyuk understood everything. In that case, he'll talk to this so-called head of the family. Meanwhile, the instructor couldn't believe that this guy's reaction was normal. Joo-hyuk didn't understand these claims, and also mentioned that he was always normal. Whereupon there was a knock on the office. Apparently she's here. Li Gong will go and also wished them a pleasant conversation. With a bow, he greeted the head of the Ventric family. The man mentioned that they could take their time. Adela thanked him for his hospitality. She turned her attention to Joo-hyuk, saying that it was nice to meet him. Adelia also introduced herself, and the main character replied that it was nice to meet her too. First of all, she wanted to talk about the attack that Dicer had committed. She was deeply sorry for the incident, so Adelia apologized. I mean, she said she'd handle it, so it doesn't matter. Adelia also heard that Rockdill had gotten him in trouble at the academy. Ju Hyuk replied that it was only once, so that didn't matter either. She did say that Rockdill had nothing to do with the incident, didn't she? But since she had announced it, he had nothing more to say. In fact, she needed to talk to the guy with lunch. They made an official statement shortly after the attack, but the family is also in a situation where neither the media nor citizens believe it. What else should she have expected? All Ju Hyuk could think about was that it was as if everything those bastards had said there was true. By telling him all this, Adelia wanted to create an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. Perhaps Kim Ju Hyuk could even help them, but the protagonist flatly refused. The head of the family even knew she would say so. If Ju Hyuk helps them even this time, she promises to give him her full support until he graduates from the academy. Of course, Adelia might even recommend this guy to the guild sponsored by the Ventric family so that they could continue to help even after graduating from the academy. She would help him become the best hunter in Korea. So if he makes a statement, it's all over. To think that she'd be willing to do so much to shut him up, they must be really desperate. She didn't say anything in response to this behavior. She was annoyed. Ju Hyuk is angry because Adelia is pretending that nothing happened. So why should he play along? He wants no reward. All he wants to see is Rockdill's shame. Adele got angry and called the guy a scumbag, questioning who he was even talking to. Now she decided to show her true colors. It must have been hard for her to hold back. She came to this fucking academy to make Ju Hyuk comfortable. But he dares to be so arrogant. She should just kill the bastard. She wanted to be magnanimous and give him a chance, but he just decided to give it up. This situation seemed to amuse Ju Hyuk. If that's what she decided to do, let her try to do it. Didn't she herself say that the Ventric family had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on Ju Hyuk? To back up that lie, she wanted to invest an incredible amount of money and time into him. But now she just wants to kill him. That's probably all she can do. Even if Adelia goes after the protagonist, she can't kill him. She decided to stop releasing her magical power. Adelia decided to leave, saying something that would make Kim Ju Hyuk regret what he did today. After all, there was nothing she could do. Isn't she just babbling on and on? Barch didn't want to get involved, but in his opinion, Kim Ju Hyuk didn't do the right thing. The guy replied that the bastards who think they should be worshipped are the ones the protagonist hates the most. Ju Hyuk knows what she's gonna do. Trashy bastards trying to keep everyone on a leash. That's why he hates Barch too. That's something he didn't expect at all. Well, since there's no more classes today, maybe he should go to the gym a little early. Valhalla Stadium. He saw that Choi Erin was already there, talking to someone, but he didn't know the person in front of her. It was actually the eldest son of the Choijin family. Choi Jineon. Zuneon wondered if she still thought she could win. No matter how hard she trains at Valhalla, it'll all be for naught. So if she wants to remain a member of the family, let her not come to the selection test this weekend. Jineon wouldn't want to be humiliated, but suddenly the girl refused. This refusal began to annoy him. He's actually giving her one last chance, after all, and she decides to turn it down. Erin really can't understand what's going on at all. Erin was about to give her answer when suddenly she heard a familiar voice. This jerk was the only one who didn't understand it. Xinian, he was angry, for someone had just called him a jerk. It was Ju Hyuk who called him a jerk again. Why would he even want to stop someone who puts in so much labor? The guy asked who he was. After all, he doesn't even know Xinian and swears at him. The protagonist didn't understand why so many bastards today tried to boast of their power. He didn't care if he was king, president, or anyone else. Why the hell did he even come to their academy in the first place? If he's done with his business, let him get the hell out of here. Jo Hyuk asked if Choi Erin agreed with him. She immediately began nodding, replying that she agreed. In that case, he will see Choi Erin in the test. After which, Suneon walked away, leaving them alone. Erin thanked Ju Hyuk. The guy replied that there was no problem, and then offered to practice. In fact, earlier, when Ju Hyuk asked if she was okay with it, the girl wanted to answer him differently. The guy immediately wondered how she wanted to answer him. She wanted to say something about his mother, not just fuck off when they were done talking. But Ju Hyuk didn't let her prove her point. This girl is even crazier than he thought. Anyway, they should practice today. Arena said that she won't be able to come this weekend because she will be on a business trip. Ju Hyuk replied that in that case, they should give their best effort today. She didn't like those words at all. A few days later, in the mountains. And so the protagonist goes somewhere again. Barch suggested that he had come to his hiding place again. Ju Hyuk mentally replied that he had. Barch asked, Well, hadn't he already found many relics and vault stones in the past stash? He was right about that. But Ju Hyuk wants to know how many stashes are even left. If Ju Hyuk looks for them, he thinks there might still be something amazing hidden in the stashes. Barch asks if it's something so amazing. It's really true. If he can find that, then the flaws that Kim Hyun-oh had, he can overcome. Maybe if he had found him before 300 years ago, he wouldn't have killed him. Barchi doesn't understand his true motives at all. The Choi-jin family. The reporters were saying that today was the day of the Choi-jin family's selection test. That was why so many people like themselves had gathered here. The head of the Choi-jin family, Choi Jong-suk, announced that the trial was starting. As he had said before, if they passed the selection test, they would be recognized as an heir, and whoever doesn't pass will be banished from the family. They should be ready for it by now. Zunyeon and Aaron replied that they were ready. The task of this test is to find a blade that has been hidden in the mountains. The person who finds the blade and brings it to the head of the family will be recognized as the winner of this qualifying test. It doesn't matter how they get that blade, but killing others is strictly forbidden. Whereupon the test began. Zunyeon only looked at her slyly, thinking that she was doing the right thing. Let her run. This is not a test of speed. Sooner or later, she will find the blade, and then the man will take that blade from her. And after that, the victory in this test will be in his pocket. That time, as he walked out of the stadium, a call came back to him. The unknown man on the other side asked what happened to the blade. Zunyeon replied that it looked like he would have to take a selection test, so it would take a little longer. This was the second time Zunyeon had said this. He must know he was late. The man apologized for that. If he could somehow get the blade, that man should keep his promise. Of course he will keep his promise. It's a promise they made before the constellation. It will surely be fulfilled. Zunyeon just needs to focus on his goal. This was his last chance. Now it's time to find her. Meanwhile, Choi Arin felt a trace of blade magic. She needed to concentrate now. This should take about 15 minutes. She was approached by Zunyeon, who assumed it was a magical blade mark. Could it be that she was finding him with the help of magic trails? The guy was very curious to know who had taught her this trick. Arin replied that that person was Ju Hyuk. That time they had a conversation about controlling magic. Ju Hyuk thinks she knows the basics. Arin had mastered the power of lightning, so Ju Hyuk asked if that wasn't basic knowledge. The girl replied that it was. Now she has to start practicing magical field control, but of a small area. Arin asked in what way she should do it. Why would she ask that? Wasn't it taught in her own family? Arin only remained silent. It doesn't matter. She only knows how to borrow the power of the constellation and how to gather magic energy. Ju Hyuk isn't very good at that either. First, she should relax her body and use the tips of her fingers and toes to weakly spread her magic. Only she replied that she would do that as the guy told her to be quiet. She must distribute magic slowly. Now in this state, let them try to feel the magic in the air. She tried to feel the magic, and then she felt a raging force around Ju Hyuk. It was like a flame. She immediately stopped doing that and tried to catch her breath. The protagonist asked how she felt. Arin said that she saw a form of magic that surrounded the main character. This was one of the ways of sensing magic. Arin could notice even a faint magical energy flowing out of her body. It was one of the things she could do with precise control of magic. The more often she uses it, the easier it will be for her to sense the remnants of magic on the ground or in the air. If she can see the magic of things, she will also be able to determine what kind of magic traces form. If Arin practiced more, she could give a clear view of the silhouette. The rest she must learn on her own. The girl replied that she understood. Meanwhile, Junyeon asked who this Ju Hyuk was, but then he realized who it was. It was that shameless guy who was with her earlier. That guy had such talent, even though he looked really stupid. Arin stated that he was much stronger than a bastard like Zunyeon. But the girl also asked why he came here. It's pretty obvious why he came here. That's why he's here. But there was something he hadn't expected at all. This wench might even push him away. Arin fended off his punch. Meanwhile, Zunyeon couldn't understand why she had become so strong. He too decided to distribute magic to find out where his hiding places were hidden. I wonder if there aren't any here too. He hid so many hiding places, and there was only one in all of Valhalla. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power. There was another hiding place after all, and it's that way. What's going on out there? Meanwhile, their battle was still going on. They skillfully parried each other's blows. No one thought of slowing down. After that, the girl decided to engage the zipper. She attacked her opponent. However, Zunyeon managed to block her blow. Even as he did so, his blade trembled. The guy asked if she was learning how to be a wild boar at the academy. She even became physically stronger. Arin demanded that he give up the double blade. Zunyeon wondered if she had lost her mind. An illegitimate child like her doesn't even deserve that. The girl began to stand. Magic began to accumulate around her sword. As soon as the guy approached her, she had already prepared to attack. First you have to turn the sword, and then throw a punch. The blow was so strong that even Zunion's sword fell from his hands. When he lets his sword out of his hand, you have to hit him. It was such a close and quick strike that he couldn't even put anything against it. Zunion collapsed to the ground. She didn't even think she could land a single blow on him. But just think that Eren was able to beat him. That's great. Now all that's left to do is pick up the double blade. Suddenly she heard the words. Did she really think she could defeat him? It was Zunion. There was some kind of ominous magic emanating from him. Eren immediately went into a stance. He had told her that before, hadn't he? Her strength is ridiculous. This wench can't defeat the one who signed the constellation contracts. Zunion took a hit because he was caught off guard. But he will finish her off now. This magic that surrounded his blade raised too many questions. Eren assumed he was a villain, but why he was doing it? That's what she didn't understand. In fact, he even found it funny that she didn't realize it. He immediately attacked her and asked her what she thought about it. Eren drew her blade from its sheath and wanted to end it all in one blow. However, Zunion ducked down and prepared to counterattack her. She couldn't understand at all how this guy was able to dodge her blow at such close range. Zenin sent a dissecting strike at her that was shrouded in sinister power. This attack hit right on her stomach, causing her to be injured. The man asked if she wasn't going to get up, although it would be better if she didn't. The wound was making itself felt. Her body shook with pain, and she couldn't even move. He had told her not to get up, hadn't he? If Eren didn't move, she wouldn't die. When Zunion mentioned about the contract, did he really mean that he had made a contract with an evil constellation? At that moment, the guy revealed that since he was the leader of the Jinsa Guild, he had signed contracts with a top-ranked constellation to save face. But for now, he's on the side of the loyalists. Betrayed. Eren has heard of it before. It's the third most dangerous evil group in the world. The girl wondered why he had made a contract with one of the constellations of devotees. That was something she could not understand. Is the benefit of joining them so much better than simply enjoying life? She seems genuinely interested in finding out the reason. Let her listen carefully. He has incredible power and authority in his hands, and a deviation from the need for feelings. Zunion asked if she knew at what age he joined the Jin's Guild. He was only 12 years old then. He had been working in the family guild since he was a kid. At an age where all he just wanted to do was play, a lot of things were expected of him. That he would set an example as the eldest son of the Choijin family. The reason why he was still in the Jinsa Guild was because of his father's observation. It was never Zunion's choice. Even as a teenager, he didn't wish for it. And that's when the boy met a man of devotion. As soon as Zunion met him, he told him to join the devotees. That man encouraged the lad, saying that he could satisfy the desires that lay in his heart. Maybe he already knew Zunion's temperament. People gave him a deep disgust, but he couldn't just join them. Therefore, one condition had to be met. Zunion had to obtain a family relic called the Double Blade. If Eren had just given up, they wouldn't need to start a second qualifying test, and he would just be given a double blade. But it was noticeable that this was the first time Eren was hearing about the second selection test. Zunion asked if she didn't remember. 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choijin family, her older sister, Choyajin, participated in the first selection test. But Eren thought she was missing. Actually, something happened during the selection test. Zunion couldn't control his urges. Before searching for the double blade, he killed Choyajin on the mountain. But in the end, Zunion couldn't find the double blade, suffered a terrible injury, and failed the test. If not for that, he could have joined the devotees even 10 years ago. But her father somehow secretly found and hospitalized Choyajin in a feeble attempt to save her. Zunion left her there in the hope that she would just disappear. Eren then asked where she was now. The guy asked if she wanted to save her. Eren would be better off just disappearing. Her mother fainted, because she saw in Eren's face the face of her daughter. Now, however, Zunion knows where the double blade is located, so have Eren say hello from him to his sister. Is this really the end? But of course it wasn't that simple. His shot was blocked, and he did it. None other than Kim Ju-hyuk, who no one expected to be here. The protagonist also wondered what the hell he was even doing. Toth mentioned that it was a family matter, so he'd better stay out of it. He was really pissed off at this crazy family, especially one who puts a knife to his sister's neck. The impact caused him to fly back against a tree. Meanwhile, Eren didn't understand at all why Ju-hyuk had come here. He was actually just looking for his stash, and one of them is in this direction. Well, of course he can't talk about it. He also noticed Aren's injury. Ju Hyuk replied that he just had some things to do in that direction. He told her to stay behind and gather some magic to treat her wound. She was glad to see him. The guy wondered who he was, that he even appeared so suddenly. He was the same student that Zunion had met in Valhalla, after all. Even if it's a family affair, he's better off just dying now. He even put magic into his sword, however. Ju Hyuk dodged the blade without much trouble. This is the kind of evasion the guy certainly didn't expect. Ju Hyuk said that when he swings his sword, he shouldn't aim at a guy who is standing still. He should think about the fact that his opponent can dodge. It was a hard blow that caused him to start coughing up blood. After that, Ju Hyuk wanted to throw another punch. Zunion wondered if the moment he attacked this guy, he was already prepared for this. After that, Ju Hyuk attacked him. Zunion was unconscious. The protagonist asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was. Afterward, Ju Hyuk came over and asked if she could walk. Erin wasn't sure, but she decided to try. But it seems that wasn't the end of it. Barch felt that it was sword magic. Ju Hyuk knows that. Isn't this guy a villain too? Now he was already on his feet. That bastard is just some newcomer to Valhalla. Does he really think he can defeat the guild leader? But even so, Ju Hyuk was able to block the blow without even drawing his sword from its sheath. Even though he hit with magic, that person didn't even budge. The protagonist swung around and also asked if he was really the guild leader. But even that won't help him in this situation. He was thrown back a couple of meters again. Is this really the strength of a 17-year-old boy? He blocks all of Zunion's attacks and even counterattacks. He has no choice but to use it. There's a bunch of side effects to that. But if he gets one more hit, he's done. It's called a Stone of the Past. With it, Zinion will be able to make a preliminary contract with the constellation. And the protagonist only watched silently. Zunion only laughed loudly. The entrance to the test site, the earthquake has started. Only then did the others see the enormous evil magic power. The head of the family also noticed the sword magic. It was dense enough to be seen by the general public. On top of that, there is also a double blade located there. And this is the kind of thing that happens in the middle of a selection test. A man has to go and see what's going on. Ju Hyuk just watched what this guy was doing, but it ended up just amplifying his magic. He's too dumb to even realize it. It's just an added effect. It's part of the power that Zunion got through his temporary contract with the constellation. Now this kid's gonna die here. The dragon that kills everyone recognizes the sacred relic and descends. The dragon that kills everyone shows his teeth as if he's glad to be down after a long time. He also activated his all-seeing eye ability. Only then did he look at Ju Hyuk. The dragon that kills everyone was in a sort of stupor. The dragon that kills everyone deactivates the all-seeing eye. The dragon that kills everyone activates the all-seeing eye. The dragon that kills everyone is in terror. The dragon that kills everyone exclaims, "I have to get out of here." Zunion didn't understand the Constellation Sir's behavior. The dragon rejects the call of the sacred relic and terminates the contract. The dragon takes all its power and runs away. A sword was presented to his belly. Ju Hyuk asked if he still thought he could kill him, after which he attacked his opponent. Zunion fell to the ground again from such a powerful blow. Leader of the devotees, the Dragon King, Khan Nabal. The dragon that kills everyone says, because of this, Han Nabal is now in big trouble. The dragon that kills everyone is screaming. Does he really want to disappear from this mortal world? The man began to apologize. He then banged his head on the table and apologized again. The dragon that kills everyone warns against spreading artificial relics in the future. Khan Nebel replied that he understood everything. The dragon that kills everyone says to behave. After that, the notification window began to disappear. The man didn't understand what this was all about, and what could have made the constellations so furious. Going by what he said about the artificial relic, it means that the brat he put in the Choijin family did something wrong. What the hell is he even doing? Han Nabal asked Mr. Constellation if he could tell him what went wrong. However, the Constellation did not answer him. Sounds like he personally has to find out what's going on. Valhalla dormitory. Kim Ju Hyuk's room. The guy went into his backpack. He was finally able to reach the divine arts. This was Togo's main reason why Ju Hyuk was looking for hiding places. It's a breathing technique that can raise a person's magical power to a very high level. Barchi asked if there were any differences from the breathing technique the guy used before reincarnation. The breathing technique that Ju Hyuk used to be trash. When he was nothing, he just bought it from the market, mastered it, and used it until the very end. Besides, when the protagonist found this divine art 300 years ago, he couldn't change his breathing technique, because it was already ingrained in his body. When he fought Barsh, he was badly injured. Due to poor breathing technique, the protagonist then ran out of magic power. But he can start over with this new body. Ju Hyuk will stop training his body for a while as he has to learn the divine arts first. Meanwhile, Barch wanted to talk about the situation that happened earlier. He had left that wounded girl with that crazy guy, hadn't he? Joo-hyuk heard someone approaching, so he just left them alone. They'll deal with it on their own. Let's go back a little bit. Borshi wondered if he was dead. But Joo-hyuk thought about the fact that he couldn't have killed him after all. Besides, the main character was already involved in another incident in Valhalla. So if he was involved in another one, he would be in trouble. There are some tiny traces of magic left on him, so this crazy guy will definitely survive. Joo-hyuk asked Aaron if she could stand up. The girl replied that she could. It was only when he wanted to continue their conversation that he suddenly felt someone coming. Maybe Choi Aaron's family is on their way after seeing the sword magic. That makes it harder to find the hiding place. Joo-hyuk turned to Aaron, talking about how it looks like her family is coming here. So let her just sit and wait for them. Joo-hyuk has something to do in this place, so he leaves. Let her tell them she knocked that asshole out. He put in too much effort, so that guy is lying unconscious. Joo-hyuk said goodbye to her. Aaron replied that she understood everything. They would see each other at the academy. In any case, once he mastered the divine arts, he would return the remaining storage stones. Last time when Joo-hyuk absorbed their magic power, he couldn't absorb all of it because of his low magic ability. Now he needs to rest. The Choijin family. It was a family gathering. Thanks to the press that came to film the family selection test, many articles appeared immediately. They should have read most of the articles by now. There was an article with a title about whether the Choijin family is a joke. Isn't this family really connected to the worst layer gang in the world called the Devotees? The next article, of course, was also about the Choijin family's connection to the Devotees. It's all chaos. The head of the family can't believe there was a villain in the Choijin family. In addition to this, the association published an official letter, and he received a statement from them. When something like this happened to the Ventric family, it had nothing to do with their family, so they just kept quiet. But now that approach is definitely not going to work anymore. Choi Tzinian was handed over to the police. A man asked how Choi Arin was doing. Another man replied that they had sent her to their family's hospital for treatment. The head inquired about her condition. The wound was significant, but the bleeding had stopped. Her organs were intact and she should not need any major surgery. Now it makes sense to him. Now, speaking of Lady Erin, there are several articles about her as well. They mention a genius who defeated a member of the Devotees while being a mere student. Following in Kim Joo-hyuk's footsteps, Choi Arin destroyed a member of the Devotees. This is the era of geniuses. There's a similar article. Is there even articles about how she went against her own family? Isn't that a relief? This selection test ended in chaos, but the next head of household is confirmed. These kinds of articles will help her firmly establish herself as a successor. It's good that Erin has a legitimate shot at success. But the fact that she was able to single-handedly defeat a Zunian is very strange. They were surprised as soon as they arrived on the scene. The girl said that her brother attacked her with sinister magic, so she knocked him out. He sees it, but a lot of magical power appeared over the mountains. The head of the family inquired how she had defeated him. The subordinates helped her stand up. Aaron revealed that Joo-hyuk taught her that. Of course, he knew this troubled kid. Back then, there was an article floating around about Kim Joo-hyuk openly sending guild guides. Valhalla. Joo-hyuk was about to lay out his things when he noticed someone. It was Aaron who was sitting alone. He thought she was supposed to be hospitalized, but she seemed fine. She turned back, and as soon as she saw Joo-hyuk, she waved her hand at him. The man who was behind the protagonist thought that Choi Arin smiled and waved just for him. But the friend with glasses told him not to dream, because it would never happen. Yesterday, when he was practicing divine arts, he noticed that his phone started vibrating. Aaron wrote a message saying that she will not be able to attend training for a while. The doctor had forbidden her from participating in any physical activity as well. Considering how badly she was bleeding, that was to be expected. Joo-hyuk replied that he was going to do his own thing for the next few days. Therefore, she can do what she wants to do. After that, the girl sent 3 nodding stickers. Joo-hyuk texted her to stop. Let her just send one message at a time. Barch mentioned that there was something Joo-hyuk should know about. The protagonist asked what it was about. The black magic they had encountered earlier seemed familiar to him. Joo-hyuk asked if he remembered anything about it. But the man replied that he didn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it. It was as if something was blocking his memories. The protagonist suggested that it might be because of that bastard that Barchi mentioned last time. He wasn't quite sure, but if he managed to fulfill the second condition, then maybe it would help overcome this mental block. But for the moment, it's just a theory. The second condition, the Eye of the Great Forest. The guy thought it was just an area used for grading, but this is also where the final practical exam takes place. And apparently the people with the lowest total scores on the midterm and final exams would be excluded. But does that mean all he can do is wait for the final exam? What a waste of time. He still needed some time to settle in. And then Ju Hyuk would go in search of the Eye of the Great Forest. Lee Gong entered there and told the students to be seated. Before he starts the lesson, he needs to make a brief announcement. By now, everyone should know about the inter-academy competition that will take place next month. Of course, he had no idea what competition was in question. Bartsha replied that the instructor had mentioned it after the midterm exam. The academy is thinking about choosing its participants. They plan to choose the best students based on the results of the intermediate exams. The instructor told Kim Ju Hyuk to follow him to the office. It seemed to Lee Gong that they were meeting here quite often. The protagonist replied that it was obviously because the instructor kept calling him here. He won't deny it, because it's true. Now it's time to talk about Ju Hyuk's participation in the academy competition. Ju Hyuk said no right away, and Lee Gun didn't even get to the most important part. The protagonist asked what this competition was even about. Lee Gong was sure he had explained it in great detail in class, but he would do it again. The 3 largest hunter education institutions in the world: Korea, Valhalla; China, White Lotus; US, Heroes. Each of the 3 academies selects a few freshmen as representatives and invites them to compete. Competitions include sparring, maze escape, and more. They plan to send those who score the highest in the practical exam. Well, the main character was only putting on clothes. Lee Gong asked if he wasn't interested. If their academy won first place, all of the participants would not only receive scholarships, but a lot of other things as well. Of course, Ju Hyuk realizes that they would shower the participants with money and everything else, but he wasn't interested. In that case, the instructors decided to employ a different strategy. He heard about Ju Hyuk wanting to enter the Eye of the Great Forest. This is the place where the final exam will be held. The last test in the competition would be to enter the Eye of the Great Forest. It will be basically the same as the final exam. And of course, those who complete this task will be exempted from the final exam. But if Ju Hyuk can't pass it, he'll have to wait for the final exam. The protagonist realizes that. In that case, he will enter this competition. The Ventrick family estate. Adele Ventrick inquired as to how the preparations are going. The subordinates replied to the mistress that everything was going smoothly. However, the preparations would likely take another month. Adelia told them to keep at it. She was about to inquire about Valhalla and the others when she suddenly asked how Rockdill was doing. The man replied that there were no irregularities to report. In that case, if something comes up, they should immediately inform the head of the family. But there was some other disturbing news that had reached their ears, though it had nothing to do with them. The market has begun construction of a building made of paper bills. They believe the Black Cat was directly responsible for this one. What's that Black Cat planning? He's never done anything like this before. Suddenly, she saw a golden window in front of her that said the constellation was ordering her to speak in more detail. Market, Area 7. They will do whatever the constellation tells them to do. But the Black Cat didn't understand what purpose there was in constructing a building made entirely of paper bills. Constellation replied that it was a gift for him. He noticed the notice from the constellation. The two-faced ruler said it was a gift, but it was unclear for whom. The two-faced ruler asks if the Black Cat has found the one who sold the ring. The Black Cat replies that he hasn't yet. All the seller told him was his basic facial features and voice. And since the customer's contact information was recorded that day, they go through all available records to find it. He saw a lot of messages that the Black Cat should hurry up. Valhalla, Teacher's Lounge. The senior instructor asked if he was able to select all the competitors for the competition. Lee Gong replied that everything was ready. Lee Sang-chul asked if he could see the list. The man then showed him the list. Participants from Valhalla: Kim Ju Hyuk, Yu Seoyoung, Oh Seyuk, Do Junjin, Choi Arin. All but Do Junjin are from Lee Gun's group. He was even surprised that Kim Ju Hyuk is also participating. In fact, this guy didn't want to participate at first. But as soon as Lee Gong said that the competition would be held in the ocean of the Great Forest, Ju Hyuk suddenly changed his mind and decided to participate. That's pretty weird. Most students would have freaked out when they heard that. Lee Gong suggested that it was possible that he didn't know what the Eye of the Great Forest was. As long as he slept through every lesson, it would have to be explained to him. But then there's the Constellation Room incident. It's like this guy is attending the academy for some ulterior motive. Sang-chul wondered if it would be okay if he gathered these kids and gave them a little training. Lee Gong will take care of freeing up their schedules. The senior instructor wished him luck. A few days later, the small hall of Valhalla. Oh Sehyok, Yu Seyoung, Choi Arin, Tu Jongjin, Kim Ju Hyuk. Sang Chul walked in and first looked to see if everyone was here. If there are 5 of them sitting here, then that's how it is. He was pleased to meet all of them. He was sure they had all seen him during the midterm exams. But senior instructor Lee Sang-chul decided to introduce himself again. The reason why they are all gathered here is because of the academy competition that is about to take place. Today, he will talk about the training they will have to undergo. They have a total of 3 tasks to complete. The first is a duel between the students, something similar to the entrance test they all took. The second is team combat. 5 academy members from one academy team up against other academies. But this is not a one-on-one battle. All 3 teams will be fighting at the same time. So this is a task in which the captain's ability to navigate the situation is important. The third assignment involves near the Great Forest. Well, even though the exam is ahead for all of them, Sang-chul isn't able to give them much information about it. But he can tell them that the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth. The Eye of the Great Forest, as its name suggests, is a forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, the gates are heavily guarded and designed so that anyone who tries to enter through them will be apprehended. The only way to get in is through the official gate. All he can tell them is that each team will enter the Eye of the Great Forest. The specific task will be given to them on the day of the competition. Since there's not much more to tell them, they can move on. Sang-chul now explains to them the specifics and format of team fighting, though all of them already have some experience in teamwork during dungeon raids. And the main character wondered if this was all the explanation they would get about the Eye of the Great Forest. If there's a barrier, can't he just break in? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be that easy. After which he explained what team fighting was all about. Now the senior instructor will explain what their training will look like. The man inquired if there were any questions. Ju-hyuk raised his hand in the air. He was interested to see if it was possible to train alone. It doesn't matter. If he really wants to train on his own, then let him just do it. He asked the question again, and following Ju-hyuk's lead, Erin raised her hand. The girl started to argue that she would also train alone then. Not only Kim Ju-hyuk, but Choi Arin as well. Sang-chul asked if there would be anyone else. Everyone was silent. In that case, they'll call it a day. I'll see them at practice. The others began to disperse as well. Before the competition starts, he will at least master the technique. Ju-hyuk will absorb all the mana and be in perfect condition once the competition starts. And whatever time he has left, he'll spend practicing his body. Afterward, he was approached by Erin. The girl asked if she should just participate in the training. Ju-hyuk didn't understand why she was asking that of him. Wasn't she the one who was going to train alone? And didn't she say she couldn't train too hard? She remembered the conversation with the instructor. Since he had read the article, he was somewhat aware of her condition. But Li Gong thought it was worth asking her personally if she wanted to participate. All she asked was if Ju-hyuk would participate. Instructor heard he would do it. In that case, she'll be involved too. But her wound hasn't fully healed yet. The girl began to assert that she would be fine. Li Gong had no choice but to agree with her. She was already halfway to becoming the head of the family. However, thanks to Ju-hyuk, she found another goal. Choi Arin wanted to become stronger and help him achieve what he wants to achieve, just like he helped her. She talks at first and then suddenly stops and laughs creepily. Anyway, she can't practice too hard. That way, they won't be focusing on mana control for most of the training. During training, Arena should stick to easy walking and keep all energy to a minimum. Anyway, after he's done with his work, he'll help her a little more too. Did Ju-hyuk say goodbye to her? Rent did the same thing. Meanwhile, the man asked that they take pity on him and let him go. He would give them anything they wanted, but the stranger only threw a dagger right at his chest. The two were from the Samsal Alliance. Lisa asked if he couldn't have finished him off faster. Al replied that it wouldn't have been as interesting. Lisa thought a new order had already come in. As expected, a new murder target was given for them. Apparently, it's a student of Valhalla, Kim Ju-hyuk. But the man also didn't understand why exactly they were ordered to kill this student. Lisa doesn't know either, but the client must have paid a lot of money. Al asked about the deadline. The customers want them to kill a student in a month during the competition. Can't they kill him now? Lisa explained that the academy and dorm security is very strong. Or does he really want those two to break through the security barrier and kill him? But don't forget the fact that there will be competitors from other academies during the competition. Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Lisa was told that. The third day of the competition will take place in a place called the Eye of the Great Forest. It is a maze that is made up of trees. Students must find their own way out of it. This means that there will be no instructors in the forest. There will only be a small drone watching from above. And unless you count the guards at the entrance, the rest of us will be watching from the observation room. Then they'd have to hide and wait for the right moment. And that's no fun at all. However, they still have to accomplish this task. 1 month later, the first day of the competition. Rockdil and Yuria were also there. A little while earlier, he called his father back. The guy reported that he had received the money. Eden inquired what the guy was going to do with the money. Rockdil replied that he would figure out what to do with them himself. The guy also revealed that he ordered the murder of Kim Joo-hyuk from the Samsal Alliance. The man interrogated if it was true. Rockdil did say there's nothing to link IDN to the guy's actions, didn't he? He'll take care of it this time. Samsal Alliance has accepted the order. Eden had heard of them before, especially Il Shin, the head of the Samsal Alliance. It's a team of 3 people who work together to become invincible. Eden advised against doing anything that would give Rockdil away. They sent back a reply saying they would take care of this guy during the competition, so there is no need for him to stay here. Rockdil informed Yuria that they were leaving. He welcomed his students as well as those who came to watch. The man introduced himself as the chairman of Valhalla Academy, Shim Dikwon. They must introduce all competitors before the competition begins. The first participant is the White Lotus Academy from China, the next Academy heroes from the United States, and the final contestant is Valhalla Academy from Korea. The competition will last for 3 days. Today will be the first stage, namely a duel between students. Representatives from all academies should return to their seats and wait to be called. Lee Sang-chul, of course, was watching this as well. He was approached by the Academy's senior instructor hero, Jack Rover. The man said they hadn't seen each other in quite some time. Sang-chul replied that it was, after which he called him 3rd place. Jack Rover did not want to be called that way. Also, Valhalla wasn't the only one ranked number 1, and that's true. This year, however, things will be different. Jack Rover was confident that the heroes would take 1st place this year. Sang-chul asked why he was so sure. The man asked if he knew about the strongest contactor. Sang-chul replied that he did. That guy they call the Destroyer, Logan. The son of a destroyer is attending a hero academy. Whereupon Jack Rover pointed to the one guy who had come to the competition. It was the son of the destroyer. Logan's son, Logan Jr. In that case, Sang-chul is looking forward to seeing what he can do. At that point, Jack Rover revealed that this guy had already signed a contract with his father's constellation. A contract with the destroyer of all things. Sang-chul was curious to know if he was using the same destruction as his father. Jack Rover told him that the guy could use it, but not as well as his father. Although he heard that Valhalla's new disciples are also very strong. Especially a guy named Kim Joo-hyuk. Jack Rover heard that he had caught and beaten the villain. And after that, Choi Aaron was able to do it again. In that case, they'd be great opponents for Logan Jr., considering he easily defeats adult contractors. However, a lukewarm response followed from Sang-chul, and now, the participants of the first round have finally been determined. Only then did the man reveal that his lethargic reaction would be clear after he watched this match. Kim Joo-hyuk and Logan Jr. will fight in this round. And now they were standing in front of each other. The rules for all upcoming matches are the same. The one who first knocks out his opponent wins. Even if they do lethal damage, the stadium system will automatically reduce the damage. Instead of lethal damage, there will be an electrical charge that will knock out the target. Therefore, participants can feel free to give it their best. There will be no external interference. The defense system will remain in effect until the end of the battle. They should keep that in mind. When they hear the word start, the battle begins. The countdown has begun. 3. Joo-hyuk didn't understand why he would use such a defense system. Barch told him that he had to be fine to be able to participate in the next tasks. 2, 1, start. But this one he hadn't even expected. His fist was stopped. Logan Jr. wondered if this guy thought he was strong. Joo-hyuk replied that he didn't. He still had a long way to go. And he's even more humble than Logan Jr. first thought. But is modesty that important? Joo-hyuk is still growing up. He also wondered how long Logan Jr. was thinking about blocking his punches. There was a look of incomprehension on his face. If anything, Joo-hyuk attacked him. Logan Jr. admitted it was quite a blow. This guy is even tougher than Joo-hyuk thought after all. In fact, his first thought was that Logan Jr. would pass out after one punch. Now Sang-chul recognized that this guy was really strong, because he was able to withstand Kim Joo-hyuk's punch. And Jack Rover was just stunned. He saw Kim Joo-hyuk's performance at the commencement ceremony. Still, their students watched it too. But he wasn't that strong then. But that wasn't the end of it, as Logan hadn't used destruction yet. He swung around to attack his opponent. Joo-hyuk manages to dodge that lunge. This blow cut off part of the protagonist's hair. Ju Hyuk kicked Logan and inquired about what the guy was doing. That guy cut off part of his hair. If he had better aim, he could have hurt Ju Hyuk. What kind of ability is that? Ju Hyuk only hits him twice, but Logan feels like he's about to faint. If he can't hit with destruction, there's no point in even using it. Still, there is another way. The area around him began to crumble. The protagonist inquired as to why he was destroying the floor. Logan then stepped his foot so that the stone slabs flew into the air. Logan felt that this guy couldn't dodge attacks if he couldn't see them. He just has to attack from a blind spot. But it's as if the protagonist saw it coming. Logan no longer understood what the hell was even going on, or how this guy was able to see him. But it was too late. Suddenly, however, a rock lands on his face. Ju Hyuk thought it was absurd that he was seriously hiding behind pieces of stone. It wasn't easier to attack directly that he decided to use magic. After which, another blow went across his face. Meanwhile, it was announced that the first round was over. The victory goes to Kim Ju Hyuk from Valhalla Academy. Sang-chul explained the reason why he was unfazed. This guy's a real monster. Next round. White Lotus Academy, Hailey Ann. Against Valhalla Academy, Kim Ju Hyuk. And of course, the main character won this round. In the new round, the Academy's representative heroes, Lee Bella and Kim Ju Hyuk from Valhalla fought. And in this round, Ju Hyuk won. Final round. Kim Ju Hyuk will now fight against Choi Aron. They made it to the final round even though they are both Valhalla students. It looks like their Academy's victory is guaranteed. There is no reason for this round other than to determine rankings. The winner will receive a scholarship. Aron doesn't really care about that, so she was willing to concede. Ju Hyuk didn't care who won either, but she shouldn't give in. Since they were here, she would be remiss if she didn't show off her skills. Besides, she has to show Ju Hyuk how much better she's gotten. The protagonist wanted her to attack with all her might. He would also take her injury into consideration. In that case, she'll do her best. Choi Aron exposed her blade, performing her family's technique. The protagonist swung around to strike as well, but because of the result of this battle, even the senior instructors were a bit shocked. So did the rest of the contestants. Aron lay in the arena. The final round was over. The winner of this year's Academy competition was Kim Ju Hyuk. That's too ruthless, in Barch's opinion. Didn't Ju Hyuk say he would take her injury into consideration? Ju Hyuk really held back. He didn't hit her in the stomach. It was an improvisation. The trajectory of her blade was toward the protagonist's stomach, so he struck it with his fist. Now I see what happened. Joker rejoiced, for he had definitely gotten stronger. His mana supply began to increase, and now he could hold some mana. Choi Aron also became stronger. In the evening, Lee Sang-chul praised the boys. He also asked if they were okay. The disciples replied that they were. Thanks to the defense system, they were unharmed, but it would be better to go to the infirmary and be examined. The students will take his advice into consideration. Now he's going to tell them something about tomorrow. Ju Hyuk felt that this was a waste of time. Did he really need to wait another day before he could see the eye of the great forest? That's the end of it. The instructor advised them to have a good rest. As soon as he left, I heard Kim Ju Hyuk's voice, causing him to stop. Lee Sang-chul asked if Kim Ju Hyuk needed anything. Of course, the main character replied that he did. Ju Hyuk asked if he finished early for tomorrow's team battle. Could he start the next challenge right away? It's never happened before, so he'll have to look into the rulebook. There are 2 rules. Only 1 trial is allowed each day, but there are exceptions. If the trial is over quickly, the student may move on to the next trial at the discretion of their teacher. And if the venue for the trial is not ready, or the student is in an unsuitable condition, the student will be given time to prepare. It says that it is at the discretion of the instructor, so the protagonist asked what he thought about it. Ju Hyuk wondered if he could move on to the next challenge. If the guy finishes it early and comes to the teacher's lounge, will Sang-chul let him start the next test? In that case, I'll see you tomorrow. The senior instructor also said goodnight to him. Barch asked Nu that he planned to complete the Eye of the Great Forest challenge tomorrow. The protagonist replied that he was. How good of him to know about this challenge ahead of time. It turns out he wants to get the attention of students from other academies. Ju Hyuk called him an idiot. What the hell is he talking about? Whereupon Barch replied that it was a misunderstanding. In any case, he should finish it sooner rather than later. The next day, the dueling arena. The man greeted everyone present. He will now explain the rules of the second test. Today, they will be holding a team competition. 5 representatives from each academy will fight together. The trials will take place in a mountainous area, so the spectators will watch through holographic screens. The guys were already warming up. Yoo Soo-young asked when Kim Ju Hyuk was coming. The competition is going to start soon. The main character showed up there and apologized for being late. Yoo Seo-young asked why he came so late. Joo Hyuk replied that he had just overslept. The girl mentioned that he should have come 30 minutes earlier. Didn't Joo Hyuk listen to the teacher? The protagonist replied that he was thinking about something else at the time. Realizing that she would continue to harass him like this, the guy told her to keep it down. He understands. Yo Hyuk will take care of everything. Yoo So-young wondered if he even realized what he was just saying. This is a team test after all. Joo Hyuk replied that he knows all that. Because Joo Hyuk defeated the other academies, they will now target them. And he still wants to go alone. She asked the other participants if they agreed. They were silent. And then Choi Arin intervened in their conversation. Yoo So-young asked Arin if she agreed with her. But really, she just wanted to go with Joo Hyuk. But the guy told her to just stay here. The girl agreed. Yoo So-young didn't understand why she was so calm. The protagonist advised to stop chirping and conserve energy. It was announced that the battle would begin in a few seconds. Joo Hyuk revealed that he had another test to face in the afternoon. The countdown started at 5, 4. Yoo So-young didn't understand at all what he was even talking about. 3. She tried to talk to the main character, but all he replied was that she was too noisy. 2. He must prepare for the eye of the great forest. 1. Start. It was the White Lotus team. As soon as the ordeal began, Joo Hyuk found them immediately. They immediately recognized this very guy from Valhalla. So the guys got ready. She even reacted faster than he thought she would. Even so, it wouldn't help them. Logan Jr. saw before him the message that the White Lotus had been destroyed. But it's only been 10 minutes since the battle began. That Valhalla bastard headed straight for the White Lotus. Logan thought he'd find them sooner. The boy informed Logan that he could sense magic in that direction. Logan Jr. thought they were Valhalla's apprentices. But it was really just one person. And of course, they understood who it was. He ordered the hatchling and Dan to hold those magical shields. Melissa should prepare the magic circle. And Libella should prepare a shield. In fact, she's already doing it. Logan braced himself as well. Melissa couldn't understand why they would need such training if it was just one person. If it's Kim Joo Hyuk, they definitely need that kind of training. Melissa doesn't know that because she hasn't fought him. Libella felt on her own that this guy is very strong. But Logan is also very strong. Logan Jr. said not to compare him to this guy. The man noticed the magic was gone. Could it be that he had left? Perhaps he had returned after defeating the White Lotus Academy. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Joo Hyuk was already there, and then he heard a voice saying that he had finally found them. He turned at once, for he heard that voice coming from above. But the man didn't even have time to do anything before the scabbard flew right into his face. Kim Joo Hyuk didn't waste a moment. Libella didn't understand how he was even able to squeeze through to them. She was attacked by Joo Hyuk, mentioning that she was too slow. Melissa prepared to attack as well, but the protagonist dodged it, not realizing it had even just happened, after which he attacked her as well. Did she really think she could hurt him with such a blob of magic? Luke and Dan decided to attack him from behind. But Joo Hyuk only turned around and attacked one of the opponents with his sword. And he hit his teammate. And now the Academy's heroes have been destroyed. By just one man. Now he could enter the eye of the great forest. The observation room. He didn't understand at all how this had even happened. Kim Joo Hyuk completed the team fight in just 23 minutes. To be precise, he spent 20 minutes traveling to the venue and finished the fight in 3 minutes. This situation will mess up their schedule, and that's a problem. From what did Song-chul read in the rules, if the trials ended before noon, they could start the next trial. So if the chairman is okay with that, he would like to discuss it with other academies too. The man asked to be informed of the result as soon as their discussion was over. Did Kim Joo Hyuk ask the instructor about this because he knew it was going to happen? That's pretty scary. They still need to talk to the White Lotus. The heroes were fine with that to start the next challenge. Jack Rover is now definitively convinced of this after watching the team battle. He doesn't think the outcome will change if they postpone the trials. Now he understands why Lee Sang-chul called this guy a monster. In that case, they should talk to the White Lotus now. Restroom. Yoo So-young realized that this guy wasn't just crazy. She didn't expect him to finish the battle alone, and in such a short time at all. Yoo So-young was going to take the initiative since their instructor told her to be the team leader. But there was nothing she could do. She also lost to Choi Arin in individual matches. Yoo So-young heard that she was trained by Kim Joo Hyuk. Could it be because of him? At this rate, she'll continue to fall behind, and a girl can't let that happen. If she would give up her pride, perhaps he would teach her too. Finally, they heard the announcement. Tomorrow's trial of the Eye of the Great Forest will take place today at 13 o'clock. so they must prepare for the next test. It happened exactly as Kim Joo-hyuk said. Before they get to the next challenge, he tells them something ahead of time. In the ocean of the Great Forest, he will act alone. Each survives on his own. If they get in trouble, they can call on the main character. Once again, he's going to do everything alone. They've already lost in the past 2 trials. If they don't get the lowest score, they won't lose. Even if it's maze survival, there shouldn't be monsters there. From her facial expression, Kim Joo-hyuk realized that this little bird wanted to say something. Her own didn't understand at all why he called her a bird. The girl wondered why he kept coming up with nicknames for her. Joo-hyuk replied that she had just proved his point. Choi-arin read that Birdie was a pretty cute nickname. The Eye of the Great Forest, the Gates of the Labyrinth. The final challenge begins, survival in the maze. As in past trials, viewers will watch through holographic screens. Before the challenge begins, he tells them something about the maze, more specific task and evaluation criteria. The Eye of the Great Forest is where the challenge will take place. It is a labyrinth in the shape of a forest, as the name suggests. Inside is a labyrinth unlike any other. It has a unique environment where the rain never ends. Also, the monsters are fairly low level, so there are few threatening factors. Rain and thick bushes are a true threat to survival. The test itself is how well a person can survive. When the students enter the labyrinth, they will measure their condition, and after 5 hours they will check. The closer a person is to their original state, the higher their score. Fighting between teams is forbidden. In such a case, the ordeal begins. Valhalla, abandoned warehouse. Il Shin-ja, the head of the Samsel Alliance, came to the 2 of them, alias Olya. The head said that the students had entered the Eye of the Great Forest. Therefore, it was time to set off on their journey. Some kind of magic is blocking the entrance to the labyrinth. It's being held up by 2 men. In that case, they should just deal with these people. After which they teleported away. The cameras stopped working. That's obviously not a good sign. All the security cameras were malfunctioning. The chairman didn't understand what was going on. The simultaneous failure of all the cameras seems rather suspicious. He asked the guard if he had contacted the gate guard. The man replied that he had, but no one was responding. The students may encounter unexpected problems. That is why Lee Sang-chul suggests that they enter the labyrinth. The chairman agreed. But it was only when they arrived at the labyrinth that they saw a startling sight. What had happened here in the first place? Meanwhile, Melissa noticed that Lee Belly wasn't doing so well, but the girl began to claim she was fine. The rain was too sudden and cold. Logan mentioned that if she gets hypothermia, she'll be eliminated. Even if they can't win, he wants them to score high. The man suggested building a hut and hiding from the rain. Melissa should collect leaves. Dan and Luke should go and collect branches. Logan levels the ground and digs a hole. But suddenly, he saw some kind of blob of magic in front of him. Lisa didn't understand why the hell it was even raining here. Al replied that they should forget about the rain, because now they had a mission to finish. He was determined to kill Kim Joo-hyuk, but in front of his eyes was a very different man. Al turned to Alya, indicating that this was not their destination. The girl replied that she teleported them to a source of moderately strong magic, because she can't find it just like that. Logan didn't realize who these people were, and they had just said that they wanted to kill Kim Joo-hyuk. In addition, he sensed black magic. It is quite logical to assume that these people are the villains. Lisa mentioned that they can't leave witnesses, so they need to deal with him. He immediately attacked the bastards and asked what the hell they were even doing here. Suddenly, a dagger pierced his flesh. Al wondered if this guy had just called him a bastard. Logan Jr. didn't even realize how the man ended up behind him. He didn't seem to understand anything at all, so the man advised him to look in front of him. It was only then that Logan saw that the same man who had been behind him was standing in front of him. How is it possible that there are 2 identical people here? Al kindly told him it was called a doppelganger, whereupon he stabbed him again. After which the guy fell to the ground. Lisa wondered if he had been able to kill the guy. Al replied that he just let him bleed out slowly. But suddenly Bella arrived here, not expecting to see Logan in such a state. Lisa again told the man to get rid of the new witness, and he would take care of her. Al also asked if he could do whatever he wanted. Lisa just wanted him to finish quickly, so she gave him her permission. That's what he wanted to hear. Meanwhile, the protagonist was running and trying to figure out the whereabouts of Rona's Madagaya house, whether this house even existed in this place. There were only bushes and trees in his eyes. It was only then that he noticed the molasses. Melissa saw a bloody sight before her that she couldn't even believe. Here comes another witness. It was starting to get annoying. The man didn't understand where they came from. It was only then that he noticed Kim Joo-hyuk behind the girl. The target came into their own. Looks like this guy came screaming. That's why Al doesn't kill them right away. What's the purpose of what they're talking about? But at the moment, he's interested in the injured students. Ju Hyuk turned to the blonde, talking about helping the injured while he dealt with them. These guys are still alive and they need help. At first glance, it looks like they were deliberately stabbed in such a way that they would not die instantly. But why leave them to bleed to death? Those wild dogs had ruined his mood. Since they've infiltrated here, Ju Hyuk should get rid of them. That little brat doesn't seem to realize the situation he's in. He's stuck in this maze. They burst through the only entrance to the maze and disabled the surveillance drones, which means the teachers have already noticed it. But they can't get here fast enough. The entrance was completely destroyed. It'll take them at least an hour to clean it up. Just 1 hour. In this fucking forest, in the incessant rain, does this person mean to say that the protagonist only has 1 hour to find that place? He doesn't know what the hell this guy's talking about. But let him just die. However, the man's dagger hit the ground. He didn't even realize where Ju Hyuk disappeared to. But the main character was already elsewhere, talking about how he would kill those damn bastards. His sword then hit the man directly in the man's face, causing him to be thrown back. While the two girls were puzzled, Ju Hyuk decided to attack them. The protagonist also attacked them with his ball. Lisa and Ollie fell right beside the Ayla. The protagonist told the blonde to use her magic to patch up the wounded. If she fails, have her run west. That's where the Valhalla students are. Melissa replied that she would try to do what she could. Meanwhile, Al had already come to his senses, but once he saw Lisa and Ollie lying beside him, he didn't know what the hell was even going on. It's a good thing his comrades are pretty weak. Al immediately readied his weapon. But before the protagonist kills this person, then he wanted to ask something. Since Ju Hyuk was named as the target, he wondered who the client was. Does he really think the Alto's gonna tell us everything? He's not new at this. It's pretty weird, because usually people tell you right away who sent them. Al may be confused for a second, but he's still going to surprise attack this guy with his doppelganger. However, the protagonist calmly dodged. He did not understand how this was possible, for the man had attacked with his doppelganger and whose presence could not be detected. That man is acting like a rat attacking from the back. Does he really want to attack suddenly? And there was already a man standing in front of him. With his elbow, Ju Hyuk hit him in the face. Then he decided to ask the bald man one last time who the client was. But the Al didn't want to give the information to this brat. In that case, he'll just beat him to death. The protagonist punched the man, causing him to fly away with tremendous cutting force. Instructors then arrived on the scene. That's where Valhalla students also helped the students of Heroes Academy. Jack Rover asked Logan if he was okay. The guy replied that he was having a little trouble getting around, but that was a minor problem. When Jack heard this, he was relieved. After that, Lee Sang-chul inquired as to what had happened here. Logan said that he was suddenly attacked by some villains. There was one man and two women. Lee Sang-chul immediately assumed because of the quantity that they might be from the Samsal Alliance. The instructor then asked them where the attackers were now. Logan pointed his finger to where those attackers lay. Afterward, he revealed that Kim Ju Hyuk had defeated them all. Is Kim Ju Hyuk really that strong? The forest landscape around them has been destroyed. Logan saw this guy fighting them until he passed out. Ju Hyuk was really incredible. He completely destroyed them. They couldn't even touch that guy. And when Logan Jr. fought him, he didn't see half of his power. He thought he would be the strongest among all the contestants. But it seems his arrogance got the best of him. Jack Rover told Logan not to get upset. Kim Ju Hyuk is like an anomaly. Sang-chul recalled Logan's words that there were 3 attackers, but it was unclear where the other one was. Melissa revealed that Kim Ju Hyuk was still dealing with her. Just then, the body of the last attacker fell in front of them. Ju Hyuk tried to figure out who was behind it and what their purpose was. Sang-chul remarked that he seemed to be okay. The protagonist replied that he was. That's good. The senior instructor offered to discuss the incident further when they returned to the academy. Teachers will help the injured students and take them to the hospital. Valhalla students should find a White Lotus and tell them about the situation. That's the end of the contest. Valhalla Dormitory. Today has really been a difficult day. Ju Hyuk is so tired. Barcha remarked that this guy used a lot of mana to deal with them. Ju Hyuk also agreed that he really did use too much mana. But it went well. The task was accomplished. He took the orb from the house of Madagaya Rona. It was hard, but he was able to do it. A little while earlier, Ollie finally came to her senses. She had a headache, and then she heard a voice telling her to get up. It was Kim Ju Hyuk. He inquired about her abilities. He really doesn't know where they came from, but it looks like these guys are from the Samsal Alliance. It features 2 fighters and a man who supports them, and that support seemed to be her. So he was very curious to know what her abilities were. However, Ollie didn't even think about telling him anything. In fact, she didn't expect Togo that this guy would be able to stop her teleportation sphere. At that moment, he realized that the ability was to create space and move in it. This is exactly what he needs, so the woman should help him. If Ollie helps him, nothing will happen to her then. Thanks to her powers, the protagonist was able to get his hands on this thing. Barch mentioned that this guy didn't keep his promise. I mean, he said if she helped him, he wouldn't do anything to her. But then, why did he knock her out? It's because she didn't answer him when Ju Hyuk asked who hired them. If she had answered, nothing would have happened to her. Barche was surprised. Now that he knows these guys are from the Samsel Alliance, it's obvious who their client was. Rockdill. Ju Hyuk needs to get as much information as possible so he can act faster. But the protagonist also ponders whether he should destroy Rockdill's family if they get in his way. Anyway, he got that orb. Now he has a new assignment. The guy must meet in his dreams with lost memories. Doesn't look like it, he just needs to get some sleep for this assignment. If he was able to find his memories, then maybe Barch's memories would come back too. He got the notice too. In that case, it was worth a try. He decided to turn off the lights. At that moment, Ju Hyuk wondered what those lost memories were. He doesn't think he's lost any part of his memory. It doesn't matter. Maybe Ju Hyuk can see something. He was transported to the very moment the tower began to collapse. It was the moment of his death. The stone was about to fall on his head when suddenly time stopped. Everything froze. An unknown black silhouette appeared in the tower. He'll take care of the name of the guy sitting in front of him, and the names that the protagonist protected in this world. After which, the black silhouette disappeared, and time resumed. At that moment, Ju Hyuk woke up. He didn't realize it was even just a dream. Another question swirled in his mind. Was this really happening? If this was the lost memories? Ju Hyuk asked Barch if he could remember anything. At that moment, Barch revealed that he was a tiger. That's a statement the protagonist didn't expect at all. Barch replied that the tiger in Ju Hyuk's head wasn't that cute. The protagonist asked if he remembered what it looked like. But Barch did not remember any details. So Barch didn't see that man. In that case, he'll figure out who it was. Ju Hyuk asked if perhaps he remembered his name or had heard the name pronounced. But Barch replied that he did not. It seems the only thing Barch recognized was a useless memory. Could he really not remember his name? And then a blue window began to appear in front of him. The study of the great palace of Ahala Alafridi. Johnny's secret room. He must face the truth. Perhaps this was already the last assignment he should complete. After today's practice, Ju Hyuk should ask the lily about this big palace of Ahala. Jim! Sehyuk trained there too. Yu Seo-young walked in there and asked Oh Sehyuk why he was here. But he's the one who should be asking why exactly she's here. Seo-young thinks her reason is also similar to Sehyuk's. She has a strong sense of pride, but she is a little jealous of Kim Ju Hyuk. However, that's not why the man is here. He's been doing weightlifting for a long time. His being here has nothing to do with Kim Ju Hyuk. Sehyuk wondered if the reason she was jealous of Ju Hyuk was because she lost to Choi Aaron. It was actually true. Competition day. Seo-young vs. Aaron. So-young infused magic into her sword, after which she unleashed a dissecting blow on Aaron. Aaron prepared to chop up the attack, and she did it. So-young was displeased that she was able to shatter her magic with her sword. In that case, she'll just send more attacks. Aaron began to bare her sword, performing the technique to the family. After that, the girl was able to stop 3 of So-young's punches with just 1 cut. While So-young was in shock at this, Aaron immediately launched an attack. She was unable to block her opponent's shot. At that moment, Choi Aaron won. She's gotten a lot stronger since Seo-young saw her at the induction ceremony, so she thinks it's all thanks to Kim Ju Hyuk's help. In her constant training, only her magical power and sword wielding. But Aaron does strength training. No one in her family has ever trained Aaron. Maybe that's why it was able to develop so quickly. Se-hyuk thinks it's better for Seo-young to approach Ju Hyuk instead of him. His words were true. Seo-young can't wait any longer. She needs to get real results and increase her abilities. Even if it's embarrassing, she has to get an answer from him. After that, she approached Kim Ju Hyuk, and the main character called her a bird again and wondered what happened. The girl started a story about knowing that she knows that Ju Hyuk is training Aaron, so she wanted to ask something. Namely, if he could teach Seo-young as well as Aaron. But at that moment, a senior instructor came in and asked Kim Ju Hyuk if he was busy. Ju Hyuk replied that he hadn't finished his training yet, but he still asked what happened. Lee Sang-chul simply replied that when Ju Hyuk is done, he just has to find him. There's a person who wants to see the main character. He said it was the only chance he would get to see Ju Hyuk in a long time. In that case, the protagonist understood everything. And then she was interrupted again, and she couldn't say anything. She was so ashamed that she was ready to die. At that moment, Ju Hyuk replied that if she wanted to train with them, let her ask Choi Aron about the routine and follow it. If she does well, maybe Ju Hyuk will start training her. Aron called her a bird too, saying that he would explain everything. Seo Young replied that she couldn't call her that. Afterward, Ju Hyuk asked the instructor who he wanted to see. He said that he wanted to meet the main character right away. Lee Sang-chul replied that maybe the guy has a clue who it might be. He's waiting for him in the small hall. Ju Hyuk really had his assumptions. And now they're finally here. Inside the small hall were Rockdil, Ventric, and Yuria, so it really was Rockdil. He got down on his knees and started begging the protagonist for protection. Ju Hyuk wondered what this guy was doing here. Lee Sang-chul was surprised that the main character wasn't really acting like he didn't know anything. Ju Hyuk must have realized by now that Rockdil was the one who hired the Samsal Alliance. Also, given that he is suspected of ordering the previous murder of Ju Hyuk, this is his second attempt to kill someone. Both times it was the main character who was targeted. The media was pressing him for all the information. Now the headlines are filled with stories about the Samsal Alliance and this guy who staged the attack on Valhalla. And that's because Ju Hyuk leaked the information to the media. Ju Hyuk wondered if the Ventric family wasn't protecting him. Why should he forgive this guy when that family starts cleaning up his tracks again? The Ventric family has just released an official statement. Rockdil has been expelled from the Ventric family, and not just Rockdil but his father too. And unlike in the past, the Ventric family time does nothing with high-profile media headlines. It turns out that now this guy has no defense. The protagonist asked how he wanted to be rescued. Rockdil asked to be given a chance. Ju Hyuk's words will be the main evidence. That's why Rockdil asked that the guy tell them he's innocent. But of course, Ju Hyuk doesn't want to do that. Rockdil asked if it was because he hadn't apologized yet. He began to tearfully beg for forgiveness. Rockdil would never give him any more trouble. But Ju Hyuk doesn't really want an apology. So Rockdil asks if he needs money. Ju Hyuk replied that he didn't need the money either. At that moment, he turned his attention to Juria, who was standing behind him. Rockdil was even willing to give him the girl. She is a direct descendant of the palace family of England. Having a girl like her will help Ju Hyuk raise his status. The protagonist wondered if all people were like objects to him. Now this girl is his property. Rockdil said, looking carefully at her neck. There was a spell there that is proof that she belongs to him. If Ju Hyuk wants to, he'll give that girl to him. Lee Sang-chul recognized that it was taboo. It was sealed with magic. A forbidden spell that prevented anyone from acting against its owner. Normally, a person wouldn't be able to put it on, so it's logical to assume that someone helped him do it. People like him have been around for a very long time. Bastards who put taboos on other people and sell them out. The protagonist decided to get rid of this taboo. The seal from her neck began to disappear. These two didn't expect the protagonist to be able to break it at all. Afterward, Ju Hyuk turned to the senior instructor. Ju Hyuk really wanted to see if he could hit this man. Lee Sang-chul asked if he thought a teacher from Valhalla would condone violence between students. But it's a different story when a person is suspected of committing a crime. In addition, Valhalla cut all ties with the Ventric family. Therefore, Ju Hyuk can do whatever he wants, because the senior instructor will override him. Rockdil needed to hear the senior instructor, so he'd better let him clench his teeth. Such a blow caused Rockdil to fall to the floor unconscious. After all this, Barch really thought the main character would kill him. This was the first time Ju Hyuk showed his anger so much. But if it was 300 years ago, the protagonist would have snowed his head. There was a guy among his students who was being sold and bought using this taboo. He just got angry because it was a similar situation. But there was another reason. The main character was coming through it too. Barch now realized that he too had been a slave in the past. He was barely caught up with Yuria, who asked him to stop. I mean, she didn't even get a chance to thank the guy. The girl made a bow and thanked him. Ju Hyuk felt that he didn't need to be thanked. She should just forget about him and live her life as she pleases. She could only dream such words. But now it was a reality. She would take his advice. The next day, the cafe at Valhalla Academy. Lilia told me that the Great Palace of Valhalla is in China. To be more precise, it is a labyrinth that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Ju Hyuk wondered if by White Lotus she meant the academy that was in the competition. And it was true. A labyrinth that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Unlike in the past, Ju Hyuk can't just enter someone else's labyrinth. Why should mazes belong to anyone at all? Although it used to be a mystery how dogs and cows could safely enter them. If Ju Hyuk wanted to, he could destroy it. But it's quite difficult since it belongs to the academy. The protagonist asked if there was any way to get in. Lilia knows that the Great Palace of Valhalla is open to White Lotus students. but he shouldn't be in a hurry because something would happen soon. However, she immediately covered her mouth so as not to give away the secret. Ju Hyuk asked if there was something wrong that made her shut her mouth. Lily replied that she had told too much. How can he even just sit there and listen without giving her any information? Ju Hyuk asked what she was talking about. Lilia asked him to tell her 3 interesting facts, and then she would tell him more. Well, it seemed like it was time for the kid to leave, so he said goodbye to her. She tried to stop him. She was already ready to tell him. In that case, he's willing to hear her out. It should be a secret, but Ahala's big palace will be one of the stages of the World Challenge in the 2nd semester. Ju Hyuk wondered if the teachers knew about it, but as it turned out, the information hadn't reached them yet. In that case, the guy didn't understand how she knew that. Lilia told him that she had her sources. When it comes to the world competition, Ju Hyuk asked if it will be like the competition between academies. Lily told him that it would be. But if the Korea competition is a 3-way battle between Korea, China, and the United States, the world competition will involve academies from all over the world. It's basically just a bigger competition. And that fact only makes it more annoying. In any case, Ju Hyuk will only be able to participate in the 2nd semester, and that's too long. The guy asked if there was any way to get there sooner. Lily doesn't know, for she has no connection to the White Lotus. Getting there is possible, with one way. But she doesn't know if it's possible to take that chance. But before that, Ju Hyuk has to help her. She wanted this guy to go with her to the World Monster Research Society. It's a 1-day event, so there's no need to worry about it. North London, Tottenham, World Society for Monster Research. Ju Hyuk was angry, because what were they even doing in London if it was a 1-day event? Lily advised him to enjoy it, since they would only be here for 1 day. She brought him here for the weekend, but was allowed to extend the trip until Monday. Ju Hyuk thought she was abusing her power as a teacher. The guy inquired what they were doing here. Afterward, he was led to an isolation room to fight the monster. There were 3 people watching him. Lily said he didn't have to do anything special. He just had to help them. In exchange for the information, he will kill some monsters. His sword pierced the monster's flesh. Then he started to disappear. He heard the notification that the boar had been successfully killed. The contestant should prepare to face the stone goblin. This can't be the end. An hour later, he was finally done. It was too tedious. Why are there so many of these monsters? Lilia had said he would only need to kill 3. But he had already killed 10. Lilia started talking about how she didn't know what she was talking about. He was also curious to know what the atmosphere was like here in general. As soon as the 2 entered, the others stared at the Lily. Ju Hyuk could see the anger in their gazes. Did she really have a fight with them? That's because they've been steadfast in their monster hunting theories for decades. And then out of nowhere, data comes out that contradicts everything they've been saying. The guy asked if this method of testing was too old-fashioned. They wanted him to fight with a sword. Lilia replied that this is the most proven method. It is a tradition of the association. But after all, if they want to test it, why don't the members of the association do it themselves? The thing is, they don't want to do it. They are old men who hate to see their theories destroyed. Their monster hunting theory is a good means to increase their power. The current status of power is cronyism and dead weight in the form of the upper classes. These people are too disgusting. But why do they constantly need to update their paperwork? The fact is that papers without community recognition are nothing. Their focus is on ideal hunting strategies. They are willing to go to any lengths to find new data. Considering that Ju Hyuk helped her, she should help him now too. As you might expect, it was a good decision to move here. She's here too. We're talking about the White Lotus chairwoman now. Lily hears that she is in an association and thinks she was watching Ju Hyuk during the ordeal. The protagonist was sure that Lilia knew what she looked like, so he suggested we just go and talk to her. Suddenly there was a knock at their door. It was a woman's voice that inquired if student Kim Ju Hyuk was here. She wanted to talk to him. The protagonist got suspicious as to who it could be. The guy replied that she could come in. A woman with white hair walked in there and greeted the two. It was Solyan, who heads the White Lotus Association. Kim Ju Hyuk introduced himself. He also asked how he could help her. She was actually looking for this guy to ask for a favor. Solyan asked if Ju Hyuk could take care of one person. Lilia realized that they were going to have a pretty serious conversation, so she would take this chance to leave. After which she left them. Ju Hyuk asked what she meant and asked her to elaborate. She is the chairman of the White Lotus Association, but she was originally a member of the Seoul family. Her family was the first main family in China after the Chaos era. Because of this, they were able to build an academy called White Lotus and hire strong contractors. However, there was a genius in their family. But it is better to say that a man was born who could be called a natural disaster. At the age of 13, she easily defeated ordinary contractors. She even trampled her sisters and family guild members. Even the head of the family was defeated against her. In the end, she came to the conclusion that she had nothing more to learn from the outside world. She locked herself in the training room of the Salt family in the White Lotus Palace. Ju Hyuk replied that it wouldn't be hard for him to take care of her. But he had some questions. If she wants the guy to just beat her up, wouldn't it be easier to hire other strong men? And looking at Solian's magical power, she definitely doesn't look glorious. The head of the association recognized that this person had good eyesight. She even used magic to hide it. But there are two reasons for that. First, she only fights with physical strength. And the second reason is that she is 17 years old, just like Kim Ju Hyuk. Watching the main character fight, it's safe to say that he is physically strong. So if she loses to her peers, her pride will be hurt. That's why she came here to ask him for a favor. If Ju Hyuk hadn't come here, she would have written him a letter. Ju Hyuk understood everything, but he was also sure she wasn't asking him for free. That in itself goes without saying. As chairman of the White Lotus, it can pay any amount. Just when she wanted to hear how much he wanted for the job, the guy said he didn't need the money. There's one place he wants to go, so he asked if Solian could organize it for him. China. White Lotus. Here they finally arrived. Ju Hyuk didn't expect her to bring him here the same day he agreed. Not to mention the private jet. He did say he was free until Monday after all. So she thinks it would be better to get the matter over with. Ju Hyuk recognized that she had the right idea. Speaking of payment, she understood that he wanted the right to enter the great palace of Yahello. This is a labyrinth that they control, so it won't be difficult to fulfill such a request. But first they must go out into the White Lotus. All of the students' gazes were fixed on the protagonist. As soon as they entered, Ju Hyuk said he was interested in something. The chairwoman asked what it was. It seemed to him that she hadn't paid any attention to the competition. But now she wants him to take care of this man. It might have seemed that way to him, but it wasn't. There were many people who had foolishly tried to fight this child only to realize the limit of their abilities. Both students and faculty. That's why her main goal right now is to get rid of this arrogant child. And only then will she lead the White Lotus to the top. Guy just hopes she's in good hands. They came. When Ju Hyuk enters the seal, he will be transported to the Seal family's secret training room. That child is in there. The protagonist stepped into the seal. He also forgot to ask what her name was. This child's name is Enlon. Enlon wondered who he was. But then she assumed he had been sent by Seal's family to force her to leave. She's not going anywhere, so let her get out of here. She's too rude to a man she's meeting for the first time. Sounds like she's really crazy. It was noticeable that the battle was bringing him pleasure. Enlon stopped his fist. From the expression on the protagonist's face, you could tell that he was a bit surprised by this even. Magic began to accumulate in her hand, after which she punched the guy. Enlon thought he was a complete idiot. He's really underestimating his opponent, isn't he? The girl can't believe he started with such a stupid punch. Can't she really believe it? She was surprised. Well, what does he mean? Ju Hyuk grabbed her arm, after which he prepared to attack her again. Enlon put her hand out to block his punch. Ju Hyuk's fist slammed into her hand. Even for her, it was quite a blow that brought her pain. She had to move backward to avoid the blow. Enlon was at a loss as to who this man was and where he got such power from. Ju Hyuk replied that he was a 17-year-old student who underestimated his opponent. She realized that she should retreat and try to counterattack. Ju Hyuk also understood her plan. He immediately approached her and asked where she was going with this. After that, Ju Hyuk struck out with his fist. Look at her. In a split second, she realized she couldn't dodge his fist and stepped back to reduce the force of the blow. Pretty good. He felt it when he let her hit himself. Even his students from 300 years ago didn't display this level of mobility. How on earth could a 17-year-old student be on the same level as herself? He's definitely a lot stronger than those old guys. She won't lose to him. Looks like this girl doesn't even think about giving up. This fight was observed by the chairwoman. She was approached by a secretary and the woman asked what was the matter. The man knows it's presumptuous, but still he asked if he'd be okay. He doesn't think a student from another academy can do anything to someone from White Lotus Academy. Right now he's depressed, so it's unclear whether he can defeat Lady Enlon. This may sound harsh, but didn't she lose to Enlan? Of course, it was without the use of magic power. The chairwoman fought her using only physical techniques. It is indeed true that Solian lost to her, and even if she had used her magic, there was no guarantee that she would have won. Back then, the difference in magic power between Solian and Enlan was thinner than paper. That was a few years ago. It is very likely that she has gotten even stronger. both physically and mentally. The man asked, "Well, doesn't that make the situation even more risky? That student, Kim Joo-hyuk, would never be able to beat Seolian. She can't be sure of that. He had defeated several villains as a student, and had also won first place in a competition between academies. Either way, he's not going to give up that easily. Now all they have to do is watch." Enlun released her claws. The protagonist began to dodge her blows, after which she tried to attack him with her foot. At first the girl thought she was hit, but only then she felt a terrible pain in her leg. Does he really have a rock instead of a head? Joo-hyuk wondered what she thought. Her knee strike was sudden, so he just bumped his forehead against it. Doesn't that mean his forehead is harder than her frail kneecap? Even if she uses all her attacks, he will just block them. Enlun doesn't know how to defeat him. It's hard for her to admit it, but his physical strength is greater than her own. He fought without using magic after all. Joo-hyuk thought that was the fighting style she preferred. In that case, they're going to change the rules, because she's going to use everything she has right now. It seems that Enlun had started to accumulate magic, and this time, she decided to get serious. Looks like it's time to crush her pride. Seeing all this magical power that Joo-hyuk was emitting, she wondered if it was really the student's power. It's really crazy. She doesn't need any more tricks. She just decided to end it with one punch. Her fist was aimed at the protagonist's face. Again, she thought she had hit. However, Joo-hyuk simply bent over to avoid the blow. He's had enough fun, so it's time to call it a day. Joo-hyuk gave her a crushing blow. Enlun fell over with words about him being a monster. The two of them were shocked as well. Joo-hyuk was actually able to defeat her and pulled her out of that place. Seolian didn't expect that she could really do it. She couldn't believe that this guy had actually managed to defeat her. The woman also asked if he was injured. Joo-hyuk replied that he was fine. Seolian also asked how difficult it was. Joo-hyuk revealed that she was pretty strong, but he was a little disappointed with the ending because of the difference in their skills. Yenlin came to her senses and asked what was even going on here, and the head of the White Lotus and her secretary were already standing in front of her. She was clearly unhappy to see Seolian in front of her. It had been a long time since the woman had seen Enlin outside. Now that they were done, they should talk about Joo-hyuk's payment. She remembered the guy's word about wanting access to Ahala's big palace. She could let him in right now, so she asked how the protagonist looked at it. In fact, that would be great. Joo-hyuk wanted to go there immediately. Enlun stood up and silently watched the two men leave. She was approached by a secretary who mentioned that if my lady was injured, they should give her medical attention. But Yunlin only inquired about the guy's name. The secretary replied that his name was Kim Joo-hyuk. The girl was sure that this guy was one of the strongest people in the world. She already mentally wanted to fight him again. Is he really one of the strongest? Looks like this place really is a maze. The Grand Palace of Akala. The Grand Palace of Ahala is a unique labyrinth that resembles a castle. If a guy doesn't disturb the monsters called living armor, he won't have any difficulties. Joo-hyuk asked how long he could stay there. The woman replied that it was about 5 hours. If he wanted to stay longer, he could come back tomorrow. So he's got 5 hours to search in peace. But first he has to deal with those bastards. The knight swung his sword at him himself. Joo-hyuk, without even exposing his sword, was able to deal with the attacker with a single strike. I guess that's it. In any case, he wanted to know where the study was. He had already searched more than 20 rooms. The quest asked to find the study of the Great Palace of Ahala Alafridi, Johnny's secret room. Is this cabinet located here? The guy still can't find it. Barchi advised him to look to his right. This door is a little different from the others. The protagonist walked in there. This place definitely looks like someone's office with a portrait. But the question was whether it really belonged to Alafridi. What if this office belongs to someone else? However, Barch thinks it's really him. Joo-hyuk should look at the caption under the picture. It says Alafridi. The protagonist asks how he was able to read it, but Barch himself doesn't know why he can read it. Perhaps it's information he remembered in the past. We need to search this place thoroughly. There must be a secret room here. It would take a long time to look at each item individually. But if he trashes the place, he can definitely find the secret room. And it seems he was able to do it after all. This passageway goes underground, and there's no lighting, which is highly annoying. The study of the Great Palace of Ahala Alafridi, Johnny's secret room. Conditions met. In this room sat a woman with red hair by candlelight. Joo-hyuk asked what this place was and who she was. She was glad to meet him. The unknown woman motioned for him to sit down. She was ready to answer his questions. Joo-hyuk sat down silently across from her. As it turns out, this girl's name is Gid. It's not her real name, it's just a nickname. Her name was taken away from her. He immediately recalled that unknown silhouette's words that he would take care of the name. Joo-hyuk replied that it sounded like nonsense. He asked saying, "Okay, but what does it mean? Besides, How is it even possible to steal a name? Names have power. All living beings build their lives on the name they have been given. All the activities they engage in, the efforts they exert, and even the influential accomplishments they achieve. Whether good or bad, these endeavors contribute to the greatest cause of their lives. In their name. This man steals such names. He absorbs the power they contain. Ju Hyuk asked what happens to a person when their name is stolen. She was sure of the fact that he was already familiar with it. They become constellations. It turns out if her name is taken away, she becomes a constellation. But it doesn't really work with reincarnation. Ju Hyuk is an exception in that regard. That woman knows about his reincarnation after all. Just like Barcha, the guide wondered if he still doubted her. The reborn man who received the notification window. Still, she doesn't know when the notification window appeared. Ju Hyuk asks if she can see the notification window too. In that case, let him stop talking and better explain it properly. The main character asked who the person who stole the name from the Tower of Destruction was. His name is the Lord of the Labyrinth. She had already said that he sent a Tower of Destruction to Earth to make a name and gain power, and his actions fit his name. The guide asked why he thought this was the case. Ju Hyuk found it strange. How some maze lord was able to send a Tower of Destruction to Earth. He could only do that in his own labyrinth. And then he had an epiphany. He finally realized it. The place he lives in, the place he calls Earth, it's a labyrinth. Does she really want him to believe that? It's really up to him to believe her or not. Why does she have to lie to him? It turns out he sent the Tower of Destruction because he wanted to collect great names. Accumulating karma is easier when there is an crisis of destruction in the world. Whether it's killing monsters, defending villages, or exploiting the crisis for your own gain. So just because one's name is stolen, it does not mean that he will become a constellation. This is only possible if the person whose name is stolen has accumulated enough karma. In that case, his students could have become constellations too. After all, they all eventually made a name for themselves. It turns out that they can do anything they want, but it will still be her hand to the Lord of the Labyrinth. But that's not the case. Ju Hyuk's rebirth and appearance here was an unexpected change for him. Perhaps the protagonist will be the one to beat the Labyrinth Lord at his own game. He might not just know about Ju Hyuk's reincarnation. There's a chance that he's the one responsible for the notification window, and that their meeting was also constructed by the Labyrinth Lord. What should he do in that case? But here's where he's wrong. The one who allowed the protagonist to be reborn and the creator of the notification window is not the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guy asked in that case who was behind it. That's what the guy doesn't know either. If that man was able to bring back the protagonist, he must have been related to him. Either way, they can't pass up this opportunity. A ring appeared near her fingers. Ju Hyuk asked what kind of ring that was. She can't explain in detail as there isn't much time left. But it will be the key to their counterattack. The protagonist asked why she couldn't tell him everything right now. Although she was able to talk to him like that, she was still being hunted by the Labyrinth Lord. But it's okay, because he's already fulfilled the condition, and dating will be easier from now on. They'll see each other in a few days. Ju Hyuk mustn't lose the ring. After which she snapped her fingers. The protagonist finds himself facing an exit. That's a pretty effective way to send him back. The one responsible for the appearance of the Tower of Destruction took his name, and prevented him from living a comfortable life. That bastard Lord of the Labyrinth will pay for his actions. Ju Hyuk doesn't know what the ring is, but he's sure it won't directly enhance him. He decided to absorb the remaining magical energy from the stones that were left in his vault. Even though he couldn't fully recover his strength, the amount of magical energy had reached the level of his best days. An island in the North Pacific Ocean. The three assassins, a group belonging to Il Shinja, lost to a student of Valhalla, Kim Ju Hyuk. The screen cracked. The leader of Il Shinja, the Dragon King Hannibal. He was displeased that these stupid humans couldn't do their job. After he heard about the constellations, he carefully studied Ju Hyuk's Kim. And the man learned that he was the one who had defeated Choi Zunian, who had a temporary contract with the constellation. So even when the family's son Wenrik left the order, even though the payment was small, he sent 3 assassins on the mission so that they would succeed for sure. Not only was he robbed, but now he has to round up all the loners in the group. A whole group of professionals, all for the sake of killing some punk, the leader of the privileged race, George. He noticed Hannibal was in trouble. Hannibal had already told him to knock before coming in, but George only came in because the man was thinking. Looks like he's in trouble because of Kim Ju Hyuk. They lost an important chess piece to this guy too. Looks like we're talking about Diera now. It was a personal job, so he didn't report it to the association. But Dicer didn't even handle it and ended up revealing his identity. Georg wanted to keep him as an informant for the Ventric family, but he had to get rid of him himself in case he revealed any information in the tower. Hannibal asked if he could help get rid of the 3 assassins. George replied that if that was the commission, of course he would do anything. Afterward, the man wondered if he should do better. Do with Kim Joo-hyuk. But Georg decided to warn him, don't mess with this guy. He was targeted by the first cult. I can't believe the first culture is back in action. Those bastards must be out of their minds. These 2 are also villains, but even they can tell that these bastards are complete nutcases. No one knows what they're trying to accomplish, but they're the ones who killed Logan's posse the first time around. Hannibal heard about it too. It's a good thing those bastards are targeting Kim Joo-hyuk. Also, if they contact their target, there is a huge chance of them targeting them too afterwards. In that case, all they have to do is wait. After all, sooner or later the first cult will figure out its purpose. The protagonist inquired as to who they were. They must be aware that this is Valhalla's campus. They're either fearless or just plain stupid. Well, the man just didn't say anything. He turned to the head. It was Adelia. He reported that they had already finished the preparations, and that took time. He apologized for that. For a mission on the Valhalla grounds where Kim Joo-hyuk is located, serious preparations are needed. Adela asked if they had found contractors with the ability to create subspace. The man replied that they had gathered a whole group of contractors with the ability to warp space, and since all members were elected by the Ventric family, no one will know about it for sure. It turns out they prepared what she asked for. The man replied that yes, they did. They prepared a storage stone with a huge amount of magical energy for sanctuarization. Then it was time for her to make her move as well. She ordered Deacon to stay in the contact group and let him take charge of the elimination team once subspace was complete. The Deacon asked if they were preparing a sanctuary to call the Constellation. Adelia replied that they were. He was a little perplexed by the fact that she was actually going to summon a constellation. Adelia asked, wondering what the big deal was. Does the Deacon think she's overreacting because she's afraid of a high school boy? The man replied that of course he didn't think so. These are just precautions, so there is no need to worry. In addition, a constellation that had never said anything before has suddenly come forward. The mask with the beak is asking for more information. That's what's worrying her right now. So, if they were able to summon the constellation this time, she would like to ask him about it. The Deacon also didn't understand why the suddenly quiet constellation was beginning to react. He ordered the contact team to prepare for warp space. A seal appeared at the bottom that put up a barrier. It's pretty logical to make it subspace. I mean, an attack right on the Academy grounds is a bad idea. They must have given this a lot of thought. The guy inquired, and whose idea it was. The head of the Ventric family must be involved. The Deacon asked how he knew that. Among his enemies, there are only 2 factions of villains who use black magic, and only one that doesn't. If it isn't the Ventric family, once they were exposed, there was no point in hiding. The Deacon ordered the elimination team to be summoned. One group showed up there, and then another one came along after that. And so he was already surrounded. The guy wondered if they weren't ashamed to call so many people to deal with a high school student. It doesn't really matter because they follow the commands of the head of the family. Their head must be quite unapologetic. The Deacon ordered him to be disposed of. They immediately pounced on the protagonist as ordered. However, Joo-hyuk didn't even let them do anything thickly as he immediately threw these people away from him. The Deacon bared his blade to engage in battle. Joo-hyuk jumped back. The protagonist wondered why he was waving his saber. A blade appeared in his hand. There were 2 men behind him who already wanted to kill him. However, the guy jumped up from where their attack was aimed. He then attacked these people with his foot, throwing them back. These guys don't even give him a break. The Deacon decided to attack the protagonist from a blind spot. But it was as if Joo-hyuk had anticipated this, as he didn't even have any trouble dodging this lunge. The Deacon was confused. Are these really the skills of some high school student? It was starting to piss him off. The man could only watch the sword in front of him. And after that, Joo-hyuk attacked him. Thinking about their opponents being high school students was a mistake, especially when he thought they were over-preparing. Only now did he realize that the head was right. The Deacon fell before the woman's feet. She finally crawled out of her hole. Head of the Ventric family. The entire elimination team, including the Deacon, was much stronger than normal contractors. And now they're all in a similar state. That's not the way it's going to work. Joo-hyuk should be proud because he'll get a chance to see a Ventric family heirloom that's inaccessible to ordinary people. Does she really want him to be afraid of just a freshman? I guess that's all the Ventric family has to say for bringing in a horde to deal with an ordinary high school student. She was really pissed off by the bastard's antics. Suddenly, the stones began to glow. People did not understand what was happening. Even Adelia was a little confused by what was beginning to happen. Don't tell me it actually happened. Even her heirloom was starting to sparkle. A huge bright glow filled the space, after which a golden window appeared there. Constellation asked, "Is this the master?" Everyone present froze. Adelia did too, of course. Ju-hyuk didn't realize what was even going on. The woman felt like she couldn't move. Did the sanctuarization activate on its own? She can at least be able to think, while the others seem to have both body and mind frozen. But the question is different. Why is there nothing wrong with this guy? After that, the protagonist saw a dialogue box in front of him. The word master was written there. A silhouette began to form amongst the golden light. It was a mask with a beak. She took off her mask. Underneath the mask was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who recognized the master. It was quite an unexpected encounter for him. And for her, it's probably long overdue. Once upon a time, as a child, she was captured and made a slave. And that day, she met Kim Hyun-oh. Look at the look on that little girl's face. She looks like she hates all the people in the world. The child replied not to try to pretend as if he understood her. What did he even know about her? He may not really know everything, but he knows enough. Kim Hyun-oh was also a slave. This was news she definitely didn't expect to hear. When he was small and weak, he was caught by a slave trader. After Togo, he was banned and shackled. That's how he lived his life. Kim Hyun-oh asked if she wanted to be free. It turns out, he says, that he was a slave too. In that case, why ask when he already knows the answer? Because of that damn thing around her neck, she doesn't even dream of freedom. Tell him to get out of here and stop provoking her. She doesn't know how the man got here, but the merchant will be back soon. The ban can only be lifted by the person who put it on, or it can disappear on its own if that person dies. But if she was unlucky, the ban would not be lifted even after his death. And her case is similar to the latter. I can't believe that bastard's dead. In that case, there's nothing more she can do. In fact, there is one option. He grabbed that magic collar. If you copy the components of the ban's magic, Kim Hyun can reverse them and gradually remove it. Although such control is not his specialty, it is not that difficult for him to lift the ban. Because it was the only way he could escape from fucking slavery. The collar was destroyed. She couldn't believe that this ban that had long tormented her had broken. Now that they've gotten rid of that, the rest lies with this little girl. She got her freedom after all, so Kim Hyun-oh wanted to know what she would do. She might want to go look for her family, but the child replied that she had no home or family. When the slave trader kidnapped her, he burned down the house and killed her family. Then the man said he was going on a trip. We're going to finish off those damn slave traders who buy and sell people so easily. Kim Hyun-oh suggested that she join him. The girl agreed to follow him. In that case, she should now treat him as her master. She didn't mind, and even she should be more polite. Enough of this rude behavior. He called her a fool, referring to the fact that now they had to leave. But the girl remembered that she still didn't know the master's name. Kim Hyun-oh introduced himself. She introduced herself as well, and that's the kind of girl she became all those years later when he was dead. And now he remembered. As expected, she had become a constellation. He knows her better than anyone else. However, he can't remember her name. That's what a labyrinth lord does when he steals a name. It can't be helped now. He still remembered her nickname after all. It's a nickname for stupid. After all, it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Meanwhile, Odelia couldn't believe this guy called the constellation a fool. She has a few things to do before they start celebrating her reunion with her master. Adelia was surprised that the constellation was personally touching her sacred relic. She took the relic from the woman, whereupon all present fell down. The girl asked how she should deal with those bastards. Maybe she should kill them. It's not worth killing them, because the protagonist already has a better idea. The next day, Lee Gong was dumbfounded. He looked at Valhalla's sponsorship list. The sponsor was the Ventric family, and that family was personally sponsoring student Kim Ju-hyuk. This family has invested 5 billion won, plus the personal sponsorships of Kim Ju-hyuk. That's where Lee Sang-chul came in. A man who noticed the man saw it too. It's really weird that the sponsorship came at a time like this. I wonder if it's because of Rockdill. He's the reason they got hurt. That's the guy who sent those 3 killers. So they're trying to cover it up with money. That doesn't make any sense. After Kim Ju-hyuk beat up Desera, they definitely wanted to silence him with money. Then they tried to protect Rockdill and their family's name. However, the Ventric family had already crossed the line when they expelled Rockdill from the family. If that hadn't happened, they'd be trying to draw attention away from Rockdill right now. Even that they didn't. This makes one wonder why they decided to sponsor Kim Ju-hyuk. Plus, they don't even know if that guy will accept the sponsorship yet. The man thinks that Ju-hyuk might say no rather harshly. They'll know it when they ask him in person. Meeting room. Hyuk accepted. The man clearly hadn't expected him to agree so easily. Who in their right mind would ever turn down 5 billion won? While they were dealing with that, the guy asked if he could go. Li Gong stopped him. Hyuk wasn't the only one who got sponsored. Valhalla wasn't left out either. According to Valhalla's rules, a guy can move into a premium dorm, but he's pretty good at the hostel where he's staying. So for now, he doesn't want to move. And if he does, he'll let me know. The man had no idea what was going on at all. Hyuk had turned down the head of the group, but now he suddenly decided to agree. Since the academy has stayed in the plus side, he won't be going strong on this. Let's go back a little bit. Then she asked how she should deal with the bastards. Hyuk says to wake up this woman, namely Adelia, because he has a better idea. A little while later, she was already sitting on her knees, her whole body shaking. Hyuk crouched down to be at her eye level. It seems to him that the Ventric family constellation doesn't care what he does to them. So, he asked Adelia what he should do. She originally created the Ventric family to serve the Master. Therefore, the Master can do whatever he wants with them. At that moment, a hunch popped into her head. So she decided to ask Mrs. Constellation about it. The guess was the phrase "all for one," which had been passed down in her family for generations. Of course, that phrase was about the Master. And it was only now that the fool realized it. Adelia realized that this man was the master of the constellation's mistress. The constellation answered that he was. Although his appearance had changed, the magical power of the master, she would not confuse with anything. Hyuk thinks she should stop asking about him. She'd better worry about herself now. Honestly, when he thinks about how much he's sick of them, even their deaths won't satisfy him. However, this family has prestige and power. So for the sake of his comfortable life, you just need him to use them for his own benefit. However, he is too lazy to control them on his own. Hyuk asked if she was a good head of the family. She may be the vice patriarch. But Adelia has held the position of head of the family for 4 years now. In 4 years, they regained their lost power and became Britain's strongest family. In that case, let them continue their work and support Hyuk at her family's level. She doesn't have to ask the reason. If she suddenly screwed up again, Adelia should know what would happen. The master needn't worry. She won't let it happen. Looks like it's time. Hyuk asked where she was going. It takes a tremendous amount of magical energy to maintain form in this space. It requires a dozen magic stones. Now I can see why she would have so many stones. I need the magic power to disappear, and she used her powers. Therefore, she needs to rest for a while. Hyuk asked if constellations always had such restrictions. It's actually okay. She was able to see the reincarnation of her master, and that was enough. Hyuk asked what's wrong with her. It's better to let her rest soon. She put her mask back on and remembered that she had forgotten to say something. She's not the only one of the disciples to become a constellation. The masters will meet him soon. Now she should leave. After that, the constellation disappeared. His other disciple had also become a constellation. Of course, Hyuk expected this, but who could it be? Or perhaps all his students have become constellations. Still, when would he meet him? Hyuk has personally met 2 constellations, the bastard Barch and the Fool. He'd met Barch thanks to the notification window, but meeting the Fool was completely random. And there's just a bunch of constellations right now. It's not like he can meet them all. If you think back on it that way, Barch hadn't said anything since meeting the guide. Barch immediately showed up and asked if Hyuk had called him out. The protagonist asked why he didn't say anything. The main character asked why he didn't say anything. His memory of the moment when Hyuk entered the secret room was cut short. To him here, it looked as if Hyuk had walked in and walked right out. And a little while later, his memories came back to him. The protagonist asked the Manu what he remembered, how flawed his existence was. Barcha asked why he would even remember such a thing. He actually recognized the concept of the name, which Hyuk should already know, and it's the Lord of the Labyrinth. It was the Lord who gave Barca the name. Hyuk went to class, but his transition got Seoyoung's attention. It turns out that the man who steals names and the one who named Barcha is called Lord of the Labyrinth. It has both names and powers. This power allows you to control the Tower of Destruction. Hyuk asked if he could use this power to influence a person's character. Barcha replied that yes, he could. When he was the Tower Lord, his character was more violent, and his current state is more like his original state. The protagonist asked how he even takes and gives out names. In fact, Barca doesn't know it himself. Given that the world is his labyrinth, it must be that he can take and give names as he wishes. This was the first time Barcha had heard that the world was a labyrinth. Hyuk asked if he had missed it by a long shot. A little later, the protagonist told me how things were. It's bad, but there's nothing to be done. But the conductor said this is an opportunity for a counterattack. You just have to wait a little longer. The next day, Ju-hyuk asked what it was. He's just here to eat. The tour guide inquired as to what this sparkly thing was. Ju-hyuk revealed that it was just a food tray, even though they agreed to meet in 2 days. Why does she call him right during lunch? The tour guide apologized for not paying attention to it. Afterward, the girl asked if he had brought the ring. The guy replied that he did, after which he pulled out a ring. Now they're going to start using it. As far as he understood, it wasn't just an item that strengthened his body. So he didn't understand how this ring would help him counterattack that guy. It's pretty simple. He should just put on the ring and escape from the maze. Ju-hyuk inquired if it could be any maze. In general, at this time, there are no more labyrinths that appear naturally, and the ones that are left are already completely divided. Of course, he can't just pass through any labyrinth. Soon the Maze Lord will start personally creating mazes, and it's called a dungeon breakout, or even a disaster. As soon as the maze appears, the monsters spread all around and destroy everything in their path. In his past life, they were everywhere. There was nowhere to hide in the world at all. There's no such thing in this life, which makes it much more enjoyable. Ju-hyuk asked where and when they would appear and how big it would be. The tour guide replied that in about 3 months. She is still measuring the scale was. He will appear in a country called Korea. This is really unbelievable. If she narrows it down to just a country, how will they even be able to prevent a national-level disaster, even though Ju-hyuk lives there? She asked to talk without all that. Getting information while hiding from the Labyrinth Lord is quite difficult. It's better to start over. The whole world is a labyrinth as it is, so it's not clear why other labyrinths appear in it. The woman said that the Lord of the Labyrinth creates them on purpose. Is he doing this to take names and give them away? She must think it's time. Before the Tower of Destruction appeared, it could be said that he would try to adapt people. Then it turns out that Ju-hyuk needs to put on the ring and blow up the maze that will appear during the disaster. The tour guide asked how he used to destroy mazes. Since the battle with the maze boss was sometimes mind-numbing, he usually just used maze stones. When he did that, the maze would disappear. That's usually the fastest way, but he shouldn't do it this time. He just has to put the ring on and defeat the maze boss. And the protagonist asked if there was any reason for it. Even though mazes are created by the Lord of the Maze, things like Calamity and Towers of Destruction are not easy to do. It's all based on someone's name. To put it simply, mazes are created by the power of names. Among the components of mazes that do similarly, the point at which name involvement is greatest is the maze boss. By putting on the ring and defeating the labyrinth boss, he will be able to absorb the name selected by the Lord of the Labyrinth. This will be the starting point of their counterattack. Ju-hyuk had a question. This Labyrinth Lord had taken away more than 1 or 2 names. Therefore, he didn't know how returning one name would help the counterattack. The guide recognized that it was a pretty good question. Of course, the Labyrinth Lord wouldn't blink an eye if he lost one name. His current goal is to adapt and before the Tower of Destruction appears. Honestly, the core of this plan is not only stealing the name, but also quick maze sweep. In that case, if he realizes that the labyrinth disappeared before the adaptation, he will change his plans. He can send many names to the world, thus creating various incidents. At that moment, they will be able to absorb names on a huge scale. The absorbed names will become a power for them. Does it absorb the name and make a power out of it? In that case, he had another question. Ju-hyuk asked how they would be different from the Lord of the Labyrinth then. This is quite surprising, as she didn't expect him to care. The protagonist asks why she's looking at him like that. He needs a legitimate reason to act. For one thing, they don't harm the regular residents by collecting names. If he takes the Labyrinth Lord's name, he will become a saint or be bound to the name with no possibility of reincarnation. Whatever happens, the body will be in a contested state, essentially non-existent. Furthermore, if he uses absorbed names, when the restrictions from those names fall off, so do those guys' restrictions. But if it bothers him, he can do what he wants. In any case, he'll know immediately whose name it is when he absorbs it. In that case, he agreed. We just have to wait for the dungeon to break. She would soon give him information about his exact location of appearance and when it would happen. Isn't just defeating the boss and clearing the maze enough. When the maze disappears, the monsters will disappear too, but the ones that come out will remain, and that too must be prevented. He won't meet a little later. She snapped her fingers again, after which he found himself in the dining room. I should have been told about this beforehand. Besides, she said something about assembling a team. In a past life, he dealt with disasters with his students. It's a long time to go it alone. Plus, she needs to prevent collateral damage. It turns out, we need to nurture students again. Suddenly, he noticed an unexpected guest in front of him. It was Enlin. The guy asked what she was even here for. After she lost to him, she thought for a while. She wondered why she had lost. That's when she realized. Ju Hyuk was stronger, so she lost. The main character asked if it took her so long to realize something obvious. Enlin thought she looked a lot like him. That comparison was beginning to piss him off. A man who defeats everyone with talent alone without ever losing. That's rare among adults. If she thinks he's really like that, it's a misunderstanding. He actually works pretty hard. She was just voicing a way of thinking that she had before. But not now. His punches weren't so simple. They were movements that had gone through countless hours of experience. When she lost, she was just furious. But after she calmed down, the reason for the defeat became obvious. Lack of experience. And that's when she realized that she would become stronger by fighting him as well. So she wants to continue their battle, until she defeats him. And Lan wanted them to fight. And the boy didn't want to indulge her strange logic. Well, what about the battle? She moved from China to fight him, didn't she? He didn't care about that. He'd rather spend his time perfecting his martial art. But she doesn't know how. She was trained until she was 6 years old, and after that, she trained on her own. And then Ju Hyuk defeated her in the lunar year. Did it happen before she took control of the contractors? The contractors didn't like her in the first place. After all, she was the one who decided to do things her own way. She was cut off from regular family training. So she asked to be sent training partners to continue honing her skills. They ended up just sending her adult contractors. So she was just winning. She was lucky there weren't many of them. The head of the family said one thing, but the nuance turned out to be something else entirely. This girl definitely has talent, and she likes to fight. But their head seemed like she was just throwing herself at everyone she saw. Ju Hyuk asked if she was obligated to be in the White Lotus Palace. Yunlan replied that it was rather conditional. She was stuck there because she was treated like a family headache. Well, it didn't matter, because she was stronger than their contractors. Now things have changed, because she found someone who is much stronger than herself. The protagonist asks, and what good is that? Fighting him without relying on the family's techniques, she was definitely able to become stronger already. As if the guy would agree to that right now. She started asking for him to fight her. It's kind of weird. She was the outcast of the family, so she was kept in the White Lotus Palace. So why is she being released now? He doesn't know the full picture, but wouldn't it be better to leave Enlin in the White Lotus Palace? Eventually, he agreed, only for her to just let him go. The girl asked if he would really fight her. Doing it in the middle of the academy would be stupid, but since he was going to the hall anyway, she could just follow him. Jim, Aaron and Soyoung turned their attention to the new girl. Sehyuk too. Ju Hyuk told her to wait here while he changed his clothes. After which, Aaron approached him. The protagonist asked to just wait for a while. Choi Aaron asked who that girl was. The chief surgeon replied that it was just a crazy woman he met at the White Lotus. She said that she came here to fight him. Is it really true? He'll only do it once. Aaron seemed angry that she'd come from so far away just to fight. Enlin wondered what that look was. Was she really going to fight as well? Arena pointed out that she wasn't yet. Enlin became frustrated. Considering her hair color, she's definitely from the family. Did she seriously come all the way from China just to fight Ju Hyuk? Valhalla's training ground. He was sure that only Yunlin and Ju Hyuk had agreed to spar, so he didn't understand what the hell they were all doing here. Aaron makes sure she doesn't throw anything unnecessary away. Seo-young came to get Choi Aaron, and Se-yuk said to ignore him. She told the protagonist to get ready, for she had become much stronger. I can't believe it's true. If that's the case, he might not be able to hold back. He remembered the words that he needed to get a team together to stop the disaster. Enlin talked about wanting to become stronger. In that case, if he won, she would become his disciple. But she just wanted to beat him. She can do that after she becomes his apprentice. For now, they must begin the battle. She's pissed off at her teachers, so she's bound to win. The girl attacked him with her elbow. Now Ju Hyuk felt that she had actually gotten stronger as well. He had fended off her attack, but he wouldn't be able to do it again this time. So-young asked what kind of magic was that? Was there really such a monster in the White Lotus? It's a huge amount of mana, and the concentration is even higher than Kim Ju-hyuk's during the competition. After which, she moved to attack. If it hits even once, it will be over. And even if it blocked, it would still take damage from magic power. But it was only then that she noticed he had the same rack. In fact, he likes to meet everything face to face. It was like two monsters fighting, after which their fists made contact. She's raised her mana concentration to such a level and she's still being cast. But Kim Ju-hyuk doesn't seem to have that much magic power. He's even stronger than he was that time, but it's definitely the same guy. Jo Hyuk only fights back once, then he starts throwing his own punches. The protagonist attacked her. Once again, she couldn't land a good punch. She fell to the floor. It looks like Jo Hyuk has another student. A little while later, Enlin woke up. Again, she lost. Jo Hyuk replied that she was pretty strong. In fact, he thought she had passed out until tomorrow morning, so he didn't expect her to wake up so soon. The girl asked if that was a compliment or mocking her. Enough idle chatter, and it's time to become his apprentice. This time, she fought using all the limits of her body, without any magic. But even so, the result didn't change. In that case, she would be his apprentice. Enlan asked if she was his first student. Well, the guy said no. She was surprised and even thought that he had started picking up students back in middle school. The protagonist replied that this was not true. Choi Arin replied that she started receiving Jo Hyuk's instruction before her, which means she is his first student. Afterward, she called Yunlan a kitten, but she's not really his first student either. Well, it's better to go with that version, because it's less trouble. Enlin was angry about that nickname. It looked like she was up for a fight. Chi Arin didn't understand why this kitten was so furious. Enlin mentioned that she has a name, so she shouldn't give her weird nicknames. Choi Arin asked what was wrong with that kitten. Isn't that a cute nickname? Enlin was even embarrassed to be called cute. The girl obviously wanted to measure up. Arin replied that it was a good nickname, and now she could go home. However, why would Enlin leave, since she hasn't even learned anything yet? Arin mentioned that she should know that she is an adorable kitty. This scene brings back memories. Back in his past life, looking at his students, he had the same feeling. Jo Hyuk also called her a pussycat, talking about stopping. Yunlin certainly didn't want him to call her that. Choi Arin really started training under him before Yunlin. It turns out Arin is her senior, so let them chop their sajo. And since Arin had gotten saman, she should speak to her with respect. She was flattered by the fact that the protagonist recognized her as his first student. Arin was glad that she was now a sajo. I could not tell from the look on Inlan's face. Considering that they had sparred and hit some bumps, Jo Hyuk suggested that they stop there today and go home. Even though Yunlin wasn't hurt, she agreed anyway. Only where's she supposed to sleep now? Jo Hyuk asked if she hadn't found a place to live. Yunlin replied that she came to fight him. Therefore, she didn't even think about looking for one. When she asked Solian what she needed to do to fight him again, she said to go to Valhalla, which is in Korea. Did she really come here right after that? I mean, she had no plans at all. Jo Hyuk replied that the academy had assigned him another dorm room, so she could stay there. That was to be expected from a kitty. Enlan asked if she really wanted to die. Jo Hyuk tried to stop them. Still, he was tired. Because of Enlan and Choi Arin, he was busy and ended up not being able to finish his daily training. But in any case, it seems that both of them would make good students. Yu Seo-young is focusing on physical training right now, so she's still a long way away from sword training. And Oh Se-hyuk is not showing any interest and is practicing on his own. So until the disaster stops, these two will take care of it. His phone started vibrating. That was Adelia Ventric. Jo Hyuk picked up the phone. She called to say that she was finishing up other things right now, including Mr. Kim Jo Hyuk's request, so she decided to warn him right away. Also, the conversation came up for the donations that the main character was requesting. Jo Hyuk revealed that he'd checked the donations this morning. Adelia asked if he might have any other questions. He did have one request, an important request. Adelia must tell the contracts that there would be a disaster in 3 months. The woman just couldn't believe those words and asked where he got such information. She shouldn't ask questions about the source. Jo Hyuk doesn't know what the scale will be, but something will happen here. She realized it would happen in Korea. In that case, Adelia would contact useful contacts on the Ventric family's side and the Korean guilds. She should try to do it as soon as possible. Adelia also asked the Lord if he could chance to praise her efforts in front of the Constellation Keeper when she woke up. Jo Hyuk asked if she was still asleep. It really is. Adelia tried not to get in touch, but she's not answering. She said she needed a break after using her powers directly. Apparently a day wasn't enough to fully recover. Jo Hyuk replied that he would tell her everything. Adelia thanked him for that. The day after the academy, the training room. Jo Hyuk has been practicing running. Choi Arin followed suit, and for Yenlin, it seemed to be a bit of a challenge. After which, he finally finished and looked at his student's condition. She tried to catch her breath, lying on the floor. Enlin asked to be given time to rest, for she was really about to die. She almost died, but she didn't. Still, she's holding up better than Jo Hyuk expected. In fact, he thought she would give up halfway through. Of course, Yunlun didn't come here to play games. Apparently, her stamina is fine, but it might be worth slowing down a bit. Suddenly, he heard another voice. It was an unfamiliar woman who asked if Enlin had come here by chance. Ju-hyuk thought she looked the same as Solyan and Yunlun, after which she turned her attention to Enlin. This child had come such a long way and didn't even tell her mother about it. It was Seo Yeonhwa. Yunlun wasn't very happy to see her here. Hyuk asked if she was Yunlun's mom. He actually thought her mom was Seolian, so Kim Hyuk is the one who brought her here. The woman decided to introduce herself properly. Her name is Seo Yeonhwa. She is the head of the Seo family and Yunlun's mom. Solyan, the head of the White Lotus Society, is her younger sister. This explains why they are so similar. That's a little strange. Solyan promised to contact her if Enlin left the White Lotus. However, she didn't say anything to her and sent Enlin here. They will find out the reason later. For now, Enlin must follow her mother, for it is time for them to return to the White Lotus. She hadn't cared before, and now she'd decided to send her home. Let her get out of here, and tell him to stop treating her like his daughter. It's stressful. Seo Yeonhwa revealed that rejecting her then was the Constellation's decision. Yunlun already knew about it. She found out from the maid, not from Seo Yeonhwa. Besides, it happened a while ago. It didn't matter, because the important thing was that she was able to recognize it. What's more, this time the Constellation said to bring her in. There was a chance that Enlin would recognize the Constellation, so she should stop shaming her mother already. Does this woman really want her to go home now? So that's why she's been trying to get Enlin out all this time. Seo Yeonhwa replied that it was true. However, Enlin told her to just get out of here. There are students practicing here, so she shouldn't disturb them. Besides, this is Valhalla, not the Seo family and the White Lotus. Seo Yeonhwa shouldn't even think about doing anything here. The woman asked if her daughter knew why she had come without security. To take her away undetected. She asked Enlin. Fortunately, Yenlin managed to block that blow, albeit by jumping back a couple steps. The girl asked what she was doing. Isn't it obvious? Seo Yeonhwa won't be careful. So that's what this is all about. Then she's not gonna hold back anymore. Enlin immediately lunged at her. She had to remember that when Seo Yeonhwa had challenged her last time, Yunlan had defeated her. So this time it will happen exactly the same way. Seo Yeonhwa was able to stop her fist. She felt that Enlin had definitely gotten stronger. Apparently in the White Lotus, she wasn't just playing around. She really did. She practiced hard so that she wouldn't be left behind. So it's time for her to go back to her families, and start practicing for real. The woman had no trouble changing Yenlin's direction. What's wrong with this woman anyway? Has she always been this good? Yenlin landed, after which she decided to attack again. Seo Yeonhwa stepped back, not realizing what kind of barbaric attack just now. Enlan told her to just shut up. She needs to win. Arin turned to Ju-hyuk. Perhaps they should call an instructor to stop them. The head of the family is causing a stir in Valhalla, without security, besides claiming he's trying to get his daughter. Ju-hyuk asked what she thought would happen if the instructor found out. Arin replied that it would be bad. But even so, he doesn't like this woman. Arin was of the same opinion. She had abandoned her daughter, and suddenly she decided to take her back if necessary. The kitty must have been very sick. The woman wished she would hurry up and end her pointless rebellion and follow her before she hurt herself. Yenlin thinks she's the one who's going to get hurt here. She pulled back a little more. Yenlin gave the woman a good punch. She may have succeeded in blocking it, but she's definitely hurt. But only then did she notice that her leg was frozen. Apparently this is the first time she's seen it. This is the power of the Seo family constellation. The king of the deep snow. Maybe not immediately upon her return to the Seo family, but sooner or later she would gain this ability through constellation contracts. Enlin noticed that she was stronger than last time. Had she thoughtlessly borrowed power from the constellation? Seo Yeonhwa asked. And what's so thoughtless about it? It's the common sense of this world. If she's a member of the family she's patronized with the news, then that's the way it should be. The woman hoped that Enlin wasn't thinking about the fact that she had fought with her own strength in a battle against her just because she recognized her exertions. She may have already changed her mind, so she decided to ask one last time. The question was the same, whether Enlin would go home. That's never going to happen. In that case, that little brat shouldn't even think about coming home unharmed. Because of her frozen leg, she didn't even have time to react. Seo Yeonhwa will freeze and break her right arm. Then she will look at her lost arm and say, I will never go against my family and constellation again. At that moment, Ju-hyuk intervened. The girl's police could be guessed that she hadn't expected the master to interfere in their fight. Hyuk asked, with a displeased expression on his face, what she was doing. Is she seriously going to chop off her daughter's hand? Seo Yeonhwa stated that as a mother educating her daughter, she will assure that it's not his mind. Had education really changed that much in their day? He seemed to have heard something similar about another child recently. It was something she had never heard of. But the woman wondered how he'd been able to block it and escape the frost. Besides, the recoil was serious. So, this guy fended off a blow with magic that was stronger than her constellation's magic. The protagonist turned to Choi Aaron and said to get Enlin out of here. Enlan was apparently displeased and also said that she could fight too. Especially it's her family's business. She could indeed fight, but could she feel her leg at the moment? The girl fell silent. Even if Ju Hyuk hadn't taught her anything yet, a master can't watch his student get hurt. Just let her move away. This is indeed her master. Choi Aaron just looked at her with displeasure. Seo Yeonhwa asked if he was still in the academy. Plus, he decided to do her studies. That sounds pretty interesting. She just wanted to take Yunlin with her. Did that impress Ju Hyuk so much that he decided to pretend to be her master? He doesn't care about that. They just have the same interests. That's no reason for a master-apprentice relationship. In that case, she'll see how good a master he is. Her mother may look cold. She's just as aggressive as Yenlin. He managed to block her blow, but it would be hard to deal with her without a serious mana cost. First, he'll dodge and target the joint. However, the woman reacted quickly and attacked him. Ju Hyuk was not a bad guy either, as he managed to duck from the blow. Because of her magic, the hall gradually began to freeze. It didn't even hit, but it still did so much damage. Looks like she can also release ice, which is pretty interesting. One of the advantages of this academy is the sports equipment, so it should reimburse everything before going to China. She'll think about it if this guy wins. Her palm was right in front of Kim Ju Hyuk. Dodging it is useless, as it will cause even more damage to the gym. However, if he takes the hit, he will still have to spend magic power to block it. In that case, he'll just break it directly. The magical power she gathered in her hand just hit the ceiling of the hall. But the woman only now noticed that Ju Hyuk had already approached her, after which the protagonist attacked her. The force of the blow caused her to start spitting blood, after which Seo Yeonhwa fell to the gym floor. He was indeed able to defeat the one who had taken the power from the constellation. The woman admitted that it was really incredible. She now understands how Ju Hyuk attracted Yunlan here, and why he calls himself her master. Still, even though she recognizes him, Yunlin will go home anyway. Ju Hyuk asks why that is. She had already said it was what their constellation wanted, hadn't she? Even if she failed, the thousands of people who had received the order would still come after her. It turns out that her opinion doesn't matter at all in this matter. The goals of the constellation are more important. That's the whole point of their family's existence, meaning she has to fight someone in her family again, even if she doesn't want to. She's sick of it, so she's had enough. Ju Hyuk asked what he should do to meet the constellation. She'd said it herself, that it was Constellation's orders, and they wouldn't stop until they brought her in. So if he beats the constellation, it'll all work itself out. This man apparently has no idea what he's saying right now. For a man to win a constellation, ordinary people can only directly encounter a constellation when it appears sanctuary. However, this requires a tremendous amount of energy, and therefore does not happen often. There are no fools in the SO's family, so they won't do that thing that can bring them harm. Actually, there is another way. You have to touch the sacred relic directly, to bring everything into the realm of the mind. Even though Ju Hyuk is at an academy for hunters, he seems to have a lot more knowledge about contracts and sacred relics than she thought. If he comes into contact with the So family's sacred relic, he will be transported to the King of the Snow Depths. However, unlike this world, where the power of the constellation is limited, the realm of the mind is the territory of the constellation. Ordinary people can be instantly crushed by the constellation's pressure upon entering it. Does he still want to go against the constellation? Ju Hyuk answered that yes. It is not possible at this time. It cannot itself authorize a person from the outside to come into contact with a sacred relic. They'll schedule a meeting with the constellation in a week. Until then, no one will attack Yunlan or Ju Hyuk. If he loses in the realm of reason and comes back here, what does he plan to do? It wouldn't do them any good to arrange a meeting with the constellation for him. Whether he loses or wins, they can set conditions. But only if, when he wins, they leave Yunlan alone forever. Ju Hyuk will take care of her. This guy is too arrogant. But she agreed and said she'd go alone tonight, after which she left them. This situation was beginning to piss him off. A week later, just like she promised, there was a meeting with the constellation. A few days ago, Valhalla dormitory. The room was open. The guy turned on the lights. He also said she could stay here. If you look at the look of a dormitory of this level, you can tell that it is as if it is the home of a wealthy family. Could she really live here? Ju Hyuk replied that he did. He was originally supposed to move into this room, but he asked to keep the old room too, and they let him. Enlan asked why he cared for her so much. It's her family's business after all, so even if Ju-hyuk hadn't interfered, it would have been fine. Could it be that he cares for her because she became his student? The protagonist replied that that was also one of the reasons. To be honest, he doesn't like that kind of thing. He is infuriated by arrogant people who think their status allows them to be disregarded by others. That's why he was curious. Ju-hyuk asked if that was the reason why she wasn't comfortable. The girl started to hurriedly reply that it wasn't. It's just the first time she's ever gotten so much attention. She just wanted to say thank you. When she goes through his training and it proves too difficult for her, something tells him that her gratitude will quickly dissipate. He also wanted to ask her something. Guy thought that her family's constellation was the king of the deep mountain, but Enlan answered that it was the king of the depths of snow. He wanted to know what this constellation was all about. He uses ice when attacking, but it's been a long time since she's had normal contact with her family, so she doesn't know much. However, the girl had heard that he did not get too involved in the family's affairs, and there are those in the family who don't know anything about him. That's pretty weird. He did tell the family to bring her in after all. Yenlin didn't think she had much to do with this constellation. She didn't receive constellation protection like other family members, so she doesn't know much. If that's the way things are already, he'll deal with it there. She has to recover before her family arrives because she has to see Ju-hyuk off that day. After which, the protagonist left. She only looked at him in confusion. Kim Ju-hyuk's room. He called back to Adelia Ventrick. The woman asked if something was wrong. Actually, the guy wanted to ask a favor. He fought the head of the family with. Adelia asked how it had happened. Ju-hyuk revealed that she came to get her daughter, and it ended in a fight. It turns out her daughter is now in Valhalla. Anyway, their school equipment had been broken during all of this. So he asked if Adelia could handle it. The woman replied that it would probably work out. They just needed to replace the equipment as soon as possible. In that case, she would deal with it. Adelia also asked if anything else was needed. Ju-hyuk asked if she knew anything about the family's co-creation. It's about the king of the snow depths now. She'd heard that he didn't personally get involved in the family's affairs, and it wasn't like the family was doing anything outside of the family, so it was hard to judge. Afterward, the protagonist asked if she was awake, but there was still no answer. Constellation-wise, but that can be said for other constellations of similar level. Most likely, the So family and the constellation have not met in person. Adelia wondered if he was asking about the constellation, because he wanted to talk about how hard she was working as soon as possible. But in response, Ju-hyuk remarks that she's relaxed since she started talking heresy. In that case, he hangs up the phone. The woman apologized. Doesn't anyone really know anything? Barche called him Kim Hyun-oh, saying that it doesn't sound like him. And the main character asked what he meant by that. Wasn't he used to rushing straight into battle without paying attention to who his opponent was? The protagonist replied that this was indeed the case. However, although he is getting stronger, he is still much weaker than his previous life. It would be foolish to engage in a confrontation without knowing his strength. Moreover, the mind realm is his territory that allows him to fully control his power. If that's the case, then why is Bar so weak in his own measurements? Still, given his original strength, he should be no weaker than the other constellations. If the protagonist is going to fight in the realm of the mind, he might as well give him some advice. Strength in the realm of the mind has nothing to do with the strength of his body. Ju-hyuk asked what she is then. Barche said that Ju-hyuk can use the power based on the strength of the body he knows. Is that really all he wanted to say to him? This must be some kind of joke. The average person would feel no difference once they entered the realm of the mind. But that doesn't apply to the main character. Kim Hyun-oh shouldn't forget that. He seemed to understand roughly what Barche meant. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. Go to the temple and defeat the constellation. 1 week later, China, a family with. These two were already met by the head of the family with. That guy really came after all. In fact, Seo Yeon-hwa thought he would just run away. Ju-hyuk replied that he wasn't that kind of person. He then asked if he could touch the sacred relic now. The woman said to follow her. Ju-hyuk touched his student's shoulder, saying that he would be back soon. They entered a rather snowy room. It felt like it was just an open space. Ju-hyuk didn't understand what was wrong with this room either. From under the snow she pulled out a small chest. After she came back from Seoul, she kept wondering what to do with Ju-hyuk if he lost. And then she got the idea to make this guy a slave to the family with. Ju-hyuk replied that she can do what she wants and just let her just hand over those gloves here already. She held out the gloves, whereupon they were snatched up by the protagonist. And in that moment, he found himself in front of a constellation. The king of the depths of snow asked who he was. The protagonist replied that if the constellation introduces itself, it will introduce itself too. This guy is clearly not his student, but he looks familiar, so Ju Hyuk tried to remember where he'd seen him. A man who is a threat to the family with. The constellation seems to know him, but Ju Hyuk doesn't. Maybe they should exchange names. They can do it if the guy survives this attack. It appears that he wants to use the long-range attack. The blocks of ice were suddenly right in front of his face. Constellation clearly wanted to bury the protagonist under those ice floes, but something happened that he didn't expect. There was nothing wrong with this guy. He was actually able to dodge his attack. There was no way to dodge this attack with a normal jump. He must have used magic power to increase the range of his jump. Apparently this guy is something after all. He'd tell him his real name, but he'd forgotten it after being locked up here. So he'll use an alias. Outside, he is known as the King of the Snow Depths. Ju Hyuk noticed that there was suddenly a snowstorm. His followers call him the God of Chaos, and those who fear him call him a snow demon. And if you combine the two titles, he's called the Snow God of Chaos. After that, Kim Ju Hyuk also introduced himself. The Snow God of Chaos will remember that name. Ice began to appear around him. Looks like he's been cut off from retreating by this ice. The Snow God of Chaos had already prepared to attack the protagonist. Under his feet, ice began to show beneath his feet as well. At that moment, the protagonist realized that dealing with this with his bare hands would be unpleasant. In that case, he uses his sword. The Snow God of Chaos also turned his attention to his blade. The protagonist broke the ice with his sword. The ice flew back towards the Snow God of Chaos. This guy used ice to fend off his attack. That's pretty ridiculous. All ice and snow in the area is under his control. But these explanations did not really interest the protagonist, for he immediately rushed to the attack. He attacked with his sword, however, the Snow God of Chaos was able to stop it. Ju Hyuk used ice to repel his attack and get closer. The idea is good, but this guy is not strong enough. I can't believe he really thinks that. His words don't match the reality at all in that Ju Hyuk lacks strength. In that case, Ju Hyuk should hit him once and see if he has the strength or not. The protagonist attacked him with his fist. The impact caused the Snow God of Chaos to fly backwards. It probably hasn't been hit with a fist in quite some time. He noticed this attack that was imbued with magic, and also the sword in his hands. Now he understood everything. This guy is the God of Martial Arts. Actually, that nickname was given to him by his students, but he's right here. God of Martial Arts, Kim Hyun-oh. Although he didn't know him too well, he was able to personally witness his power 300 years ago. 300 years ago. One day it was attacked by a huge group of monsters. He was actually pretty good at it. However, it was a huge army that he could not handle alone. That time, he decided that he would take as many monsters with him as he could. However, his plan was not destined to come true, for the God of Martial Arts appeared. He wanted to ask why the God of Martial Arts had come, and why he had come between him and the monsters. But then the God of Martial Arts swung his sword color blackened. In that instant, all questions vanished, leaving behind only a single fear. He felt the magical power, and it was similar. This guy may look different, but this is definitely a martial arts god in his own right. Ju Hyuk asked why he wasn't attacking him. In that case, he'll attack him himself. He had always wanted to fight the god of martial arts. In that case, he will accept his challenge and show what he can do. Reception hall. Enlin sat alone, but also behind closed doors she still caught glances. The eyes of many family members were fixed on her. That's why she didn't want to go back to the family with. If it wasn't for Kim Ju Hyuk's request, she wouldn't be here. Two girls appeared in the reception area and recognized Yenlin, Seo's family. First daughter, So In-rin. Second daughter is Seo Pei. Enlin asked if they really wanted to fight. Seo Pei replied that that wasn't true. She just heard that Enlin had returned from the castle, so she wanted to see her. So In-rin confirmed that they didn't want to fight her. Yenlin replied that if they just wanted to look at her, they could stand by those guys behind the wall. It sounds like there was a miscommunication that caused her to apologize. It's better to apologize face to face. The girl asked what they wanted to apologize for. She knows that after Enlin got to Baek Ryo's castle, they had a fight. Because of that, they didn't have time to talk at all. So they wanted to talk at least now, even if it's too late. They left her alone, didn't they? It turns out, after all these years, they're here just to say that. They're just talking this crap because they're scared because she's back. So-and-so asked him to wait for a while. It may look like a forced apology, but in reality, they had no choice at the time. Their mother wouldn't even let them meet Yenlin, and that's not all. She was the one who wouldn't let Enlin train. Yenlin asked if she had been abandoned because she was jealous. That was what she had always thought. If truth be told, They were still a little jealous of her. But more likely, they were just proud, because it's nice to have such a strong family member with like Yenlin. Though they were of that opinion, they were called by their mother, and she forbade Yenlin from practicing because she thought she could be a threat to them in the battle to become the next head of the family. After all, even if she has her, all the other elders will still vote for Yenlin, and so whether these two agreed or not, they simply had no choice. They had to accept Yenlin's exclusion from the family, but she was wrong about one thing. Seo Pei and Seo and Rin don't want to become the head of the family. A better way to put it is that it's not that they don't want to do it. It's more like they shouldn't want to do it. And Lan asked what that meant, and about that, it's better for Solion to tell her. Meanwhile, the snow god of chaos attacked the protagonist. Ju Hyuk started to run away from the blocks of ice, after which he jumped up to reach the snow god of chaos. However, his opponent had already prepared a new attack for this. Sharp ice spikes rushed straight towards Ju Hyuk. He cracked them up with ease, talking about how it was a little infuriating. Is he really going to annoy those protagonists with such petty attacks? In that case, he's just using a big attack. An ice seal appeared in front of the guy's face, after which the snow god of chaos blew her up. This attack even surprised him. The protagonist didn't expect to have such a thing in his pocket. The snow god of chaos was going to completely freeze Kim Hyun-oh, but he was able to dodge that too. He didn't expect anything else from the god of martial arts. The protagonist replies that he doesn't need to be praised here. It even makes him a little uncomfortable. This guy is different. If he was so strong and in his past life, the protagonist would definitely remember him. He must have reached his limit here. That's why he's stronger than he was in his last life. This is already getting pretty interesting. Too bad he didn't meet him sooner. The snow god of war asked what he meant by saying that. Jo Hyuk praised him. After that, he took the sword out of its sheath. So that's how it works. The snow god of chaos began to argue that he couldn't get enough of that compliment. After which he made an icy fist. He will defeat the god of martial arts. After which, the snow god of chaos prepared to attack. Ju Hyuk swung around to answer him with an attack as well. After that, the two exchanged a punch. It's worth forgetting about already. It wasn't even close. Meanwhile, Seo Yeonhwa was watching the main character in reality. It was a bit long. Well, Kim Ju Hyuk used weird magic, so the constellation is playing with them. Afterward, she noticed the protagonist returning from the mind realm. What is it? Even though it was only his mind that took the damage, but this guy looks a little too normal somehow. She said his name. Kim Ju Hyuk turned to the woman as soon as he heard his name. The protagonist happily declared that he had defeated the constellation of the family with. Seo Hwa thought it was a joke, but just then she saw a blue notification window pop up, and it said that the King of Snow Depth expresses his sincere respect to Kim Ju Hyuk. She just couldn't believe that this guy had actually won a constellation. It's just not possible. The constellation of the family's guardian sap couldn't be defeated by some brat. Ju Hyuk replied that if she didn't believe, she could ask her constellation again. After that, he started to approach her. Plus, she's previously talked about stopping touching Yunlan if Ju Hyuk wins their constellation. Looks like they're going to have to change that stipulation a bit. After which he returned to the reception area, saying that it was time for them to leave. But he also noticed some other new faces, and some familiar ones, and still asked what they were all gathered here for. Who would have thought that they would meet Kim Ju Hyuk once again? Seolian didn't think he would come here. He recognized the head of the White Lotus Association. In fact, the guy didn't expect to meet her here either. Yunlin asked if he was already done. Ju Hyuk replied that he would tell everything on the way. Those looks are making him a little tense. As the two walked, Enlan assumed he had lost, considering how fast he'd come back. It must have been hard. Ju Hyuk has no divine protection. He personally had to fight the constellation. The protagonist replied that on the one hand, it was indeed true. Yunlan asked if Seo Yeonhwa had told Seo what would happen if he lost. Ju Hyuk replied that she would become a slave of Seo's family if she loses. The girl asked if this meant that he would now serve in the family co, but who knows? She has a pretty funny reaction. He doesn't even know if he should tell her the truth. Jenlin thought he should have been stopped. Her sister and aunt had told her something. Seo Yeonhwa put her whole life on the line for the position of head of the family. She had wanted to put the head of the family since she was a child. Solian advised her to take control of her greed. However, after she became the head of the family, her greed did not subside one bit. After all, she wanted to hold that position for the rest of her life. She kept the elders in line. Even her own children were only a threat to her position. That's why she started keeping such strict control over everything. In Yenlin's case, she feared her daughter's talent. So she isolated the girl, using her family and sisters to do so. In addition, it seems that the constellation guardian of the So family had the same thoughts. Isn't that ironic? Genlin didn't want to become the head of the family on principle. Is it really true? In fact, the protagonist wanted to hear what her thoughts would come to. But in all likelihood, there will be no end to them, so he will tell her after all. Ju Hyuk won the constellation. Enlen thought he was just joking, but in reality, the main character doesn't joke about such things. It all started because the constellation ordered Enlan to return to the White Lotus. But some things don't add up. According to Enlin, the constellation didn't want to run the family, so he asked the constellation. He woke the snow god of chaos with a slap. He's not going to die, so let him get up. Ju Hyuk had a question for him. The protagonist had heard about the constellations being summoned by Enlan. Therefore, he wanted to hear the reason for these actions. As it turns out, the current head of the family has asked the constellation to do this. Her youngest daughter is supposed to receive the constellation's patronage, but she continues to refuse. And she thought that perhaps her daughter would heed the constellation's words, so he gave this order. Is that really all there is to it? Ju Hyuk thought that this constellation had ordered last time to give up on Enlan, but this was actually the first time he had heard of it, and he didn't even know that the head's youngest daughter's name was Enlan. So the snow god of chaos was used by the head of the family. Through lies and deceit, the head of the family used everyone around her for her own interests. Xiao Yanhua used both her family and constellation for her own gain. So she ruined Yenlin's whole life just to be the head of the family. It's disgusting to even think about it. So Ju Hyuk told Constellation to cancel the contract. Enlan asked what kind of contract we were talking about. The protagonist replied that it was a contract that the Constellation had made for the head of the family, and she should have found out about it by now. The king in the depths of snow demands back the powers bestowed upon him. The contract with the king of the snow depths has been cancelled. Not only will she lose her position as head of the family, but she will basically become a nobody. That's why she won't have to get her hands dirty. And Lan didn't think he should have gone that far just for her. But she thanked him for it anyway. Ju Hyuk didn't want to hear words of gratitude, especially if she does it with that look. Now that the family problems are solved, she can concentrate on training. Meanwhile, someone was watching them. The unknown man asked his lord if he should follow them. But you shouldn't do that. It's better to find that man's enemy, a secret hideout. The masked women asked what had happened and why they were all gathered here. The man thought it was because of the Constellation Lord's summoning. But didn't the Constellation order them to kill Kim Ju Hyuk? So why would they suddenly start looking for that guy's enemies? Looks like Constellation changed her mind, and he was the first one to receive the order and start enforcing it. The woman asked what kind of person this Kim Ju Hyuk was and who their target was. This guy is pretty strange. He watched Kim Ju Hyuk and gradually studied him. But surprisingly, he was unable to find any useful information. The only thing known for sure is that he grew up in an orphanage and doesn't know who his parents are. That's all the man found. This information was provided by a research firm he trusts, so it's definitely reliable. Afterward, he continued his surveillance and waited for the Constellation's order. During this, Kim Ju Hyuk defeated the strongest member of the SEO family and the head of the family. Then the Constellation postponed the order, and Kim Ju Hyuk defeated the Constellation of the Guardian of the So family as well. After that, the order was changed to search for his enemies. Those who heard this information couldn't believe that this guy actually defeated the Guardian Constellation. The man had something else to say, but the Constellation asked if the sacred stone was ready. The man answered that it was, after which all present took out the sacred stones. They put them in a pile. Constellation asked if they'd found this guy's enemies. There are 3 organizations that have some form of animosity with Kim Ju Hyuk. It's the Ventric family, Il Shinja, and the Iryu sects. Il Shinja and Iryu Jan, a sinister organization. And the Ventric family is a prestigious English family. Speaking for the Ventric family, they suddenly developed a relationship with Kim Ju Hyuk. It seems that after the attack of the Ventric family, some secret deal was made between them. So now we can't say for sure that they're enemies. Though no steps have been taken yet, there is news that the villainous Baok Jang group is also targeting Kim Ju Hyuk. It turns out that the villains are raising the profile of the name. Constellation gives them a new order. The order is that they must kill all of Kim Ju Hyuk's enemies. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was texting with Choi Arin. She'll have to skip today's workout because she has to go home to pick something up. Sounds like something important. Well, what she needs to pick up. If it was important, it would be good if it carried some sort of sacred relic. It was quite possible that Constellation Choi Jin-ga could be his disciple. After Ju Hyuk fought the So family Constellation, he checked to see what relics they had, but he didn't find anything special. Considering that the Tower of Destruction is about to appear, every student is important, But the delay is already serious. They say the White Lotus Society has some sacred relics too. Maybe he should go there too. Suddenly he heard about an unfamiliar voice that asked if he was Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk. It was a black cat, which the protagonist naturally did not know. That man is wearing an animal mask. Joo-hyuk asked who he was. Since there were a lot of extra eyes here, he suggested we talk in private, and the protagonist agreed. After that, he told the two of them to spar with each other. So-young didn't understand why she had to do that, and Yunlan thought that she would easily win. So-young asked who it was that would easily win here. This girl doesn't even know who she is. Enlan replied that they should fight first. The man reported that he was coming from the market. It was pretty obvious. But isn't anonymity guaranteed in the marketplace? If he starts coming to the academy so conveniently, won't that be a blow to the market's reputation? Will he be able to deal with it? There's no need to worry. He's here to deliver the message. The black cat held out the letter to him. This letter was sent by the real owner of the market. If this is the real owner, it turns out the letter was written by a constellation called the behind-the-scenes ruler, the real market maker. The black cat asked to read her letter and move her to the market if he could answer it. The protagonist asked what those words of his meant. In addition to Kim Joo-hyuk, the letter was delivered to several other people, and the constellation needs someone who can read the letter. The black cat doesn't know the content and meaning of the letter, so if Joo-hyuk understands the content of the letter and wants to respond, let him come to the market. The constellation is waiting, after which the black cat said goodbye to him. Barcha wondered what the constellation's letter was about. Barsh didn't know what it said, for he doesn't know such signs. Only then did Joo-hyuk say that he had to go to the market now. These signs that were used to write the letter were quite familiar to him. After all, he had created them himself. Barch has noticed that lately the protagonist has been leaving the academy without any further announcement. It was only then that Joo-hyuk revealed that he had made a deal with the white-haired teacher. Last time they got incredible results, so Joo-hyuk should just periodically provide information about the monsters. But Barcha was curious about something else. Did the protagonist really create the symbols from this letter? The boy answered that he had. Barch asked what it was for. 300 years ago, of course, things were pretty bad, but the letter existed. You could say it was part of his training. No, it's a little embarrassing, which is why Joo-hyuk didn't want to continue this conversation. Until he got in Barch's face, beating the hell out of him. There was nothing left for Barch to do but agree so he wouldn't get beaten up. Wasn't there always an iron door? In fact, the protagonist thought he would never return to the market. But here he is again, and if you think about it that way, there must be a purple sky here precisely because of the person he came to meet. The sky 300 years ago was just like this. He was approached by an attendant who asked if Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk had come here because of the letter. The protagonist answered the herd and asked where he should go. The man in the leather suit said to follow him. Joo-hyuk asked if he didn't need to wear a mask. The man in the leather suit will take the gentleman through the secret passage, so it's not necessary. Market, Zone 7. He was led into a rather large room that had a wonderful view of the entire market. He turned around to see if there was a black cat here or not. Barcha told the protagonist to look at this building. The yellow part of the building is the bills. Barch asked if there was a place like this in the market last time. Joo-hyuk didn't recall such a place either. A black cat came up behind him and noticed that Kim Joo-hyuk had come. It appears the gentleman came here to answer a letter. Joo-hyuk answered yes, but that's not quite true. For this letter, the answer is not really implied. The black cat asked what he meant. The main character decided to explain to the black cat what it said. He also asked for a pen and paper, whereupon the black cat complied with his request. I can't believe this is some kind of joke. 5 people were suspected of selling the ring. 3 of them came forward. Claiming to know the answer, however, they turned out to be frauds and only angered the constellation. Whereupon he handed over the paper. The black cat recognized that it looked like text from a letter. But he also asked what it meant. That means no. A notification window immediately popped up in front of the black cat. The Lord of the Underworld says no. After that, many messages from the constellation began to pop up in front of his eyes. It seems that Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk's identity has been confirmed, so he should meet with Her Holiness as soon as possible. If the protagonist touches the rod, he will be transported into the dimension to Her Holiness. Joo-hyuk touched the stone, after which he found himself in the constellation dimension. A woman with black hair stood there. Of course, she immediately recognized this magical power. His appearance may have changed, but his magic was something she wouldn't mistake for anything else. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other after all. In front of him was Luminos, who was very happy to see the master. She kneeled down, saying that she was an inferior disciple, very happy to see the master again. Ju Hyuk asked why she was the one kneeling down. Let her get up, whereupon Luminos stood up. She was surprised that the master still remembered these symbols. In fact, she didn't forget them either. The protagonist made them up for himself. Their first meeting was also when she was still a child. At that time, Kim Hyun-oh came to her with his student, Kim Hyun-oh pulled the bangs away from the girl's face to see her eyes. When the protagonist took her on as an apprentice, he realized that she knew neither language nor writing. She could only show her intentions by the movement of her head. She didn't want to learn the alphabet. So Kim Hyun, he started their lessons by making up their signs together. He decided that once she became interested in writing, she could easily learn the classical alphabet. And then he would teach her martial arts. Thanks to her master, she was able to learn the language. All thanks to her master. So he understood what she wrote in the letter. Of course he understood it all. It was about how she missed the master. And there was also the question, if they met again, would he be able to marry her? That's why he said no. Luminos asked why. Why would she suddenly ask for that? There's no time for that now. They'll talk about it later, but right now there's something else to consider. This world is in the same danger as it was 300 years ago. If that's the case, it can't be helped. For now. Ju Hyuk didn't understand what she meant. She then asked if the foreman had seen that building. She's probably talking about the money building now. Of course he's seen it. This is the building she built for the master. Now the master can live there. But Ju Hyuk didn't want to live there. Luminos asked why. It was like she was hovering over him, mine, repeating just one word many times. Why? This woman without his supervision had gotten worse. That's why he named her Luminos. She kept repeating only one word. Afterward, the main character gave her a flick, telling her to come to her senses. She needs to calm down and get her thoughts in order. Did the master not like her gift? It's what he wanted. The protagonist asked if he really wanted a money building before. She remembered his words about the master wanting to live in a house made entirely of money. The girl asked if he really wanted a house made of money. Kim Hyun-oh replied that he wanted it to reach all the way to the sky. Is this really the master's dream? The man asked. But can you really call it a dream? Maybe it is. When peace comes, he wants to be swimming in money. But that's a long way off. So they need to stop sooner rather than later. We need to deal with disasters and so quickly that it feels as if they never happened at all. So he can finally reap the fruits of his labors. If they understand, let them finish their training. She has to get stronger no matter what, and fulfill a master's dream. During the master's first life, she did not have time to fulfill this dream. But now, after 300 years, a kind of peace had come, and she had finally built a house of money for the master. In that case, since she started this building, she knew he was reborn. She doesn't know who sent it, but a notification window popped up in front of her eyes saying that the master had been reborn, and if it didn't come, something bad happened. The protagonist tried to calm her down somehow. Luminos would definitely go crazy. That woman is out of her mind. Jo Hyuk mentioned that there's no time for that now. Peace is still a long way off. A little later, she realized that the Tower of Destruction would reappear, and there would be disasters everywhere again. In this life, the master should have just rested. It's so sad. Ju Hyuk revealed that he's currently living in the Valhalla dorm anyway, so he can't move out just yet. There was really nothing to be done in that case. The girl asked if he could give her his hand. The protagonist honored her request. The great ring of the Market Lord appeared in her hand. With its help, the master can get all the power in his territory. He will be able not only to conduct transactions, but also to deal with all financial operations in the market. And that way it will be easier for him to move here. Luminos is always willing to help the master, so he should use this ring. Ju Hyuk thanked her for that. He's been getting a lot of rings lately. In that case, he'll go. She said goodbye to the master. The black cat led the protagonist. After that, a notification window popped up in front of his eyes. The Lord of the Underworld asked if he had left. The black cat replied that he had returned to Valhalla. After which the Lord of the Underworld says something that they should buy Valhalla Academy. The black cat didn't realize if it was because of Ju Hyuk's Kim. Constellation just gave him the ring of Market Lord. Who the hell is this guy anyway? What connects a 17-year-old guy and a Constellation? Black Cat wondered if he could ask Constellation what kind of relationship she had with whom Ju Hyuk. Luminos replied that he was her heaven. Meanwhile, on the island, it was a fight, or Shinja made a big mistake. How dare those bastards touch his son? The only thing Logan's destroying. This is where they will die. After that, there was an explosion. Guys who were hit would fall to the floor unconscious. Meanwhile, the woman did not understand what the only one here was forgetting. The man replied that he seemed to be taking revenge for the incident when his son was attacked. They decided to leave the change for the one and only, and go to the leader. Logan immediately looked back and wondered if anyone else had gotten out. But there wasn't a single person behind him who could move. Chapter Il Shinji, King of Dragons, Hannibal. Hannibal didn't realize where he was at all. He had heard of the invasion, and after some explosion he woke up here. This doesn't look like an office. I wonder if it's been moved somewhere else. Suddenly he heard words of great annoyance. It's the sound of his heartbeat that pisses him off. After that, a hole appeared in the man's body, after which he fell to his knees and screamed in pain. There is no need for this man to worry. The laws of this place work according to his wishes. Therefore, his death will not be final. Now it's all becoming clear. An incomprehensible place and an inadequate huge force. This is the realm of the constellation. Also, a formidable and unpleasant magical power, and a mask in the shape of a goat skull. In front of him is the constellation guardian of the clan Ilgyo, Tugui. That man figured it out quickly. It really is a Tugi. Hannibal wondered if it was her minions who had attacked his base. But he didn't understand what the reason was. It was probably the only one who arranged it, because they attacked his child. It turns out it was Logan who came in. He was in the most unlucky situation. If it wasn't for Logan, the constellation would have finished them all off themselves. Hannibal didn't understand what the reason was. Could it be that they were targeting Kim Ju-hyuk as well? In that case, don't they have the same target? That was the situation before. He really was their target. But does the Hannibal know how they choose their targets? The man answered that he did not. He's objectively the strongest. The constellation only kills those who call themselves the strongest without having any real power. Hannibal asked why they had killed the previous one in such a case. Tugui answered that it was because he was the strongest, but in reality he was a piece of garbage. The man wondered why he was here then. He had never called himself the strongest, had he? This is indeed true, however, they made a mistake. These guys tried to hurt someone who is truly worthy of the title. It turns out they were trying to hurt the strongest. What's going on? But if a man does nothing, he will die at the hands of this mad constellation. No matter how powerful the realm with the news was, it should definitely be able to counterattack with the magic and relics of its constellation. And then he can find a way out of this cursed place. Hannibal attacked the constellation. It seems he always carried the sacred relic with him since it came here. There was purple smoke from the man who struck the blow. Well, just then he saw that the constellation had dodged. He turned his attention back, for he thought Tugui would be there. However, there was no one there. Where did that constellation even go? He couldn't even feel its magical presence. Is it because Hannibal is in the constellation realm? Even such great magical power can be hidden here. Where did that constellation go? The strongest person for the constellation is the master, and those bastards dared to hurt him. Therefore, the constellation is not going to let this man go so easily. Tugui won't let him die so easily. The next morning, Valhalla dorm. Ju-hyuk was watching the news, and he saw something that shocked him. Barch asked what had happened. As it turned out, someone had wrecked Iltire and Ilgyo. Both clans were destroyed in one day. Barch remembered that Kim Ju-hyuk seemed to have fought both clans. Ju-hyuk wanted to get rid of them after he left Valhalla, but it looks like the problem solved itself. Barcha wondered if this guy really wanted to leave Valhalla. It turns out he's not going to finish. Ju-hyuk only started going to this academy because of the notification window. And since he's fulfilled all the conditions, there's no point in staying here anymore. Not now, of course. He plans to do so. But after the disasters are over. Valhalla, Director's Office, Principal of Valhalla Academy, Shim-dok-woon. The man inquired as to who he was. A black cat stood in front of him. He introduced himself as the owner of the market. He decided not to beat around the bush and get straight to the point. The black cat wanted to be sold the academy. But first, they have to figure out if it's really the black market master in front of him. The black cat replied that yes, he did. He didn't expect the principal to know about him. Shim-dok-woon knows about it, even though he hasn't been there personally. The black cat replied that everyone says so. Either way, he can't sell Valhalla to such a dubious place. I wonder if he really thinks that. In that case, it's time to pursue another option. The black cat snapped his fingers, and the briefcase with the money appeared there. Perhaps now he would change his mind. The principal doesn't need money. If the black cat really thinks he is willing to sell the academy, he is sorely mistaken. The principal asked if the black cat knew why he founded this academy. He used to be a hunter. Korea at that time was very vulnerable to mazes and monsters. Crimes committed by humans can be investigated by the police. But when it comes to monster attacks, the government sends a request to the guild, and the contractors deal with them. The government also tried to create their own squad of contractors, but they didn't do a thorough job of selecting cadets, and so guild members were still more effective. And that's when he made his decision. Create an academy to train contractors and hunters. And now, the academy is successfully functioning, and their graduates perform well not only in guilds, but also in other areas. Thanks to them, Korea has become famous for the fastest elimination of monsters in the world. Now the Black Cat must understand the idea that Shimdok-won had put into the creation of this academy. This idea is truly wonderful. He's not actually going to change the academy's policy. Everything would stay in its place, and the Black Cat would merely become its official owner. Shimdok-won asked, wondering if he really wanted the man to believe that. Then he snapped his fingers, and another briefcase appeared there. He might happen to need money. The director started to refuse, saying that he definitely did not need the money. But the amount was already tempting to him. He snapped his fingers again. The man told everyone he didn't need the money. Again, the Black Cat snapped his fingers. Perhaps now he would change his mind. His desk was filled with cases of money. Shimdok-won, 62 years old, finally decided to retire, asking the Black Cat to take care of this academy. We need to change the sign. As Her Excellency requested, the Black Cat bought out Valhalla Academy. The Lord of the Underworld tells the Black Cat to connect the building's entrance and Valhalla. Black Cat asked if by building she meant the Central Market Complex. The Lord of the Underworld said yes. The Lord of the Underworld tells him to install cameras everywhere. However, the Black Cat thinks they are already installed everywhere. The Lord of the Underworld tells him to install more cameras. The Black Cat agrees. That way, they can track down all of the Master's enemies. Barch noticed that the academy was in chaos today. Ju Hyuk didn't even notice it. The teachers were kind of pensive. The students looked as if they were educating themselves. Ju Hyuk asked if he gave a shit about it. It's creepy. Just then, he heard Aren's voice. It seemed she had finally returned to the academy. Aren replied that she'd been to all the classes. Didn't he see her? Ju Hyuk replied that he had been sleeping all day. Aren assumed that he would immediately go to the gym already. Her guess was correct. Choi Aren replied that she would go too, because she wanted to show him something. After which they came to the gymnasium. In her hands was a sword. Ju Hyuk asked if she had a new sword. Choi Aren replied that she did. She went home just to pick up that sword. The protagonist felt a strong magical power emanating from this sword. Aren said that it was an heirloom to her family. Seo-young was shocked after hearing those words. That blue moon, Choi Jin's relic. So-young asked where Choi Aren got such an heirloom. Aren said that she defeated her brother and became the official heiress of the family, and yet they usually entrust students with such precious relics. But actually, her father gave her permission. The girl asked Ju Hyuk if she could train with the blue moon now. The protagonist replied that she could do what she wanted. But first, he wanted to examine this blue moon, so he asked permission from her. So-young began to explain that it was a family heirloom that contained the power of the constellation. And he thought Aren would just give it to him. She's so loud to him. Well, of course, she calmly handed him the sword. Ju Hyuk thanked her. So-young couldn't believe that this girl had given away a family heirloom so easily. It's pretty weird. The magical power that was contained within this sword was surprisingly familiar. And at the same moment, he was transported to the constellation realm. In front of him stood Choi Jin-ga, Constellation Guardian Dawan. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen Hyung Oh-hyung. At first, the man seemed unfamiliar to him, but then Ju Hyuk remembered that it was the same kid. He inquired when he had acted like a kid. Choi Jin-ga was already an adult. Choi Jin-ga asked if he had ever told this person his name at all. Ju Hyuk replied that this kid was always flying at him with the ball. Even if he wanted to say his own to me after he got up with the news, he still doesn't remember it. But even if the main character knew the name, he would still call him a kid. That brat became a constellation too. He was always pretty funny. Do-won, 300 years ago. At that time, the boy offered to fight. The main character asked this kid what he was even carrying. That uncle is the strongest among the adults here. That's why he wanted to fight him. In fact, the master has only recently become an adult himself, and he's already being called uncle. The girl wanted to kill him, Kim Hyun. Oh told her to calm down. Kim Hyun-oh asked why this boy suddenly decided to attack him. Does he really just want to fight? Do-won wanted to create such a perfect sword art, so that anyone could learn it. When his family was suddenly attacked by monsters, everyone died because no one knew how to use a sword. He wants to create a similar sword art so that no one will ever have to repeat his fate. So he asked this uncle to fight him. A sword art capable of defeating his uncle would definitely be perfect. That kid's pretty brave. He hasn't even learned how to hold a sword yet, and he's already talking about some kind of art. But if this guy calls him Hen, the protagonist agrees. Do-won called him Hyun, after which he wanted to fight. Just don't even let him think that Kim Hyun-oh will hold back. At the time, the kid was asking for a fight every week, and it was pretty infuriating. If Hyun had given him an indulgence just once, maybe he wouldn't have to do it again every week. The protagonist asked why on earth he would hold back against someone who was trying to create a lawsuit. A perfect sword art. After each defeat, he learned something new, and because of this, he was eventually able to create a martial arts manual, and it was an indestructible iron body. If he became the protagonist's apprentice, he would look after him all the time. Didn't the kid think of that? Of course he had thought of that. But then it would be completely Hyun's sword art, not his own. He couldn't turn away from such thoughts. Ju Hyuk noticed that he was now a determined young man. When Ju Hyuk saw Choi Arin's sword art, it seemed familiar to him, and now he could see why. The man had been diligently teaching this art to all of his contractors since becoming a constellation. The protagonist suggested that the sword art he was familiar with had changed a lot. Jin Ga replied that it had. Now magical training took over from physical training. The old techniques put a lot of strain on the body, and so modern people have made some modifications to make it easier to learn. However, it still has a long way to go to perfect the art of the sword. However, he couldn't even think that Hyun would be reborn in the body of a high school student. Ju Hyuk asked if any notification windows appeared in front of him. The guy replied that he hadn't. That's pretty weird. Luminos said she found out about his rebirth through the notification window. She knew everything, and this guy had no idea. It turns out the notification was only sent to those directly related to Kim Hyun-oh. It must be fate, so the man offered to fight. Ju Hyuk agreed. It's been a while since he's seen this kid in action, so it's time to test his skills. He got all hot and bothered. Ju Hyuk threw himself at his opponent. Jin Ga prepared to attack as well. A little while later, he went back inside. The protagonist handed over the sword, saying that he had a great time. Still, her constellation is a cool guy, so let her practice the sword art more often. Choi Arin will do that. It makes absolutely no sense at all. China, Seo's family. There, Solian met with the elders. Solian asked the elders what the occasion was for which she had been summoned. The position of the head of the family house is still vacant. They invited Solian here to discuss, because they need to elect a new head as soon as possible. They would really like to elect with Solian, as she knows one person cannot hold the position of both head of the family and head of the White Lotus. Perhaps she has some candidates in mind. The main thing is for the new head to be better than Manhwa. That despicable woman used the constellation for her own gain. She already has one candidate in mind. Meanwhile, Enlan and Choi Arin got ready to fight. Ju Hyuk wanted them to try not to use magic and focus on their physical abilities. And since this sword is a sacred relic, Choi Arin must not bear it. But Enlan didn't mind if Arin would bear her sword. Ju Hyuk mentioned that she fights with her bare hands. What would happen if she cut herself? It was better to avoid unnecessary precedents. Afterward, the main character asked what Seo-young was forgetting here. Seo-young mentioned that he didn't mind when she watched Ju Hyuk and Yunlan sparring. What's the problem now? Seo-young is interesting too. Just like Yunlan, who crushed Seo-young in the fight, will show herself against Choi Arin. Choi Arin had become stronger thanks to Kim Ju Hyuk's guidance and the sacred relic. So she wanted to see if she could pit against Yunlan. Arin advised the kitty to listen to Ju Hyuk. If she pulled out the sword, Yunlan would definitely get hurt. Yenlin said for the umpteenth time not to be called a pussycat. Arin prepared to attack as well. After which, Enlin's fist collided with the sword about Choi Arin. That was quite a blow. However, she tried to pull Arin away from her. After that, Yenlin decided to go on the attack. Arin dodged her lunge, and then Choi Arin attacked with her sword, which Enlin was able to block with her hand. After Yenlin retreated, Arin carried another blow, and Lan had to duck. The impact hit the wall behind her. Now Yenlin too realized that she was strong. Enlin attacked the girl again, not realizing when she had managed to become so strong. Enlin doesn't know what Choi Arin is capable of. The girl managed to block that blow with her sheath. Yunlin saw her fighting with Kim Ju Hyuk. However, she wasn't that strong at that moment. Now her movements are completely different. Arin attacked Enlin. There was a mark left on Yenlin's stomach. Arin called her a pussycat for the umpteenth time, mentioning that she was an excellent dodger. Enlin asked if she thought she could hit her with something like that. It's like this girl can see right through her attacks. You can't attack directly like this anymore, or else Enlin will definitely lose. She realized she needed to prepare a counterattack. Arin rushed to the attack again. Enlan stopped her sword with her hand, after which she moved closer to Arin's face. Enlan punched her with her fist. A blow like that left a mark on her face. Arin didn't want to give up so easily, so she decided to stand up. However, Kim Ju Hyuk intervened in their fight and said they should stop. The match is over. Let them go to the nurse's station first, and he'll give his feedback later. That fight was pretty good. It seems like after Aaron signed the contract, she started hanging out with that kid a lot. She's developing very fast. After that, Enlin fell to the floor. Ju Hook asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was. Yenlin realized that this was dangerous. It was a good thing she had ducked under the blow. If she didn't, her defeat would be imminent. Yenlin only managed to block the punch because of the short swing. Perhaps Aaron had become stronger because of her family's sacred relic. At that moment, Yenlin was reminded of the Mo family's sacred relic. Anyway, they're done for the day. A few days later, the guide identified where the next disaster would appear. Ju Hyuk asked where the next disaster would appear. The woman replied that she would appear in the town of Sejong. The protagonist asked if she knew exactly when. As it turned out, the disaster would happen in 3 weeks. Last time she said the disaster would happen in 3 months, so that sounds pretty plausible. And that's when she said she needed to deal with the maze as soon as possible. Ju Hyuk asked what he should do about the monsters that would break out when he entered the maze. The guide advised him to find a crew. Had he failed to do so, at that moment he remembered his so-called team. There's a couple of people. Well, that's something the guide didn't trust. Ju Hyuk thought it might be a good idea to place contractors in that area beforehand. That would be a good solution. However, Ju Hyuk is the one who needs to kill the maze boss, so the guy has to focus on that. He decides to do it again. Ju Hyuk puts on this ring and quickly goes through the maze. And he doesn't need to clear the maze because he has to head straight to the boss. It's exactly as he says it is. Then the guy asked what he should do afterwards. A magic stone appeared in her hand, which she said to use. The girl said it was a teleportation crystal. If Ju Hyuk fills it with magic, it will transport the guy here. The protagonist asked if she couldn't summon him herself. Of course she can do that as well, but it has its limitations. Therefore, when the protagonist passes the maze, he will need to act quickly. Let him prepare for it, and they would see each other in 3 weeks. Whereupon she moved him from that place. First, he needs to contact Adelia and recruit a couple of Ventric family contractors. The guys he's training now are pretty good, so it's safe to bring them along. And since it's a day off in 3 weeks, we should leave a request to leave Valhalla. So now he needs to call back to the Lily. Ju Hyuk indicated that it wanted to leave requests to leave Valhalla as soon as she picked up the phone. Lilia started crying, talking about how she was getting in trouble. The main character asked what happened. At that moment, Lilia revealed that she had been fired from Valhalla. The boy replied that it was all clear to him now. Lily asked why he was talking so cruelly. Ju Hyuk thought she deserved it. However, it just can't be. She may act a little sloppy in front of Ju Hyuk, but she's a strict instructor in class. She was a top-notch instructor who was also constantly doing monster research. It's a little weird. It's the middle of the semester, and dismissal usually happens over the vacations. Perhaps the director has changed, but isn't that a bit of a surprise? It's the first time he's heard about the principal changing. It's natural, because it's a secret for the students. Lilia doesn't know why, but we can't let the news get into the newspapers. That's kind of suspicious. Why can't this news get into the papers? Now that Lily had been fired, he would no longer be free to leave the academy. So it's time to get out of here. Ju Hyuk said he needed to go to the principal's office and find out what was wrong. Lily tried to talk him out of it, but he just hung up on me. He noticed Enlin's message about being kicked out of Valhalla, so she wanted to check with Ju Hyuk to see if he might know the reason why. What the hell is going on here? Why would she suddenly get kicked out? It's just a weird series of events. We have to go see the principal soon. And so the protagonist sees the principal in front of him, who is a black cat. Looks like he was right. The black cat had indeed become the principal. However, the black cat replied that this was not quite true. He's only formally a director. The real director is the constellation he serves. This means that Enlan and Lily were kicked out by the black cat at the behest of Luminos. The protagonist inquired as to the reason for this. The black cat read the message from the constellation. She found the foxes that had challenged the master and promptly kicked them out. She also wanted to kick out the student Choi Arin. Ju Hyuk asked her to do a favor and bring back the people she kicked out. None of them interfered with him. He was either teaching them or using them. It's kind of creepy that they got kicked out over this. The Lord of the Underworld said in a very displeased tone, well, Ju Hyuk wondered why they bought Valhalla in the first place. The Black Cat replied that it was the constellation's order. Black Cat heard that the main character refused to live in the money building that was built in the market. Ju Hyuk replied that he was living in the local dormitory and couldn't move. So the constellation said the following: if I buy Valhalla, the master can live in that building. The protagonist asked, that's all she did. The Black Cat still connected one of the academy's rooms to that building in the market. Only authorized people can use that passage, so Ju Hyuk can safely use it. The Black Cat asked if Ju Hyuk needed anything else. Ju Hyuk asked. It turns out they can do whatever they want with this academy. Black Cat didn't plan to get involved in teaching, but he's already doing it. In that case, they should help him with a case. 3 weeks later, Sejong. Se-hyuk didn't realize what was happening outside at all. People were running away from the monsters in a panic. I mean, he came here to see his family. Where did all these monsters come from anyway? Suddenly he heard a woman's screams. He immediately turned his attention to it, and the monster attacked her with his weapon. But fortunately, Se-hyuk had time to protect the girl. He then used his fist to strike his opponent. The man said it wasn't the last goblin, so she'd better get out of here. She thanked him for saving her. This goblin is different. Not at all like the virtual monster he fought in the simulation. The feeling that swept through his body after the blow sent shivers down his spine. He had succeeded in defeating the goblin. But there was another problem. Will Se-hyuk be able to deal with all these guys on his own? We should catch at least half of them. It was only then that the man noticed that he was not alone. Choyarin and Enlan had arrived. Enlan attacked the goblins with her fists. Choyarin cut the goblin with her family's sacred relic. After which, this mob of monsters was defeated. Walking in on the guy was Yu So-young, who was surprised that these guys had already dealt with them. Se-hyuk didn't expect to see So-young, Arin, and Enlan here at all. The boy asked what they were doing here. Enlan thinks you should ask another person about that, after which she told him to turn back. Kim Ju-hyuk was there, 2 weeks ago, the auditorium at Valhalla. Enlan asked why the protagonist had called them all here. Didn't they end up in physical training? Ju Hyuk called them because he wanted to tell them in person. But before he did, he asked if they could see that cat. That's the new director of Valhalla. So-young asked what happened to their mustachioed principal. The Black Cat revealed that he had retired, leaving the position of director to him. But the girl didn't understand why they hadn't heard anything about it. The Black Cat told her that there was a reason why they had approached the matter with complete caution. But they'll notify the students about it anyway. They were just lucky enough to get the news a little earlier than the rest of us. The man said his name was Black Cat and he would look forward to their work together. Seo-young seemed to have heard about the Black Cat before. Now they should get down to business. Ju Hyuk had gathered them here because he thought the academy would have a new department soon. A special class whose students will conduct activities outside the academy without the classical supervision that is present in regular classes. So he asked if they wanted to join this special class. Yunlin thinks that not much will change for her. Ju Hyuk replies that it's true, but he wants her to get involved. Protagonist revealed. She will also train, but she will have the opportunity to leave the academy and hunt monsters, which will help her become stronger. It was because of this Enlan that she decided to join. If that's what Ju Hyuk wants, then Arin naturally steps in as well. And Seo-young is a little lost, neither these conversations. First, the new director was the owner of the market. The Black Cat was surprised that she knew about it too. She thought that the market was just a story that had gone viral on the internet. But suddenly, it really exists. How can the owner of the market go out and become the director of the academy? That's the way it is, Seo-young asked. Then how was Kim Ju-hyuk able to convince the new principal to create this special class? Did Ju-hyuk really already know him? Pri didn't answer that he did. The girl knew that he was incredibly strong, but who would have thought that he was on the short end of the stick with the market master? This scope is far from some ordinary student. Ju-hyuk asked if she was willing to join the special class too. So-young agreed. Who would ever say no to something like that? It's worth noting that they are exempt from regular classes and written exams. But there are certain conditions. They are required to participate in some activities, such as debates, and practice exams open to spectators. Ju-hyuk asked why he should do that. The Black Cat didn't think about it at first, but then he realized that he needed to match his position too. After all, these students get the highest privileges, so they have to convince the instructors and other students somehow. First, the first students in the special class are strong enough that there is no question as to why exactly they were honored to join. There is no problem with this perspective. But if you look at it from the Academy's perspective, gathering the best students of Valhalla and in one class, it's a loss. Therefore, the Black Cat would like them to actively participate in various activities to raise the Academy's status. Ju-hyuk asked, couldn't they just catch the monster? That would certainly be fine, but they need to show their strength directly to the other students. This request is not from the Black Cat, but from the director of Valhalla. The main character didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Could it be that the new position had such an effect on him? Now there was such a stipulation, so he asked if they had changed their minds. It doesn't change anything for Yenlin, so she hasn't changed her mind. But the others seem to agree with her as well. Arin and Seoyoung agreed, and so this was their first assignment. Juhyuk noticed that Sehyuk was also here, so he asked what he was here for. In fact, Sehyuk wanted to ask that himself. This is his parents' house, and he came here for the weekend. And now there's some kind of hell. After which he asked what they were doing here. Now he'll see for himself what they're here for. Juhyuk told Choi Arin and Yunlun to get ready. There were already new monsters in front of them. This is what they came here for. Without even unsheathing his sword, he was able to deal with this crowd with a single strike. It wasn't bad at all. The man didn't realize if Kim Ju-hyuk had always been this strong. There were even high-ranked demons here that they didn't fight in training. And he had defeated them all in one blow. A deacon appeared beside the protagonist. He found a labyrinth that must be the source of the disaster. The labyrinth is 5 kilometers away and is completely surrounded by monsters. Juhyuk asked what the rest of the Ventric family agents were doing. The deacon said that they were evacuating citizens and preventing the monsters from doing more damage. Afterward, the protagonist asked if their constellation was awake. The deacon replied that the constellation was not responding. She came down here 3 months ago and is still doing nothing. In any case, monsters aren't that hard to catch, and her ability can only deal with weak enemies. He ordered the Ventric family to take off their robes and help people in the open. It would make it easier to restore the family's tarnished name. The deacon agreed and took off his hood. After that, the man asked if they would then go to the center of the disaster. Before that, Ju-hyuk has to give a new order. Arin and Enlin will both deal with the monsters and help the residents evacuate. Yu Seoyoung will make her way to Oh Se-hyuk's house with him. And Seoyoung wasn't happy about being paired with that big guy. Now it's time to head straight to the center of the disaster. There was a place that was surrounded by monsters as if they were guarding it. The deacon suggested that that small hillock was probably the entrance to the labyrinth. There aren't many high-ranking monsters, but in general, there's a whole horde of them. He thinks the best strategy is to gather the agents of the Ventric family and strike at one point, and Ju-hyuk will follow them. Ju-hyuk admitted that this strategy isn't bad, but it would take too long. Still, it seems to the deacon that this is the best option. Perhaps he has some other suggestions. He does have one. The deacon asked what Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk was going to do. The protagonist only jumped straight to the monsters. One of the orcs finally noticed the protagonist, who was coming right up to his face. Ju-hyuk swung at his own ball. He wanted to deal with this crowd with just one punch. The deacon didn't expect at all that this guy could defeat all the monsters in one blow. This isn't the power of a contractor's apprentice. This is the power of a true constellation. Ju-hyukna had contracted with Luminos to use her abilities just in case, and they were proving to be quite useful. Now it's time for him to go to the maze. Afterward, the guy remembered that the guide had told him to sort of wear this ring to defeat the maze boss. Now the preparations are over. We need to clear this maze as soon as possible. Great Britain, Ventric family estate. Information about the disaster is just emerging. It seems that the news has only reached the Korean government now. According to the latest reports, about 50% of the residents have been evacuated. And it looks like Kim Ju-hyuk has already headed to the center of the disaster. Is he really going to go there alone? And with as much as he's going to get rid of the source of the labyrinth. Suddenly, a golden notification window appeared in front of her. Constellation asks how much time has passed. Finally, the mistress of the constellation woke up. Adelia replied that it had been about 3 months. Constellation thinks. Constellation asks where the master is. Adelia replied that Mr. Ju-hyuk was currently mopping up the labyrinth. Meanwhile, the protagonist has dealt with yet another monster. Barchi noticed that the sides looked like he was just swinging the sword, but in fact Ju-hyuk was wielding it quite mercilessly. Isn't that the Wuxin style? Barsh was silent for so long, and suddenly started talking some heresy. The protagonist asked where he had heard such a thing. It seems that was what the main character's students called him when they climbed the Tower of Destruction, whose master was Barsh. This name seems to have stuck to their style of monster hunting on its own. It's true that the Wuxin style sounds creepy. This maze was also much bigger than he first thought. If Ju-hyuk dealt with each monster separately, he would definitely be too late. So he decided to use another method. Barch asked what he was doing. Ju-hyuk told him to shut up, because he was now looking for the core of the maze using mana recognition. Bosses usually appear near the core, so the place with the most mana is the boss room. He felt the place. It was underneath. As far as Barchi knows, it's pretty hard to destroy anything inside the labyrinth. That's why Ju-hyuk took his student's ability. The protagonist wanted to split the earth. After that, a collapse began, thanks to which the guy went down. It looked like the labyrinth boss was really standing in front of him. It's a humanoid that uses a spear. When it comes to range, he has a slight advantage. But if Ju-hyuk uses sword techniques or luminous power, there shouldn't be a problem. Really, all he needs to do is destroy the core of the maze that this guy is guarding. It might be better to counterattack, or it might be better to throw stabbing blows. Suddenly, the dungeon boss decides to attack the protagonist. It looks like this humanoid decided to approach Ju-hyuk to make his job easier. The boss reacted quickly, and then threw another punch. The protagonist managed to jump back. That's quite a swing he's got. The spear has mana sealed in it, so it feels like he's swinging the blade. After that, the boss decided to approach Ju-hyuk again. He landed many blows with his spear. The protagonist was able to block them all. This situation was already starting to piss me off. He keeps his distance while attacking, so it is very difficult to counterattack. The boss decided to envelop his spear and body with magic, after which he stuck his spear into the ground in front of the protagonist. Ju-hyuk jumped away from that place, and the boss decided to use the stones to attack. The protagonist was able to fend them off with his ball, and while the guy was busy doing that, the boss shortened the distance between them again, swinging at him. Ju-hyuk managed to stop the spear with his knife. The boss fended off that punch, throwing the guy off. Barch asked if Kim Hyun-oh is being pressured in this fight. The protagonist thought he was crazy, because the guy was giving in on purpose, all to separate the boss and the core of the maze, just in case he would deal with it not with Luminosa's abilities, but with his own powers. Sensing the danger, the boss also prepared to attack, after which the protagonist ended this fight. The maze boss didn't even realize what had happened. Only then did he feel a terrifying pain. The boss's body began to dissipate, and the ring the tour guide had given me began to glow. The ring absorbed the body of the losing boss. Barch felt as if a ring, as if something was engulfing him. What it might be. Apparently the name the guide had spoken, but Barch didn't really hear it. But suddenly he remembered Barch's words about being crushed in battle. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had been hit. Barch apologized for that. Time to get out of here before the maze collapses. Suddenly he noticed the boss's weapon, and decided to pick it up. But why on earth wasn't that weapon absorbed? The protagonist decided to bring it with him just in case. Meanwhile, the man informed the master of the maze that the disaster was over. Could it really be true? The labyrinth master asked how many days she had lasted. The man said that the disaster lasted about 2 hours. After that, the labyrinth master asked how long the previous catastrophe had lasted. The man replied that Pona lasted yacht days. What a big difference. The average seems to have gone up because he made constellations out of heroes he took the name away from, rather than reborn them. The owner of the maze asked who contributed the most to closing the disaster. The maze closed so quickly that the man is still trying to make sense of it. Sooner or later, they'll find out anyway. They will continue to stick to the original plan. They will proclaim the names. The next disaster will be nothing like this one. Now they are using a different method, so the man must prepare himself. He looks forward to the day when he can reap great names. A news report said that Kim Ju-hyuk from Valhalla Academy had shut down the disaster and shaved the evil. He read it all very carefully. This kid handled a murder squad on his own, so was also able to shut down a disaster. That's pretty cool. This guy can definitely raise their reputation. Leader Penjan, Alchemist John. If they kill this guy, it'll be a great debut. He then asked his interlocutor what he thought about it. The masked stranger recognized that he was right. However, it is necessary to prepare for it thoroughly. This guy has changed a lot. At the entrance ceremony and the competition between the academies, OK seemed A rank. But now Ju-hyuk is definitely no lower than S rank. Looks like he's gonna have to get personally involved. John has ordered the men to be summoned. They're organizing a surprise attack on Kim Ju-hyuk. Valhalla dormitory. Finally, he went back to his room. How tired the protagonist was. Ju-hyuk had completely absorbed the magic from the storage stone, and his overall magic level had increased greatly since the beginning of the semester. However, he hadn't reached the peak yet. The amount of his magic power is still low, and there is a certain limit to its use. That's why Ju-hyuk was tired during the closing of the disaster. He still has a long journey ahead of him. The labyrinth boss was more trouble than Ju-hyuk had first thought. Although he's really not much of a selves, it's a good thing he used the power of Luminos. Now Ju-hyuk was beginning to understand why people preferred to make long-term contracts with constellations at this time. The name of the constellation that was taken this time was Ra. Barchi noticed that he had quite a few thoughts running around in his head. The protagonist replied that it all happened because of the constellations. It seemed to Barcha that after defeating the boss, they had gone straight to the conductor, so he asked if she had said anything new. That time, the protagonist used the teleportation stone. The tour guide was glad to see him come. Surely he must have dealt with the disaster by now. Hyuk revealed that he defeated the maze boss and did just as she said. Then, he noticed the crystal in his hand began to vaporize. The guide reassured him that it was a consumable crystal, whereupon she inquired what kind of spear he now held in his hand. Hyuk revealed that it was the lance of the labyrinth boss. The ring didn't absorb it, so the guy decided to take it with him. Even she thought it was weird. She wanted to see the ring. Hyuk handed her the ring. The guide saw that it absorbed the name, after which she handed the ring back. The woman mentioned that now the real game begins. As she said, names would now be scattered throughout the labyrinths. And from now on, he'll likely use high-class names. Really, she'd have to peek to find out exactly what names would be used. However, they will most likely be from the Tower of Destruction that the protagonist destroyed. There were quite a few unpleasant people there. Even thinking about it was starting to piss him off. The guide tried to cheer him up somehow. They will meet again before the name is atomized. She reiterated that again the names will be scattered. It turns out the main character says they were in the Tower of Destruction. Even though Barch was its master, he doesn't remember everyone who was there. There were only monsters on the first floor, and they hardly had names. It will likely be names collected from at least the second floor. And there were enough annoying bastards out there. But suddenly a thought popped into his head. If the occupants return, the Tower of Destruction, surely it must be about Barch too. Barch did say that he was forcibly made the master of the Tower of Destruction. That bastard, when he hesitates, drives himself very suspiciously. After which the protagonist called him the goddamn master of the maze. Barch actively began to reiterate that he was not the master of the labyrinth. Hyuk said there was no need to repeat it, because he believed him. Barch breathed a sigh of relief. Not only was it suspicious, but it was also strange. Even though Barchi's name was taken away. But why did he have no strength left at all? If you take the main character's apprentices or other constellations, you can get their power through contract. It may be lower than before, but it's still there. Why is Barch the only constellation that doesn't have powers? If you think about it that way, the main character's name was also taken away, but he didn't become a constellation at all. And the people who knew him call him by a name from his past life. He's just gonna rack his brains thinking about it. After all, this thinking will not help to solve those problems anyway. For now, he will just train regularly and regain his former strength. Answers can be found after that. The day after the academy, Valhalla Hall. Sehyuk walked to the hall. His thoughts were filled with Kim Joo-hyuk, especially how he could kill a crowd of monsters with a single blow. He knew this guy was pretty strong. But deep down, Sehyuk still didn't want to admit it. It's true that after he personally witnessed Kim Joo-hyuk's strength, he can no longer fail to recognize it. And it's not just about Kim Joo-hyuk. The entire trio under his leadership was able to handle the monsters that appeared with ease. Maybe he'll get even stronger too if Kim Joo-hyuk trains him. Sehyuk burst into the hall, shouting the name of the protagonist. But then the guy saw Yenlin sniffing someone's towel. 30 minutes ago, Joo-hyuk said they could call it a day, after which he handed over a towel for Yenlin. She has a lot of stamina and is doing great in training. Yenlana thought she was ready for more difficult challenges. Hyuk reminded her of the times she had choked on the first day. Yunlan didn't know that they were going to be practicing seriously right away. Choi Arin doesn't want to talk about it, but since Enlan is okay, they should check someone else. You could drive yourself crazy with a workout like that. Joo-hyuk replied that she knew it wouldn't be easy, right? But not to that extent. If it was that hard for her, she could always go back to her old way of life, Joo-hyuk said. So-young thought it was much better here, so she would try harder. But Choi Arin didn't seem to be satisfied. So-young asked if she had just tsked. Arin replied that she had just heard her. Seo-young started to argue that she would catch up with her quickly. Usually they work on their fighting style after practice, but since they just recently shut down a disaster, they might finish a little early. Choi Arin asked what Hyuk was going to do. The protagonist wanted to go back to the dormitory and would work on mine. In that case, Arin will do it too. Joo-hyuk replied that she didn't have to do that. Let her do her own thing. They will be working on the upper body next time, so you need to sign up in advance. Arin asked if everything would be okay. Joo-hyuk replied that the neighboring gym really wasn't very good with manners, but the big guy was the only one practicing with them, so it shouldn't be a problem. In that case, So-young will go too. So-young asked if Yunlin wanted to stay late. Yunlin replied that she wasn't tired yet, so she would study some more. Jenlin did well, but the important thing is that she doesn't get overwhelmed. They'll see each other again tomorrow. Thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's training, she can feel herself really getting stronger. It was especially noticeable during the disaster. The monsters felt too weak, but Kim Joo-hyuk is completely different. She's never seen someone dispatch monsters so easily before. It's really unbelievable. Yunlan wondered why she became Kim Ju-hyuk's student. I mean, she was going to outdo this guy, but he's so strong it's even cool. To be honest, after her fight with Kim Ju-hyuk, she's feeling a little down. The girl can't accept that she can never surpass him. Then why does she remain as his apprentice? I mean, he solved all her family problems with her. Plus, he gave her free housing, and thanks to a special class, she now eats for free too. I'm sure she's staying on as a student because of that loyalty. But it was only then that she began to realize that it wasn't about that at all. She tossed the towel on the floor. Enlan can't help but think about him. Her heart is beating very fast. She misses him. Even now, Yenlan is not practicing but thinking about him. She wanted to do this with him, not alone. Yenlin tried to calm herself down, for they had just had a hard training session. She wasn't some kind of pervert, so she tried to stop thinking about it. Yenlin is just stupid. She tries not to think about him, and only begins to do so even more. After that, the very same towel that Kim Ju-hyuk had put down came into her field of vision. She grabbed a towel, thinking about just going to go wash it. Kim Ju-hyuk sometimes forgets to wash her towel, so she does it instead. But very different thoughts popped into her head as soon as she looked at that towel. There's no one here, so she sniffs it a little bit. It was only then that she saw Sehyuk in front of her. The man saw her weakness. The man asked what weakness we were talking about. He saw everything. Yenlin punched him in the stomach, which caused him to fall to the floor. And Lan only burst into tears, after which she ran away screaming. Valhalla Dormitory. The protagonist was practicing his magic power. He saw that someone had started calling to him at this hour of the night. It was Adelia Ventric. Ju-hyuk wondered what was wrong, why she was calling in the middle of the night. Adelia apologized. She had forgotten that it was already night in Korea. But it was only then that she reported that the constellation had woken up. Ju-hyuk asked if she was free right now. If he wanted to, she could free up time. Ju-hyuk told her to wait with the relic. It had been a long time since he had met his students, face to face. There were many reports that the ruler of the underworld had become enraged. These notifications were noticed by the Black Cat and asked the Constellation Mistress what was wrong. Could it be because of that recording? The ruler of the underworld became furious. You shouldn't have included that. 10 minutes ago. Principal Valhalla's office. It's nighttime. It's hard being a company director. He decided to check the records and go home. That's what Lady Constellation ordered before they bought this academy. Lumino said to check the camera footage daily. She seemed to be talking about checking out the girl who was talking about Kim Ju-hyuk. Black Cat feels like she's going a little overboard. Then he noticed that someone remained in the hall. So the Black Cat decided to check out this recording. He assumed that Kim Ju-hyuk hadn't left yet. However, it was lying Oh Se-hyuk. At first, the Black Cat thought it was a human corpse. But it looks like he's just unconscious. The Black Cat immediately recognized Oh Se-hyuk. The ruler of the underworld says to fast forward the tape. The Black Cat scrolled down the tape. Here he was Laurel still conscious. The Black Cat wanted to check what had happened. The ruler of the underworld says she understood. Could it have been Enlin? That's when she threw in the towel and hit the guy. And then she ran away. The Black Cat didn't understand why Enlin suddenly attacked Oh Se-hyuk. There was no sound, so there was no way to understand why it happened. The ruler of the underworld says to skip the part with Enlin back a bit more. So this little thing stole the master's dirty towel and sniffed it while no one was around. It seems that way. Oh Se-hyuk caught her in the act, which made her feel ashamed. The ruler of the underworld says she'll tear her to pieces. And it happened again. Mistress attacks are becoming more and more frequent. She's been freaking out for absolutely no reason before. But when it comes to Kim Ju-hyuk, she goes crazy. She said she knew him very well and even called him her master. Could it be that Kim Ju-hyuk really is Madam's master? But she had become a constellation much earlier than his birth. But for the moment, he must do something else. Namely, reassure her. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the main character asking the Black Cat if he was here. This is a great chance for survival. Ju-hyuk apologized for such a late visit, but he wished the Black Cat would go with him. Only then did the protagonist see that he was talking to Luminos. Ju-hyuk wanted to use the skill then and go somewhere. The Black Cat asked where exactly. They need to go to England. Meanwhile, they were in a meeting. Alchemist John asked if they had thought this through well. The man replied that yes. There are about 200 magical seals against invasion in Valhalla, and about 100 of them are around the dormitory where Kim Ju-hyuk lives. But it doesn't matter. They don't compare to the Constellation's ability anyway. Their constellation is the Eternal Alchemist, who is brilliant in matters that involve magical skills and defense. When the leader gets rid of all the magic seals, he and the 4 of them will go straight to Ju-hyuk's Kim. After that, They use a spell to hide their attack, and the rest will deal with Ju-hyuk's friends. If they kill not only Kim Ju-hyuk, but the others as well, they'll definitely become pretty famous. They may be called cowards who are only capable of attacking students. But for villains like them, it's a compliment. In that case, it's time for them to launch an operation to kill Kim Ju-hyuk and his underlings. Suddenly, a bloody sight opened before his eyes. He heard a woman's voice saying that she knew it was coming. She was going to just watch and wait out the opportunity, but here they directly said they were going to go and kill him. 4 people appeared in front of him. We should have killed them a long time ago. I don't care about the cameras. They were going to do it anyway. After all, the constellation had said so. That's why we need to do it today. John asked who they were. Can't you see that? The masked girl pointed to the sign that was around her neck. It just can't be. Could it have been the one-horned god sect? That man is really an idiot. In that case, there's nothing to be done. Let him just die. However, a protective barrier appeared around him that prevented the man from killing John. He didn't understand what was wrong, as his attack should have easily passed through such a defense. John doesn't even know why they want to kill him. He then unleashed his power to flip his attacker off of him. But tonight he's going to show them. They are learning the power of the S-rank constellation firsthand. Magical power enveloped his body, and it was as if it had begun to blaze. Had they really contracted with a constellation of such rank? The man confirmed these words. These people had contracted with a constellation called the Eternal Alchemist. John must have been surprised, for he expected them not to know his constellation. In fact, John is quite famous in their circles. It all becomes obvious by his relic. After all, John is using a relic from the Age of Destruction. The woman asked, "What's the big deal? Is all this talk and about S-rank constellations worthless? Artifacts from the Age of Destruction are known for belonging to strong constellations. Alchemist John is known for accidentally discovering a relic with a constellation of this rank. The price of such artifacts on the market simply skyrocketed, and he, with that kind of power, decided to just create a villainous group. John didn't want to hear anything like that from bastards like that. Magical seals appeared above them. Chains began to emerge from them. The members of the one-horned god sect recoiled from the place. She wondered what kind of magic circle it was. She wondered if he had stopped the magic circle at his base. After which, he raised his hand, causing a new seal to appear behind her. There was a chain there, too. However, the woman managed to touch it. She advised the others to duck as well. The masked stranger asked how many magic circles he had placed in his own base. That's annoying. These guys are like monsters. I can even feel the attacks from their backs. John doesn't know what their abilities are, or what constellation they're listening to. But it probably doesn't matter much. In this mansion, John had set up about 1,200 magic circles. There's no way they'll be able to dodge all of them. Plus, he has absolute defense against the Eternal Alchemist. So John definitely won't get hit by magic, and they can't do anything to him. If his comrades were alive, John certainly wouldn't have used it. But that didn't matter now. I wonder if he's going to kill them with another circle. He must be blind to see anything. John didn't understand what had happened. He had definitely activated the circle. The man sensed the magic installed here as soon as they got here. There's about 1,200 magic circles that were connected by a simple activation chain. So he just blocked all those circles. John didn't realize what he was even saying. If all those crumbs had been neutralized, John would have noticed that too. The man mentioned that it wasn't neutralization, but blocking. Though that doesn't matter anymore. That's the kind of ability he has. After which the women used their weapons. A shockwave of similar strength can be blocked with absolute defense. However, his absolute defense isn't that solid. I guess it wasn't deep enough. John didn't understand at all what had happened. The absolute defense hadn't worked. After which, a blade appeared in front of his face. He ducked at the last second, but even that left a scratch on his face. After which, John also prepared to counterattack. He attacked the attacker with his fist. John is much better at close combat than he first thought. He seems to rely on more than just the power of the constellation. However, John realized that these bastards were pretty strong. He was barely hanging on, and they were still full of energy. Plus, the absolute defense doesn't work. There's nothing John can do. I bet they thought he wouldn't last this long. The masked girl asked what he meant. John doesn't know why this organization targeted them, but something like this could be called a massacre. The entire 100 members, aside from the leader, were killed. If they weren't happy with John's decision to be a villain, then he's going to drop out. This guy's got it all wrong. They don't really care if he stands up as a villain or not. He just decided to raise his hand against an untouchable man. Their last target was Kim Ju-hyuk. Did the one-horned god sect come here because of him? The most vicious organization is protecting a 17-year-old brat. Since words can't help, we'll have to do it another way. He's only got one chance left. The masked woman wondered what kind of mana he was releasing. Perhaps it was a call. A golden notification window appeared, stating that the Eternal Alchemist was answering his call. With an incredible amount of mana from the relic, John decided to summon the constellation. There is simply no other way out. The Eternal Alchemist would forever absorb John's magical and life force in order to emerge. Even if the man had to make such a sacrifice, he had to summon a constellation to at least have a chance at victory. A notification window appeared in front of him too. The man apologized that they were interrupting Alchemist-san during his appearance, but he wants to deliver a message from the constellation Doogie. Alchemist, that bastard wanted to harm our benefactor, the god of war. The Eternal Alchemist asks if it's true. John starts to deny it. John was just going to kill a Valhalla student named Kim Joo-hyuk. That's not fair at all. The Eternal Alchemist replied that the man was a fool. After which, he cancelled the divine summoning. The Eternal Alchemist breaks the contract. The Eternal Alchemist powers the alchemy he gifted John with. Alchemist John was congratulated. He was honored by the famous event. Their constellation personally executes the alchemist. The Black Cat told me that it was impossible to encounter more than one constellation at a time. It turns out it can only be done simultaneously through lighting. That was the method everyone knew. However, illumination does not solve all problems, because each constellation needs to have an illumination, which requires a huge amount of magical power. Of course, there is still a method for contractors through true divine contract, by summoning a constellation at the cost of their life force. But this is not a commonly accepted method. Joo-hyuk asked what if he took the two sacred relics at the same time. Wouldn't he be able to meet both of them that way? Adelia replied that it was also quite difficult. First, when he holds the sacred relic in his hands, he is transported to the constellation dimension. This space is sealed in the sacred relic and is the constellation's own dimension. Therefore, the space of the two relics cannot intersect. All the more constellations have incredible power, and they can share it. They are bound to their relics. Until that binding is gone, a constellation cannot move to another relic. Even if he holds two relics, it doesn't change the fact that Joo-hyuk has only one consciousness. That means he can only go to one dimension. Barcha thought he already knew about it, since it had already been covered in class. Joo-hyuk felt that he should have said so before they came here. Let Barch be prepared to be beaten. Even if the meeting doesn't work out, after all, he can hold two relics at the same time and keep the conversation going. In fact, Adelia got a whole bunch of notifications after Joo-hyuk came. Black Cat has the same, but he's purposefully not responding to them yet. His constellation said she hadn't seen the wench in a while, and the constellation Adelia called her psychotic. After that, the two just started arguing. The protagonist remembered that they didn't get along very well. He thought he'd trained them decently, but he hadn't quite changed. Joo-hyuk told them to shut up and listen to him. These two don't realize what's going on. The bastard who put them in the situation that happened before is trying to do it again. He'd talked to Luminos about it a little earlier. But the last disaster was the bastard's fault. Now something even more serious awaits them. And this is just the beginning. Therefore, until Joo-hyuk regained his original strength, he would like to borrow their strength. Her constellation replied that she was fine with that. She would do anything for her master. And his constellation replied that this humble apprentice was always willing to help the master. There are still 3 apprentices left. Before the Lord of the Labyrinth's next strike, he'll find the others as well. Since the Black Cat connected the academy to the market, that bug will use that passage. Afterward, Joo-hyuk asked if the portal they had come through was working. The Black Cat replied that it was. It is still connected to the entrance. In that case, Joo-hyuk will return to Valhalla, and they can get to know each other for now. These people are his apprentice contractors, so they will see each other often. The protagonist is gone. Adelia didn't dare to ask right away, but after all, this is the owner of the market. Due to some circumstances, the Black Cat is now also the director of Valhalla. The secretary had reported it to her, but she wondered why he had become a principal. The Black Cat replied that it must have been for the same reason that the head of the Ventric family serves Kim Joo-hyuk. Adelia recognized that was a pretty good answer. Black Cat thanked him for it. Constellation contacted his group, saying that it looked like most of the enemy was finished. The man replied that it was so. Pekyan had been destroyed. Then that will be her next order. They have a duty to protect him. It turns out they have to be around him to do that, which means they have to introduce themselves to him. Constellation replied that it would not be necessary. They would only have to do something when he needed help. It turns out that they too need to hide their presence and just follow him. However, she said to reveal herself when he spoke a certain word. And it's an LLC. The man asked if the constellation was sure that was the right word. She replied that she did. The next day, Hall, Ju Hyuk asked what was wrong with Se-hyuk's face. And you don't have to worry about that. Se-hyuk asked that Ju Hyuk take him on as an apprentice. This is something the protagonist didn't expect at all. But the protagonist replied that he didn't want to do that. It looked like the rumors were true. Ju Hyuk asked what kind of rumors they were talking about. The rumor was that he was only accepting girls as his students because he was building a harem for himself. Ju Hyuk asked who had started this nonsense in the first place. First, these two wanted to become his disciples themselves. On his own initiative, he took only Enlin. So if Se-hyuk wants to stay alive, he shouldn't talk about any more harems. Se-hyuk just repeated what he heard. This Ju Hyuk is already training 3 people. Se-hyuk doesn't think he'll have time for him too. That makes sense. It's a shame though. He's prioritizing his own training now. However, having someone on hand who could stand up to monsters so well would be quite nice. Afterward, he turned to Yenlin. Ju Hyuk decided that she would be the one to train Se-hyuk. They both have an emphasis on physicality right now, so they'll have a great synergy when sparring. Ju Hyuk is going to go practice, so they can get to know each other for now. He only stared at her in silence. Yenlin asked what he wanted to say. She came back and was punching him in the face when he passed out. It looked like she was ashamed. Hesitantly, she was embarrassed when the Se-hyuk saw her wiping her face from sweat. He would be more careful in the future. That's a relief. He didn't understand anything. She slapped his arm, telling him that this kid should really be careful. After that, Yenlin was ready to show him how she trained. The main character was approached by Choi Arin. She asked him what he would be doing next week since they would be on vacation. But they haven't had their final exams yet. They had just written a little test. Arin said that it was a written final exam. The academy emphasizes the practical part, so the written part is pretty easy. All the more reason for them not to take the practical part. Besides, the great forest they competed in back then is where the practical exam is held. They had already passed the labyrinth, so they could skip the practical part. Ju Hyuk remembered everything now. He'll just continue his strength training, but maybe make them a little harder. Arin decided to do the same thing he did. The main character asked if she didn't have her own plans. Outside of training time, she can do whatever she wants. She should keep that in mind. Arin says that she is really doing what she wants to do. She's training and wants to become as strong as Ju Hyuk. That's what she wants to do. Is it really true? Well, she might have to go home a couple times. She has air training there. Ju Hyuk replied that she can do whatever she wants. Seo-young revealed that she's staying here on vacation too and will be training. Share afterward, USA, Academy Heroes. The president of the Academy, Beck. In front of him lay a sword that exuded some sinister power. A few days ago, Logan came into his office. Logan's only destroyer was waiting for Beck. Beck asked if he'd come to see his son before vacation. But Logan replied that he hadn't, because why distract him? He destroyed those villains who attacked his son. The Academy director heard about it. He destroyed the villainous group of Il Shinja. There were actually some pretty boring guys there, and for some reason their leader was already cut to pieces. Perhaps it was some kind of internal conflict. Logan doesn't know that, but it was a shame. Beck asked, wondering if it was because he couldn't deal with him in person. This also plays a role, however Logan actually went to get information on the Bloodlion. The Bloodlion, the same mystical group of villains that killed Logan's father. Whereupon Beck asked what that black thing in his hands was. Logan told me he came across it in that lair. It's a sword of light. The blade that enchanted the owner and turned the guild into a genocide. In fact, Beck thought it had disappeared without a trace after the Togo incident. But for some reason they had it. But Logan had the feeling that the sword was trying to talk to him. Beck asked, wondering if he was enchanted by the sword. Of course he wasn't. Otherwise this academy would be in ruins by now. His mind is clear, but his constant whispering is annoying. Logan would like to leave it in the artifact vault at the academy. Beck replied that this could be arranged, but he had a question. He wanted to know what that sword was whispering to him. Find my master, that's what the sword whispers. When Beck left this sword in the artifact vault, but the other constellations didn't like it, and it had to be removed from there. Find my master. It turns out that the constellation inside the Sword of Light has its own master. Suddenly he heard something. The man immediately turned around to see what was going on. There was an explosion in the classroom and courtyard. But can it be written off as an accident? It's vacation time, because nothing like that could have happened. A demon appeared behind him. Beck asked who he was. Is this really the leader of the group that attacked the academy? But what kind of group are we talking about if he acts alone? So he attacked the academy alone. But how did he get past the defenses and the magic circles? He looked strange, too. Beck wondered if it was a man. He asked again who it was. Does this man really want him to reveal his name? Before, he would have killed him on the spot for asking such a question. But now he was glad he had his name back, so he decided to say it. Beck wondered what his words about getting his name back meant. This outer shell belongs to a Lester supporter. Supporters are a villainous organization, and his name is Hongwei. Such a name is quite uncommon in this country. In that case, and he will introduce himself. This is Beck, who is the director of the Hero Academy, and in his best years, he was known as a Bomber Beck. The demon didn't even have time to react before the man came right up to him. He attacked the opponent in front of him with his fist. The man even surprised him. I mean, he had contracted with a constellation that had explosive powers. You could say he even has similar type abilities. After such a blow, Hongwei was completely unharmed. To a normal person, it would have been a deadly blow. After that, Hongwei attacked him as well. Explosive particles began to gather around his hand. The force of the blow caused Beck to fly right out of the academy office. He felt like he was about to pass out, but Hongwei didn't even think of giving him time to take a breather, after which he kicked the man. This caused Beck to fall straight to the ground. Hongwei jumped right next to him. Beck didn't understand at all what this monstrous power was. Hongwei was even surprised that the man wasn't dead yet. He's pretty tough. Not at all like these worms. I wondered why no one had raised the alarm at the attack. So this demon took care of everyone. That bastard will pay for all his actions. After which he kicked the ground beneath him. An explosion happened right in front of Hongwei's face. This attack might not hurt him, but it could definitely distract Hongwei. And now Beck is going to throw a real punch. He unleashed his power. It was only then that he heard it was pretty good. Well, to beat Hongwei, he's gonna need bigger explosions. The demon attacked the man, but the man managed to block it. There was an explosion. The explosion caused Beck to fall to the ground again. Hongwei was impressed that he was still alive. Even the supporters didn't have such strong contractors. It's pretty fun. Beck asked, wondering if it was a constellation. Hongwei replied that it is. He was the constellation known as the Tyrant of Destruction. Beck saw the notification window pop up in front of him. The constellation of Annihilation is stunned. Beck didn't understand at all why the constellation was reacting this way. Has the constellation truly descended into this world? Looks like it's game over here. He should stop playing dead. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk appeared there and said to get behind this man and better play with him. Beck didn't know this young guy, of course, but he looked familiar. But only then did he remember who it was. Kim Ju Hyuk from Valhalla. Hongwei asked if he was so anxious to die. But is that possible? Ju Hyuk came to mess him up. But suddenly the protagonist realized who he was. Crooked horns, and those pointy fangs, and the red skin to go with it. It's Hongwei, the jerk from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. The demon asked who he even was and how he knew him. When Ju Hyuk kicks his ass, he'll remember everything. This mana that surrounded the guy looked surprisingly familiar. But he's going to die anyway. His blow was blocked by his sword. After that, Ju Hyuk threw a punch. Now he recognized the feeling. This guy's the hero. Hongwei never thought he would be reborn, did he? Ju Hyuk couldn't think of those who lost to him becoming a constellation either. When he lost his name and body, everyone began to worship him, calling him a constellation. But it's different now, because he's got both his name and his body back. And when he saw this guy, he knew. This hero has become weaker. He used to be different. Is it really that obvious? He's still in high school. In that case, it's the perfect chance to kill him. The protagonist used his sword to block this payout. But it was only then that he noticed the explosion. Fortunately, the protagonist was fine. However, the Hongwei still attacked him. He attacked the guy. Well, the guy was fine this time too. Hongwei asked how much longer he was going to duck. Is Ju Hyuk still weak? When the protagonist fought the constellation of the Ko family, it was in the constellation dimension, so he could fight like before. However, fighting with the news in the real world was a different matter. Ju Hyuk doesn't know how strong the others are. But since he's having trouble with the idiot from the second floor, the others will be even harder. Hongwei told him not to even try to escape. It was his strongest attack. After which there was a huge explosion. Beck also saw that it was an overly huge explosion. Could it be that this demon hadn't used all its strength while fighting him? Up to this point, Kim Ju Hyuk has been able to get away. But there's no way to escape unharmed from such an attack at all. Seems like we should stop being stubborn, and it's time to enlist the help of dear students. There was already a cut on his body. Now he was left without a horn and an arm. Hongwei immediately started screaming in pain. The demon didn't understand at all how the man had gotten away from his blast. It was simply impossible. He didn't actually walk away from that explosion. He just cut it off. Hongwei sensed someone else's mana. Could it be that this guy had borrowed a miracle power? He decided to escape. Such a successful escape was not expected by the protagonist either. There's no other way out for him. He just got his name back and he can't die yet. Even if it did take a blow to his pride, he would do anything to survive. Hogwi will come up with something a little later. He's so ridiculous. Destroyed the academy, killed a bunch of people, and before his own death he decided to just bail. That's why he's the idiot who will lose again. Fucking red demon. The protagonist attacked him. Now the Hogwi realized that there was nothing he could do against this guy. It was the end of him. Afterward, Ju Hyuk used the ring he got from Gid to take the name. He seems to have successfully absorbed the demon into this one. Afterward, he heard the injured man scream. Ju Hyuk was busy with that guy that he completely forgot about him. The main character asked if he was okay. Beck replied that he would survive. Ju Hyuk is bad at healing, so he'd better call an ambulance. Beck thanked him for that one. Beck asked if it was definitely Kim Ju Hyuk from Valhalla Academy standing in front of him. The boy replied that he was. His name is known even here. Ju Hyuk is so famous. The main character said that he won't be moving anytime soon, so he'd better lie down. The bull replied that everything was fine. Because of all the chaos, he didn't have time to introduce himself at all. The director of the Hero Academy said his name, and he even forgot to thank Ju Hyuk for dealing with that guy. Ju Hyuk, on the contrary, said he was late. Help will be here soon, in which case he'll go. There's nothing else for him to do here, after which Ju Hyuk wished him good luck. And after that, the protagonist entered the portal. Beck heard a familiar voice. It was Logan who asked what the hell had even happened here. He came running as soon as he heard the academy was under attack. Logan asked Beck if he was all right. Beck will tell you everything, but later. The ambulance is on its way. The academy hospital is heroes. The boys were wounded too. It was serious, but luckily no one died. All thanks to Kim Ju Hyuk's quick action. Logan wondered what had happened there in the first place. Afterward, Beck revealed that Kim Ju Hyuk was from Valhalla and had come and dealt with the constellation in the flesh. It was just unthinkable, but that's what it really was. Beck doesn't know if it was a real constellation or not, but it had the mind of a human. And incredible magical powers to top it off. Strong contractors really can handle weak, down-to-earth constellations. But this guy is only 17. Beck wondered if he really knew the man. In fact, Ju Hyuk beat up his son at the competition. Plus, he caught a bunch of bad guys. Logan thinks all the contractors have heard of him by now. Still, villains and constellations were a completely different level. So he didn't understand how Ju Hyuk had managed to defeat him. Before he was done with him, a strange magical energy emanated from him. Beck thinks it belonged to the constellation that Ju Hyuk had made a contract with. A 17-year-old high school student has already made a contract with a constellation. Are they too young for that? Yes, and this magic power seemed quite familiar. If he wasn't mistaken, the same magical power Beck felt in the marketplace. Logan had heard that the constellation that created this place was called the Lord of the Underworld. So this guy's got a contract with her. Beck wasn't sure, but the magic power was the same. Logan asked where he was now. This guy must be back in Valhalla, but Valhalla is in Korea. How could he have gotten there so quickly? Beck revealed that he used teleportation. As Ju Hyuk was leaving, a strange gate appeared and he entered it. Maybe with the help of his constellation he can cross space. Well, just then the man noticed Logan's mood. There was clearly something wrong with him. Few contractors know how to manipulate space. Beck knows it too, because only a single constellation possesses such an ability. Could it be that Kim Ju Hyuk is connected to the organization Logan is looking for? The man has to check it out right away. Valhalla Academy. The black cat was waiting for the return of the protagonist. After that, a portal opened there and Ju Hyuk came out of it. The protagonist didn't think there would be a black cat waiting for him. Lady Constellation ordered Black Cat to support Ju Hyuk in everything. Therefore, he was watching the protagonists fight in case something happened. The black cat made a small hole in space and watched Ju Hyuk. The boy asked if he was really doing something so dire. The black cat began to say that because of this ability, they were able to react quickly to the constellation's attack. It's really true. The guide told us that the first name will appear this week. Ju Hyuk asked if by the name she meant someone from the Tower of Destruction. That was most likely the case. The guy noticed that her answers had become less confident. The tour guide apologized for that. In fact, the Labyrinth Lord had increased his surveillance. Though he doesn't know of her existence yet, he seems to already be guessing about the leaked information. The disaster will happen at a hero academy in the United States. The tour guide asked if he knew such a place. Ju Hyuk had heard of it, but he'll look again when he comes back. The guide advised him to just keep an eye on the place. If a constellation appeared, Ju Hyuk would have to deal with it quickly. And from now on, it would be harder for the two of them to see each other. The guy assumed it was because of the increased supervision. His guess is right, we should lay low for now. In return, she would show him how to use the ring. After that, the girl asked him to take off the ring. This ring has two methods of application. The first transforms the name into energy and turns it into the main character's power. The second uses the abilities derived from the name. Each has its own disadvantages. The problem with the first method is that Ju-hyuk can't fully get the power of the absorbed name. They aren't able to fully take them away like the Labyrinth Lord does. Therefore, they only get a fraction of the name power. And the problem with the second method is that you can't develop learned abilities. One could imagine that he had absorbed the name of a constellation capable of shooting water. When Ju-hyuk would use this ability, regardless of his current strength, the ability would match the strength of the constellation it belonged to. Jo-hyuk can decide for himself how he's going to use it. His main goal is to regain his former form. That's why he will absorb the power of names. Is that really all there is to it? He doesn't even feel stronger. There's no difference at all. Only then did he see that there was a black cat next to him. Ju-hyuk apologized, saying that he had been thinking about it and had completely forgotten about it. Afterward, the guy asked why the black cat had called him. He defeated Hongwi at the Hero Academy, right? The technique that Kim Ju-hyuk used was spatial cutting. The black cat asked if the guy could show the technique to him. Ju-hyuk didn't understand. After all, he had a contract with the same constellation. Can't he use it himself? He really can do it. But to be honest, he doesn't use the technique well. That's why she asked for the master to show her how to use it properly. Ju-hyuk thought it was better if he asked the constellation for it, but the guy agreed anyway, after which they came to a remote place. The protagonist felt that this place should be a good fit, after which they stepped forward a bit. First, he must gather the magical power in his sword, and then simply turn the wrist, and releasing the force, make the cut. After which the protagonist performed the technique. This cut has had its consequences. That's roughly how this technique works. Ju-hyuk thought it was easy. When the black cat was trained by the constellation, this explanation was completely incomprehensible. That's why he had to be helped by Kim Ju-hyuk, that he is the master of the constellation. But it seems to be the apple of the tree. Ju-hyuk asked if he wanted to be shown again. The black cat refused. His cut even dissected that mountain. The black cat was surprised that the cut of the main character even cleaved that mountain. It was noticeable that Ju-hyuk himself didn't expect it. He had planned to cut only the forest and had even built his magic power, but this time he had even cut a mountain. Could it be because he absorbed the name with the ring? It turns out that even the absorbed force particle have a similar effect. They'll finish today, and next time Ju-hyuk will show him full form. In that case, they should come back. Next time, the black cat will clear the path in advance. At first, Ju-hyuk was quite skeptical about it, but it looks like he's really getting stronger. It's amazing. The protagonist will absorb all the bastards from the Tower of Destruction, one by one. Someplace unknown, the Wheel of Reincarnation. There the kid was looking intently at the ball in front of him that resembled a globe. There were 4 red dots glowing. He was approached by someone calling this guy a spear. It was a man with red hair who asked if he had distributed the names. The man replied that he had. He scattered the second-ranked names pretty evenly. The man noticed that he was still holding onto his weapon, so he wondered why he kept holding that spear all the time. But there was only silence in reply. The man with the red hair started freaking out because he wasn't going to answer. It seems to him that it is not necessary for others to know the reason. That man has a gun too. The guy with the red hair asked if carrying a gun was the same as holding it in his hand. But he replied that for him, it was the same thing. He was only elected Lord of the Labyrinth 300 years ago. He's only being insolent with him because they share the same position. What a bastard. If the Labyrinth Lord disliked him that much, the man would kill him right here and now. Only then did he notice that one of the names seemed to have disappeared. And it happened in America. It's expected, of course, that some of them will disappear, but isn't it a little too soon? The man with the red hair will report this to the Lord of the Labyrinth. He will deal with this man later. The guy not with the spear replied that he could do what he wanted, after which he left. Meanwhile, a famous guest came to see the Black Cat. It was the one and only Logan. Black Cat asked how he could help him. Logan came here because he wanted to ask a question to one of the Academy's students. Could it be because of the fact that Kim Ju-hyuk defeated the constellation in the Hero Academy? The Black Cat thought he had all the information under control, but it looks like it reached Logan as well. They were likely to have a long conversation, so he motioned for Logan to sit down. Logan accepted. He wanted to get straight to the point. Their student named Kim Ju-hyuk was a hero of the Academy recently, and he killed the constellation that attacked this place. The Black Cat confirmed this information. He has a lot of questions, but most of all, he's only interested in two things. First, how was Kim Joo-hyuk able to repel the Constellation's attack? The Black Cat was silent. Secondly, how did it move from here to the United States of America? The Black Cat shouldn't even change the topic of conversation. He had already heard from Beck that the magic power of the market comes from Joo-hyuk, and the Black Cat is the owner of the market. Since Mr. Beck felt the energy, Lohan has a rough idea of the situation. She's the Lord of the Underworld, and it turns out she made contracts with Joo-hyuk. The Black Cat replied that that wasn't exactly true. They have only entered into a temporary contract. Due to personal circumstances, the Black Cat cannot go into details, but he knows what Mr. Logan is really interested in. Namely, whether Kim Joo-hyuk is a member of the Blood Messengers. That's really true. Since the Black Cat understood everything, their conversation would become much easier. Black Cat had also studied the Blood Messengers during his time in the marketplace. That's when he learned that they weren't just some villainous group. They're connected to Logan. Those bastards killed his father. After he got the power, he tried to destroy all the villains trying to find them, but he found no trace of them, as if they had vanished overnight. The only thing he could find out was that all members of the Blood Envoy were contactors, able to use teleportation. That's what the Black Cat knows. That's all he could find out. But Kim Joo-hyuk is not a member of the Blood Messengers. He was indeed able to move quickly to the States, but the Black Cat did so with the power of his constellation. It turns out it's all about the Lord of the Underworld. More specifically, it's part of her ability. With her other ability, they were able to detect the attack before the others. Now it's clear how things are. Do they really think Logan is going to let them off the hook that easily? It's quite possible that the market is also connected to the Blood Messengers. It's a reasonable doubt. It's not even an assumption. Logan thinks that the Black Cat himself also realizes that there aren't many contractors in the world who can use teleportation. The Black Cat really does know that. So it's not surprising that Logan is suspicious of them, especially if you pay attention to the fact that the Black Market Master is supporting some schoolboy. The simplest explanation would be that he is just helping another member of the Blood Envoys. If that's what he thinks, he can hire a private company and investigate. They do have a special relationship, but like the Black Cat said before, they are not members of the Blood Messengers, and he feels like Logan crossed the line. Logan asked what he meant. The Black Cat politely answers Mr. Logan's questions, and even tells him about his constellation's abilities. But Logan continues to back them into a corner based only on his suspicions. The situation could take a nasty turn. Black Cat would appreciate it if they stopped there today. He offered to continue the conversation when Logan was no longer suspicious of them, and he'd appreciate it if Logan didn't reveal the information he'd given him today, especially about his constellation's abilities. Suspicious bastards. It was so hard to get here, and this man just decided to leave. Logan wondered what would happen if he didn't want to do that. Then Logan will leave them no choice, and then he'll have to be killed. Logan immediately jumped up and wondered if they really wanted to kill him. It was a bold statement, but he wondered how they were even going to pull it off. Of course, the Black Cat can't kill him. After all, he's the only strongest among the contractors. However, if Logan continues to press them unreasonably, the Constellation Mistress will personally kill him. If he got his answer, let him go. And if he kept talking nonsense, she'd have no choice. She advised the fucking bastard to keep his contract in order. That's what Mrs. Constellation said. He wanted to resist as he suddenly saw a pop-up window. The destroyer of all things says to get out of there and don't make a scene. So Logan decided to call it a day. But he won't leave empty-handed next time. The Black Cat was finally able to exhale. Next time, we'll have to do a better job of keeping track of information. Just in case, it's worth telling Adelia Ventric what happened today. Meanwhile, the main character was practicing as usual. After Joo-hyuk channeled his magic power with the cultivation technique, he definitely became stronger than before. In one such session, he would gain experience equal to 30 days of training. However, his physical strength was only slightly ahead of his magical strength. That was why it was hard for him to notice it. To constantly absorb strength, you have to concentrate on physical training again. If only one aspect gets stronger, it will have to fight like those kids, with someone else's help. Joo-hyuk asked Barsh if he felt anything unusual as he saw that red demon. He replied that he didn't. Does the main character still suspect him? He asks just in case. In case the Lord of the Labyrinth suddenly clears Barsh's mind and he becomes Lord of the Tower again. Barsh doesn't have any power now, so he can't feel anything. He turned to Kim Hyuno and asked if he himself didn't feel anything of the Hero Academy. The protagonist asked if there was anything there besides the red demon. He answered that he did. Inside that academy, Barsh felt a familiar magical power. The protagonist thought about it. Barcha shares part of Ju Hyuk's feelings, so he was sure. In that case, it looks like he'll have to attend the Hero Academy again. Meanwhile, on a remote island, there was a large group of monsters. One of the monsters asked if all those who had been named had gathered. Almost all of them, with a few exceptions. The stranger asked who was not here. Mozantha replied with red eyes that, for example, there was no Hongwei, who had recently caused an incident. What an asshole. After waiting 300 years, he just decided to make a big deal out of it. Did he really just die? Hongwei must have simply underestimated his opponents and let his guard down. What a pathetic creature. And if you die, you'll go back upstairs and wander around again for 300 without a name. Sure, they were sent to wreak havoc, but you can't treat it so carelessly. That idiot went too far. He asked if anyone else had unusual circumstances out of all the people they had contacted. Huacha's name came up. This is the same man who likes dead bodies. They hoped that Huacha wouldn't die as well as Hongwei. Suddenly, they received a message from Huachi. Huacha wanted to cause an incident at the Worlds. Valhalla Hall. Ju Hyuk was busy practicing, but the guy also turned his attention to his students. Aaron, Sehyuk, and Soyoung were actively practicing. Everyone was here except one person, Yenlin. Yenlin wrote a message saying that she decided to visit her family. Maybe she'll stay there for a couple days. It's not like she has a good relationship with her family. Anyway, she'll come back when she wants to. Afterward, he told the guys it was time for a break. While the protagonist was toweling himself off, someone approached him. It was Choi Arin who asked where Yunlan was now. Ju Hyuk said that she had gone home on business. They agreed to practice together, and she's already skipping. Wouldn't it be better to just keep her out of class? Ju Hyuk mentioned that Aaron had also skipped a couple of times for the same reason. They'll be sparring soon, so the guys should get ready. Aaron turned back to the others. A smile appeared on his face. Barch noticed that it was as if it was written on his face that he was proud. Didn't he think it was funny? Even after reincarnation, he trains disciples. But Ju Hyuk is a little disappointed. Barchi asked what it was about. The protagonist wishes his former students could also get together and talk. It's a pity that the constellations can't see each other. If truth be told, there used to be a time when constellations came together. It was a long time ago. A door appeared in the constellation dimension. Then Barch was locked in and didn't understand what was going on, so he decided to open it. He wondered what lurked behind that door, and there the constellations were together. Barsh quickly left that place, as he was afraid that someone might recognize him as the former master of the Tower of Destruction. Apparently, all the constellations had gotten there through that door. It wasn't just him who was surprised, but everyone there as well. Ju Hyuk wondered what happened to that door. Barcha told him that it disappeared after 2 days. The space behind it must have disappeared too. Ju Hyuk hadn't even expected to hear such useful information from him. The boy thanked him. Looks like we need to get a better handle on this door situation. The White Lotus clan, China. Solyan was surprised. She just couldn't believe Yenlin had contacted her herself. She addressed her by her first name at first, but then changed it to Auntie, saying that she wanted to see a sacred family heirloom. It's not hard to arrange. Solyan suggested we go there together. While the two were walking, she decided to ask what happened to So Yeonhwa. As Enlan already knows, she was fired as head of the family because her contract with the constellation had expired. She was also expelled from her family. Yenlin did not expect this news. Seo Yeonhwa became the head of the family by tricking the constellation and pushing the others by force. Everyone found out about it. Thanks to Kim Ju Hyuk personally meeting with the constellation, he revealed So Yeonhwa's manipulations. As a result, the elders agreed to expel So Yeonhwa. This position has remained open since that time. Enlan asked if Auntie couldn't take her position. In their family, it was forbidden to hold the position of the head of the White Lotus clan and the head of the family at the same time. But they need to get the new head soon. She was just about to add something when she suddenly froze at what she saw. Enlan noticed it too. The So family mansion was on fire. It seems her worries were not unfounded. They should go there sooner rather than later. Yenlin asked what happened in the first place. The aunt seemed to know something. Yenlin does know that their family is the first in China, doesn't he? It's a credit to Seo Yeonhwa. She surpassed the other families when she was the head. Now she's gone and the other families wanted to take over the position of the first family. She knew they could attack them just like they were attacked by Seo Yeonhwa before. But who would have thought it would be today? It's a hell of a bad time. They ran up to the family's iron gate. Without stopping for a second to open the gate, they just ran on. Inside the So family's mansion, there were many corpses as well as the attackers who had turned their attention to the new arrivals. The two were shocked at what they had just seen. The sight was too cruel. Looks like there's someone else left. But suddenly he noticed their hair. One of the women was the head of the SEO clan. The other man assumed it was So Yan Hua who had caused them so much trouble. Looks like it's time to avenge the dead. Enlin asked if she had destroyed other families by killing innocent people. Solyun said that she just beat them up and didn't kill anyone. Truth be told, she didn't like the people in this family either. She didn't care what became of them. But this is too much. So she rushed to the attack. Solyun tried to stop her. Seeing that he was being attacked, he immediately attacked as well. His blade collided with Enlin's fist. The man couldn't believe she had stopped the sword with her bare hands. After that, Enlin flipped him off, and the one behind him as well. The two of them fell to the floor. The others couldn't believe how she was even able to overpower two with one punch. At the same time, Enlin appeared behind him. These two she attacked as well, only already with her foot. Solyun noticed that she had gotten stronger, even much stronger than before. What kind of training is Kim Ju-hyuk giving her anyway? Solyun doesn't even know why she suddenly needs a sacred relic. But after it's over, we need to put her in charge of the family as planned. So-and-so was surrounded. With Pei, she could barely hold on either. Almost all of their men are already out of commission. As far as so-and-so knows, they're from a different family. Maybe they've decided to take advantage of the temporary absence of the head of the family. They dug in some time and the elders were able to escape. But it looks like the Kopei is on the verge. She didn't want to die like that at all. Only then did her gaze catch Enlin's. And also Solyun. Seeing all this, Sopka cried, "Auntie and Enlin are here." She realizes they have a lot to tell, but first they have to blow these bastards away. She agreed with me. The two strongest members of the White Lotus came to save them. That gives me hope. It's about time they got their act together too. She charged at the man's face with her fist. Siopei also attacked the two with her sword. But there was another attacker behind her as well. However, Yenlin managed to hit him before he landed a punch. Enlin asked if Pei was all right. It made her a little uncomfortable, but she called her Uni. Siopei replied that everything was fine and also thanked her for saving her. Suddenly, another formidable man appeared and asked what the hell they were even doing here. Were they really just going to keep standing around? It was because of knuckleheads like them that those bastards started to rebuild. What a pathetic idiot he is. An even more violent man than the ones they had seen appeared before them. He may have hidden his face, but by his huge body and incredible strength, she knows who it is. They were attacked by the head of the Jamu family, Jai Huan. Looks like this mask is now completely useless. He really is the head of the Jamu family. As far as they could tell, everyone here was from the Jumu family. They have come to reclaim the title of China's first family. But it's not as simple as it seems. They come in here and kill everyone they see. They are just doing what their head of this family once did to them, but in their own way. Is there a problem? However, as a sign of respect from their endeavors, Jai Huan has a suggestion for these two. If they agree to become slaves of his family, he will withdraw his troops. He used to be afraid to even look in that direction because of the head of the family. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Let that bald bastard go away. That arrogant wench was kind of right. He was really afraid of their head of the family. But now she's gone, and the family with none other than the usual trash. What a fool he is. The girl he's fighting now is much stronger than the previous chapter. The two men's fists almost collided. At the same time, Enlin didn't understand why this man froze. But really, he's just that slow. Enlin could see the enemy's movement before, but not to this extent. This must be the result of Kim Ju-hyuk's training. It's unbelievable. She was able to easily attack her opponent without injury, after which he fell unconscious. Others did not expect their leader to be defeated. In that case, they had no choice but to retreat. This garbage decided to run away because they can't win. Enlan wanted to help those lying outside, turning to So Yirin. Now she understands why her aunt suggested Yenlin as the head of the family. So Endrin agrees with this choice. Surely, So Pei must be thinking the same thing. Seo Pei nodded in affirmation, and Enlin was busy helping the others. Solyun led her to the very room where the So family heirloom is kept. Enlin asked where they were. Hadn't they just been indoors? Yenlin is here for the first time after all. This is the hall of the celestial constellation, where they keep a family heirloom. The snowy landscape is created by them to protect the heirloom. Looks like they got here just in time. Solyun pulled out a chest. This relic contains the essence of the family constellation with King of the Snow Depths. But it looks like a regular pair of gloves. Could it be that with their help, she would become as strong and fast as Choi Arin? And the stronger she gets, the more time Kim Ju-hyuk will spend watching her training. That way she'll definitely be able to stay in the special class and keep training with him. Solyun asked, wondering if she was really that interested in their relic. It seemed to her that Enlin had not come here just to look at a relic. She must be after something else entirely. Enlin replied that she just wanted to look at her. Now it was time for her to go back to Korea. Solian said she might not be lying, because she has it written all over her face. She's not going to censure her. Solian asked again why she had come here. Enlin admitted that his aunt was right. She actually wanted to make contracts with the family constellation. She doesn't know how it works, but she realizes that she can definitely get stronger with it. Solian asked if Kim Joo-hyuk's training didn't make her strong enough. Yoonlin replied that it was true, but it was a different kind of strength. She can't explain it in any other way. She has a suggestion. And of course, Solian asked if Enlin could become the head of the family with. Enlan asked what her aunt was talking about. She had never even thought about it after all. Solian asked if the girl knew what kind of contracts could be made with the constellation. It is, after all, a protective blessing and a regular contract. But there really is another one. And it's a divine contract. She had heard about it before in Valhalla. Unlike a protective blessing and a normal contract that multiple people can enter into, a divine contract is only made with one person, and it gives a power that is not comparable to an ordinary contract. So when a family has its own constellation, it usually makes a divine contract with the head of the family. Yenlin wants to become stronger. Let him become the head of the family and make a divine contract. That's the fastest way to become stronger, Enlan asked. But isn't that a little too soon? She's only 17 after all. In fact, there is another way to approach it. But the place of the head of the family is empty, and so they are in great danger. Today's attack is a perfect example of that. As a member of the So family, she can no longer ignore it. Therefore, she would like to appoint Enlan as the new head of the family. Enlan's sisters had agreed to it. She was even surprised that both of them went along with it. There's no need to worry about responsibilities. Yenlin is only 17 and should be enjoying life, not drowning in routine. Solyeon will take care of things herself, and from Jenlin she expects authenticity and strength. That's why Solyeon has asked her to be the head of the family. Jenlin agreed. She will become the head of the family with, that's what she wanted to hear. Now Enlin must touch the sacred relic and go to negotiate with the constellation. Let her earn its approval. She agreed. As soon as she touched the gloves, she was immediately transported to the constellation realm. The king of the snow depths sat before her. He even smiled. Solyeon watched Yenlin carefully, and so Enlin stepped out of the constellation realm. She gladly looked at her aunt again and nodded. Looks like she managed to do it after all. A few days later, USA Hero Academy. Ju Hyuk and Choi Areen arrived there. There was also a lot of spectators in attendance, as well as a host of other students. Who would have thought there would be a world championship right off the bat? A few days ago, Ju Hyuk asked what the Black Cat wanted and why he was the one who called the guy in the middle of vacation. The Black Cat apologized for the distraction, but he wanted to ask for a sequel. He had to remember that lessons started next week after all. But in reality, Ju Hyuk didn't really follow the schedule much. Black Cat revealed that next week is also the World Championship. It seems like the main character hasn't heard of it. It's similar to the Academy competition that Ju Hyuk participated in earlier. But this one is different in that it won't be 3 academies participating here, but academies from all over the world. Like a competition between academies, they will choose first-year students to participate in it. Ju Hyuk asked if the second and third-year students are counted, and this was something he learned about after he became the headmaster. It's not customary to choose second and third-year students, since they are usually already training with guilds. This is an academy that trains hunters. The goal of the students is to become hunters after graduation, so it is not very desirable to be distracted and sent to competitions. Freshmen, on the other hand, will benefit from participating in order to draw the guild's attention to themselves. Black Cat asked if Ju Hyuk could be the academy representative for the World Championships. The main character asked if he was talking about that favor. Afterward, the guy asked where the championship was being held. The championship is being held at the US Heroes Academy, but that academy was recently torn down. Thanks to Ju Hyuk's timely intervention, the damage was minor. They've already fixed it. Traditionally, it is the USA that organizes these competitions, and it seems that this year they are not going to give in either. Well, if Ju Hyuk doesn't want to be a part of it, they can choose another student from the special class. But suddenly, the main character agreed. Jo Hyuk is going to be the representative. In fact, he wanted to visit the Hero Academy himself. Barch asked if it was because of that familiar magic he was talking about. The boy didn't answer that yes, for perhaps it was due to his apprentice. The Black Cat asked who should be sent along with him. 2 students from each academy were chosen to participate in the championship. Even if they didn't send Ju-hyuk, they were going to send someone from a special class. Therefore, the Black Cat asked if there were any ideas of who they could send along with him. In that case, we should send Enlan. She is the second strongest after him. Black Cat explained that although Enlan was part of a special class, she was not a student of the academy. In that case, let her go to Choi Aren's place. She's in good shape now. Maybe he should bring Moji's abilities with him just in case. The situation is dire. Ju-hyuk asked what was wrong. She did say they wouldn't be able to meet anytime soon, didn't she? The tour guide decided to get in touch due to dire circumstances. She apologized for the unexpected. Last time, it turns out it wasn't just Hongwei who came down, and all the names from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. They weren't hard to deal with in a previous life, but now they're obviously going to be a pain. They are unlikely to attack at the same time. Killing people left and right wouldn't give the name quality. That's why the Labyrinth Lord told them not to do it. However, because they came down at the same time, the guide can't keep track of everyone. She won't be able to warn Ju-hyuk like last time, so he should be more careful. The protagonist asked if she even remembered who she was talking to. In fact, its guide needs to be careful. Let it not be caught by the Labyrinth Lord without a good reason. It's been a long time since anyone's worried about her. In that case, she'll be more careful. These guys will see each other again. So he signed a preliminary contract with Moji just in case, for nothing. Afterward, the main character was approached by Choi Aren. Aren learned from the director that Ju-hyuk had recommended her as the second representative. This one she thanked him for. Aren would try not to pull him down. The tasks won't be particularly difficult anyway, and so Aren shouldn't stress too much. They'll win. At the same time, Logan and Melissa were watching them. Expectedly, Kim Ju-hyuk is also here. Valhalla will be a dangerous opponent because of this guy. Logan owes him. So does Melissa. It was only because of this guy in the Great Forest that she wasn't killed by villains. In fact, Logan only went to this competition to talk to him. How in the world can this guy be so strong? Beck spoke up, director of the Hero Academy. He greeted everyone who had arrived here. The principal was happy to see them. Before the competition begins, he sees fit to address the recent incident. Of course, his current appearance is also a result of the incident. However, the main damage from the attack has been repaired, and all of the Caiopus have already been repaired. On top of that, the number of guards will exceed 200 for the duration of the competition. So he hopes they can all relax and feel safe. Now Beck will talk about the competition itself. The championship will run for 2 days and 1 night. On the first day it will be necessary to pass the maze. The one and only Logan was also watching this performance. A third-rank association contractor, Rania, approached him. She asked Logan what he was doing here. In response, Logan asked what Rania was doing here. Rania reminded him that she actually worked here. She heard that the academy had been attacked recently. This time, a lot of security guards were set up because they couldn't let something like that happen during the competition. The company has contracts for security personnel. Logan came here because he was interested in one member. Rania assumed it was his son, but it was not his son. Only he was about to say how he was most interested, when suddenly they felt some noise. Logan asked what the noise was. Rania replied that it was coming from the stadium. They came out to look at the situation. Rania didn't understand what the hell was going on at all. There was a huge crowd of monsters. Rania heard someone calling her on the radio. Rania asked if they were even at their post. They needed to be alerted immediately to what was happening. The man said that the bastards literally came out of the ground. The woman asked what they were even talking about. Rania told Logan that she would take care of those zombie-like bastards. She came to her team talking about how everyone has to focus. We can't let them get any closer to the stadium. We have to stop them at all costs. The monsters attacked them. Rania also attacked. A bright flash appeared. Rania defeated them with her ability. These monsters' defenses were incredibly weak, so they shouldn't be afraid. However, there are still too many of them. Could this be the beginning of a catastrophe? Rania asked if they had seen anything like a labyrinth nearby. The woman replied that there was nothing like that. It just can't be. Then why are there so many monsters here? What is this, if not a disaster? If they did come out of the ground, it's dangerous for the guys to stay inside the stadium. Ju-hyuk asked, "What the hell is that? What kind of monsters are these here anyway?" He heard the announcement that the tournament was cancelled. All students and spectators should evacuate immediately. Hero Academy instructors will help them join the emergency exits. Have them evacuate as soon as possible. What's even going on here? Last time they were attacked by a strange constellation, and now some sort of disaster. He should have taken his time with the tournament. It was definitely his fault. The Academy's head teacher, Rob Jack, said the principal also needs to leave. Beck replied that they should go to the exit first and help the students evacuate, and he would try to contain those monsters, whereupon Beck entered the fray. He used his ability to blow up monsters. Ju Hyuk wondered what this explosive ability was all about, but now he realizes how Beck was able to stand up to Hongwei. These guys even seemed painfully familiar to him. At this rate, it would never end. Now he remembered. Choi Arin also prepared to join the fight. She used the sword technique to deal with the crowd of monsters. Arin has already dealt with many monsters, but there's still no end to them. Ju Hyuk advised her not to waste her energy. These guys will keep appearing indefinitely. The protagonist will pull out every corpse buried in the land, after which he used his ability. It was as if the monsters had begun to melt. Everything happened just as he thought it would. This ability is incredible. It's perfect for fighting monsters like this. Beck was about to strike again when he suddenly saw that the monsters had turned to slime. He didn't understand at all what had happened, or why all the monsters had melted away. No one has that kind of ability. Then who was it? Is it really Kim Ju Hyuk? It's true that this is only a temporary solution to the problem of singing, and soon they will appear again. Choi Arin shouldn't exert herself too much, and it's better to calm down. The girl asked what Ju Hyuk would do. He must have something to do, right? That's true. Ju Hyuk wanted to catch the culprit of this celebration. Hwacha thought it was strange. Hwacha can't sense the ghouls they left outside the stadium. They may have a severe contracture, or the problem lies elsewhere. However, it will be difficult for them to handle that much. But if they die before he is named and exalted, he will put them to sleep with an insane amount of love and affection. It was only then that the protagonist finally found where the fucking creepy pervert was hiding behind him. Hwacha didn't understand what he was doing here, or how he had even found this place. That idiot even dares to ask. It's because Ju Hyuk felt that nasty energy. That punch knocked Hwacha back a bit. That little bastard believed in himself too much, for which he's about to pay. That disgusting bastard is trying to overwhelm with numbers, because he's afraid he can't do it alone. All of his monsters that Hwacha had summoned fell from a single blow. The blade was right in front of his face. At the very last second, he managed to dodge. This guy is still just as good at dodging attacks. Afterward, Ju Hyuk called out his name. Hwacha didn't even know how this guy knew his name. Besides, it's the name of a constellation, not just an alias. Now he understood everything. Those words and magic seemed very familiar to him too. In front of him, the martial arts god groaned. But the main character attacked him, saying that he was too late, realizing all this. Hwacha tried to stop his sword, but even so, there was nothing he could do. Now he was left without an arm. However, Ju Hyuk still wasn't done with that bastard. He threw another punch. He swiped at Hwachi's other arm, but he managed to dodge. This situation was already starting to piss him off. How much longer was he going to dodge? If Hwacha keeps this up, Ju Hyuk will chop off his hands like he did to Hongwei. Only then did Hwacha realize that this was the guy behind the fact that they hadn't heard anything about Hongwei. It's because Ju Hyuk defeated him. Hongwei showed up so suddenly and made a scene that he had no other choice. Hwacha summoned another monster, and now a new big opponent has appeared in front of the protagonist. They condescended only to carry out the order given to them. Hwacha felt that killing them made no sense at all. Ju Hyuk deftly turned away from the monster's fist. Does he really think so? The protagonist attacked the monster. After that, his sword was enveloped by another magic. Hwacha didn't understand how this guy could even use the powers of multiple constellations at the same time, and so another of his minions began to melt. Hwacha just fell to the floor. What the hell is going on? His favorite ghoul died too. I wonder if this guy did the same thing to the other one. Taking advantage of the situation, Ju Hyuk immediately quickly headed towards him, after which he slit Hwachi's neck. His head rolled across the floor. This is to be expected. The god of martial arts is strong, but not like before, and Hwacha's pretty violent. Now, and in the past, he's still building up his hand, but everything has a limit. Soon this body will die. However, it is useless because his name will be revived again, and someday he will return to Earth with Hongwei, whom the protagonist killed first. Now I can see why it doesn't make sense. Ju Hyuk inquired as to where Hongwei is now in his opinion. Hwacha didn't understand what he meant. Hongwei is upstairs, isn't he? But Hongwei is actually in this ring. Hwacha asked what this was even about. It simply could not be. Only then did he guess that Ju Hyuk was able to absorb Hongwei's name. As far as Ju Hyuk knows, it's just an imitation of the absorption that the Maze Master does. But he still hasn't figured out how it works. However, who cares about that at all? Either way, it will suffer the same fate that befell Hongwei. Hwacha asked not to absorb it. Who would even listen to him? The protagonist is clearly not the kind of person who will listen to the pleas of a monster. At the same time, the Black Cat and Adelia were watching him through the portal. The black cat turned to the woman, asking what she had to say about it. Adelia thought it was just unbelievable. The black cat asked what Mrs. Ventrick meant. Adelia explained that he could address her by her first name. More importantly, he had seen Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk use Adelia's constellation technique after all. Normally, they would reveal the constellation's abilities to outsiders, but since they are allies, she decided to tell them. Her constellation's ability is poison. This ability allows you to turn magical power into poison, which can be both injected and spread over the area. The range and strength of the poison depends on the contactor. Black Cat asked what would happen if a normal contractor used this ability. The opponent may lose all awareness or experience severe pain, but will not die immediately. Usually, this technique is used as an additional attack. Even Adelia, who has a real contract, needs a direct hit to melt her opponent's insides. The fact that Joo-hyuk was able to melt the monster is amazing. Even with a temporary contract, he managed to melt them, besides without even touching them. This is the first time Adelia sees Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk in action, but she can already tell she is impressed. The black cat could tell it was the same. Constellation asked, "Isn't it obvious? Even though poison is her unique skill, it was the teacher who helped her train that skill. So it just can't help but be on a different level." Constellation's right. Adelia was too stupid. If Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk comes back this time, she would like to ask the black cat for a favor. Adelia is going to ask Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk to take her on as an apprentice. Rania has entrusted the care of the injured to those who are not badly hurt. The damage needs to be assessed. The woman didn't understand what had happened here at all. There was no labyrinth nearby, but the undead came out in great numbers, and they all stopped suddenly, and it all happened as soon as Kim Joo-hyuk showed up. Most recently, she's been fighting monsters, but even if she could defeat one bunch of monsters, another would appear in its place. There's no end to these sharp ones. Also, her ability called Fist Faster Than a Flash of Light is not suitable for fighting multiple opponents. There must be a place where they come from. But where that place is, only then did she see that Kim Joo-hyuk was standing in front of her. What the hell is he doing here? And looking at his school uniform, it must be a student. She yelled for that student to get out of here. But the protagonist only stuck his sword into the ground, after which he used the ability from the constellation. After which, right before Rania's eyes, all the monsters began to melt. The woman was so excited that they even realized who it was right away. Turns out it was Kim Joo-hyuk. That guy has been the talk of the town lately. Even in this situation, he did well. But does it even make sense? The monsters that had no end in sight disappeared as soon as Kim Joo-hyuk arrived. Logan approached the woman and asked if she was okay. Rania asked if everything was okay inside. Logan answered that it was. By the time Logan arrived, the Vagala students in the back had already taken care of everything. Rania remembered Logan's words that he was interested in one of the tournament participants, so she assumed it was Kim Joo-hyuk. Logan said that it was. Rania wondered if Logan would believe her if she said that this guy was the one who had ended the chaos. He rushed alone at the swarm of undead, drove his sword into the ground and melted them all. After that, they stopped attacking. The hidden ruler that Kim Joo-hyuk supposedly contracted with shouldn't have such powers. Logan remembered the black cat's words that he would appreciate it if the man would not reveal this information to anyone. And he'd also asked to be especially careful of the constellation's abilities. Logan asked where Kim Joo-hyuk is now, but Rania doesn't know that. There was nothing to be done now. Logan wished he could question him about anything, but I guess he'd have to put it off until next time. The man decided to go talk to Beck. Rania was surprised that he decided to come back so easily. What about Kim Joo-hyuk? He's curious about what happened here too, but he has no intention of digging deeper. Besides, there are more important things to do. But isn't that suspicious? Rania thought they should find out what his connection to the undead was. Logan doesn't usually meddle in other people's business, but she better not dig too deep. Otherwise, she'll just die. Rania asked what Logan was talking about. She asked for him to explain everything to her. But the man just walked away. The island. A man with green hair and horns reported that the Hvacha had also been caught. How could they even do it that fast? It was the same with Hongwi. Maybe he just overestimated his capabilities. He didn't care about the death of the pervert that would die first. But now, both Hongwi and Hvacha are dead. At this rate, the purpose of their leniency becomes meaningless. This situation is getting out of hand. Suddenly, the two of them decided to make a fuss there together. They're going to make sure those quality names go away. In the end, the tournament was cancelled due to a monster attack. It's a bit disappointing to come back without having done anything after such a long journey. There was nothing they could do to help them anyway, so it was good that they were done so quickly. He also asked Choi Arain if she had noticed anything unusual at the stadium. Despite the number of monsters, they managed to deal with them without any serious losses. The only thing that confused her was that they abruptly stopped appearing. Aaron assumed it was the protagonist who stopped them. You could say that. That monster looked familiar to him, so Ju Hyuk decided to see if he was looking for him. She was confused by the words about the monster seeming familiar to him. The protagonist said not to worry about it. In fact, Aaron told him everything so openly and calmly, and he continues to keep hiding. After which the girl asked where they were going. If to the airport, they should wait for a shuttle bus right at the entrance. Ju Hyuk heard that it would be hard to buy tickets today since the tournament was suddenly cancelled. Therefore, the return trip might take much longer than the one to here. Aaron thinks that's a good thing. The main character knows a quicker way to get back, so just let him follow it. The chairman allowed him to share this information with the students in the special class. I think it was around here somewhere. Then he found the door, and he grabbed the handle. As soon as they entered, Choi Aaron assumed it was an old warehouse. In fact, that wasn't what was important at all. They can, after all, enter the market from any country. There are black market entrances in every corner of the world. Ju Hyuk asked if they could then use them as portals. It is possible, but the distance between the entrances is too long, so it might be problematic to directly enter another country. The Black Cat recommends entering the marketplace and heading to the central tower in Area 7. From there, you can again reach the entrance leading to the other country. In this case, the students from the special class should have no problems while using it. Since the passage is secret, and no one is suspicious of the pupils, if they wanted to return here, they could do so directly from the tower. Since the Black Cat connected the tower and Valhalla last time, then Ju Hyuk will use this passage. Ju Hyuk spotted the door they need to enter. After that, a wonderful new view opened up before them, and now they're finally back. Ju Hyuk said she did well and can go first, and he is now going to report to the principal about the special class. Choi Aaron replied that he was also good. They'll see each other tomorrow. After the girl left, Ju Hyuk pulled out a ring. This is the third name, including the first maze boss. The ones in this tier proved to be stronger than the previous ones, so Ju Hyuk is looking forward to the next names. But he'll deal with that later. Right now, it's better to go to the Black Cat, since Ju Hyuk had told him he wouldn't sleep a wink until he got the report. After which, he entered the Black Cat's office. He greeted Mr. Kim Ju Hyuk with a welcome back. The boy did a good job. Adelia Ventrick greeted him as well. The Glanish hero wondered what she was doing here. Adelia replied that he could address her by her first name. The thing was, she had a favor to ask of him. She'd better get her head up first, after which the guy asked what she needed. Adelia asked if she could ask him for advice. This is rather sudden, so the protagonist was curious to know what caused it. In fact, the two of them recently watched Kim Ju Hyuk's battle. It turns out, she means to say that they watched him again. That would sound the weirdest possible. Ju Hyuk thought it was the Black Cat's idea. The Black Cat began to explain that last time they had observed with the constellation, the hidden ruler of the underworld is furious, and they won't leave a wet spot on him if he talks about it. So the Black Cat had to shut up. In any case, she saw Ju Hyuk using the constellation skill, poison, all to kill monsters. It made a deep impression on her. So Adelia asked him to teach it to her too. Last time there was a Black Cat, and now there's her. Why doesn't she just turn to her constellation? What difference would it make if he did? She and the Black Cat had to naturally learn how to use their abilities once they made a pact with the constellation. The way their abilities are revealed is the same as the main characters. The only difference is that Ju Hyuk doesn't rely too much on Earth mana. He enhances their abilities with his own. But these days, the kids are just pumping out their mana so they don't control it well. So even if Ju Hyuk teaches them that, the small amount of mana will prevent them from developing. These two were stressed by the expression of the kids these days. But even so, Adelia wanted the master to guide her. The Black Cat asks for his help too. Ju Hyuk has enough to do without Togo. He didn't even have time for his students. But since these two were his contractors, it seemed he should at least give them some of his attention out of a sense of duty. The most important thing is physical fitness. They can come to the training room tomorrow if there is time. Also a bit wanted to discuss with Black Cat how he's going to get closer constellation after today's events. Barch asked if it was because of the familiar mom he sensed from said building. His assumption was correct. It was because of Hongwei that everything had gone downhill, and yes, Ju Hyuk had only managed to catch that weirdo. He didn't even have a chance to get inside the academy itself. He'll find out next time, whatever it takes. America, Contractors Association. This is the building where Logan was checking out the information about Kim Joo-hyuk. Logan didn't understand who this Kim Joo-hyuk was at all. The man contacted the best private information agency he knew, but even they didn't have any information on this guy. This student has dealt with several major incidents, but there is still no information about him. The only thing we've been able to find out is that he comes from some kind of orphanage. It would be wrong to just call him a super rookie. Logan wondered if the black cat in his constellations could protect a high schooler who had no past. Moreover, he talks as if you would know their constellation. Also, Logan is bothered by the constellation's answer to the question he asked at the end. Then he asked the Lord of the Constellation if he knew about the Lord of the Underworld. It just seems that this constellation knows him. The All-Destroyer who comprehends everything answers yes. The All-Destroyer who comprehends everything warns to beware of the fanatics of the Silent Moon. After that, Logan searched for information about them, just like he did with Kim Joo-hyuk, but couldn't find anything. The more he immersed himself in learning Kim Joo-hyuk's identity, the more he entered the maze. Who that guy is after all. If Kim Joo-hyuk isn't related to the Blood Hunters, then he has no more ideas. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him and asked, "This is the Contractors Association." He asked who he even was, and why would such a creepy guy be spying on him? And this man isn't even surprised. He's really the #1 contrarian, isn't he? Logan stretched out his arms to block the incoming damage. But even so, and for the force of the blow, he was thrown back a bit. He was able to stop quietly, though. Logan wondered if this strange type with high intelligence could belong to the same species as the monster that had attacked the Hero Academy. Don't underestimate him. The monster noticed that he was concentrating his magical power, then have him try to block that attack. Logan, on the other hand, attacked him to strike with his fist. After that, he was able to strike the monster, bypassing its weapon. And this man is pretty good. Logan didn't want to hear about compliments from a monster like him. After that, he attacked that monster. But the monster escaped. It was a pretty powerful attack. Rania, sitting in her office, felt it too. Who was that shockwave anyway? It wasn't an earthquake. It was a strong vibration coming from upstairs. Don't tell me something happened in Logan's room. That monster must have gotten a pretty good kick out of it. But where did he go? At the last second, he managed to block the monster's sudden strike, whereupon the monster threw him off. Now Logan, too, was now realizing that his opponent was strong. It's clearly an unusual monster. If it were a low-level constellation, Logan would have dealt with it long ago. If it was even an incarnation, the monster asked what was wrong. Was this really all the #1 contractor could do? Logan told him to shut up. He hadn't even shown half his power yet. If Logan uses destruction, the whole building will collapse. Logan needs direct contact with the body to activate this technique, but he can't even touch it. The association security came there earlier to ask what was going on here in the first place. She heard a loud noise, so she came here. It was still early, and the others weren't in place, so she hurried over here. What the hell is this all about? And the bugs came out, and he wanted to play with this guy. But that's okay. He's just gonna take these bugs out in one fell swoop. Rania told them to retreat, for they would not be able to handle him. After that, Rania started attacking him with her abilities. However, this monster repelled all of her explosive blows. Rania didn't understand how this was possible, since they were flying right in his trajectory. But now that they were face to face, there was nothing he could do. But at the last moment, he simply disappeared from her sight. How is that even possible? That monster was already near her, preparing to strike. At this point, Logan intervened in their fight. Only then did Logan realize that he couldn't dodge her blows. It was an illusion. He only appears at the moment of attack. This guy seems to have recognized his illusory eyes. It would be better to retreat. The monster decided to hide his body behind an illusion. But suddenly, he noticed his foot being stepped on. The big guy doesn't seem to be able to back down. Logan wished he could at least try to take his one straight punch. Here comes the first punch. However, his fist stopped at the very last moment. Logan felt as if his body had frozen. As worthless as they were, Baekwi was too careless. That's where Hookwi came in. If it wasn't for Hookwi's paralyzing eye, there would have been a hole in his stomach by now. Now that's something this guy wouldn't get away with, but it's better to see for yourself. And there's another monster. I can't believe he's been hiding in there all this time. Hookwi asked who he should start with. He also immobilized that woman just in case, so you can kill anyone. If that is indeed the case, perhaps he should start with #1. At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk burst in and said it sounded pretty good. Logan and Rania watched this action with shock. Baekwi didn't really understand when this guy only had time to show up here either. Logan just couldn't believe that Kim Joo-hyuk was standing in front of him right now. It was only then that Rania felt that she could finally move. Logan noticed it too. Those two bastards were causing trouble here after all. While Hukgui was using his killer eye, Baekgui was trying to hit Ju Hyuk with his baton, and then Ju Hyuk killed him first too. Maybe Baekgui even remembers it. Baekgui asks what he's talking about and how he even knows the demon's name. Also, the bratty boy says he's killed them before. Logan called out his name. He doesn't know how Kim Ju Hyuk got here, but he thanked the guy for saving him. Then he remembered the Black Cat's words about Mr. Kim Ju Hyuk being sought by Logan, the first in the Contractors Association. The guy might run into him at the association building that was attacked, so Ju Hyuk should keep that in mind. It turns out this is the man who was looking for him. The Black Cat warned me about him, so it's best not to have anything to do with him. What's actually more important is how this boy dares to talk so calmly while standing here in front of him. He should stop that already. According to Ju Hyuk, she was familiar with these monsters, so Logan asked if they had any weaknesses. Once again, the protagonist said the wrong thing. The boy asked if he had really said that. We have to kill him before Beckwith can turn into an illusion. If the protagonist's memory is intact, it will be at the moment when the Hukgui dies. The three men then noticed that he began to run away. Rania didn't understand why the hell he had decided to run away in the first place. That monster had almost overpowered them after all. Logan asked if they shouldn't follow him. Ju Hyuk said that what they see now is an illusion. His real body is somewhere nearby. By emitting light, Ju Hyuk could blow it up along with the illusion, but it wasn't a good idea to use his student's ability right now. The original plan was to use the power absorbed by the ring, so Ju Hyuk had no intention of making a temporary contract. There's nothing you can do now. There's gonna be a little devastation, but the guy's gonna make it through the whole building. Suddenly, he heard his voice, Logan asking Constellation what was wrong. Constellation of Destruction exclaimed in surprise. Is it really a martial arts god? Logan, however, knew no such thing. Ju Hyuk wondered what kind of familiar energy was coming from them. Now it's clear to him. The protagonist turned to Shi Jun, talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a while. It turns out that he has been here all this time. The guy is in a hurry right now, so he offers to make a temporary contract. Ju Hyuk asks if you own his contract's sacred relic. The Constellation of Destruction answers that yes. The Constellation of Destruction calls for the sacred relic to be handed over quickly. She doesn't know what's going on, but he should hurry. The bastard's already escaped through the window, Ju Hyuk said to rather hand over the sacred relic. Logan then handed him the beads. The protagonist is wearing this sacred relic, just in time. Now he begins to understand why Hwacha and Hongwi died so quickly. The god of martial arts has returned. Although he seemed to have been reborn as a small child, this magical power could not be mistaken for anything. It undoubtedly belonged to the god of martial arts. Since Baekgui can't use long-term communication like Hwacha, we need to tell everyone about the resurrection of the martial arts god as soon as possible. At the same moment, the protagonist was already preparing to strike. He turned back, for he noticed a huge flash of light behind him. Even if this master wanted to do something, it was already too late. This attack had caught up with him. Baekgui was already done. Rania asked if that was Logan's constellation skill. To Logan, he replied that it was impossible. It can't be that his constellation's ability is firing something so powerful, like a cannon, that it destroys everything in its path. However, this attack definitely carried the power of the constellation. Logan assumed it was the contactor's new ability. That guy just never ceases to amaze everyone. Logan was then treated for his wounds, and Rania refused because she was fine. Jo Hyuk said that he is leaving because he did what he wanted to do. He doesn't need any media attention. Logan asked if he wanted to stop those monsters. Jo Hyuk replied that you could say that. That man is just hitting on him. The protagonist wondered if he would leave everything behind, so if he would accidentally come to Valhalla with a bunch of questions. Gotta deal with that to move on. But he's the #1 contractor. If Ju Hyuk gets him on his side, it'll help him in the future. The protagonist replied that he was very tired for today, so he offered to discuss it another time. Logan agreed. When the time comes, Ju Hyuk will go to the Hero Academy and answer all his questions. Logan noticed that this guy started talking informally. Since this person is Shijun's contactor, that Ju Hyuk will give him his time. Therefore, Logan had to be grateful for that. After that, the main character decided to leave. Logan tried to stop him somehow. However, a notification window appeared in front of him. The Constellation of Destruction says to leave him. Logan should treat him with respect. Even though he didn't understand why the Constellation said so, it was worth it to better obey the order. Rania said she had to turn the case over to the police, but she couldn't find the monsters' bodies. So she asked Logan if maybe he knew where the bodies were. Logan asked if she hadn't seen everything herself. After a while, they disappeared into smoke, and there were all kinds of monsters. That's going to be hard for the insurance company to prove. We should look for surveillance footage. Afterward, the woman asked what he thought of Kim Ju-hyuk. The monsters they encountered today were very strong for a normal contraption. If she's asking about what this guy is all about, they'll find out soon enough. He was walking in some remote place. Afterward, Ju-hyuk turned to Barcha. The protagonist asked if the magic power he felt from Shijun was the same as what he had at the Hero Academy. Barcha replied that that magic power was different. What a relief. He was afraid that all his trouble to meet Logan would be in vain. However, it was a bit disappointing. Even though the Shujun he met with today had studied under him, he wasn't a disciple of Kim Hyun-oh directly. He wondered where Sosumi was. Suddenly, a stranger in a red cloak and mask appeared in front of him. He knelt down in front of Ju-hyuk. The protagonist inquired as to who he even was and what he was doing here. He, a member of the Ilgyo, was honored to meet the leader. Ju-hyuk wondered who he was even talking about now. Perhaps the man was just confusing him with someone else, but he, stranger, replied that he wasn't. Their esteemed constellation, named Tugui, instructed his followers that if Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk mentioned the word, he would have to reveal himself. When that person says the designated word, they must reveal their identity to them. The man asked what the word in question was. Turns out that word was Sosumi. Other members of the Ilgyo also arrived. They were honored to meet the leader. Ju-hyuk asked if they had a sacred relic. The masked stranger replied that they did. Afterward, Ju-hyuk asked me to give him this sacred relic. It was a red glove. If the protagonist only touched the sacred relic, he was already transported to the realm of the constellation. It was actually some kind of ruined city, but a sign on the building was lit up. Mushinmun. It's been too long since the protagonist has seen this sign. Only he was about to say that it had been a long time since he had seen Sosumi, when he saw the empty throne in front of him. Ju-hyuk wanted her to finally stop hiding and come out. After saying that, she immediately came out and sat on her knees. She really hasn't changed a bit since then. Ju-hyuk told her to stand up. It was like an order to her, and she stood up immediately. Even her mental image projection is like a martial arts school from 300 years ago. To them, Mushinmun was more than just a martial arts school. This place was their home. Ju-hyuk didn't even know she was treating her with such reverence. Compared to the present times 300 years ago, the world was in chaos. Then a wagon with a small number of guards was attacked by a group of monsters. Of course, the warriors realized that they wouldn't be able to handle such a horde of monsters. He had already closed his eyes, for he knew it was the end. Well, in an instant, 3 men appeared in front of them, and were able to deal with the attackers with ease. And in this mess, only those who knew how to hunt could survive. Kim Hyun-oh would get paid to protect trade caravans or take assignments to hunt monsters and clear labyrinths. It was a terrible time, but that life suited him just fine. However, during that period, people were bought and sold as slaves. The man leaned down to the child's eye level, whereupon he lifted about the girl's bangs to see her crying eyes. Time passed, and people were still neglected from time to time. The parents pushed their child to her new owner. Thus, penniless parents sold their children in the hope of getting a large sum of money for them. However, Kim Hyun-oh didn't want to put up with it. He really hated it, because as a child he too was made a slave against his own will. The slave trader prepared to defend himself. However, he couldn't do anything about Kim Hyun-oh's rage. Together with his students, they began to fight the slave traders. However, if they ever caught his eye again, he would leave them in their wake. As soon as Kim Hyun-oh spoke to this girl's parents, they immediately ran away in fear. Those parents pissed him off even more. But he also took notice of the way the child clung to him. Thus Kim Hyun-oh and took in some children who had lost their home as students. At that moment, his plans for his life changed dramatically. The man had originally planned to work hard as a hunter to save enough money for retirement. He also planned to train a few apprentices to continue fighting slave traders in his place. In short, he wanted to create an automatic hunting system. The hunter's work was enough to sustain his life, but not the lives of his apprentices. And since he had plenty of students, he decided to utilize that. During this time, many noble families and martial arts schools vied for power. Together with their students, they chose a name for their martial arts school: Mushinmun. This is how Mushinmun came to be. It was created to properly train and educate all of its students, and to benefit from them. Although Kim Hyun-oh was strong, but no one taught him at the beginning of his journey, so it was difficult to develop. But his students were different. Under his careful guidance, they were able to learn the right techniques. In addition, all the guys were incredibly talented. Kim Hyun-oh planned to teach them until they no longer needed him. Then in the future, these guys would expand the school's influence and bring in new students, and he would get a reasonable share of the donations and profits. The man thought he could spend the rest of his life just reaping the benefits of his work. However, Just when the students had grown up enough, a new problem arose. Specifically the Tower of Destruction. And now he stood with his student in front of Mushinmun. Ju Hyuk apologized for being distracted. Old times just suddenly came to mind. So Simi replied to the teacher that it was okay. Ju Hyuk asked what she had been doing since becoming a constellation and how she found it in the first place. She just knew that the teacher would be reborn. Sometime after she became a constellation, a notification appeared. That's to be expected. It was important to her that the contractor could become her hands and feet. She later founded Ilgyo, continuing to work with 4 participants. The title was not chosen by chance. She wanted to emphasize the fact that the teacher is the only leader for her. That's why she killed everyone who claimed to be the best except the teacher. Ju Hyuk was surprised that she had killed them all. Of course, she didn't act rashly. They kept a close eye on the people who claimed the title of strongest. As soon as they got it, she killed them, Ju Hyuk asked. But how on earth did she manage to find him? So Simi replied that she used the same method. Even a small slip of his words managed to hurt his own student. That's a relief. So they killed Jonshin and an evil organization called the Blood Hunters, which only preyed on strong contractors. It's gotten rid of a lot of them already. Through this method, she was able to meet the resurrected teacher. Despite his power, he was modest and never boasted. Ju Hyuk rather just remained silent as it was already clear without Togo. Now it's all together. So Simi, the fool and the maniac. So the teacher has already met the rest of the sisters. Ju Hyuk asked. Didn't she know? That's surprising considering her resources. With everyone knew that all 4 sisters had also become constellations, but they can only see through the eyes of their contractors. She knew the teacher had met with people from the Ventric family and the black market, but not that they were the sisters' contactors. Anyway, they met on time. Ju Hyuk thinks he'll need her help soon. They'll call it a day. Ju Hyuk will invite her contractor to meet the others, then they'll talk. So Simi was pleased. A few days later, Hero Academy, conference room, and Logan turns out to be already here. Ju Hyuk came along with Adelia, the Black Cat, and Ilgyo's member. Logan replied that he had just arrived too. What kind of company is this anyway? The black market owner and chairman of Valhalla, the Black Cat they saw last time. The head of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric. And from that mask, he could guess it was Ilgyo. Ju Hyuk asked if he wasn't going to sit down. But the masked stranger replied that he would stand. The protagonist wondered where he should start. If truth be told, they probably don't know what he even does. Adelia and the Black Cat replied that they did. Adelia asked if he wasn't the teacher of the constellation they served. This was the kind of information Logan hadn't expected to hear at all. Ju Hyuk replied that he was. Recently, he was able to piece together what happened after his death. After that, the Joker decided to give them a rough idea of his history. From what they heard, Adelia and the Black Cat were shocked. Logan couldn't believe his ears either. And here the Ilgyo member heard exactly the same story as the constellation told. The Black Cat asked if it turns out that he had destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago. Ju Hyuk was a little embarrassed to say that, but it was the truth. There was a time known as the Age of Destruction, when a Tower of Destruction suddenly appeared and brought the world to ruin. But the records only say that it collapsed after monsters broke out of it. The name of the savior was not known. Ju Hyuk asked if the fool and the maniac hadn't mentioned it. Adelia said that since the constellation had passed to Mr. Ju Hyuk, it hadn't contacted anyone. The Queen of the Underworld spoke of how she only remembered entering the Tower of Destruction with her teacher. Even the disciples don't seem to remember anything before they became constellations. Perhaps this meeting will help them remember. In any case, everyone who was even a little bit famous in those times had now become constellations. That's why they appeared after the Age of Destruction. It turns out that all the constellations are people who died at that time. Ju Hyuk suggested that not all of them, but probably most of them. It is understandable why the constellation reacts so strongly to artifacts from the Age of Destruction. As Ju Hyuk said last time, the one who created the Tower of Destruction causes disasters and sends out constellations. That's why, in the end, the Tower of Destruction will reappear. Logan just couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ju Hyuk thinks they still have 4.5 years to go. Therefore, Ju Hyuk was now gathering his disciples and actively developing, straightening out the constellations that appeared from time to time. This time, he will definitely destroy the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage so that the past won't repeat itself. To tell you the truth, it's pretty hard to believe, and the protagonist can understand it too. From the constellation, Logan learned that Mr. Ju Hyuk was known as the god of martial arts 300 years ago. He also saved the constellation and passed on the authority of primacy. The protagonist doesn't remember the details so well. If Ju-hyuk really is a martial arts god that existed 300 years ago, Logan asked to fight him. Of course he didn't mind. Their sparring will also be watched by the rest of the team, Adelia asked, wondering how it had even gotten to this point. Logan must have thought the situation was absurd. It just doesn't make sense that a schoolboy could be a hero who lived 300 years ago and a constellation teacher. The evidence is there, but emotionally it's hard to take. That's why he wants in the battle to understand. Is it true that Kim Ju-hyuk is not just a distant high school student, but a person from another era? After which Logan attacked, Ju-hyuk didn't think of backing down either. It was a powerful shockwave. Their fists made contact. The Black Cat and Adelia watched the fight with some excitement. And Il-gyo's cock just watched in silence. The director of the Hero Academy, Bae, also heard a loud sound. Beck immediately realized that that loud sound had brought everything from the stadium. Could it be that they were under attack again? But just then, he remembered Logan's word that he would invite a few people to the academy today. Beck then inquired as to who he was thinking of inviting. Logan couldn't say yet, but Beck should not panic if he suddenly heard loud noises. Naturalness he took over. He trusts Logan, of course. Well, who did Logan even bring in? You could tell from the protagonist's face that he was confident of his victory. This bout was a tough one for Logan. He's actually being pushed back. This is certainly not the kind of power a 17-year-old schoolboy could have. And it's not even about the power that was borrowed from the constellations. He had to jump back. After that, Logan turned to Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk. The man wanted to use his magic power. Had Logan fought without her before? Ju-hyuk replied that he could do as he saw fit. Well, he personally will continue to fight without her. In that case, it's time for them to continue their fight. The protagonist put up a block with his hands to defend himself against this blow. It's really an incredible power. Ju-hyuk had certainly bragged about not using magic power without a reason, but to be honest, he hadn't expected Logan to be so powerful. In terms of magic power, he had indeed become stronger after absorbing those constellations. But on the physical side, he is still weak. As it grows with his body, Ju-hyuk can't do anything about it. Still, considering he's fighting a top fighter who uses constellation power, this result isn't bad either. Looks like it's time to call it a day. Logan decided to attack him again. After that, Ju-hyuk approached the man directly. The protagonist wondered if this martial art was taught to him by X. That's pretty good. But Logan should put a little more force into it, because this technique implies that he will finish the fight in one punch. After that, Ju-hyuk threw a punch at him. After that, Logan went down. A little Logan finally came to his senses. Logan got up immediately. Ju-hyuk noticed that he was finally awake. Ju-hyuk thought he had fainted, so he brought him here. But he wanted to carry Logan to the infirmary. But Logan's all right now. Now he really realized that this guy was reborn. Ju-hyuk asked, didn't he already talk about it? It was really true, but Logan still found it hard to believe, which made the man apologize. Still, some people need to experience something first to believe it. Logan is like his constellation in that way. He remembered the main character's words about looking for his disciples to stop the Tower of Destruction. In that case, Logan supports Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk's aspiration. The protagonist is thankful for it. The masked stranger knows they're telling him this, but it's a pretty interesting combination. Head of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric. Black market owner, Black Cat. The association's top contractor, Logan. And also Il-gyo. Ju-hyuk turned to Logan, indicating that there was something he wanted to ask. Ju-hyuk asked. Perhaps he had seen something that resembled his student. A relic or something that resembled it. The main reason why Ju-hyuk suggested meeting here was because there was similar magic here last time. However, there is a huge amount of magic power gathered in this place, so it's very difficult to determine the exact location. And since it's also a training academy, there should be a lot of relics here, so it's going to be much harder to find them. Suddenly, Logan remembered the words, "Please find my master." The man reported that there was a relic that asked Logan to find her teacher. Logan then went to the principal, who was surprised that the guests had already left. But Logan replied that they were still running the meeting. Beck inquired who Logan had called out to. Logan replied that it was Kim Ju-hyuk. Beck asked what they were even discussing there. Logan apologized, but he couldn't go into details. Beck will be told everything a little later. He asked for the shining sword he had left for safekeeping last time. Beck admitted that the sword had given him a lot of headaches too. Logan asked what he meant, whereupon Beck pressed the button. A secret passageway began to appear among the closet. Beck stated that the shining sword guard cannot be used here. The room itself was in a terrible state. Logan wondered what had even happened and if it was all because of the shining sword. Most likely it was. But didn't Beck say he would keep it with the other sacred relics? That place was supposed to block its magical power. In fact, Beck was going to put it there. That time Beck wanted to go into the vault, but he couldn't really do that. All because the guardians of the sacred relics unleashed their magical power and blocked his entrance. And as if to answer them, the shining sword also began to emit magical power. That's why Beck brought this sword here, but even this place couldn't handle him. This sword emits not even magical power, but sinister energy. This sinister energy destroys the vault despite the many sealing spells. Beck was just about to discuss the fate of the weapon with Logan. Logan asked, perhaps he heard the sword again, asking to find his teacher. However, Beck hadn't heard anything since the shining sword had entered such a state. After that, Logan decided to walk over to the sword. Beck tried to stop him. The man then touched the handle of the ball. It was only then that the magic that emanated from the shining sword began to weaken. Beck didn't realize what was going on at all. Logan wasn't sure, but it would probably be best to take that sword with him. But Beck thought Logan was still in the meeting. Logan said that was the sword he needed right now. Beck asked what kind of meeting he was having where he needed that ominous sword. Logan only apologized and said he'd be back soon and would figure it out for himself. Logan always does whatever he wants, but he always keeps his promises, so you just have to trust him. Afterward, Logan handed the sword to Kim Joo-hyuk, but the boy sensed that something was wrong here. He doesn't feel the markings of any magical power. Logan told me that the sword became like this when it fell into his hands. In fact, it was also the day he brought the sword back to the academy. Logan told him that the constellation inside the sword asked him to find his teacher. The protagonist attempted to enter the realm of the constellation. For some reason, however, it didn't work out. Hyuk knows what about it, so he asked if it was okay. Adelia told him that to enter the realm in a constellation requires the permission of the constellation itself. If the constellation refuses him, the protagonist will not be able to enter. Joo-hyuk asked Barchi if he had felt this magical power back then. Barch told him that this magic power was very weak, but he could definitely feel it. The protagonist wondered what he should do in this situation. Barch asked if Kim Hyun remembered what he had said earlier. Once upon a time, a door appeared in the constellation realm. It was behind it that all the constellations gathered. But now Barch realizes it was more than just a door. Behind each constellation was a different one. They probably led to the realm of the constellation. If his assumption was correct, then just as he entered this space through the door, one could enter the realm of other constellations. It does make sense, but there's one problem. After hearing about the door, Joo-hyuk tries to pry information out of them, but these guys apparently don't know anything. It's understandable. It happened a long time ago, and it didn't last long. Most likely, many constellations still do not know about this space, and modern people could not have caught this event. And the big question is whether there is someone who knows about it. But it was only then that he remembered that this man was with them now. Since they have nothing else to do today, they can go back. He also turned to the guy from Ilgyo and asked what his name was. The masked stranger replied that they were merely the nameless protectors of their teacher. Therefore, the protagonist could address them at his discretion. Joo-hyuk asked me to wait for a moment. He'll be a former defender from here on out. He should go back and talk to Adelia and the Black Cat today. Joo-hyuk is sure that Sosumi would be happy to see the other sisters. And now they can go back. A few days later, the tour guide recognized that they really hadn't seen each other in a while, after which he asked how he was doing. Joo-hyuk suggested getting straight to the point. He had heard that all the second-level constellations had disappeared, and that was bad, considering that she absorbs whatever she can get her hands on. However, it has made him much stronger because of it, for which I'm very grateful. It was about time they got together with the guide after all. The protagonist asked if she might know something about the door behind which the constellations gather. The girl asked, "Isn't that the arena?" Shortly after the constellation was created, the labyrinth's host created a unique space. One could enter it through a door that appeared in the constellation realm. This place was called an arena. The protagonist asked, but why would he want to create something like this? This was created so that the constellations could fight each other. Even though they had lost their true names, new epithets were attached to them. Joo-hyuk asked if it was something like Queen of the Underworld. The guide replied that it was indeed that kind of epithet. Ultimately, it's part of their name, so they have powers depending on the specific constellation. The Master of the Labyrinth has opened the arena to further enhance it. You can encapsulate those epithets. But it looks like the arena is going to disappear quickly. She thinks it's because the Labyrinth Master's hopes have not been realized. The real reason is unknown to her. If the Labyrinth Lord had created the arena himself and then closed it, it could be a problem. Joo-hyuk was about to ask if there was a way to reopen the arena, but it looked like he would have to deal with the Labyrinth Lord to do so. But that's not entirely true. The arena was opened using the constellation's abilities. Moreover, the reason why the guide had called him here today was because she had managed to find not only him, but all the constellations of the second level. It just happened, by the way. So Ju Hyuk would like to hear everything she knows. Constellation Keykeeper. Those idiots are out of their minds. Why are they even crowded together? At this rate, they'll just disappear. Did they really not care that they had regained their name at the cost of their lives? He said there was nothing to delay. They really have no idea how awful it is to wander for centuries with nothing but a name. The tree that houses the reincarnation room. Without a physical body, there's nothing to do up there. It would be like being awake all day, circling around a tree. Every now and then, for some reason unknown to anyone, they will see a wandering spirit turn into the fruit of the tree. That's how it ends. He never got the chance to become a fetus. The Keeper of the Keys lost his physical body as soon as he became a constellation, causing him to have to discount himself forever. And now that he's succeeded in gaining physical form, it's suggested that he just disappear. I wish those twin spirits would work out. Then it would be a lot easier. A few days later, a man reported that they were in trouble. Hukvi and Bekvi were killed. And this news came as a surprise to everyone. But weren't those bastards fucking spitballing? It seems there are still beings left who can resist them, and now it's all very sad. The man with horns asked the other monster if he even realized their situation. Was it not because of the fact that they had been given names and embodiment? It is indeed so. But the man was referring to the way they support him. After all, they just take and absorb magical power in a thin protective membrane. If they leave things as they are, they can continue to sustain their existence by absorbing magic power. However, in a group, it would inevitably be depleted. That's why the Labyrinth Master told them to gather on this island. Underneath is a huge floating rock. It is now clear what tremendous power they had been feeling all this time. The Keeper of the Keys contemplated the huge floating stone. The man with blonde hair asked, and what was bothering him so much? In fact, it was the stone that was bothering him. Its power reserve would be depleted in just 2 months. Magical stones need to be either infused with power or not touched at all, as they are capable of replenishing themselves from the surrounding energy. But since there are too many monsters on the island, 2 months wouldn't be enough. That's why they plan to mine another floating magic stone. Bekwi and Hukwi were sent on this mission, the Ghost Twins. I can't believe they were seriously entrusted with this. And the man found out about it through telepathy. And those two went straight to the Contractors Association. Looking for information about people is not the easiest task. It is said that a company that cooperates with the Contractors Association recently found a huge floating magic stone. The plan was this: go to the association, destroy all of its members, and steal the magic stone. However, it didn't work out. For now, they should lay low until a new magical stone is found. The keykeepers immediately turned around to run away. What idiots they all are. It wasn't just the magic stone that Hukwi and Bekwi failed to obtain. Those two weren't weaklings at all. So why didn't anyone care about them and their safety? If the keykeeper stays here, his magic power will eventually just disappear. We have to get out of here, but it was too late to think about leaving. Kim Ju Hyuk appeared from the portal. The Keeper of the Keys didn't understand at all who this man even was, or what he was doing here. The protagonist, he asked, really is the Keeper of the Keys. After that, the constellation just started running away. The keykeepers realized that this was definitely the same bastard who had defeated the Ghost Twins. Otherwise, how else would he know about the keykeeper in this place? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. But suddenly, Ju Hyuk appeared right in front of his face. In fact, the protagonist had only asked him a question. The key guardian immediately ran away. The key parent started begging for mercy. Being a constellation, he hadn't killed a single person. Ju Hyuk presented the sword directly to his throat. What the hell is going on? This guy's more unassuming than he expected. Ju Hyuk was just interested in looking at him, and he didn't even put a ring on it. He doesn't think it's worth absorbing. Ju Hyuk mentioned his words that he hadn't killed anyone. The Keeper of the Keys replied that he had. Being a constellation, he didn't do anything wrong. Only once did he open the door to the constellation realm. Ju Hyuk agreed that he wouldn't kill him, but he would have to do something for him in return. The Keeper of the Keys asked him what he had to do. The arena that the keykeeper had created came about by opening the door he had just mentioned. Ju Hyuk needs the keykeeper to open it again. Then the keykeeper said that he can't open it himself. Ju Hyuk probably feels it himself, but his magic power is very small. The main characters confirmed these words. To connect the doors of the realms of all the constellations requires unimaginable magical power, which he does not have. That's why the Keykeeper used an artifact that enhances abilities and increases the supply of magic. Ju-hyuk asked what he meant. Does he really mean to say that it can't be done now? The Keeper of the Keys confirmed these words. There's really no need to absorb this guardian. After all, Ju-hyuk can't use any other abilities other than those of the constellation. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. Even though they had just met and the Keykeeper didn't know the man well, he must be very strong. Ju-hyuk replied that there are such people. If this guy helps him put some things together, then when everything is ready, he can reopen the arena. The protagonist asked, and what was required of him. It's pretty simple. You need an artifact that came down with the Keeper of the Keys. China, it's been quite a while. Perhaps Yenlin, who became the head of the family with, should do a bit of stretching. She had new adversaries in front of her. Enlin immediately attacked them. Without much effort, with a single punch, she was able to deal with one of them. Is that really the power of the Constellation contract? Now these guys are falling from a single blow from her. Enlin can't believe she kills monsters so easily. Just like Kim Ju-hyuk said. But if it were only here, Valhalla Hall. Enlin announced with joy on her face that she was back. The usual company of students had gathered in the hall, but also new faces. Enlin wondered what was even going on. There are only unfamiliar faces here. Besides, the atmosphere itself is too serious. Did she really come at a bad time? Ju-hyuk said it's fine, and asked where she disappeared for so long. Enlin revealed that she had some family problems. The main character heard that she had become the head of the family with. Yenlin was surprised that he already knew about it. Even Ju-hyuk watches the news from time to time. She was a little embarrassed to say that, but it was true. To tell you the truth, it was her aunt who asked her to be the head of the family. Ju-hyuk was definitely surprised, because he didn't think it was something she was interested in. People's feelings change, don't they? She also glanced at Choi Aaron. Aaron asked, wondering if this kitten was looking for a fight. If you think about it that way, she was the reason she became the head of the family. Enlin didn't think that making a contract with the constellations to the family would make her so powerful. She hadn't had a chance to practice yet, but Enlin needed to get stronger. Her offer sounded tempting. Looks like Aaron just needs a good rag after such a long break. Ju-hyuk calmed them down, because this was not the time to fight. The protagonist asked if she was busy. Yenlin replied that she was not. Auntie said that outside activities would help raise the family's prestige, especially things like slaying monsters. As for the paperwork, Auntie agreed to do it until Enlin grew up. She then turned her attention to Aaron and asked if something was wrong. Aaron looked away and said no. Either way, Ju-hyuk is glad she's here, because they were just in need of help. They're going to destroy the mazes. The protagonist also asked if the girl had used her power since the contract with the constellation. Yenlin answered that she hadn't yet. They planned to split into teams of 2, as there will be a lot of mazes. But considering Yenlin's current level, it seems that she will be able to do it alone. If the conclusion of the contract with the constellation, her magical power increased significantly. Enlin doesn't really keep track of such things, so she didn't notice. Monsters that come out of mazes are vulnerable to attacks imbued with magical power rather than physical power. So her power would be extremely ineffective. They were just thinking about a labyrinth in China. Yenlin should go there. Have him use as much magic power as possible to get used to the constellation's abilities during combat. There shouldn't be a boss in the maze, just a stone, but it may contain a relic. She just has to retrieve this relic and bring it here. If the teams will be made up of 2 people, it means that Kim Ju-hyuk will be with one of them. Choi Arin, Yoo So-young, and Adelia came to her mind. What is she even thinking right now? Ice appeared on her fist, for which Enlin rushed to the attack. The ice began to spread to other monsters as well. Enlin decided that today she would wipe all the monsters with powder. USA. Ju-hyuk asked if they were in place. Logan apologized. If they had any coordinates, satellite images, or temporary structures, they'd get there in no time with the maniac's abilities. Logan wondered if he was talking about the abilities of the Queen of the Underworld now. He thinks that only a few employees of the institution know such information. Therefore, details of whereabouts are not documented. At this point, the public believes that the association has only discovered one magical large stone. That's why this place has been classified. Joe Heck even felt a little sorry for him. They give it to the main character, despite the fact that so much time was spent searching for him. After all, it's just a natural resource for storing large amounts of magical power. Besides, these days, it can be replaced by artificial storage. He remembered the Keykeeper's words about finding the artifact that had descended with him. The protagonist asks where he is now. The Keeper of the Keys thinks that his parts are scattered all over the labyrinth. Unlike the Keykeeper, Artifacts exude strong magical power, so he'll show the guy their scent. It'll make it easier to find. Also, the protagonist must find a large floating magic stone. Ju Hyuk asked if it wasn't a larger version of the Vault Stone. It soars into the air when filled with energy and can explode if mishandled. Creating a door in the constellation realm requires a tremendous amount of magical power. It may seem ridiculous, but the Keeper of the Keys doesn't want to disappear because of it. In fact, the Keeper of the Keys was scared. The protagonist tried to cheer him up somehow. He even promised to get him 2 of those magic stones. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk didn't understand why he even said that. Who knew they would be so hard to find? Finally, they arrived at the right place. But what is it that's even in front of them? The golem in front of them before them now is not a golem. Well, even if it is a golem, it's too big. Besides, where would it even come from? The monster attacked with its corner. The 3 of them managed to bounce away from the point of impact. After that, Seok noticed something. The golem's fist left a huge mark in the ground as well. Looks like this big guy is different in more ways than just size. After that, the golem attacked Logan. This ignorant monster doesn't even realize who he's attacking. After which, their fists made contact. Ju Hyuk wondered if that was the one hit. However, Logan's strike had devastating effects on the golem. After which, the golem fell down. Sehyok thought it was amazing. Logan shattered the golem's left arm with just 1 blow. Is that really the power of a destroyer? That was to be expected from the #1 contactor. Sehyok still couldn't believe Logan had joined them. And the fact that Logan respectfully addresses Kim Ju Hyuk. What's the connection between these two? Sehyok never thought he would be part of this team. In the end, out of the blue, he was sent to the United States. But now he can observe the power of these legends. Logan felt like something was wrong. A normal golem would be completely destroyed by such a blow, but this one was still in good shape. Ju Hyuk thinks it's his size. The punch just didn't reach the core, and it even sounds logical. Therefore, the protagonist also attacked the golem to finish it off. But after that, the kid noticed that even a sword of light couldn't shred it. Suddenly, the golem's eyes glowed red. Whereupon he began to rise. His shattered arm began to regenerate, after which it seemed as if the blow had never happened. And that's when he attacked the protagonist. Ju Hyuk blocked this blow with his sword, but he was still thrown back a bit. Now the protagonist has figured it out. This guy absorbed a large, floating magic stone. Logan and Sehyuk asked what he meant. Ju Hyuk suggested that Logan cast an anti-no-magic spell to block the presence of the stone. Logan revealed that they had asked the contractor to do so. To be honest, it is not easy to completely block the presence of this magic stone, since it contained too much power. However, Logan didn't feel it in this golem. All of this was due to the contractor who cast the spell. He did his best to keep people from detecting it. But with creatures that are of magical origin, this is quite different. He came here because he can pick up even the faintest traces of magic. And when this guy started burying himself in the ground, he was probably trying to absorb its residual energy and channel it into a magic stone. It looked like this golem had already killed other monsters. It's even amazing. It grew that big just by absorbing the residual traces of energy. A large floating stone must hold very high-quality magic. If Ju Hyuk knew he would be in this situation, he would have brought artifacts with his students' abilities with him. This situation is making him angry already. Ju Hyuk told Logan to quickly hand him the sacred relic. The guy's gonna show a real 1-2 punch. England. Black Cat asked if she was okay. Adelia replied that she was fine. It was just that she hadn't been this stressed in a long time. Usually the family's contractors deal with these monsters, so she's just tired out of practice. The Black Cat understands that. After all, she's practically the head of a large family. The Black Cat was also sweating a bit. It had been a long time since he had fought monsters. He even decided to take off his mask. He can finally breathe easy. When Adelia saw the Black Cat's real face, a blush appeared on her cheeks, whereupon he noticed the stare at himself. It was Adelia. The Black Cat apologized for taking off the mask because it was a little hot. The man wanted to put the mask back on, but Adelia stopped him. Adelia asked, wondering if he was allowed to take off his mask. The Black Cat replied that it was all right. He is obliged to hide his face as a black market owner, but he is not in that role here. Besides, they're both students. It's normal between students. To tell you the truth, she had conflicting feelings when Ju Hyuk sent her to the maze, saying it was an extension of her training. But that moment more than made up for it. Adelia asked if that meant he would be showing his face more often now. Time will tell if that will be the case. Beak Mask says could the two of them speed up. The ruler of the underworld says menacingly, shouldn't they first follow their master's orders before flirting? It seems their break has gone on too long. Time to move on. After which they ran on. With the name Ju-hyuk dodged the golem's lunge, the main character told Logan to watch carefully. That's exactly how you need to use one punch. At the same time, the golem attacked Ju-hyuk. Se-hyuk was shocked. The same can be said for Logan. The protagonist defeated the stone golem, and also left a huge mark after being hit. It was as if Ju-hyuk knew that the monk's strength was truly immense. It had been a long time since he had thrown such serious punches. This guy is not just, you're not with a golem and even a mountain behind him. So this is what destruction is really capable of. Afterwards, the protagonist returned the artifact, before saying that it was quite useful to him. Had Logan only been using a fraction of the abilities all this time? He asked Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk if he was going to come back, if he could teach him one punch. It won't be a problem for him. He will teach Logan if they find another floating magic stone. Of course, the company on the association side has one, so they can just take it away. If things worked out well, he would return one floating stone to Logan. Like Logan said, he thinks they could replace it with an artificial storage system. Right now, they should finish digging the hole that the golem had already started digging and find the magic stone. Ju-hyuk felt that this would happen, so he brought along some guys who could sweat. A few days later, Ju-hyuk moved to the keykeeper, talking about bringing an artifact and a large floating magic stone. The keeper of the keys couldn't believe that this guy had brought as many as 3 magic stones with him. The protagonist replied that he had brought them with him just in case. 2 of the stones he got were thanks to Logan, and 1 was thanks to Susomi. They said he was used to get orders from Susomi or something. After that, protagonist handed over the bag containing the artifact. The keykeeper checked that everything was in place. He really didn't expect Ju-hyuk to put everything together so quickly. That would be enough to open the arena. More specifically, the term arena was introduced by the master of the labyrinth. In reality, it is simply a large cavern. The keeper of the keys will be ready to open the doors that connect the realm of the constellations. He also thanked for the extra stones, but judging by the amount of magical power contained in each stone, the keeper of the keys thinks that even 1 would be quite enough. Ju-hyuk said that he didn't bring these stones for nothing. After all, there are other constellations that have descended to succeed at the order of the labyrinth master. The keepers of the keys fell silent. If the keykeeper stays silent like this to continue to show his loyalty or something like Togo, then there's no need to worry. Does he really think that all Ju-hyuk knows is just his location? He's not going to use the big floating magic stone against them. So he had better hurry up and move the arena to a realm in the constellation. Afterward, Ju-hyuk called out the former defender. The former defender must order the other defenders to guard him until the doors open, and also to prepare the protagonist with Sosimi for the preliminary contract. And if it suddenly seemed to him that the keykeeper was contacting other constellations, the former protector should get rid of him. Ju-hyuk said that in a whisper. The former defender replied that he understood. Meanwhile, he broke the table. When will they ever get out of this place? If they keep this up, they'll just die without accomplishing anything. He asked if anyone had contacted the master of the labyrinth. The man with the horns answered that it had never happened since they had been here. The others died in vain. They can't let it happen to them too. The blonde man with the red eyes agreed with that. They just can't sit here and wait to die, can they? Maybe they should go and kill them all right now. The man with the horns thought about that suggestion. Suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to the words that this idea is just idiotic. It was Kim Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk has been standing here for about 10 minutes now, but these guys couldn't even notice it and continued to talk non-stop. They won't just sit here and wait for you to die, because Ju-hyuk will personally send them to her. He asked the guy who he even was and where he came from. He didn't feel any magic power, so he didn't understand how this guy was able to get past them. Who the hell does he think he is to talk so arrogantly? I don't think this guy wants to die before they even move. Sasumi's skill is awesome, and that's a problem. When Ju-hyuk hides his presence, they don't feel any magic power. And so these guys keep talking nonsense without even realizing who they're even talking to. But worry not, for he wanted to refresh their memories now. Those second-rate bastards will remember everything. He shouted for everyone to lie down, after which the protagonist attacked. Even though this guy's appearance has changed, there can be no doubt about it. It's definitely a martial arts god. But it was only then that they noticed that this guy had disappeared somewhere. They didn't understand at all where the martial arts god had gone. The man with red eyes didn't even feel his presence. The martial arts god said that he was hiding his presence, which means he's still here. And after that, some of the constellations died. That bastard's just playing with them. With his ability, he was able to create something like a cell. The fish-like creature asked what he had just done. The fish-like creature asked what he had just done. and he said that he had put a barrier around this building with his ability. But the question was whether it would help against a martial arts god. What if by doing so, they just trapped themselves? That thought really does have a place. Didn't he realize why those two died so quickly? They were dealt with by the god of martial arts. Of course, even if they died, they could go back. But then the Labyrinth Master's plan wouldn't come to fruition. Then he was attacked. At the last minute, Hukrok managed to defend himself. The blonde man asked if everything was okay with the Hukrok. He replied that everything was fine. It seemed that the god of martial arts had not disappeared completely, but had only become invisible. So the barrier will do some good. Besides, they could feel it themselves. The martial arts god had become weaker. Right now, he was no comparison to the past. The martial arts god must have gone through some sort of reincarnation and still hadn't regained his power. Besides, if he was already as strong as he was before, their heads would have been lying on the ground long ago. At that moment, the invisible protagonist was already above him, and he attacked the bloody bastard. But I guess it was just a decoy. The martial arts god fell for his bloody clone. After that, the surviving constellations hovered over him. Hukrok told everyone to direct all their power to where the clone exploded. This is their chance to stop the god of martial arts. He's already set up a barrier, so we just need to destroy that piece of land. He tried to catch his breath, thinking that it was over. Well, only then did the constellation hear Juhyuk's words about being a good choice of words. Juhyuk was already behind him. That horny bastard himself said they could stop the main character, not kill him. Juhyuk was impressed that he had the brains to do that. But even in that state, these guys wouldn't be able to kill him. As a reward, he'll make it fast. After which, he impaled Hukrok with his sword. The rest of the constellations observed the scene. Hukrok disappeared. He was definitely weaker. I wonder if it was just an illusion. But it was really as they said. The protagonist became weaker. He used to be able to take down 4 of them with just one punch. Dealing with each one in turn is quite a hassle. Therefore, the main character has prepared a gift for them. He immediately turned around to see what that glow from above was even. It was only then that they saw that there were 2 floating magic stones above them. Juhyuk asked, "Isn't it amazing? A large floating magic stone. It used to be used quite often because of its mana redirecting abilities. However, these days, it is no longer as popular. And it didn't just happen for a reason. If you charge a rock to max and then hit it, it will explode. Did the god of martial arts really intend to do this? And the main character had the misfortune of seeing those bastards even after all these years, so he hopes they never cross paths again." After that, the 2 large floating rocks headed straight for the constellations. It was a huge explosion, inside a huge tree. Reincarnation room. A guide snuck inside this room. A little earlier, the 2 men decided to summarize the results. Apart from this scrap, the rest are on the island. That's what the guide knew. She can't really assess the current situation, but there should be no mistake with the location. In that case, Juhyuk will go. But the guide stopped him. The woman asked if he could give her the absorbed names. Juhyuk wondered why. It's just that Juhyuk swallowed it right away, so I'm not sure if there's anything left. The guide got a ring to it. She also announced that it looked like there were still some left over. That was a good thing, of course. But the guy was curious to know what she wanted them for. Juhyuk is planning to come face to face with all the constellations, right? She'd be in trouble if so many constellations suddenly disappeared. She uses absorbed names to distract the master of the maze. The guide approached the device, after which she sent black smoke at him. For the time being, she's averted suspicion. Though after all the constellations were captured, there would still be signs. Suddenly, the woman heard a question, who she was. It was the same man with the spear who presented the weapon directly to her throat. The man had never seen her before, so he wanted to ask her what she was doing. The guide didn't think she would be caught at all. She tried to reassure the man by talking about how she had done nothing wrong. He had better look around and see for himself that nothing had changed. The man doesn't know how she got here, but this is not a place where everyone is allowed to enter. So, he has to take her to the Labyrinth Keeper. There, she can explain the purpose of her visit. The Labyrinth Keeper will decide what to do with her. The situation is bad. If she ran into the Labyrinth Master now, she wouldn't be able to move around so freely anymore. We need to get out of this situation at all costs. The guide offered to pretend she wasn't here. She's just a nameless constellation that happened to wander in here. However, it is his responsibility to guard this place. She'd better stop pretending and follow him. This man's devotion is admirable. The guide agreed, and also asked her to lower her spear. But what kind of loyalty are we talking about here? He doesn't have that kind of quality. So don't even let him jump to conclusions about him. He's not here by choice. 300 years ago, he was granted a title, in return for which he gave up his memories. Unfortunately, he does not have the strength to refuse this debt. So the man continues to do it. However, only one word stuck in his head. Hold onto your weapon tightly. He advised her to forget what he had just said and follow him. This man seems to be confused about himself. The man asked if she had just read his mind. The guide said that she had a similar talent. The tour guide asked if he wasn't curious to know who he really was. After all, he said himself that he suddenly got this assignment 300 years ago. The guide can introduce him to someone who knows about his past. He didn't answer anything. But that will only happen on the condition that he tells his master nothing about it. Afterward, the guide asked what he thought of it. A few days later, finally, everything was ready. This is the entrance to the arena. That door looks like the most ordinary door. Ju Hyuk asked if it really led to the arena. The keykeeper told him that it didn't. This door will only lead them to another door that opens the arena. So it's kind of like a passageway. During his research, the keeper of the keys discovered that there was no way to connect directly to the arena. Ju Hyuk asked if that meant that everything they'd done was for nothing. The keeper of the keys immediately replied that it wasn't like that. They should finish listening to him. The space that the labyrinth master called the arena has not yet disappeared. However, that space is not here, but upstairs. Roughly speaking, this place is where the master of the labyrinth is. They must remember that the arena connected the realm of the constellations. The keeper of the keys thinks he was there too, which is what made direct communication possible. But after descending, he and the other constellations needed a passage to get to the main hall. Thanks to the artifacts and the large floating magic stone, he was able to improve his abilities. Once they open this passage, the door to the main hall in the constellation realm will open. In that case, why are they delaying? That's what the keeper of the keys wanted to tell me. This passage bends time and space, so they may encounter many monsters along the way. Ju Hyuk replied that he understood. The keeper of the keys wants them to escort him out. The protagonist will do it, so let him finally open the door. Also, if a door appears in the constellation realm of these two, the guys should tell the constellations not to enter it. Sosumi should be informed of this by a former defender as well. Whereupon he told the keeper of the keys to open. The trust was open, and it looked a little creepy. Afterward, Ju Hyuk turned to the keeper of the keys. If this keeper doesn't want to die, then let him keep up. After which they ran inside that door. There were already ferocious monsters on their way. Ju Hyuk jumps back from the impact, after which he attacked them as well. The keeper of the keys could only watch the carnage. Ju Hyuk told Constellation to keep up with him if he didn't want to die here. After that, he defeated another group of monsters. Now that the place was clear, they could keep running onward. It was only then that Ju Hyuk saw another door with mechanisms in front of him. The keeper of the keys told them that this was the door through which they would be able to enter the main hall. But another huge monster that looked like a wolf came from somewhere. Ju Hyuk asked what it was. He had never seen such a monster before. The keeper of the keys think it happened because of the passage. Since it warps time and space, it's entirely possible that this monster has mutated. Ju Hyuk was afraid that his students' abilities would tear up the passage, so he didn't take any. But it would probably be fun to shred it. He told the keykeeper to stay behind him. The monster then attacked the guy with his fist, and the guy managed to bounce away from the place of impact once again. And after that, the protagonist started throwing punches. Of course, this monster felt pain, so it decided to get rid of its rival, which inflicts new wounds on it. Ju Hyuk noticed that the big guy had a good regeneration speed. He thought that a few blows would be enough to tear him to pieces. But now the games are over. After which, he dealt another blow to that monster. The monster began to scream in pain. At the same time, Ju Hyuk jumped up and appeared behind him, preparing to strike again. That's what he did. With this attack, he was able to cut this monster into two halves. The keeper of the keys couldn't believe that this guy couldn't handle the monster that easily. He seemed much stronger than the men he went down with. Well, actually, most constellations aren't even close to this guy. Ju Hyuk told the keeper that now it was his turn. Let him open those doors. A magical power appeared around his huge key. He then inserted the key into the keyhole, and that door was finally opened. A constellation mask with a beak, Moji, a door appeared in her kingdom. The constellation of the ruler of the underworld, Luminos. A constellation of fighting spirit, Sosumi. Constellation Barsh. It's finally open. After the protagonist returned from the passage, the world was plunged into chaos. Could it be that all the constellations have disappeared? An emergency meeting of the 5 great families. The sudden alliance of the Victor and Usor clan. Ju Hyuk's acquaintances and students knew about the door opening, so they weren't surprised. The other constellations, on the other hand, were shocked. After the discovery, Ju Hyuk tried to enter the constellation realm with his shining sword, but failed again. He doesn't know why. But even with luck, the door would disappear as soon as Ju-hyuk crossed the threshold. While his disciples gathered in a single realm, Ju-hyuk couldn't even approach the main hall. The keeper of the keys didn't know the exact reason either. He thinks that the main hall is refusing the protagonist because it was created by the master of the labyrinth. But for details, one would probably have to go to the guide. Thanks to that labyrinthine bastard, the biggest obstacle in his life, Ju-hyuk couldn't get all his disciples in one place. It was also impossible to deal with the sword. Even an emotionless bastard like the protagonist himself got a kick out of it. Furthermore, his original plan was to go to the main hall and find the door that leads to the constellation realm within the sword. But only then did he remember that his students could enter the main hall. In that case, he could try to use them. Main hall. Moji went in there too. She heard Luminos's voice saying that the little one was running late. Everyone had already gathered, so Simi replied that it had been a long time since she had seen her eldest. Moji asked how she even talks to her older sister. Luminos must be out of her mind. Luminos first claimed that Moji had appeared a few days later than her. Even Mushin Moon was created earlier. Moji asked perhaps she wanted to try the poison of that very first student. If she did, then Luminos would then smear the space itself and shorten Moji even more. Sosumi tried to stop them somehow. After all, this was no time for fighting. They have to follow the teacher's orders, right? Moji recognized that the timid girl was actually right. Meanwhile, other constellations took notice of them as well. If following the teacher's orders, they should probably deal with those over there. Luminos recognized that sounded good. A few days earlier, Ju-hyuk asked Sosumi how she was doing and if she was able to get to the place. Moji was also there. The door opened. Sosumi thinks so. Sosumi seemed a little embarrassed to say that she and her sister hadn't seen each other in a while. The mask and beak says it's already in place. Adelia relayed that it looked like they had already met. Moji asked how she'd gotten here. She was sure it hadn't been easy to find the right door. But Sosumi replied that she was not. She concealed her presence and quickly made her way to the main hall. In addition to that, she managed to recognize the sense of all of her older brethren. Once the order reached a certain level, she sensed that 4 of her comrades had turned into constellations. That was when she took advantage of the scent of the others. Sosumi couldn't find everyone, but she managed to find Moji's holy limits. And then she was already oriented by the smell of Moji's mana. It turns out that Sosumi is in the constellation realm with the fool. Ju-hyuk asked Adelia to lend him the holy relic, after which he attempted to enter the constellation realm. But even then, it didn't work out. Ju-hyuk asked if the dumbass was rejecting his request for entry, but Moji replied that she would never do that. The mask with the beak and says that even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be able to call him here. That's pretty weird. Moji felt as if something was preventing her from summoning the master here. There was no problem with that last time. The mask with the beak, he says there may be some powerful force behind it. Is Ju-hyuk really being blocked by some powerful force? He recalled Sosumi saying that she didn't recognize some of the scents. Sosumi believes that all her comrades have turned into constellations, but she hasn't seen them herself. And if they were active and influential, she would definitely have discovered them. But as it is, she doesn't have the slightest clue as to their whereabouts. Sosumi has searched for holy relics, similar to the weapons they used, but all to no avail. Ju-hyuk asked if she had checked his glowing sword too. Martial Spirit replies that the lightsaber is a sacred object that once had great power. But none of her younger companions used it, so she didn't test it. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Sosumi can't sense his mana. Ju-hyuk may not know who's inside, but he can't just leave it at that. Especially when there's a possibility that his student is in there. It could help him a lot later on. In the Great Hall, there are countless gates that lead to the constellation realm. How will the teacher be able to find the right one when they can't even sense mana? There's one way to do it. They must fight the constellations in the main hall, and then they will enter the remaining door. These 3 will do it, of course. Here they were already standing in front of a bunch of other constellations. Moji offered to deal with everyone. That sounds tempting to Luminos, but they were stopped by Sosumi. First, the other constellations must recognize whose disciples they are. With her power, she was able to lift the building with the Mushinmun sign. Luminos was glad that Sosumi was able to recreate it in the headroom. The time spent with the teacher immediately came to mind. Once she came to the main hall, she tried to create a zone like in the constellation realm. Blotta, thanks to mana, made it possible. This plaque made Moji feel nostalgic. In that case, Sosumi will say the name of the first constellation they have to deal with. From day 1, she had been writing down the names of constellations that spoke ill of their teacher. It didn't matter if it was done through a contractor, in person, or in the main hall. However, she had been restrained by the shackles of the contractor before, so there was nothing she could do. Of course, even though Sosumi may be timid, she can't turn a blind eye to such a thing. Perhaps they should attack and destroy them first. The two constellations were trying to find out if it was a hallucination or not. There was indeed a Mushinmun building in front of them. But when did it get here in the first place? The god of martial arts has been dead for 300 years, so what's the point of all this? He can't understand it. After that, his face was slapped. It was Moji. Constellation was just about to ask why they were doing this when she suddenly realized everything. They're Mushinmun fanatics, aren't they? Luminos asked me not to say that. They're just his best students after all. After which it attacked a number of constellations. Sosumi recognized it as a variation of spatial dissection. It was amazing. Luminos gave thanks for that. After that, Sosumi also joined the fight. She did a quick spread of some constellations, and Moji didn't think they could handle her. After which she stuck the dagger into the floor. Luminos wondered if it was poison. It turns out she had decided to finish off her sisters too. Moji just said to watch silently. Other constellations were immediately struck by the poison. It turns out that Moji can pick a target for Taki venom. Moji replied that it wasn't that simple. Also, Luminos should take a look at the ones she's already gotten rid of. Their wounds are healing. The constellations can't seem to kill each other. It seems they can't. Nothing wrong with that though. They could just destroy them morally after all. Luminos recognized that sounded good. Meanwhile, he too was silently observing all of this. Constellation protector of the Choijin family, King Dao. He recognized Hyuno's disciples. But why are they beating up others? Another constellation touched him, saying that it was quite entertaining. Constellation guardian of the Osun family. King of fist fighting. It had been a long time since he had seen a Dao king in his true form. It really is. It's a little strange to hear him address the king of the Dao. The fist-fighting king can't help it. They've forgotten all their names and all that's left are these nicknames. Still, it's embarrassing. But now he should get back to the point. The fist-fight king asked who all these constellations were. The Dao king replied that they are Hyuno's disciples. Doesn't he remember? Well, just then he remembered that they had never crossed paths. Perhaps the fist-fighting king had heard something about Mushinmun. The fist-fighting king asked if it wasn't a sect that was founded by the god of martial arts. The king of the Dao replied that this is Hyono, and these constellations are his disciples. He had definitely heard the story about the god of martial arts more than once. They said that he was the strongest living in their era. He had also managed to handle most disasters single-handedly, and all of his disciples were also simply incredible. But this was the first time he was seeing them with his own eyes. The Dao King remembered that he was stuck on the outskirts at that moment. The one who taught King Dao the basics of swordsmanship was none other than the god of martial arts. It was because of this that he created his own technique and was able to prove himself. And I got to meet the first idiot in the village. The king of fist fighting isn't going to take it from someone who can only swing swords. He had pleasantly surprised him. While the Dao King was traveling or training people to defend against monsters, the fist-fighting king managed to build a martial arts hall. On top of that, teach the warriors in hand-to-hand self-defense. The king of fist-fighting said, "Stop it, because it's really embarrassing." To be fair, they've both screwed up in the past. When the Tower of Destruction appeared, the monsters rushed into the village like crazy. And all they could do was evacuate their wards. There was no end to the monsters, and they eventually defeated these two. The martial arts they taught were meant to help people stand up to monsters and protect their lives. But since they themselves died in the duel, doesn't that mean they were defeated? The king of the Dao recognized his rightness. That was why even now, as a constellation, he was dedicating himself to training to create the perfect sword technique. The king of fist fighting was doing the same, because it was a great chance to become stronger. Besides, these disciples interested him. The Dao King asked if he had gone mad. He addressed the idiot talking about being in the wrong. The fist fight king was talking about wanting to fight them. And yet the Dao King advised him not to mess with them, because these guys were just crazy. But the king of fist fighting didn't even listen to him. He jumped right in front of them. Why did a little bird here hummed that they were disciples of a martial arts god? That's why he wanted to fight. Luminos asked what was wrong with the flashy jerk in the first place. Moji had no idea. Sosimi replied that it was the king of fist fighting, one of the guardian constellations of the 5 great families of Korea. They didn't have to cross paths before. But in the guise of the constellation, his strength increased. He became the guardian of the Osun family, and gained a place in the 5 great families. They were planning on fixing themselves all the constellations after all. so she didn't understand why he'd come to them here himself. It seemed to me that they were quite strong, since they were disciples of a martial arts god. After becoming a constellation, he hadn't had the chance to fight such outstanding opponents. You shouldn't compare them to a teacher. Their skills are like dust under his fingernail. One can only be called strong in this world by their teacher. This is the first time the Fistfight King has ever seen anyone take offense at a compliment. The man asked if they could fight him. Let them demonstrate the skills of a martial arts god. How presumptuous. She wanted to chop him to pieces. However, Moji wanted to deal with him herself. He's not some Mushinmun fanatic. This guy doesn't know who they are. And if they want to defend their teacher's honor, they can't hold back. Of course, with his techniques, she would win anyway. But first, she would like to demonstrate her skills. The style of a martial arts god. Now they'll be able to talk. You could throw poison at a brute like him? She's too nice to him. To be fair, she was a little concerned. There was no point in doubting her abilities, but there was no point in ignoring the difference in weight classes either. She's already used to fighting without weapons, so she might interfere in their duel. There's no need to worry. She may not like this wench, but she's strong even without a weapon, and that she can prove with her abilities. She stepped in first, after which she attacked him with her fist. A blow delivered after a step. Isn't that a crushing fist? But given her small stature, the blow won't be particularly hard. There is almost no magic in this technique. The king of fist fighting will even be able to take this punch head-on. As soon as her fist touched his body, he couldn't even believe that this was it. This attack wasn't that strong. But suddenly, he was thrown off by Moji. The king of fist fighting realized that he had been too careless. It was definitely a crushing blow, but she had converted it into an inch-long punch during the attack. Instead of using the leg extended forward, she transferred the force to the other leg. She used not only her own weight, but also the ground as a support for reinforcement. Her martial arts skills are beyond imagination, but that's just the way he likes it. Since she's serious, he's not going to hold back either. After that, he used his techniques as well. He really is a constellation guardian of one of the 5 great families. He could cause an explosion like this with one blow. At that moment, she remembered the words of the master. The stronger the technique, the bigger the gap it leaves behind. And that's what he's going to learn firsthand. The difference in size made no difference at all. Even with a small gap, all she had to do was hit a vital point. After that, she slammed him into the floor. Luminos thought so. He was nothing like that at all. Moji confirmed her words. Now that all obstacles have been removed, they can move forward. It all sounds very tempting. Meanwhile, from under the door, Barch was watching them, afraid to come out. As Barch stood in front of the door, Ju Hyuk asked how his students were doing. He replied that he hadn't checked yet. Jo Hyuk asked me to check because he can't do it himself. I wonder if Barch wants to die. But Barcha was actually scared. Kim Hyun-oh's students are already going crazy in the main hall, so he wondered if they would consider him their enemy. After all, in the Tower of Destruction, he wasn't doing things of his own free will. It was obvious that he was doing a bad thing. He didn't have that power now. Ju Hyuk asked again, wondering if he still hadn't checked. Barcha replied that he was just about to, after which he carefully opened the door, and there was an explosion. Ju Hyuk asked how things were going. Barch told him that they are incredible, as they always are. He can hardly keep up with the fight, and they seem to have most of the constellations figured out. And if he's not wrong, these 3 have gotten even stronger. Constellations can improve through training, but such cases are quite rare. It's amazing. Suddenly Luminos was in front of his face. She called him garbage and talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Looks like the second big sister found Barch. The teacher had told them not to pursue him yet. But Moji wondered if Luminos knew about it. Barch asked if they knew each other. He had not seen her before. Is that really the case? After which, Luminos called him Mr. Former Master of the Tower of Destruction. She distinctly planets, his gaze then, as if he were only looking at a flock of ants. But you were happy to spread that garbage, but the teacher ordered you not to touch it. So let him go back to his room. After which he returned to his kingdom. Luminos said they would memorize that door and try not to go through it. But if he suddenly sticks his head out, she'll have him begging for death. Barch could only listen to her words in silence. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk asked Barcha why he was silent, whether he was able to see his students or not. Afterward, Choi Arin and Yunlan arrived there and asked why Ju Hyuk had called them all separately to that island. She also turned her attention to the island. The buildings are destroyed and the ground is rutted. It feels like there was a war here. Ju Hyuk replied that you could say that. He called her over to teach her the next move. Black Cat is here for a different reason, so he should just observe. These 2 have one thing in common. They made a sacred contract, and now they have to keep an eye on Ju Hyuk's training. Since they had already reached this level, It wouldn't hurt for them to learn how to better utilize the constellation's abilities. Therefore, Ju Hyuk will set the standard for them. And the main character asked Choi Aaron if she was carrying a Chung Waldo. He wanted to see it. After which, she handed him a sword scabbard. He stepped away from them a little. It's not his style to be serious while swinging a sword, but if he doesn't demonstrate, they won't realize anything. Aaron noticed that it was her family's paraphernalia. Lightning. She thinks that Ju Hyuk is only able to do this because of the contract he made. After that, the protagonist sawed off another mountain. Part of the mountain came down into the water. It's slightly different from the maniac's abilities, so it's not executed perfectly. But she should keep this strike in her head as a pattern. This guy was able to tear down the entire top of the mountain. Could it be that Kim Ju Hyuk became stronger after making a spatial leap? Choi Arena must determine the amount of mana needed along with her constellation and begin training. And the protagonist also inquired if Yenlin had the sacred relic with her. He wanted to take a look at it, after which she handed him the gloves. Her constellation uses ice. Ju Hyuk doesn't like working with it. He told Yenlin to come up to the building. There was a huge mark. Yenlin noticed that the entire surface of the ground here had been ripped up. Could this have been the site of the explosion? The protagonist advised her not to think about it. Let him watch carefully. As soon as his hand touched the ground, ice suddenly began to appear there. The consequence of which was that the entire building was frozen. The protagonist advised to be oriented to this. Not only did he create icicles, but he also covered the entire building with ice. It even snowed. The girl admitted that it was just amazing. Ju Hyuk asked what she was wondering here. It's the power of her constellation, after all. With proper practice, she'd be able to do it herself that way. Enlan will keep that in mind. Now would be a good time to ask the Black Cat for that thing. Meanwhile, Sosumi turned to her sisters. Most likely, she had found her younger brother's realm. She was immediately approached by Luminos and Moji. It was a ruined building. Luminos recognized that the black and red things were to his taste. Even the smell of this realm was quite familiar. I'd have to look around to be sure. But first we have to get over that wall. Luminos noticed a small hole and asked if they could squeeze through. Moji replied that it was possible. They should try. After which they went on their way. If she'd known they'd have to bend over, she'd have made a bigger hole. But some people don't seem to be having any trouble at all. Moji asked if she wanted to die. They then went inside and noticed a man sitting there. There was a sinister magic around him. From those red clothes, one could guess that it was indeed the younger brother. He turned his attention to them as well. Luminos told her younger brother that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. But she also asked what was wrong with his kingdom. Everything is so black and red. He stood up, saying that it was not for a second elder sister to be judging about it. Luminos got angry and asked why he had said that. He asked how these three got here. Had they all become constellations? Moji told them that the entrance to the main hall was open. They went through it. Only then did he realize it was about the arena. It's been a while. However, he's not in the mood to socialize right now. He had fallen into despair after becoming a constellation. Only the news of his teacher's rebirth could bring him out of this state. However, he was never able to find a teacher. It took him 300 years. Since it was quite problematic to find a teacher in the real world in the form of a constellation, he tried to use the sacred relic he was currently in, asking every person who took it in his hands to find a teacher. But these people only cared about his power. Moji assumed that this was happening because his will and power were too strong. He should have waited a little longer. One day, he was lucky enough to meet a man who could handle him. But he just left him in the basement. So he gave up and decided to rot away in silence. So let them come back. In that case, he would definitely be surprised when he found out the reason why they came here. They're here because the teacher ordered them to find him. The holy relic is already in the teacher's possession. Is it really true that the teacher has returned? Moji replied that it was, and Luminos asked him to calm down. Suddenly, he was on his knees and hit his forehead on the ground. I mean, he really was one of those guys. That's why the teacher gave him the nickname. Weirdo, he laughed. Moji is still wondering why the teacher didn't give that nickname to her little sister. Luminos tells her to shut up and why she's getting into this in the first place. A little while later, he finally calmed down. Moji asked him what he decided to finish. The weirdo replied that he was feeling much better. He thanked his older sister. Oddball will clean himself up and get ready to meet the teacher. In that case, they'll go. They will see their younger brother later. Contractors Association. Logan couldn't believe his eyes. Ju Hyuk said that already. If everything goes smoothly, he'll definitely get one back. It was about a big floating rock. Logan was thankful for it. But he also noticed that it was about twice as big as the one Ju Hyuk had taken. What could be done about it? I'll have to take it. It happened just as he thought it would. Then Ju Hyuk summoned the black cat and told it to follow him. If Ju Hyuk is right, there should be a large floating magic stone buried on this island. This is proven by the nature of the constellations that have descended into the real world. All of them are overflowing with mana. If they were to spew out magic power uncontrollably, they would have disappeared long ago. Yet somehow they managed to hold out and gather in one place. And there is only one explanation. Somewhere on this island must be a large floating magic stone that supplied the constellation with a steady stream of magical power. He finally found that rock. He ordered the black cat to move this piece of land, from which the scent of magical power could be smelled. But the black cat must be careful. He must know what would happen if he was not careful with the magic stone. Only then did the black cat remember that it might explode. Eventually, the black cat managed to move it here safely. At the same time, Logan wondered why they were here. The black cat noticed the notification window from his constellation in front of him. Afterward, he informed Kim Ju Hyuk that the constellations seemed to have found one of his students. Ju Hyuk didn't even hesitate. It turns out he's the one in the glowing sword. And it was his apprentice. Ju Hyuk asked not to be told who it was. Since he didn't have any other students using the sword, he wants to see for himself. He informed Logan that they were leaving, then told the man to come to Valhalla if he wanted to learn one hit. They entered the portal, after which it closed. Valhalla Academy. A portal opened in the principal's office, through which they exited. Only then did the black cat notice the man standing there and asked who he was. One could see that he was not in a very friendly mood. Black Cat informed him that it was forbidden for outsiders to enter the place, so he asked who the man was. He apologized for not immediately introducing himself. This man's name is Franch Rudmueller. He is the commander of the Knights Keeper. 5th in rank, a contractor. He'd heard of the Knights Keeper before. Their order had only recently been founded. Franch admitted that he did. They must be aware of the recent events. After the constellations gathered in a certain space, some guilds and families formed alliances and turned against each other. Even the European contactors waited for the constellations to decide. Unlike in America, where all power is held by guilds in Europe, the great families have always been in charge. So they decided to act according to the reactions with the guardian star of the great families. 9 constellations of the great families of Europe began to communicate and organized an alliance. They also formed a grand alliance that could rival the American Guild Alliance and the Contractors Association. At the head of the alliance is the Rudmuller family along with the constellation of the King of Knights. This is how the Knights Keepers came to be. The British refused to join the whole effort. Black Cat understands what was behind the organization of the alliance. But that doesn't justify his presence franchise in this office. Franch recognized that the Black Cat was right. To be fair, it wasn't the only reason he'd come here. It just so happened that the constellation had ordered him to collect sacred sword-like relics. He already mentioned that most of the family members are contactors of the constellation of the Guardian King Knight constellation. For this reason, most of the sacred relics and with fresh are connected to the balls. They have been asked to find them in order to take control of any sword-like sacred relic that could throw the world into chaos. Following this mission, they collect dangerous sacred relics scattered in various locations. And in the process of doing so, they manage to figure out a few things. There is a cursed sword that inclines the wielder to bloodshed and carnage. They managed to find this sword, and then they found out that the one and only Logan had it. They had doubts about the American Contractors Association, but they had faith in the #1 contractor. However, his sense of responsibility did not match his rank, so he passed the sword to another, and he eventually made it all the way to Director Valhalla, the leader of the black market. Which means the Black Cat has the sword. He cannot leave such a dangerous relic in the hands of an unreliable man. So the Black Cat must return the sword to the Knights Keepers. The Black Cat does try to show respect to everyone, but this man seems to have crossed the line. Ju Hyuk told the Black Cat to stay put. He approached the franchise himself. He called the man a mustachioed man, saying that he had attacked the wrong man. This sword belongs to him now. He immediately recognized Kim Ju Hyuk, who he had heard about. According to the information, this guy's exploits were unbelievable. He caught several villains, stopped natural disasters, and even played a crucial role in stopping a monster invasion during the tournament. Ju Hyuk asked if he was really Stalker, knowing too much. Are there really so few talented people in Korea? If they entrusted such a position to a mere student, what a tragic fate this nation has. He thinks that's why Kim Ju Hyuk was left with no choice but to take care of the cursed sword. But this boy need not be afraid anymore. From now on, Franch will take full responsibility for that sword. The main character has met a lot of idiots. But this guy is something else. I just want to stab him, and the protagonist can barely contain himself. Or maybe he shouldn't. He flicked the mustachioed man's hand away, indicating that the man had misunderstood him. Ju Hyuk didn't make any contract or anything like that with the sword. This sword was simply his, and if that's the way he wants to take the ball, he'll have to beat Ju Hyuk first. Being a knight, he can't fight such a young student, but they moved on to the training room anyway. He decided to give Kim Ju Hyuk the advantage and would fight without a sword. The protagonist told him only not to regret it, for he would still have that sword. But first, he turned to the black cat in a whisper. He ordered all the students to gather and tell them to give this king of knights, or whatever his name is, a good beating. French will try to go easy on him. Ju Hyuk might. It's just to play along with him and then lose. Ju Hyuk thanked, saying that he too would try not to be cruel then, because no one would dare pursue him. He immediately blocked that punch. That's heavy. This guy is hitting with a regular huando that's also in a sheath. So what kind of strength is that? Since he was able to block that, it's no wonder how the franchise became commanding. That little brat is too arrogant. He's the commander of the Knights Keeper, Franz Rudmuller. Does this guy really think the vanguard of the European Family Alliance will give up so easily? He immediately sent a new attack on the protagonist. This seems to be the intent of the sword. It's a tremendous magical power. How ridiculous. He had met quite a few people already, but of all these people, this man is the most disgusting. He boasts so loudly of his chivalry and fight for world justice. But as soon as he starts losing, he directs a large amount of magical power at the student. That's the level of this garbage. Ju Hyuk shoved that old man away from him. This guy was able to cast it with magic. And it's unbelievable. At this rate, the franchise won't be able to get the sword back. He realized that he needed to contact the constellation, but suddenly a notification window appeared before his eyes. The King of Knights pronounces him a goddamn bastard. Franch asked the dear constellation what he had leading. At this point, Ju Hyuk intervened, saying that it looks like they've gotten to him too. And after that, he attacked the man again. Franch shouldn't try to dodge, as it's only a matter of time before he does. His gaze lingered on the mark on the wall this guy had left. Ju Hyuk was able to destroy the walls with just one blow, and it was dangerous. So what did this guy mean when he said they got to him? Quite surprisingly, he usually tends to explain everything to you in great detail. This time, however, a man like Franch has nothing to say to him. Franch tried to take the blow with his sword, after which he bounced back. Not only could he not block this guy's attacks, he couldn't even attack back. If only he could use the power of the constellation. But after Togo's message, Constellation no longer responds to him. What the hell is going on? Oddball pinned the King of Knights to the ground, preventing him from getting up. The master ordered them to beat up a constellation called the King of Knights. Perhaps it was one of the constellations they had already beaten. Moji remembered that the King of Knights was not in the group they had dealt with earlier. Luminos asked if she knew that constellation. Of course she knows him. These are the constellations of the guardian constellations of the German Rudmuller family. One who has taken possession of a sacred relic in the form of a sword filled with his loyal knights, who have become constellations that he commands as his subordinates. And Moji seems to know him quite well. She doesn't really know him directly. She just likes to keep track of all the known constellations in Europe. Come to think of it, recently a man named Franch wanted to join them, just a contractor for this constellation. He was talking about forming an alliance led by his constellation and suggested that Moji join them. Moji asked, well, why she was talking about him now. Luminos told her that it was a teacher's assignment. They must beat the constellation called the King of Knights, right after all the disciples have gathered together. In that case, they should go to the constellation realm. They went to Sosami's house and explained the situation to her. Of course, she agreed to do the teacher's assignments. And then they came to the weirdo. The man asked what they wanted. The Great Hollow, Sanctuary of the Knights. I thought he said he didn't want to team up with him. Well, this constellation had the same opinion. He wouldn't have come here if he knew the one he said before would be here. If they had delivered the weapons in time, his family would have survived. The man with the eye patch called this constellation Eusted. If Eusted had not betrayed him, the weapon would have been delivered safely. Eusted didn't want to hear that nonsense. Why would she join the alliance then? In fact, he just didn't know Eusted would be here. He told everyone to shut up. Have they forgotten who they're sitting in front of? They were sitting in front of the king, of course. Does this king think they're all here to play knights? They are here to bring the alliance together, not become subservient to it. Then the two noticed that the King of Knights was starting to get angry. They're so noisy. And at that moment, a weirdo burst into their meeting room. A murderous aura could be felt from him. How dare that fucking trash go against a teacher? The woman drew her weapon and asked who he was. but she was stopped by another constellation that was sitting next to her, for she seemed to recognize that red clothing and aura. It just can't be. There's a Mushinmun fanatic in front of them, a butcher. He immediately grabbed that constellation, after which he slammed her into the wall. The others could only watch what this butcher was doing to the constellation. The Night King huffed, and his subordinate already wanted to engage. The odd man turned and asked if he was the King of Knights. The King of Knights replied that it was so. As soon as the weirdo heard about it, he was immediately behind this King of Knights. The King of Knights apparently doesn't understand how to operate his contactors at all, and he'll pay for it. In the meantime, Sosumi, Moji, and Lumisos had not yet intervened. Luminos had not expected such a huge building to be erected in the main hall. When they were beating the rest of the constellations, these were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they've formed an alliance. And the building was erected on the same principle as Sosimi Mushinmun. Judging by the size, it was not done by one person, but several. And when they should go in, little brother must be all alone in there right now. Sosimi should remember the state he's in now. It's better to wait until her brother calms down. She wondered why the teacher had given the nickname Hidden Ruler of the Underground City to her and not to him. That weirdo was much crazier than she was, after all. Moji wondered if she was really being serious about this right now. He seemed to be more subdued than before. Moji asked to come in. They appeared behind him. Of course, he noticed the presence of the older sisters, too. The weirdo was just about to call it a day and begin his interrogation about why he ordered them to steal the glowing sword. Knight asked when these Mushinmun fanatics only had time to unite. Looks like there's someone else left. Moji has taken up with this knight. Luminos took control of the other knight, and Sosumi was behind the other constellations. As far as she knows, these two aren't knights at all. If they even think about getting in their way, she promises they'll be in trouble. The guys agreed. The King of Knights asked what they meant by steal. Aren't they here to destroy this alliance? Luminos replied that they had also come for that purpose. But they had also heard that the Night King had sworn to find the sword through his contractor. The King of Knights replied that they had. The weirdo said that his contractor had just tried to steal his own red fang. This King of Knights is totally messing with me. Why the hell is he even acting like it belongs to him? He now knows the true name of the glowing sword. It is the Red Fang. And the King of Knights never gave such an order as to steal it. But how does he even have to explain what his contractor did? To obtain this sword, his contractor arranged a duel with the god of martial arts. And that fight was still going on. Although it's probably better to call it not a fight, but a beating of an opponent. Damn that kid. Mr. Constellation still doesn't answer. Besides, he heard the curse just before it stopped responding. He says such things while being a respected being. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of him. The King of Knights shouts in rage when he was the one who said to steal. He only said to make good deals, didn't he? The King of Knights said to forget about the glowing sword, immediately bow his head. But he is a knight after all, and he has his own honor. The King of Knights told him to just shut up. He should apologize and bow his head. At the same moment, the franchise hit its head on the ground and apologized. Ju Hyuk asked why he suddenly did that. Did the constellation order him to do so? Franch replied that it was. How absurd. It told this man to apologize and bow his head, and he immediately obeyed. It didn't matter though. Originally, Ju Hyuk was going to beat him to a pulp, but Franch had ruined his whole mood, so let him get up. Franch thanked his generosity, but instead, Ju Hyuk wanted to punch him in the aftermath. When little bugs like this man keep picking fights with him, it's starting to get a little annoying. He's only going to hit once, and Franch had better make sure that such weaklings don't come to Ju Hyuk anymore. Franch replied that it was not necessary for the master to beat him, for he would pass on his words without it. Ju Hyuk is really angry right now, so I guess he'll say no. After which he attacked the franchise, whereupon the man collapsed. The main character ordered the Black Cat to send the guy who had just passed out home. He wanted to go check out the glowing sword. This sword is oozing mana. Finally, the protagonist realized who it was. He knew exactly who was sitting inside that ball. It's been a long time. He saluted his master. It had been so long since he had seen his teacher. Ju Hyuk noticed that he never got rid of his habit of banging his head on the ground. He's bleeding again. Let him wipe himself off. But it's bad. The main character doesn't know if it's a side effect of becoming a constellation, but Ju Hyuk doesn't remember it either. He's uncomfortable being addressed by his nickname. And why the main character only called him a weirdo, even though he's talking complete nonsense. The man noticed that the teacher was hesitant about the nickname. He might call him a weirdo, as he had before. And if he wants, he can follow the others' example, because they call him a butcher. In that case, Ju Hyuk will just call him a weirdo. Let him go up. Ju Hyuk asked, But why on earth did he choose a sword as his sacred relic? He hadn't fought with his bare hands before. After all, Master used a sword most of the time, so he chose the red fang in his past life as well. Now the protagonist has it all figured out. He's found a skyball that he's quite happy with, but will try to use that too. The weirdo was extremely grateful to the teacher. About 300 years ago, Mushinman, Kim Hyun-oh asked what a child was doing in front of the gate. He asked to be trained in martial arts so that he could take revenge on those who beat him up. Luminos came out to see the teacher as well. She wanted to let her know that the food was ready. And in that moment, she noticed the child asking to be taught martial arts. Moji approached her, as well as Sosimi. Moji asked her little sister what she was doing. Wasn't she going to inform the teacher that the food was ready? Luminos noticed that a boy had appeared out of nowhere, and he came to the teacher, Kim Hyun. Oh doesn't know what the kid is talking about. He asks for martial arts training, but the protagonist doesn't have time for it. The boy asked, but why not? Then what's that sign? Isn't this a martial arts school? Kim Hyun. Oh replied that his students made it up themselves. Of course, they are going to make it a martial arts school in the future, but right now, it would be difficult for them to accept a new student. The boy didn't realize what he should do now. He knocked on the doors of several martial arts schools, but in all of them, he was simply turned away. No one there even glanced at him before sending him away. This is the only place where the teacher came out to him. Kim Hyun. Oh explained that it was because there hadn't been any hunting and escorting orders lately, so he was free. He got down on his knees and began to plead with him, after which he banged his forehead on the ground and asked to be trained in martial arts. Kim Hyun-oh tried to stop him somehow, but the boy wouldn't stop talking. Kim Hyun-oh agreed to teach him, so let him stop banging his head on the ground. He was immediately happy. Luminos noticed that the teacher listens if she bangs her head like this. Next time she would use that method too. Moji asked if she was okay. Last time he had a brat who was going to create his own style of sword, and now a kid who wants to learn a martial art. It's not something he can teach in a day or two. Well, I guess he can demonstrate. Kim Hyun-oh asked if he knew where these guys who beat him up were located. The boy replied that he did. In that case, let him show the way. It was 3 grown men looking at the prophets. He had a bag of gold coins in his hands, and there was a lot of it. That kid looked like a beggar, but he had a lot of money. And when they decided to rob him, the man didn't even think anything would happen. But it seems they hit the jackpot. If he had that much money, he should have shared it with his equally poor brothers and sisters. He'd thought they'd limit it to 1 or 2 punches. But didn't this guy get a couple more just because he fought back so hard? That's true. At the same time, Kim Hyun-oh and the same boy came there. Kim Hyun-oh asked if that's what they were. The boy said yes. And that bag they're holding, that was his treasure. He saved that money by running errands. Afterward, they found out it was the same kid they beat up. Apparently, he decided to bring an adult because he was angry about losing. The boy mentioned that they were the ones who cowardly jumped on him to steal the money. They seem to be older, but they are not at all ashamed of their actions. He was about to punch the bastard when suddenly another man stopped him. It was the man who stood behind the brat, who looked suspiciously familiar. Only then did he remember what kind of man he was. He's from a clan called Mushinman. He's heard of it too. It's probably a place where you're not far away. Even though he's got a sign for students, he doesn't accept them. He only has women there. More importantly, they are all very young. The man had heard that he was only rumored to be strong. Then he certainly won't be a problem. He turned to Kim Hyun-oh, saying that just by looking at their clothes, you can tell that they are poor, and they actually have this way of making a living. He asked for an indulgence for an unreasonable teenager. Isn't that what adults are supposed to do? There are apparently healthy kids standing in front of him. At their age, he was truly as poor as a church mouse. In short, bloody poor. Despite this, he managed to survive by taking any job he could get. Everything, including small errands, farm work, logging, even hunter's tasks. But unlike these little bastards he sees in front of him, Kim Hyun-oh has never engaged in fraud or extorted money from others. Of course, he wanted to make easy money too, and even rob others. But the moment the protagonist did, he was afraid that all those years struggling to survive would seem like a waste of time. If those words make them rethink their choices and they decide to keep the money and walk away, Kim Hyun-oh won't turn on any of his fighters. However, if they stand their ground, the protagonist will teach them a lesson properly. One of them decided to retreat, after which he immediately ran away. Kim Hyun-oh admitted that the jerk is pretty fast. He turned to this child, talking about looking closely. These were the very martial arts he was so eager to learn. The man was attacked, telling him to stop bluffing, but the protagonist with just one hand stopped his fist, after which he knocked the man to the ground And that's when Kim Hyun-oh decided to strike back. Kim Hyun-oh hit right on the man's stomach. And while the other man was looking at what was happening to his partner, the protagonist was already behind him, wondering where he was looking. He then attacked the man in the back as well. Because of the force of Kim Hyun-oh's punch, he flew back a couple of meters. Two men were already lying unconscious. The protagonist stated that he had only demonstrated a small part of it to this guy, but it was all martial arts. A way to effectively defeat an opponent with minimal effort. The kid thought it was pretty awesome. So this is what martial arts looks like, and the man in front of him is the one who uses them easily. Now the boy no longer needs to take revenge, but he asked that the protagonist accept him as his student. After which he corrected himself by asking the teacher to accept him as his student. Kim Hyun-oh replied that he hadn't taught this kid anything normal yet, and he was already his teacher. But he agreed anyway. From now on, that child will be his student. What a funny asshole he is. Who would have thought that he would choose a sword as a holy relic just because Kim Hyun-oh used it? Ju Hyuk has his village one, of course, but he'll use that sword too. The Black Cat returned and reported that he had already escorted the franchise to Germany. Ju Hyuk asked if there were any problems. There were no problems on the way there. However, when they arrived, it seemed to the Black Cat that the Constellation Guardian had stripped him of his power. Ju Hyuk asked what happened to the knights he was leading. The Black Cat replied that it was probably nothing. Their master, the King of Knights, obeyed Ju Hyuk's disciples. Even if Ju Hyuk personally decides to lead them, there shouldn't be any problems. Now there's only one thing missing from the ranks of the disciples. He held his spear as usual. The two stood in front of the Labyrinth Master. The Labyrinth Master asked how things were going with those they had sent. The man said that there are about half of them left, but their numbers are gradually dwindling. It seemed that their level had really risen. The names they sent were second class, but he's more concerned about those who should return as names. He remembered the guide's words that since they had come to an agreement, she would tell him a little about that man. She covered the Labyrinth Master's gaze slightly. Right now, the Master of the Labyrinth cannot see his domain clearly. She is certain that he has probably just scrutinized the item in question or learned of it from his mouth. There was originally a constellation that delivered information about the maze, but now it is gone. It's because the name of the constellation is used as a carrier of information about the disaster. The guy asked how she knew about it. She'll talk about it later. In any case, the reason she covered the Labyrinth Master's gaze was simple. It was the second class in the resulting Tower of Destruction that would all be destroyed at once. Guy asked if she would send an army of elite contractors to them. I think he's got it all wrong. There's only one person who will do it. He just couldn't believe his ears. Anyway, that's why she doesn't want anyone to know about it. Because if they all disappear without any good reason, they'll send higher class constellations to look for them. That's why she's going to get rid of those tags gradually, the guy asked. But why on earth did she tell him about it? There are two reasons for that. First, because he too is disgusted with the Master of the Labyrinth. And the second is that the one person who is aware of this guy's identity is the same one person she told me about earlier. Also, this guy can help him in the future. She feels like they're all going to be great companions. He immediately put out his spear, talking about her not talking nonsense. That wasn't what she'd said before. The tour guide replied that she wouldn't do that again. Still, she wished she could ask him for one last favor. This is rather strange. For if the constellations sent to Earth perish, they will return here in the form of names. But the Master of the Labyrinth doesn't feel them. The Master of the Labyrinth must be perplexed by the fact that I'm not coming back. It's because they're absorbing them now. So she asked this guy to help them. He turned to the Master of the Labyrinth, saying that they could possibly have gotten lost. Hadn't something like this happened a few times before? They'd gotten lost on the way out of the maze to here, but they'd come back much later. He's actually right about that. Finding those names won't be hard for him, but he thinks they'll come back without his help. The Master of the Labyrinth is worried for nothing. In that case, they would delay sending the third class. Whereupon the Master let them go. That was pretty surprising. Usually you couldn't get a word out of this guy, but here he was sharing his opinion. What's the big deal? He was just answering a question for the Master of the Labyrinth. Besides, names are his concern. He made an assumption based on his own experience. The red-haired man asked if he would have to leave like that. Worry not, for he will not lose names like his interlocutor. He already wanted to deal with the scumbag. The Lance guy will stop by the reincarnation residence to see if there's some kind of mistake. And it was time for him to get back to his work as well. The man with red hair yelled for him to stop, but he just ignored him. He looked at the device again, after which he pressed something to make the balloon go down. Instead of a balloon, there appeared a huge tree with fruit. He looked at that tree for a long time. Only days later, Valhalla training room. Even though Ju Hyuk said he would help them, but he didn't think that these people would all come to him at once. He was talking about the Black Cat, Logan, and Adelia. Ju Hyuk had promised to retrain him on his first strike after all, so the man came. The Black Cat came because Ju Hyuk was offering to look at his spatial strike pose. Adela is here for the same reason. She saw the main character use the poisoning ability in a competition. She wanted to learn how to do it. He agreed, since there was nothing to do for today anyway. So he told the three of them to go to the training room. Seo-young asked what kind of business they have with Ju Hyuk. It's also friendly to address him respectfully. Se-hyuk had already stopped trying to understand it. One thing is certain. This guy is unimaginably strong. Stronger than anyone here. There's a lot of things he can't tell you today, so focus on what's important. But before that, Ju Hyuk asked the Black Cat if it wouldn't be easier without the mask. He would sweat more with it on. After that, the Black Cat took off his mask. The Black Cat asked if that was better. Ju Hyuk replied that yes, it was. However, he already thought this guy would be annoyingly handsome. Logan asked if it was okay if they saw his face, since they weren't at the market, so it was okay. Besides, Adelia had already seen him without the mask. Ju Hyuk asked Adelia what was wrong with her. The woman replied that it was nothing, but she was actually very glad she had come. To begin with, it's worth mentioning that the Black Cat doesn't have a bad stamina. The Black Cat said that Mr. Kim Ju Hyuk is still a long way off. They didn't see the Black Cat fighting the monsters directly. However, they have seen their corpses. Ju Hyuk's movements alone are enough to draw conclusions. With the main character's training, the Black Cat will be able to catch up with him easily. The Black Cat thought this guy was too kind. He worked hard, destroying mazes and getting rid of other threats to help Ju Hyuk after his reincarnation. Looks like all that grumbling really did help. His skills are good, but he has a hard enough time applying them in combat. And his constellation, the Maniac, is talented enough, but may still have missed some details. A long time ago, the main character did the same thing, so it's partly his fault. Doing both martial arts and fencing like the Maniac does is too hard. So he advised the Black Cat to choose one or the other. In this case, the Black Cat will choose fencing because they usually convert their relic into a sword. That's a pretty good choice. It's even better for spatial striking. Later, Ju Hyuk and the Black Cat will fight him with wooden swords. He'll watch this guy for a while. Adelia's problem, on the other hand, is her low endurance level. In fact, she's busy with her duties as the head of the family right now. But Ju Hyuk knew she would say that. I mean, she's a fool. So she must know that poisoning is not an easy thing to do. It can be difficult to spread paralysis or numbness from a distance. Fatal poisoning, on the other hand, usually requires direct contact. The protagonist asked if she had ever killed enemies that were at range using poisoning. Adelia replied that she hadn't. Then let that be her goal. But you can't get anywhere without endurance, so let her start with training. It will take some time, so Ju Hyuk needs her to follow a certain regimen. They will test her martial arts skills today. Adelia asked what she meant by that. Does she really think that Moji melted down her enemies as soon as she awakened? Besides, as you can tell from the relic, Moji specialized in daggers. Besides, with her small stature, martial arts were simply a necessity. Adelia used to practice martial arts. One of the previous heads of the Ventric family had studied the method of using the ability after Mistress Beak Mask became a Constellation Guardian. He entered the constellation realm of the Constellation Mistress and learned martial arts that helped him use poisoning. These martial arts had become a staple for the family. She had heard that the current technique was slightly different, but of course she had studied it too. The big picture is now clear to him. He told these two to fight. Adelia asked if the gentleman realized who he was. Her opponent Logan referred to as the one and only. The guy replied that he knew everything. There is quite a big gap between them in terms of physical performance and endurance. Therefore, Logan won't use his mom. Adelia is allowed to use 20%. Let them get started. Logan asked if this fight had anything to do with him learning his first punch. After this battle, he should realize for himself what he's missing. The Black Cat asked Mr. Kim Ju Hyuk if everything was going to be okay for sure. Even with their physiques, whether Adelia and Logan would be able to fight on equal footing. Ju Hyuk asked if he was worried about Adelia. Is there really something between them? The Black Cat replied that he was just asking. In that case, they should just look. Logan attacked first. Adelia put her arm out in time to redirect that punch, after which she counterattacked him. That's to be expected. For Logan, it was unexpected. Her martial arts skills are much better than he thought. After Logan landed, he made a move, after which he pointed his fist in her direction. Logan's fast, she can't block that. but she still put the block out with her hands to reduce the recoil, after which she was thrown back against the wall. At the same time, Logan wanted to attack her again. Logan's fist was right in front of her face, but Adelia didn't think of giving up so easily. She attacked him with her foot, and after the man began to fall, she also launched another attack. That blow knocked him back a bit. Ju-hyuk stopped them. Now he had to realize what he was missing. All this time, Logan had been operating on the sole reliance of his abilities. His mana level was adjusted according to the difference in physical stamina with Adelia, as Logan is too strong in normal combat. Of course, stamina is improved through training, so the conditions were slightly absurd. But isn't Logan interested? That's why he couldn't beat a tired Adelia. Logan asked if there was some reason behind it. The boy replied that there was. She used to practice martial arts. Adelia learned them through her interactions with the constellation. It was evident from her movements. To be honest, Logan lost because of his own constellation's martial arts technique. Ju-hyuk decided to tell a story that happened many years ago. 300 years ago, there was a crowd of people there because it's a chance you don't get every day. Behind him stood a large rock. They can personally verify that it is not a fake. It's not full inside. It's a regular stone. Kim Hyun-oh was also there along with his students. However, he has only one pill, which he created by the grace of the Buddha, and he accepted it, whereupon his gaze fell on the stone, Amitabha Buddha. His fist touched the stone. Moji asked what it was. It didn't look like it hit the rock at all. But at that moment, the stone crumbled before everyone's eyes. The boy had only lightly struck the stone, and it had already turned to dust. With these pills, even they can gain inhuman strength, and it'll only cost them 10 shans. People immediately wanted to take this pill. Kim Hyun-oh noticed that this guy's abilities had blossomed. Moji asked what he meant. It is like poisonous chi or the power of a maniacal woman dissecting dimensions. A person's abilities have a chance to blossom, depending on Togo if they have talent or not. Really, someone like Kim Hyun-oh, who only has a damn meditation technique instead of a talent, will die before they know what kind of powers they have. But there are some people whose abilities blossom without any effort. Like Engo, for example. And yet, when someone with such a talent deceives people with his abilities, it pisses him off. A little while later, he had a whole bag of gold. All the pills are sold out. What's gotten into people today? However, he was able to make money. He saw a potential customer come up to him and tell him that all the pills were already sold out. But just when he wanted to say one more thing, the protagonist slapped him on the forehead. Yengo asked what the hell had hit him. Kim Hyun-oh asked why he was deceiving ordinary people, much less chanting Buddhist prayers. Doesn't he as a monk feel sorry for the Buddha? The boy replied that no. This money will be used to rebuild the temple. Kim Hyun-oh followed him. Yengo asked if the kids who were with the main character were his students or not. The man said yes. Just by looking, he had already guessed everything. How did he do it? In that case, it must be the head of Mushinman, Kim Hyun-oh. The boy had heard rumors about him. The head of Mushinman takes strange little children as apprentices. The guy already wanted to introduce himself, but Kim Hyun-oh said there was no need. From the moment that boy cheated those people, their main character decided to call him a monkey. But the boy said that the money would go to rebuild the temple. That's why Kim Hyun-oh didn't take his students with him. He'll want to see if it's true or not. And on any other day, he'd be lazy and just let it go. But right now, he just doesn't have anything to do. Giving people back the money she had stolen seemed like a good idea to her. Django replied that they were almost there. He told me that he did not become a monk by choice. When he was young, his parents became impoverished and sold him as a slave. There he was met by some monk who had come to fetch a fellow monk, and he took notice of the boy and rescued him. Kim Hyun-oh asked how the monk was able to save him. He bowed to the slave trader, gave the things he had gotten that day, and begged him to let the boy go. Luckily, he was a famous monk, so the slave trader let him go. This is the first time Kim Hyun-oh has ever heard of these bastards letting someone go so easily. He's an incredible man, and his name is Hyundok. This monk took him to live in the temples he ran. That's why Yengo grew up without needing anything. The temple was small, so there was no one in it except these two. But one day the temple was attacked by a giant golem. He narrowly escaped during a surprise attack, but eventually died anyway. The temple was in ruins, and he managed to escape by collecting a monk's rosary. It was only after the passage of time that Yengo was able to gather all the remains of the monk to finish her cremating him properly. But in the process of cremation, he discovered Sarira the monk. And then a thought occurred to him. He wants to rebuild the temple he lived in with that monk and build a tower under his Sarira. That's why Django is raising funds, albeit in a dishonest way. Kim Hyun-oh asked what had become of the harem that had attacked the temple. Yongo wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that he had been digging for something around the temple. and he didn't see that golem again. And now they're finally here, Sokyam Temple. The protagonist noticed that this temple looked pretty big. With the money he saved, the guy first converted it into a gate. Inside, however, it was completely empty. Since the main character had traveled quite a long way, Yengo suggested that he stop by for a cup of tea. But there was no need for that, as Kim Hyuno made sure that he wasn't lying. He understood the situation, but he still advised me to make money the honest way from now on. Of course, he knows he is sticking his nose in the wrong business. He'll try. But suddenly something happened. Wasn't that the same golem that destroyed the temple? It seemed to Yengo that it did, but it was much bigger than before. The golem already wanted to attack, but his fist stopped Kim Hyuno. Is he trying to destroy the temple again? How rude of him. After which the golem fell down. It was unbelievable. Drongo wondered if he was really dead, but it just couldn't be. In order to do that, you have to destroy the nucleus it has inside of it. If this golem has gotten bigger since last time, no wonder it's so sturdy. It grew larger, absorbing the magical power of the temple magic stone. Judging by the name of the temple, the protagonist thinks the head monk knew about everything. Most likely, under the ground, there is a magic stone. Ordinary people wouldn't realize it, but this monster feeds on magic. It probably smelled the strong energy, so it attacked. It most likely absorbed tons of magic during the attack, causing it to grow so large. So if they don't kill him now, he might come back. Yengo had worked so hard to rebuild the temple. Then that's where they'll have to end it. The boy asked what he meant. Kim Hyuno said to raise his fist. Get into a stance so that you can strike with all your might. Doesn't this guy want to personally destroy him? That monster killed the monk who raised him. He really wants to do it, but how exactly? He should remember the technique he used to break rocks and sell pills this morning. However, Yengo had never used it on monsters, so it's a great opportunity. Let him focus on the offense. The guy has to clench his fist. Spread your legs apart. Pour all your magic into him. The golem decided to attack again. Now he has to hit. Yengo attacked the golem. It would seem that this technique did not damage the golem in any way. Suddenly it began to disintegrate into rocks. Even the golem's core was destroyed. This brat has talent since he was able to punch all the way to the core with one punch. However, Yengo felt that if this man hadn't injected his magic, he would have failed. The main character likes his modesty. Perhaps if he had done it earlier, Monk Hyungdok would still be alive. And at that moment, the protagonist invited this monk to become his disciple. Kim Hyun-oh has many gifted students like Jung-ho. Let her join the main character and she will develop his abilities. Yengo asked and he could refuse. He wants to continue to protect this temple, and he has no plans to leave here. That's really admirable. Kim Hyun-oh agreed. Since then, from time to time, the protagonist would drop by the temple to tell Togo Boy's tale. He developed his own martial arts technique, taking the punch that shattered the golem as his base. He worked hard to develop a martial arts technique called death with a single blow. One of Kim Hyun-oh's students was impressed with this ability that their exchange continued, and Kim Hyun-oh helped him perfect the technique. However, attacks that were too straightforward were a problem. The protagonist planned to correct it after he finished working on this attack, but he never managed to do it. Logan asked, wondering why. All because of the Tower of Destruction. That's to be expected. Nevertheless, it's a good opportunity. Jo Hyuk will show what needs to be fixed, so let him watch closely. He was helping the Black Cat, Adelia, Logan. Logan thanked Ju Hyuk for today's briefing. He came to relearn his first strike, but he didn't think Ju Hyuk would revisit all of his martial arts skills. He always regretted that he had once not pointed out the weaknesses in this monk's technique. Let him start moving smoothly, not just in a straight line. Movement is crucial for both the first strike and the spatial cut. Therefore, the Black Cat shouldn't just throw magic around. It must be released with the right speed and precision. And speaking of Adelia, she needs to work on her stamina for starters. After which, he decided to return to the dormitory. By doing so, they will surely be able to deal with future disasters. The only problem is those 3-tiered ones that could pop up at any moment. But in case Guide needed a new name again, Ju Hyuk didn't absorb all the 2 tiers he faced last time. He was finally approached by Barcha. He asked me to tell his disciples something. If they see him in the main hall, don't let them hit him. Does Barch really think Ju Hyuk is in a position to demand anything? Let him explain what happened. If the protagonist thought it was a valid reason, he might consider it. So Barch decided to tell. That's them. Tower of Destruction inside the main hall. Let him tell the story in order. When Barche went to scout the main hall, his disciples had made the other constellations kneel down. But lately, this situation seemed to have stabilized, so he went out to check the situation. However, there were hardly any inside the constellation. He figured they had either returned to their kingdoms or had gathered somewhere else. There were both ruins and new buildings just under construction, so they could have gathered there. The recent commotion must have caused them to leave. And as he looked around, he noticed one man. He recognized the head of the tower. It was the man from the 4th floor. His alias is a covert strategist. Ju Hyuk has never heard of him. It's only natural, because he tries to keep a low profile. And in keeping with his nickname, he strategizes first. Then he acts. Besides, Hyung-O's students kept an eye on him to make sure he didn't find out anything. He told Barcha himself that he now controls the constellations in the Tower of Destruction, and he's from the 4th floor himself, so it's not clear how he can control them. He said it was inevitable. Hyun-O should still remember the tower's features, right? The higher the floor, the stronger the creatures. There are a total of 6 floors in the Tower of Destruction. The 1st floor is also inhabited by strong monsters, but from the 2nd floor onwards, they can be given names. On the 3rd are those with unique names, and on the 4th are monsters with great names. On the 5th are the 4 heavenly kings who are personally selected by the master of the labyrinth. And on the last, the 6th, being the master of the tower, lived Barch, the hidden strategist said, stepping into the tower master's shoes as neither Barch nor the kings were around. Ju Hyuk asked if he was the only ones from the Tower of Destruction that Barcha had met. The man replied that so far, yes. That's too bad, because if they're in the main hall, that means they're still active as a constellation. The protagonist asked how many creatures of the Tower of Destruction he controls, but that's something Barch doesn't know. As soon as the strategist saw him, he immediately asked to lead them again. They still think that Barch has retained his powers. If they find out the truth, who knows what will happen to him. So he replied that the time had not yet come. And he ran away. At that moment he began to hear Kim Hyun-O start laughing, but he shouted that Barcha was a useless piece of trash. If he has no powers left, at least let him learn something useful. What kind of tower master is he? He's just a damn lowlife. Besides, Barch knows how Ju Hyuk holds that tower. To plan anything, he needs to know how many constellations there even are. Ju Hyuk asked, "What about traveling to the realm in the constellations since it's been so long?" It's been a long time since Barch has been told what to do. Ju Hyuk can't do that, because he needs the constellation's permission to enter the kingdom. Then the protagonist asks one of his students for it, and then I finally calmed down, and decided to look into it. Except for those constellations on the 5th floor, the rest are probably existing. The guide didn't tell him much, but she did mention that the Tower of Destruction was coming soon. This he would clarify later, but they were probably becoming constellations, starting on the 2nd floor. Suddenly he remembered the words she had said about names coming down. When the names descend, they are fully embodied. Since they are no longer bound by any restrictions, they are allowed to influence the real world directly. Can't they just destroy the constellations before their names come down? Ju Hyuk asked what would happen if they destroyed the relic that contained the constellations. Barcha wasn't sure. She just woke up in the sky mecha, so she has no idea. Maybe Ju Hyuk should destroy the sword and check it out for himself. He has a spare one anyway. Barch tried to stop him. They could just ask another constellation, right? Barch is so useless and ignorant. Well, actually, things are a little weird with Barch. Other constellations have lost their real names, so Ju Hyuk doesn't know them. But Barcha does. He even knows that changing his perception allows him to use his power to the maximum in the realm of the constellation. But Barch himself doesn't have any powers. What if the name given to him is his weakness? But now is not the time to think about that. Barcha could very well be lying to him. You can't say anything for sure until the truth comes out. Ju Hyuk reported that there was a job for him. Have him pretend to be the head of the Tower of Destruction again. Barch should stay in the main hall, manage the others, and figure out how many constellations there are in total. Let him pretend he still has powers. And keep the Sozwadi under control so they don't cause trouble and pass on the news to Ju Hyuk. And if he refuses that, the protagonist will destroy his relic. And then force Barch to experience what happens to the constellation. Barch agreed. He'll do it. He'll leave the main hall to Barcha, and tomorrow he'll ask the students about the relics. The next day, in the principal's office, the black cat asked to wait a little while. The first person who comes in hopes that their opinion will change. It was Lee Sang-chul. Ju Hyuk said hello to him. It's been a long time since I've seen the instructor. Kim Ju Hyuk has been making quite a bit of noise lately, but now it's time for him to go. Ju Hyuk asked if something was wrong. They were actually talking about whether or not Sang-chul wanted to step down as Valhalla's instructor. But isn't he an instructor of the highest rank? That's right. Only the black cat knows about it. Sang-chul hasn't told the others yet. He plans to stay until the end of the year and then resign. He and the hero asked if they had definitely discussed it, and not about Sang-chul just deciding to notify him about it. The Black Cat asked what brought him here. Ju-hyuk had a question for the maniac. What happens to the constellation inside the relic if it is destroyed? He'll probably be fine. The constellation realm would disappear, so she would turn into an ordinary object. As for the constellation realm, it will just start to wander. It will be like a ghost. Any item imbued with magic can, with some probability, become a sacred relic. When it comes to wandering constellations, they are drawn to familiar magic or an item they once used, and then they become relics. Luckily, their old weapons were preserved, so they were able to get to grips with them fairly easily. Ju-hyuk was surprised. Luminos asked what exactly surprised him. He didn't think she really knew, he just asked. When she started with the news, the first thing she did was to recreate the environment she lived in with her teacher, dark purple and gloomy. It seemed like monsters could appear at any moment, similar to that desolate scene from her memories. To Ju-hyuk, it turned out to be much darker than he himself remembered. Her first contractor saw this setting and asked if he could use the space. He was a merchant. When he realized that it was possible to connect space with subspace, he opened a store there. As time went on and more people came, a market appeared there. Seeing its potential, she turned the place into an underground black market. Merchants and common folk began to wear masks to conceal their identities. With the advent of the Constellation era, the market became more focused on relics. At the same time, they observed how powerful constellations were resonating with relics and penetrating them. That's how she found out about everything. She was so touched. Since the teacher came to her first, she was his favorite student. It was only then that Ju-hyuk said she wasn't the first. Ever since he met Sosimi, the keepers have been hiding their presence and following him constantly. So he asked her first, but she knew nothing. The guy figured the weirdo was out of the loop too, so he came to the maniac. Luminos asked if she could kill her little sister. Ju-hyuk asked if she seriously thought he would allow it. After all, she said herself that constellations can't kill each other. That means they can't kill the bastards from the Tower of Destruction as long as they remain constellations. That's infuriating. And yet, whether he should even look for these relics, he doesn't even know what determines where they appear. The Black Cat asked if he had any questions left. The protagonist answered that there were none and thanked him. But then he remembered that there was one after all. Didn't he say that Instructor Sang-chul wanted to resign? Ju-hyuk wanted to talk to him. It would be unfortunate to miss it. Lily noticed Ju-hyuk. She hadn't seen him since he moved to the special class. Maybe it was fate that brought him here. She's having writer's block on her monster thesis right now anyway. Only then did she notice that he had come to Lee San-chol. These two look very serious, so that's what made me wonder what was going on. The man asked what Ju-hyuk wanted. If it is possible, the protagonist would like to have a personal conversation with him. He agreed. It was his day off today, so San-chol suggested going to the cafe instead of the teacher's lounge. Normally, she doesn't mind her own business, but since Ju-hyuk is involved, she can't let it go. She needs to follow them. In the cafeteria, behind the senior instructor sat Lilia in disguise. She hoped she could at least hear something at this distance. Sang-chol asked what the guy wanted to talk to him about. Ju-hyuk is curious about something. He heard that Sang-chol was going to resign. They turned their attention back. This just can't be happening. Could the senior instructor really be leaving? The new director doesn't seem to be able to keep secrets, but that's just the way it is. For the first time as an instructor, he felt useless, all because of Kim Ju-hyuk. The man was proud to teach at Valhalla. As the strongest hunter in Korea, he made the White-Silver Guild the best. But no matter how strong they became, there were no fewer monsters. On the contrary, there were fewer and fewer hunters. Then Shim Dokwoon, the former headmaster, invited him to the academy as an instructor to train hunters. He asked the former director what he was going to do about the level gap between hunters and hunter constellation contactors, because the latter had a distinct advantage. The latter replied that it wouldn't be a problem because as a hunter, he had once collected many sacred relics. So Sang-chul agreed to become an instructor. Time passed and his students became hunters, mopping up mazes and monsters all over the world. And each time they succeeded, he felt he was on the right track. But it's different now. Lee Sang-chul asked the guy if he knew what was in fashion these days. Suck up to Kim Ju-hyuk and jump into the special class. Special class has an advantage like skipping regular classes. Kids who once wanted to be hunters are getting lazy. The current special class is crowded with those who follow Ju-hyuk. Even the new heiress of the Su family is in this class. Sure, it's possible they may have put in some effort. But everyone in this class comes from a top family with their own constellation keeper. Now the students are obsessed with S-class contracts, and they're trying to get into S-class to be close to Ju Hyuk. It made Seon Chol wonder if they needed him. Ever since Ju Hyuk showed up, it seems like the academy is all about him. He couldn't figure out anything from the main character's bio. Who this guy is? Did he secretly contract someone from S-rank constellations? If the instructor is that curious that Ju Hyuk offered to fight him, then the instructor will immediately know whether Ju Hyuk is a contractor or not. Lee Sang-chul asked if Kim Ju Hyuk was provoking the instructor now. Normally, he doesn't respond to such provocations, but this time he decided to take up the challenge. But before he leaves, Ju Hyuk has to say who he is. In that case, it's worth going to the sparring room now. After which they left. Are these two really going to fight? Meanwhile, the black cat he was watching the view from the window remembered the main character's words that he wanted to talk to him. It would be unfortunate to miss out on such a senior instructor. Ju Hyuk was also thinking of quitting the academy. The black cat was surprised by this. After all, he only acted always because of the notification of the Tower of Destruction. For some unknown reason, he pointed out the location of the heavenly sword that the protagonist was currently using, which was precisely the room of the constellations of Valhalla. This notice then directed him to the eye of the great forest. This labyrinth, too, is ruled by Valhalla. And that was the end of the notifications, so he's got nothing else to do here. However, he gained new students. The Black Cat and the Maniac took over as principal, and life and learning became much more comfortable. So he stayed here, but he didn't waste any time. Ju Hyuk found out more about the instructors. The Black Cat replied that the boy could have asked him, for he would have handed over their personal files at once. But that's just information on paper. He made inquiries through a research group that Sosami's former defender knew about. Most of them turned out to be honest and conscientious people, although some of them had very complicated backgrounds. Whether Sang-chul stood out in particular, he single-handedly made white silver from the weakest guild into the strongest. Hunters and contractors considered him a legend, and that's no credit to a strong constellation. Ju Hyuk heard that he has a contract with a rank A constellation. He doesn't know anything else. Not to mention he criticizes the dependence of current contractors on their constellations. And unlike them, he behaves decently. However, he seems to have accepted the current standard hunters that are based on constellation power, though he fundamentally disagrees with it. But it seems that he has been relentlessly criticizing the Academy's stance lately. The Black Cat asked how he knew about it. Ju Hyuk said he found something. He hacked into the Academy's personal email accounts. Black Cat didn't even expect him to hack into the mailboxes. If the Black Cat had checked the former director's mailbox, he would have known. Song Chol sent his complaints about the management there, but the Black Cat knows about it. Valhalla existed thanks to donations from noble families. In exchange, the children of the donors received the best dormitory and guaranteed admission. Instructor Lee Sang-chul accepted this because of the situation the academy was in, so that the training would remain fair. The former principal agreed with this and developed a policy. But this year, she corrected a complete dissatisfaction with the donation-based admission letter. It was probably because of Rockdale Ventric. The instructor realized that this guy was going to cause a lot of trouble. Adelia tried to justify it with money and even set up a meeting with Ju Hyuk. In the course of his investigation, he found out something else. That shitty Rockdale was a so-called exchange student who had gotten into Valhalla, which turned out to be a lie. With the help of donations, he got a pass to the academy after he was expelled in the UK. The exchange student legend was just a cover. Sang-chul must have felt helpless after learning the truth. It must have seemed to him that Valhalla only revolved around one student, and that made him want to quit too. And Ju Hyuk has likely only strengthened that position. He was even willing to bet that after the Black Cat became the principal and events swirled around the protagonist, even if he hadn't caused trouble, the situation would have seemed familiar to the instructor. To tell you the truth, Ju Hyuk doesn't really care about people getting fired or making a fuss because of him. But Lee Sang-chul is a big loss. The Black Cat asked why on earth he thought that. After being reborn, the protagonist reflected on his failures in the past. For one thing, he lacked strength. Second, the low level of hunters. Nothing could be done about his lack of strength. He lacked talent and had poor starting conditions. He couldn't have gotten stronger if he hadn't undergone a metamorphosis. And he didn't have time for the second one. Together with his students, he founded a martial sect. He did not recruit new students, as he planned to bring the existing ones to a certain level first. But Ju Hyuk never got to do that because of the Tower of Destruction. He and the students somehow managed it, but they couldn't stop the monsters and disasters. The surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to block out the chaos. But the destruction was so immense that it became known as the Age of Destruction. Strong hunters were in short supply, which is why they couldn't stop them. And now there are many more hunters. There are academies all over the world now. Compared to the past, the minimum level of hunters has gone up, but you can't say that about the maximum level. In the past, hunters had to spend more time practicing on their own to increase their magic and strength. Now they only rely on the power of the constellations. Of course, having a large number of hunters would prepare them for the appearance of another Tower of Destruction. One such that Ju Hyuk can take with him is not enough, so they need to keep the few good instructors they have in order to raise the standards of future hunters. The Black Cat should keep in mind that he will use force if necessary. The latter bothers him somewhat, but he is surprised. It seemed to the Black Cat that this guy didn't care at all about the problems around him. But he had his own thoughts on the matter. This shows the seriousness of his intentions to stop the Tower of Destruction. Meanwhile, in the training room, of course, the students wanted to watch this fight too. Soyeon didn't understand why instructor Lee Sang-chul was fighting with Kim Ju-hyuk. And Yunlan complained that the window was too small and asked who he was. Aaron told me that it's a Valhalla instructor, and of the highest rank. It turns out to be the strongest teacher. It's been a long time since he's fought humans. Instructor Sang-chul immediately went on the attack. Ju Hyuk knew where he would appear, so he moved his sword in time.